Chapter 1. Lousy Quits. A resounding crash startled everyone in the office as Lu Wei forcefully slammed his folder onto the desk. I'm done. You can either fire me now or I'll submit my resignation immediately. Go find whoever you want. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Wei shouted at the supervisor beside him. With that, he pressed the shutdown button on his computer and began to pack his bag, preparing to leave. The overweight supervisor beside him was momentarily taken aback, his face turning an ashen hue, visibly flustered. Before he could utter a word, Lu Wei turned back to him and added, "My aunt is visiting today. I'm going home. Just consider it a day off. Oh, and if you want to count this as an absence or resignation, go ahead. Just wrap up everything and contact me later." With that, he disregarded the supervisor entirely and strode out of the office, leaving the bewildered, speechless supervisor behind, his fingers still pointed in indignation. What a relief. Once outside the building, Lu Wei gazed up at the sky, feeling as though the very air had changed. It wasn't entirely Lu Wei's fault. Had that insufferable supervisor been a little less difficult, he might have continued to endure the situation. Ever since the supervisor learned of Lu Wei's financial struggles, he had taken to making Lu Wei's life miserable. For the past 2 years, do you know how Lu Wei has managed? The old Lu Wei had vanished, leaving only the mere shell of a worker named Wei behind. Initially, he was assigned a marginal role, burdened with excessive work and overtime, with no visible results. Last year, the supervisor concocted various excuses to withhold Lu Wei's year-end bonus. Though it wasn't much, it was still over 10,000 yuan. There was no animosity between them. Why obstruct his earnings? It wasn't as if the money was coming from the supervisor's pocket. If he deemed Lu Wei unworthy, then why hire him in the first place? Was it merely to have a scapegoat? Lu Wei was an outsider, having squeezed into a university in Shanghai after a grueling college entrance exam. After graduating, he found work locally, as his management degree was versatilely learn a little about everything but mastered nothing. Coming from a rural background, his family wasn't affluent, so pursuing further studies was out of the question. He merely wished to graduate, earn money, and support himself as soon as possible. His first job was as a project assistant at a construction company. After more than a year, he was nearly unable to receive his salary during the final months. Although meals and accommodation were covered, he still needed to pay off student loans, and his take-home salary was a mere 2,500 yuan, a paltry sum that barely covered his expenses. The ambitious dreams he had during university starkly contrasted with the reality of his current life as a corporate drone, battered and bruised by the harshness of existence. He once believed he could forge a successful path, becoming a white-collar worker, discussing multi-million-dollar projects in the CBD, living a good life. But in a city where bachelor's degrees were as common as dirt, who was he? Finally, he secured a position in a coveted CBD building, earning 7,000 yuan with the promise of a double salary year-end bonus, a moment of pure bliss. However, upon leaving the construction company, he had to rent an apartment on his own. Lu Wei didn't want to burden his family, so he resorted to online loans, easily borrowing 5,000 yuan after providing some information and verification. Perhaps it was the ease with which the money came that opened Pandora's box. Once the floodgates of desire were opened, it became difficult to restrain himself, leading to an uncontrollable spiral of expenses. His old, outdated phone was in need of an upgrade now that he was working. A new phone cost over 3,000 yuan, which he could pay off in 24 installments. A mere reduction in his milk tea consumption would suffice. So he obtained a credit card and purchased it. As a white-collar worker entering the CBD, he surely needed a laptop. 5,000 yuan, paid in 12 installments, just 400 a month. Why not? His younger sister was still in school. Sometimes he would help her out, but with no salary yet. He thought, why not borrow a few thousand more? 12 months later, it would only amount to a few hundred a month. In his eyes, his income was rising. He could afford to pay it all back. Spending without restraint, he indulged in shopping without a plan. Eventually, he realized that after paying rent and settling various bills and credit card dues, little remained of his monthly salary. As time passed, he discovered he had accumulated tens of thousands in debt. Then he learned he could borrow to pay off other loans, leading to a snowball effect. His debts grew larger, compounded by the student loans he hadn't finished repaying. Altogether, he owed about 60 to 70,000 yuan, and life became increasingly tight. Last year, during the new year, the overweight supervisor withheld Lu Wei's year-end bonus under the pretext of poor performance. With no money to return home for the holidays, he made up an excuse about not being able to secure a ticket to appease his parents. He borrowed another 2,000 yuan from a platform to send to his father for New Year's goods. After all, he had a job. Now, even if he couldn't be there, he should provide some consolation for his parents. Unbeknownst to him, the supervisor had learned of his financial predicament and, sensing that Lu Wei was too afraid to resign, began to escalate his harassment. The supervisor's voice often rang out in the office, berating him. Countless times, Lu Wei clenched his fists, yearning to retaliate, yet he restrained himself. More menial tasks and heavy workloads were thrust upon him. He worked overtime to the point of nausea, returning home each night plagued by anxiety and insomnia. Working 996 had become the norm at times. He was even expected to work 997. But with this financial hole, work was the only means of survival, forcing him to endure the humiliation while seeking side gigs on weekends. After more than a year of this grueling cycle, he finally managed to pay off 2/3 of his debt, easing his financial strain. At last, life became slightly more bearable, and his anxiety lessened. In this society, money is the ultimate solution. It can resolve all your troubles. If it doesn't, it simply means you don't have enough. As a new year approached, the overweight supervisor approached Lu Wei once more, informing him that his year-end bonus would once again be deducted. After enduring for so long, Lu Wei could no longer hold back and decisively stood up to protest. It seemed he was merely a scapegoat, as company policy dictated that someone in each department must have their bonus withheld annually. Lu Wei was not the supervisor's lackey, and since he was financially tethered, he became the target once more. After enduring this treatment for so long, to have over 10,000 yuan deducted from his year-end bonus felt like a direct assault on his livelihood. With a determined thud on the table, he declared, "I'm not staying in this company any longer." After confronting the supervisor, he grabbed his bag and left. Relieved to no longer have to see that bloated face, Lu Wei felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. He would manage the remaining debts by taking on a few side jobs and cutting back on expenses, which could last him for several months. Worst case scenario, he could head south after the new year and find work at Foxconn, where they say accommodations and meals are provided and salaries reach 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. The world is vast. There are countless opportunities if one is willing to set aside their pride and seek work. For the first time, he left work early, reluctant to return to his rented room. He lived in a shared apartment with 7 or 8 other tenants, renting a small room for 1,400 yuan. Furnished with just a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk space was scarce, and the bathroom was communal. Returning home meant lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone, or playing games. He often worked late and had no social life. He had barely seen his so-called roommates. They each kept to themselves behind closed doors. As for a girlfriend, such a luxury had long since been abandoned. He had dated in college, but they had split before graduation for years. He had lived the life of a confirmed bachelor. After strolling around the Bund, he reflected on how, after so many years in Shanghai, this was only his second visit. He had come once during his freshman year out of curiosity, but since the school was far away, he hadn't returned much. Once he graduated and started working, he spent all his time either on the construction site or working overtime. He had little time to explore the city. Tourists thronged the area, and Nanjing East Road buzzed with activity. Why were there so many people on the streets during working hours? Did they not have jobs? How fortunate they seemed. Lu Wei thought enviously as he observed the bustling crowd, sitting on a bench by the river. I gazed across at the towering skyscrapers of Lujiazui, a site adorned with several iconic landmarks of the magical city, such as the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Jinmao Tower, and the Shanghai Tower, each a testament to prosperity. Adjacent to this bustling area lies a luxurious residential district, featuring illustrious establishments like Thompson Riviera and Ocean View No. 1. Among the opulent residences, Thompson Riviera stands out as the most renowned, with prices soaring to 300,000 yuan per square meter. A spacious flat here starts at a staggering 70 to 80 million yuan, epitomizing a life of financial freedom that many aspire to. I often wonder when I, too, might achieve such wealth and indulge in a night's stay at Thompson Riviera. As the city lights flickered to life, the illumination along both banks of the Bund rendered the scene even more enchanting. The distinct silhouette of the Oriental Pearl Tower accentuated this vibrant locale, reflecting the intoxicating allure of Lujiazui, microcosm of extravagance. Perhaps my initial attraction to this city stemmed from its portrayal in television dramas, showcasing a life of glamour and affluence. As night fell, I made my way home, stopping at a nearby fast food joint for a rice bowl. Upon noticing that the lottery shop at the entrance of my community was still open, I found myself drawn inside. After such a momentous day, why not purchase a lottery ticket to commemorate the occasion? A fleeting hope, a whimsical dream. Everyone who buys a ticket entertains the fantasy of being the fortunate soul whose numbers are drawn, envisioning themselves claiming a grand prize of 10 million yuan and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Given the significance of today's date, I selected a few numbers and composed 5 sets of digits, handing them to the shop owner for verification. "Let's go for 3 times the stake," I exclaimed. "Would you like to add an extra?" The shopkeeper inquired. "Absolutely. All right, that'll be 45 yuan in total." I paid with the change from my meal and pocketed the lottery ticket as I left. Chapter 2. A windfall of 50 million. Exciting news. The 54 million yuan lottery jackpot has been claimed in the magical city. Latest report, good tidings. The lottery has produced 5 10 million yuan winners. 54 million. Shanghai lottery players rejoice. As I awoke early the next morning and reached for my phone, the screen was flooded with news alerts. After a heated dispute with my supervisor the previous day, I decided against going to the office today and indulged in a natural slumber. The news was particularly relatable. Anyone who had purchased a ticket yesterday would inevitably fantasize about being the winner. I fished the ticket from my pocket and opened the news to cross-check the numbers, pondering the possibility that I might be the lucky one. As I scrutinized the winning numbers from last night's draw while reciting my own ticket, 01 check, 05 check, 17 check, 20 what? Check, 22 unbelievable. All of them. Did I win? For the supplementary numbers, 05, 11. I glanced at the last 2 digits of the winning ticket and was utterly astounded. Rubbing my eyes, I questioned whether I was still dreaming. I stared intently, comparing the numbers repeatedly. I had truly won. What extraordinary luck. with the first prize being 10 million yuan and my ticket purchased for 3 times the stake. Then when I had won a staggering 30 million. I sat frozen on my bed for what felt like an eternity, nearly letting out a joyous scream before hastily covering my mouth, lest my neighbors think I had lost my mind. At the Lottery Prize Redemption Center on Sichuan Road, I, clad in a full disguise, approached the window to claim my winnings. After verifying my ticket and identity, the process proceeded swiftly. I raised the oversized check for a photograph, and when subtly asked if I would like to make a charitable donation, I contemplated briefly and decided to contribute 1 million yuan. Initially, I believed I had won just 3 tickets totaling 30 million, but after a quick search, I discovered that the additional stake meant I had actually won 18 million per ticket, an incredible doubling of my fortune. Thanks to this additional stake, my total winnings amounted to 54 million yuan. After deducting the 1 million donation and taxes, I was left with over 42 million. Upon receiving the transfer check, I promptly entered the adjacent bank. I was escorted to the VIP room, where the vice president, accompanied by a manager and an attractive consultant, welcomed me. Securing a substantial deposit is of utmost importance to any bank's operations. In the VIP room, I cradled the tea handed to me by the consultant, warming my hands as I sipped delicately. The vice president began to outline the bank's interest policies. For deposits exceeding 10 million yuan, the annual interest rate stood at 4, and they offered the services of a private banking financial advisor. Additionally, I could invest in the bank's financial products, yielding between 610 on 10 million at 4. The annual interest is 400,000 for 40 million. It's 1.6 million, I pondered to myself. However, I had also researched online during my journey ultra-large deposits are negotiable on interest rates. After all, every additional point is beneficial. Though this is Shanghai, a city teeming with the affluent, individuals with cash flow exceeding 10 million are relatively rare, making it feasible to negotiate terms for such deposits. Considering I would need liquidity for potential real estate purchases, I couldn't afford to deposit all my funds. After some contemplation, I addressed the vice president. I saw in a previous advertisement that deposits over 5 million can have customized VIP interest rates. How about I deposit 30 million on a fixed term at 4.5? Upon hearing this, the vice president's expression changed, as state-owned bank policies are often rigid, with only a limited range for interest flexibility. Moreover, interest rates have been reduced several times in recent years. They'll call the president to see if I can secure that rate. The vice president excused himself and stepped out. After a brief wait, he returned to the VIP room for further discussion. Ultimately, we settled on an interest rate of 4.3, with interest payments made monthly, allowing me to receive nearly 100,000 yuan each month. Elated, I realized I wouldn't need to work anymore. A monthly income of 100,000 yuan would grant me financial freedom, enabling me to retire comfortably. As I sat in the VIP room, waiting for them to finalize the paperwork, I felt a bittersweet pang as I observed the balance in the bank app fluctuate. The winnings I had fantasized about had now materialized in my account, finally alleviating my anxiety. Once the business was concluded, the vice president took his leave, leaving the manager and consultant to accompany me. I still had over 10 million in a liquid account, and perhaps I could explore further investment opportunities. However, I barely absorbed their conversation as my mind wandered, fixated on the numbers displayed in the app. My heart raced with excitement, yet my hands and legs trembled slightly, for I had never envisioned possessing such wealth, even in my dreams. I need a moment to think, if that's all right. Despite my efforts to maintain an air of confidence, the individuals before me were all too aware of my newfound fortune. Their gazes filled with envy, making me feel a tad uneasy. No problem at all. Well, step outside and wait for you. The manager rose, leading the female consultant out. As a VIP, I was free to dictate the pace of proceedings. Once they departed, I sat in silence for a while, then picked up my phone to open WeChat. At that moment, I yearned to share my exhilarating news, yet I understood the necessity of discretion. In my heart, I wished to announce to the world that I had become wealthy. With millions to my name, I was now a millionaire. Yet, riches often isolate the affluent, are seldom approached by the masses. Once whispered, who knows what the consequences might be? Perhaps it's best to keep this burden to myself. Scrolling through my chat list, I reached my father's WeChat conversation and smacked my forehead. What was I thinking? Shouldn't I share this joyous news with my parents first? As the new year approaches, he decided to transfer some money to his family for purchasing festive goods. He promptly logged into the bank app and transferred 20,000 to his father's account, a sum deemed acceptable, as sending more might lead to an overwhelming barrage of inquiries. After completing the transaction, he sent a message to his father on WeChat. Dad, I've sent you a year-end bonus. Use it to buy some delicious treats for the new year. Moments later, a voice message arrived. I saw the bank notification. Why did you transfer me such a large sum? You won't be able to finish it all for the new year. I've switched companies and received a raise. My year-end bonus amounted to several tens of thousands. So let's celebrate this new year well. You have many expenses yourself. Don't send me so much. It's fine, I still have savings. When are you coming home? I plan to arrive around the 28th day of the Lunar New Year. Listening to his father's familiar voice, he felt an urge to shed tears. Countless times he had dreamed of providing them with a comfortable life, wishing for a day when he could bestow upon them ample funds to alleviate their financial struggles. Today, he had finally realized that dream. With the successful transfer, he felt a profound certainty within himself. This substantial bonus was indeed his. Everything was not merely a figment of his imagination. He had the liberty to utilize it as he pleased. This sum was sufficient to allow him to live freely in a first-tier city, alleviating his financial worries and liberating him from the drudgery of a job that drained his spirit. His father sent another message, urging him to take care of his health and not to work too hard, and then resumed his daily activities. Lu Wei reciprocated with a reminder. It's getting cold. Make sure to buy a good down jacket for you and Mom in town. Don't catch a chill. It wasn't that Lu Wei was stingy. He could certainly send more money. However, such actions might lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he preferred a more gradual approach, transferring smaller amounts periodically until they became accustomed to the idea, allowing them to believe that Lu Wei was thriving in his job and earning well, thereby easing their acceptance of change. Having completed the transfer, Lu Wei felt a sense of clarity and stood up to leave. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by his financial advisor, who approached him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Lu, is there anything else you need?" He glanced at her name tag. Li Wangqing, rather pleasant name, complemented by her striking beauty. Among all his experiences at the bank, this advisor left the most lasting impression, as it had been ages since he had conversed closely with such an attractive woman. While she had initially attempted to market investment products to him, upon his request to consider them, she refrained from pushing further, occasionally refilling his tea, which indicated her amiable nature. Investment opportunities can indeed be enticing, often backed by the bank's credibility and promising high returns. Yet they may not disclose the inherent risks. What if he incurred losses or encountered difficulties withdrawing funds? Feeling that he had no further business, having completed the term deposit, Lu Wei prepared to depart. He exchanged contact information with Li Wanqing, engaging in light conversation as they walked. His attire was rather plain today, but did not diminish her enthusiasm towards him. "Mr. Lu, I will be your dedicated personal financial advisor from now on. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to reach out." "Oh, anything at all?" Her words elicited a smile from Lu Wei, although it bore a hint of mischief, leaving him uncertain of his own thoughts. "We can offer VIP clients additional non-financial services, such as high-end health management, educational planning for children, and art collection." Li Wanqing blushed and quickly clarified, aware that Lu Wei might have misinterpreted her intentions. "All right, he'll reach out when the opportunity arises." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Wei swiftly made his exit. Chapter 3. A spontaneous journey. The class was one he would never attend again, a decision made for life. No longer would he be subjected to others' commands or endure scorn directed at him. The following day, he awakened naturally, only to find that it was already past 10 o'clock. As Lu Wei lay in bed, his mind wandered, contemplating what a millionaire ought to do. Upon returning the previous day, he noticed a banner hanging at the lottery shop by his community, proclaiming congratulations for winning the grand prize of 54 million yuan in the lottery. Many gathered inside, buzzing with excitement, hoping to bask in the fortune's glow. It wouldn't be long before rumors circulated that a resident of this neighborhood was the winner, especially since Lu Wei passed by the shop daily, and it was possible that he might be inadvertently exposed. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat for a few days until the excitement subsided. But what should he do in the meantime? Lu Wei opened his phone and searched for what one might do with newfound wealth and leisure. 1. Travel, circumnavigate the globe. 2. Shop extravagantly, acquiring all the luxury brands, cars, and houses. 3. Find a youthful companion. The options seemed rather trivial, yet travel was indeed an appealing suggestion. After years of relentless overtime, he had never once indulged in leisure or adventure. It was still too early to return home for the new year. Arriving too soon might invite disdain. The winter in Shanghai was quite frigid, with biting winds that pierced through to the bone. A trip south to bask in the sun seemed ideal, to warm his spirit. Sonia, for instance, was always bustling during winter, attracting many who sought refuge from the cold, strolling along the beach in light attire, sipping coconuts while watching the sunset. Such a picturesque thought. With newfound determination, Lu Wei sprang into action. While rummaging through his belongings, he stumbled upon his passport and the Macau travel permit, documents he had obtained years ago but never utilized. They were originally procured at the behest of a former girlfriend who had hoped he would take her abroad or to the island for a vacation. Alas, they had never been put to use. The moment he realized he had been a bona fide pauper, abandoned before graduation, was too painful to revisit. Reflecting on the past, he felt a pang of regret. If only women knew of his current state, would they look back with regret? Gazing at the documents, he mused that Macau was an enticing option. Its climate was warm and inviting, and it was home to the fabled gaming establishments. He envisioned visiting the opulent casinos, perhaps trying his luck at the tables. Having watched countless TVB dramas and gangster films depicting characters fleeing to Macau after misdeeds in Hong Kong, he felt a strong desire to explore that world. Without further ado, Lu Wei opened a travel app and booked a flight. With business class tickets priced at a mere 5,000 yuan, a trivial expense for him now. Estimating the time needed to reach the airport, he scheduled a flight 4 hours later, flying directly from Pudong to Macau. He had little to pack, hastily tossing in a couple of clothing items before slinging a bag over his shoulder and hailing a taxi straight to the airport. En route, he arranged for border clearance at the airport, breezing through security checks until he finally arrived at the VIP lounge in Pudong. In the waiting lounge, while sipping tea and making hotel reservations, Lu Wei contemplated several renowned 5-star hotels in Macau, such as the Venetian, New Lisboa, and Wynn. The Venetian, a luxurious establishment, charged 6,000 yuan per night for its opulent suites. Thus, he decided to book 3 nights. While a trip could last no longer than 7 days, exceeding that would risk being apprehended for labor on vessels due to certain circumstances that rendered the situation akin to an overseas journey. He glanced at his messages and noted with a twinge of pain that he had already spent over 20,000 yuan. This sum represented 3 to 4 months of his salary, now swiftly dissipated, and this was merely the beginning of what seemed to be a path toward extravagance. He searched for travel tips online and nearly overlooked a crucial item, a data package. Without mobile data, navigating once he arrived would render him utterly lost, his phone becoming nothing more than a useless brick. This marked Lu Wei's second flight. Previously, his travels had been limited to the green-skinned trains. His last journey had been a bargain ticket on a low-cost airline for merely 199 yuan, cheaper than a train fare, which had prompted him to seize the opportunity for a fresh experience. Aside from the thrill of airborne travel, the memories remained less than delightful. At the crack of dawn, he rushed to the airport by 5 a.m. Once airborne, fatigue enveloped him. The seats were even harder than those on the green trains, making this initial experience rather uncomfortable. Guided by an elegantly attired flight attendant in black stockings, Lu Wei accessed the aircraft through the VIP channel, observing the lengthy queue at the boarding gate with a sense of wonder. The lives of the affluent appeared so simple and unadorned, yet undeniably joyful. His experiences traversed the green train, high-speed rail, and now air travel, each mode of transportation revealing a different facet of society. On the green train, passengers jostled with their numerous bags, the air thick with the scent of instant noodles mingled with the odor of unwashed feet. During the spring festival travel rush, even the restroom door was besieged by crowds, the floor glistening with grime, and nights were spent amidst the cacophony of snoring. Sitting by the aisle, one was frequently jostled, enduring a slow and torturous journey, albeit at an economical fare, over 100 yuan to traverse vast distances from the south to the north. With the advent of high-speed trains, a refreshing experience emerged: cleanliness, tranquility, and speed, with spacious and comfortable seating, and even tall, elegant attendants in black stockings. Although he had never ventured into business or first-class seating, he imagined it to be a realm of luxury, covering the same distance in a fraction of the time, yet at 2 to 3 times the cost of the green train. Seated in the expansive comfort of business class, Lu Wei couldn't help but notice the flight attendant before him appeared even more striking than those in economy class, prompting him to ponder if he had simply been deprived of beautiful women for too long, as each seemed more enchanting than the last. Shortly after takeoff, the flight attendant offered refreshments, and he indulged in his favorite, the sweet nectar of sugary soda, a source of joy for many a homebody, akin to beer. He downed a glass of the fizzy drink in one go, the effervescence overwhelming, leading to an involuntary belch that broke the silence, slightly embarrassing him. Surrounding him were individuals dressed impeccably and exuding poise, resembling successful professionals. He couldn't help but wonder if they had heard his little faux pas. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat guilty, pretended to scratch his nose while glancing around. Alas, the sudden influx of wealth left him unprepared, particularly in terms of demeanor. Perhaps he was a bit hungry. He requested additional meals from the flight attendant, leaving the charming young lady momentarily stunned, as if she had never encountered such a request before. After receiving the food, he leisurely indulged himself, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding atmosphere, where most passengers were quietly engrossed in books or dozing off. The traveler seated beside him occasionally turned to glance in his direction, perhaps astonished by the sight of someone in business class continuously eating. When their eyes met, Lu Wei awkwardly smiled, his mind racing with thoughts. Had he never seen a nouveau riche in business class? Did affluent individuals always comport themselves with such grace? Was he somehow bringing shame to the newly wealthy? Having never been in such a position before, he was uncertain of the proper conduct. The seats in business class were undeniably comfortable, and after satisfying his hunger, he soon drifted into slumber. Half awake, he heard the announcement that they would arrive in Macau in half an hour. The sleep had been refreshing, allowing him to calm the excitement from the previous day, and he felt assured of his newfound wealth, dreaming of laughter that brought him joy upon waking. By the time they landed, it was already 8 p.m. and darkness enveloped the sky. However, the temperature was strikingly warm. Stepping outside, he transitioned abruptly from a chilly 3 degrees to a balmy 23 degrees, making his winter attire feel cumbersome. With little luggage, he walked directly to the taxi stand and entered a waiting cab, speaking to the driver in a mix of Cantonese. "To the Venetian, please." "Understood," the driver replied. And without further ado, they set off. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived, and as Lu Wei reached for his wallet to pay, embarrassment washed over him. He had forgotten to exchange for Macanese patakas, carrying only a few hundred yuan. The driver turned to him and said, "Sir, we've arrived. The fare is 48 patakas." The fluent Mandarin made Lu Wei's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Apologies, I don't have patakas. Would you accept RMB?" He stammered. Yes. I can also accept Alipay and WeChat. We are interconnected with the mainland," the driver responded. Lu Wei was taken aback, surprised by the deep integration between Macau and the mainland, and the local acceptance of currency from across the border. Generously, he handed the driver a red banknote. "No need for change. Thank you, sir. May you prosper." The driver seemed to understand that men from the mainland often came to experience gambling, while women flocked to shop. With improved transportation, throngs of mainland tourists now frequented Macau for enjoyment. Under the night sky, the Venetian shimmered in opulent lights. Standing as Asia's largest single-structure hotel and Macau's most expansive establishment, sprawling across 10.5 million square feet with 39 stories and over 3,000 guest rooms, encompassing leisure, shopping, and entertainment. As he approached the front desk to check in, the fluent Mandarin of the reception staff alleviated any anxieties of being in an unfamiliar place. Upon entering his hotel room on the 29th floor, a panoramic view of Macau unfolded before him. The bustling scenery stirred a profound sense of reflection within him. Truly, being wealthy was splendid. I captured a photograph of the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and shared it on my social media. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. I set the visibility to only my colleagues, complete with location tagging, and I wonder what that overweight fellow's expression might be upon seeing it. I can only imagine his irritation. After a brief respite, I made my way to the third floor for a meal, the essence of the Venetian experience, reminiscent of canal-style architecture, teeming with culinary delights and shopping. As per the online recommendations, Lu Wei chose a distinctive restaurant, where we ordered a plate of stir-fried beef ho fun, half a serving of roasted meats, and milk tea, sufficient to satisfy our hunger. With several days ahead of us, there is ample time for further exploration. For now, we shall make do. Chapter 4. The God of Gambling? No, merely fortune. I awoke at 10 o'clock, a rare indulgence I had not experienced in quite some time. The hotel's king-sized bed, a haven of comfort, allowed me to roll about in bliss. Had it not been for a pressing need to relieve myself, I might have slept until hunger roused me. Gradually, I transitioned from a state of whimsical drifting back to reality, fearing that I might awaken to the blaring of my work alarm. Thrust back into the monotony of my previous life. Fortunately, upon opening my eyes, I found myself still in this hotel, still in Macau. Each day I awaken, reflecting on the considerable wealth I possess, which brings me immense joy. After freshening up, I descended for breakfast. It is said that there are several Michelin-starred establishments here. To visit without sampling their offerings would indeed be a misfortune. I consulted Baidu for a few comparisons and decided on Cantonese cuisine at the one-star Michelin Li Yuan restaurant. Upon arrival, a considerable queue awaited. Nearly half an hour later, Lu Wei was finally seated. Glancing at the menu, I ordered everything I had heard of: crispy pigeon, black bean chicken feet, prawn dumplings, steamed ribs, black truffle mushroom buns, crab and lobster soup dumplings, and mango sago. When the dishes arrived, they were exquisite yet modestly portioned, characteristic of Cantonese cuisine. One bite of the prawn dumpling instantly captivated my taste buds. The shrimp was tender and springy. How delightful. Indeed, my lack of worldly experience rendered everything novel and delicious. I devoured every dish, finishing off with a refreshing cup of mango sago, leaning back in my chair, slightly overindulged, and letting out a contented burp. Having satisfied my hunger, it was time for some entertainment. The basement of the Venetian is renowned as a famous gambling venue. Upon passing through security, I was immediately greeted by the gaming tables and slot machines reminiscent of the films from Hong Kong, igniting a desire to partake in the experience. Baccarat, dice games, blackjack, roulette, Texas Hold'em, and sports betting are among the principal forms of gambling in Macau. Dice, arguably the simplest of the games, involve 3 dice totaling 18 points, with small bets ranging from 4 to 10 and large bets from 11 to 17. One can choose to bet on small or large, or even specific numbers, with enticing odds. Betting on specific numbers can yield up to 200 times the wager if one rolls a triplet, while simple small or large bets face the risk of a triplet resulting in a total loss. Each table was surrounded by eager players, all clutching their chips, selecting their preferred betting points, and placing their wagers, awaiting the dealer to reveal the outcome. Although the crowd was substantial, it did not possess the cacophonous fervor typical of Hong Kong films, where people exuberantly shouted in excitement. It felt more like a mere gathering of onlookers. Each table had varying minimum bets, starting from 300, 500, to 1,000, indicating that the lowest wager needed to correspond to these amounts. Such simplicity in gameplay naturally piqued his interest. Lu Wei promptly approached the counter and exchanged 50,000 in chips, a significant sum for him, almost equivalent to a year's salary. His primary intention was merely to experience the thrill of betting. He was determined not to fall into the perilous habit of gambling recklessly, which could lead him to financial ruin and transform him into a pauper. Upon arriving at the table with a minimum bet of 300, he observed the previous outcomes displayed on a nearby LCD screen, which revealed nearly 20 rounds of results. As the next betting round commenced, Lu Wei decisively placed 1,000 in chips on the big outcome. The players locked in their bets, and the dealer began the round. The results were 3, 5, 6, and 14, big. Lu Wei could not help but grin. He had just won 1,000, with the chips handed back by the dealer. His heart raced with excitement. The exhilaration was undeniably intoxicating. Without further contemplation, the second round began. Lu Wei deliberated for a moment, then placed both of his 1,000 chips on big once more, convincing himself to take a contrary stance. Since the last round had yielded a big, it would be unusual for it to happen again, prompting him to act against the crowd's expectations. With bets secured, the dealer shook the dice cup, revealing his hands before lifting the lid after a moment of stillness. Lu Wei fixated on the dice, and laughter erupted within him as the results unfolded. 4, 4, 5, big. His hunch had proven correct. In mere minutes, he had accrued 4,000, earning 3,000 in profit. The adrenaline surged through his veins, invigorated by the thrill of rapid winnings. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, continually reminding himself to limit his bets to a maximum of 5 chips per round. After continuing for several rounds, Lu Wei had amassed 80,000 in chips, netting over 30,000 in winnings. Remarkably, he had only incurred losses in 3 of those rounds, and his luck today seemed almost extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he noticed envious glances from those around him. His winning streak was undeniably impressive. The sensation of winning was exhilarating and immensely gratifying. Initially, Lu Wei had prepared to spend the 50,000 in chips, intending to walk away if he lost it all, but now, having gained several thousand, he felt reluctant to depart. This endeavor was becoming addictive. He resolved that he would play just one final hand, regardless of whether he won or lost. For the prospect of depleting his card balance was a genuine concern. With such fortuitous luck, he decided to wager on a specific number, choosing his birthday, 17. For his last bet, he placed a $10,000 chip on the number 17, and the dealer raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. As it was hard not to remember someone who had won so many rounds at his table. Once everyone had finalized their bets, the dealer repeated his earlier actions, spreading his hands, pressing down on the dice cup, and then unveiling it after a moment of calm. To everyone's astonishment, the result was 5, 6, 6, totaling 17. Someone had indeed hit the mark. As the outcome was revealed, exclamations erupted around the table, and the surrounding spectators were momentarily taken aback. Truly, this was a 60-fold payout. What extraordinary luck. The commotion drew onlookers from 2 nearby tables, all marveling at the chips and the dice in the cup, collectively gasping in disbelief. What an incredible stroke of fortune. This was a 60-fold return. Hitting it once could lead to a fortune. Lu Wei felt a surge of nerves under the scrutiny of the crowd as he accepted the 6 $100,000 chips from the dealer, his hands trembling slightly. He tossed a $1,000 chip to the dealer, saying, "For you." "Thank you, sir." The dealer accepted it with a slight smile, eager to escape the overwhelming attention. Lu Wei maneuvered through the throng and exchanged his chips at the counter. Having savored the thrill of gambling, he decided it was time to withdraw. Becoming a gambling god was an impossibility. Today's luck was simply fortuitous, akin to stepping in dog excrement. As Lu Wei returned from the counter, he noticed that his previous table had become even more crowded, likely as others sought to bask in his good fortune, each harboring dreams of wealth. Exiting the gambling hall, he was enveloped in a tapestry of joy, excitement, tension, and exhilaration, reminiscent of his entry into the redemption hall. After all, the prospect of earning money was undeniably exhilarating. He had spent the entire afternoon in the casino, and time had flown by, wandering aimlessly through the Venetian, surrounded by beauty and luxury. He pondered what gifts to bring back for his parents and sister, uncertain of their preferences. Regardless, it was time to indulge in some shopping. This is merely a narrative device, not an endorsement of gambling, so please remain grounded. Chapter 5. The bar at the Venetian, the Grand Canal shops buzzed with life, teeming with tourists from all corners of the globe, and each store was filled with eager shoppers. Among the ostentatious display of wealth from the southern elite, Lu Wei's presence would not be underestimated. Those nouveau riche from the provincial capital often donned casual attire of shorts and flip-flops, making it difficult to distinguish them. Lu Wei himself wore a simple short-sleeve shirt priced at 199 yuan and faded jeans. As he prepared to shop, he braced himself for the likelihood of being overlooked. Having read countless novels where the underdog enters upscale stores only to be met with derision from a snobbish clerk. However, upon entering the long-coveted brand store, he was taken aback. The experience was not as he had anticipated. The sales assistant did not treat him with disdain due to his somewhat shabby attire. Rather, she enthusiastically recommended several suitable styles. Under her warm guidance, he browsed through clothing brands he had previously only encountered online, and a sense of affluence began to swell within him. He eagerly selected several styles suggested by the assistant and tried them all on in the fitting room. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and he realized he looked quite handsome. It was uncertain whether it was the clothes that enhanced his appearance or the burgeoning balance in his pocket that inflated his confidence. But he unabashedly laughed at himself in the new garments. The sales assistant had an excellent eye. The chosen outfits suited him perfectly, making him appear both radiant and refined. Lu Wei promptly pushed all the tried-on garments toward her, declaring, "I'll take these. And please fetch me a suitcase to put these in." "Thank you." The sales assistant cheerfully complied and quickly prepared. Ultimately, after spending over 60,000, Lu Wei exited the store with a suitcase in tow, while the sales assistant waved him off with enthusiasm. Once out of sight, a pang of regret struck Lu Wei. In an instant, his entire annual salary had vanished. This place truly was a den of indulgence. He checked his phone to review his earnings for the day. Thankfully, he had made a profit of several $100,000, considering it a fair exchange. No regrets, no regrets. Onward. He still had gifts for his family to purchase. After several more hours of shopping, he finally found a few suitable presents. By the time he returned to his room, night had fallen. Peering out at the small city, the nighttime splendor was truly captivating. He ordered dinner over the phone, eagerly preparing to indulge in a relaxing bath. The bubbles rising in the tub mirrored his jubilant mood, overflowing with joy. He dragged the dining table beside the bathtub, eating while soaking, marveling at the pleasures of wealth. The night alone felt interminable. Sprawled across the expansive bed, he played games, whimsically purchasing a V10 for his online gaming, knowing that while such spending wouldn't improve his skills, it would certainly enhance his status. After a few rounds, he began to feel a twinge of boredom. Was his Macau adventure to be confined to gaming in the hotel? The long night seemed to beckon for some activity. He searched online for ways to pass the time and considered the recommendations. Watching a movie, too mundane, as a trip to the cinema would be far more enjoyable. Visiting a bar for drinks and flirtation, a nightclub, which he had yet to experience. This could be intriguing, a chance to broaden his horizons. He had heard that the service industry in Macau was quite developed. He wondered what the nightlife would be like, particularly in the bars of the Venetian, which should be safe given that they were self-operated. After reviewing the hotel guide, he donned the clothes he had just purchased, grabbed his room key, and set out. Upon entering the bar, a cacophony assaulted his senses. The DJ's music was deafening. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a lively scene with dancers on stage, including bikini-clad women gyrating around a pole. Wow, is this something I can enjoy without spending a dime? He thought, swallowing hard, feeling a bit parched. Lu Wei gently touched his slightly flushed face. Indeed, the scene was captivating. What made it so enchanting was the multitude of people, the vastness of the space, and the strikingly fair-skinned individuals, both men and women, who had gathered out of curiosity. They found a spot to settle down, and a server approached him, inquiring about his drink preference. Lu Wei glanced over the menu multiple times, perplexed, as he had never sampled any of the offerings and was utterly bewildered. He opted for a cocktail, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, curiously surveying his surroundings. The dim lighting obscured much of the area, with the spotlight illuminating the pole dance stage. The DJ's incessant shouts of come, come, mingled with the pulsating rhythm of lively music, accompanied by a group of alluring women swaying to the beat. Perhaps this was the rhythm they so adored. As Lu Wei surveyed the scene with intrigue, his gaze crossed with that of a long-haired girl sitting diagonally across from him, who held a drink in her hand and was also scanning the room. She flashed him a smile, and Lu Wei, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered his head, as if he were a country bumpkin caught in the act, feeling a bit self-conscious. He raised his glass and looked back, only to find that she was gazing at him as well. Lu Wei lifted his drink in a toast, shaking it lightly to alleviate his awkwardness. Just as he set down his glass, a graceful figure approached him. Are you here alone? I hope you don't mind if I sit here, the long-haired girl said, her eyes sparkling like dewy orbs, captivatingly beautiful. Not at all, please do take a seat, Lu Wei replied, shifting slightly to make room. A waft of fragrant perfume enveloped him, stirring the heart of this solitary soul. He couldn't discern the exact scent she wore, but it was undeniably delightful. Lu Wei swallowed nervously, contemplating how to break the silence. Are you here in Macau for leisure? The girl inquired. Yes, I came alone. It gets a bit dull in the evenings, so I thought I'd check out a bar, he explained. I also came solo, seeking a respite from my thoughts. I traveled here from the capital. How about you? I'm from the magical city and just arrived yesterday. I haven't even explored the Venetian yet. Lu Wei offered. Would you like to have a drink? My treat. Ah, are you attempting to intoxicate me? How mischievous. She jested. No, Lu Wei hurriedly responded, as he lacked any experience in such matters. I merely wish to treat you to a drink. Non-alcoholic options are available as well. Thank you for speaking with me. Haha. I was just teasing you. You looked so anxious. She laughed. Then, I'd love a mojito. As the cocktails flowed, their conversation blossomed, touching upon life, work, and relationships, with the girl predominantly sharing her thoughts while Lu Wei chimed in occasionally. He learned that her name was Jiang Sinan, who had come to Macau to mend her heart after a breakup. At times, she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, the warmth of her breath igniting a flutter within him. Gradually, as they grew more comfortable, she would even cling to his arm playfully. Whether it was his corny jokes that amused her or the slight chill of the bar, he could not tell. He became her most devoted listener, offering comfort during her moments of sorrow. After indulging in several rounds of cocktails, Lu Wei, despite the relatively low alcohol content, began to feel a slight dizziness due to his limited tolerance for spirits. Jiang Xian, leaning against him, appeared somewhat tipsy as well, perhaps intoxicated by the ambience rather than the drink itself. It was already 2 a.m. when Lu Wei assisted her to the front desk to settle the bill. The two then embraced as they entered the elevator. She remained silent and still, resting against him, prompting Lu Wei to select his floor. The next day, upon awakening, Lu Wei found himself gazing into the enchanting eyes of Jiang Xian. They reclined on the bed, exchanging soft words, with her nestled against him, her fingers tracing delicate circles on his body. A rumbling sound interrupted the tranquility, causing Jiang Xian to shyly bury her face. Having indulged in drinks the previous night without much sustenance, leaving her now quite hungry, Lu Wei chuckled softly, stroking her hair. Let us get up. I'll take you out for a delightful meal. You seem quite famished. It's your fault. I've been hungry for ages, she retorted playfully. Lu Wei couldn't help but smile. All right, it's all my fault. Whatever you wish to do today, I shall accompany you. With time pressing and no opportunity to dine elsewhere, they resolved to seek nourishment within the Venetian. Respecting Jiang Xian's preferences, Lu Wei inquired about her culinary desires. She tilted her head in contemplation. How about we check out the hotel's own restaurant? Sounds great. I'm all ears. After browsing the restaurant's offerings, they opted for Western cuisine, as they were accustomed to the various local dishes. Handing the menu to Jiang Xian, he encouraged her to make her selections. The young lady, rather modest, chose only a steak and a salad, which she then pushed towards Lu Wei, wishing to treat her. Lu Wei decided to upgrade her choice to the most expensive Wagyu steak and a caviar salad. No, the previous choice was sufficient. Jiang Xian quickly waved her hands in refusal. It's all right. If I'm treating you, it must be the finest. He insisted. Shall we have something to drink? How about some red wine? Let us skip the alcohol. I don't want to get tipsy again. I still want to enjoy the afternoon. Lu Wei then ordered French foie gras, black truffle pasta, mushroom soup, and a dessert to complete their meal. Will we be able to finish all of this? It seems rather pricey. Jiang Xian pondered aloud, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Don't worry, indulge yourself. If you can't finish, I'll take care of it. I absolutely refuse to waste anything. But it's so expensive. This meal will cost 5,000. Let us split the bill later. Lu Wei couldn't resist gently tousling her hair, finding her adorably naive. Fear not. Today I shall treat you to a lavish feast. I have means. Let me tell you, I won several thousand at the casino downstairs yesterday. So, feel free to eat to your heart's content. Really? Jiang Xian blinked her large, expressive eyes in astonishment. I find it hard to believe that this den of indulgence could yield such winnings for you. Noticing her skepticism, Lu Wei grappled with how to assure her, realizing that revealing his bank balance was hardly a plausible option. Indeed, yesterday was a fortuitous day for me. I initially intended to wager a few thousand casually, indifferent to the prospect of losing. To my astonishment, I found success with each bet, culminating in a remarkable turn of fortune when I correctly predicted a number, yielding a return of several multiples. Lu Wei's incredulity was mirrored in Jiang Xinan's expression, her face adorned with a myriad of question marks. Are we truly certain that we can emerge victorious here? Nevertheless, transforming surprise into resolve, the two indulged in a hearty feast, ensuring their appetites were satiated before embarking on further endeavors. The beef they savored was exquisitely tender, with a silky texture that possessed just the right amount of chewiness, surpassing any steak Lu Wei had previously tasted at Salia. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The portions in Western cuisine are not particularly large. Upon finishing, Lu Wei felt they had merely grazed the surface of fullness. At the time of settling the bill, Jiang Xinan insisted on splitting the cost, convinced that Lu Wei was merely placating her, but ultimately, he adeptly covered the expenses. Instead of returning to their room, they planned to explore the scenic landmarks of Macau, such as the iconic ruins of St. Paul's. Strolling through the streets of Macau, they appeared as a pair of lovers. A delightful moment Lu Wei, who had been single for several years, had not anticipated. The narrow streets of the old city were reminiscent of those in mainland China, with most buildings being compact and modest in height. Jiang Xinan led him through various eateries, ensuring they did not miss any distinctive local delicacies, which truly broadened his culinary horizons. In a gesture of gratitude, Lu Wei insisted on treating her to a meal at the Michelin-starred restaurant in the new Lisboa Hotel that evening. This establishment, renowned as the Hotel of Macau's Gambling King, boasts 7 Michelin restaurants, making it a culinary hotspot. The 8th restaurant is a prestigious 3-star venue specializing in Cantonese cuisine, the first of its kind in Macau, drawing visitors from across the country. Reservations at such establishments are notoriously difficult to secure, but the two approached it with a sense of chance. Knowing that there were many options available, fortunately, the crowd was sparse that day, and after a brief wait of 30 minutes, they were seated. The 8th restaurant, marked by a simple logo resembling the number 8, featured decor centered around this numeral, which holds significant allure in Cantonese culture, symbolizing good fortune and prosperity. They perused the menu, engaging in a lively discussion about their selections. Dining with a companion often enhances the experience, and Lu Wei eagerly ordered a sampling of the house specialties: roasted suckling pig fried rice, goldfish dumplings, lobster dumplings, a duo of roasted meats, and shrimp balls stir-fried in XO sauce. After a long day of exploration, replenishing their energy was essential. It must be said that this 3-star restaurant offered commendable value, as their total expenditure amounted to just over 3,000 Macanese patakas. With ample time remaining, the pair continued to wander within the new Lisboa, where the gaming floor was bustling with activity, teeming with patrons coming and going. Lu Wei took Jiang Xinan's hand, guiding her into the lively atmosphere. He exchanged 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for chips, distributing 5,000 to her, not out of frugality, but simply to test their luck. Let's try our fortune at this casino. Here's a little something for you to start with. If you wish to continue playing later, I can exchange some more for you. Most young women harbor little interest in gambling. Their true passion lies in shopping. Therefore, during her days in Macau, Jiang Xinan had yet to partake in such activities. However, accompanied by Lu Wei this time, her curiosity was piqued, and she was eager to give it a try. At the sick-bow table, Lu Wei briefly explained the rules to her and encouraged Jiang Xinan to rely on her instincts, suggesting she start with a small bet. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xinan placed a chip of 1,000 on small n. With excitement, clasped her hands together, softly chanting, "Small, small, small." The dealer revealed the results, and upon unveiling the dice, 2, 3, 5, she exclaimed, "Small. Yes, yes, I won." Clapping her hands in jubilation, she turned to Lu Wei, who wore a broad smile. Realizing how effortlessly she was thrilled by the game, he had not anticipated that his previous exhilaration from winning could be surpassed by her delight. As time passed, they experienced a mix of wins and losses. After half an hour, they were left with only 1,000 chips. Jiang Xinan pouted slightly, feeling disheartened by her shift from winning to losing. "Oh dear, someone is unhappy about losing," Lu Wei remarked. "Don't worry, I still have some chips. Shall I offer you my advice?" "All right, I've lost several rounds in a row, so you decide this time," Jiang Xinan replied, her expression obediently tilted. "Let us bet on big this time. We must win." Following Lu Wei's suggestion, she placed her chips on big. Indeed, the outcome was favorable. Jiang Xinan's spirits lifted once more, and her eyes sparkled with admiration for Lu Wei. "Let us make a big bet before we call it a night, shall we?" he proposed. "Sounds good. Let us go all in." "No, let us just wager 10,000 and keep 3,000 for shopping," she suggested. "Since we met on the 8th, let us bet on 8. Isn't that thrilling?" "Ah, but what about betting on big or small? Isn't that too risky?" Jiang Xinan expressed her concern with a frown. "Don't fret. It's a decisive bet. We still have 3,000 left for tomorrow's meals," Lu Wei reassured her. Heeding his words, Jiang Xinan placed her chips on 8. Yet, filled with uncertainty, she shared her worries, but before she could finish, the dealer had already rolled the dice. 1, 3, 4 small on 8. Jiang Xinan leaped up, embracing Lu Wei, exclaiming with glee, "We won. You're amazing. Are you a gambling god?" While the girl was exuberant, Lu Wei remained relatively composed, having experienced a similar thrill just days prior. Internally, he marveled at his remarkable luck. How could he encounter such improbable events 3 times? Perhaps the deity of fortune had smiled upon him. In gratitude, he silently recited, "Infinite longevity, Amit Ba, Amen, thank you, God of wealth, and all the celestial beings." The odds of hitting the 8 o'clock mark were 1 to 10. Jiang Xinan, brimming with excitement, eagerly accepted the payout of 100,000 chips, wrapping her arm around Lu Wei's as she chirped praises about him. Upon reaching the counter, Jiang Xinan handed all the chips to Lu Wei. "You should exchange these. They are all yours for winning." "Oh, you silly. If we win, they are yours. If we lose, they are mine. Tonight, all winnings are yours. Think about it. Didn't I win just a few days ago? This time, let me share a bit of the glory with you." "Oh no, I don't want it. It's all yours. I just came along for the fun," Jiang Xinan insisted, shaking her head. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Lu Wei, she relented and allowed him to transfer the winnings to her Alipay account. "Just like that, you've become wealthy. You must treat me to dinner tomorrow," Lu Wei teased her. "How annoying. Whatever you want to eat, I'll get it for you. You said it." Chapter 7. Remember to come see me. Upon returning to the hotel and escorting Jiang Xinan back to her room, Lu Wei was about to leave when she said, "Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes." With that, she picked up some garments and headed to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the transformed girl reappeared before Lu Wei, looking exquisite. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her figure was striking, resembling a pure maiden. Every smile and frown captivated Lu Wei, leaving him somewhat slack-jawed in admiration. "Oh heavens! I must have done countless good deeds in my past life to randomly encounter such a being." Hand in hand, they returned to the room. Sensing the impending separation, the two became particularly wild that night, leaving traces of their exuberance everywhere. The next morning, Lu Wei awoke, cupping the girl's face and kissing her gently to rouse her. "Good morning, my little beauty. You're the little one. Call me Big Beauty, and see for yourself if I'm not." Lu Wei glanced over, and indeed, her figure was quite ample, easily estimated to be a C-cup. He swallowed hard, feeling parched. "I must investigate," he exclaimed as he lunged toward her, playfully frolicking for a while before gathering her close. "You're leaving this afternoon. How about I accompany you for some shopping later? Let us buy some clothes." "Sounds great. Let us hurry. There are still several stores I haven't visited." Shopping, an innate trait of women, energized Jiang Xinan at the suggestion. They perused through several stores, including Burberry, Chanel, and Gucci. Lu Wei bought her a Burberry bag, while she reciprocated with a belt and some clothes for him. Each of them accumulated quite a haul. If time hadn't been pressing, it seemed Jiang Xinan could have shopped for an entire day. With their arms laden with bags, they returned to the room. Exhausted, Lu Wei thought, "I just want to lie down." Shopping truly is a test of endurance, even more tiring than anything else. While Jiang Xinan tidied up, Lu Wei booked a flight for himself, scheduled to depart slightly over an hour later than hers. Having had enough fun over the past few days, it was time to return. In the airport lounge at Macau, with tears glistening in her eyes, Jiang Xinan embraced Lu Wei tightly. "Remember to come visit me in the capital. Of course, after the new year, I'll definitely find time to come, and you can show me around. Don't lie to me. I'll be waiting for you." After a bittersweet kiss goodbye, Jiang Xinan reluctantly boarded her flight. Lu Wei returned to his VIP waiting area, responding to her messages while awaiting his flight. Glancing at the familiar financial apps on his phone, he seized the opportunity to settle all his outstanding debts, including Huabei, Jibai, Baiqiao, Jintiao, Weidai, and Baidu loan. As he observed the repayment amounts dwindling to zero, a sense of relief washed over him. This was the essence of living freely, unburdened by debt. Checking his bank balance, he still found over 10 million, with the winnings from the Venetian yet to be spent. How delightful it is to possess wealth. On the plane, gazing down at the architecture of Macau, Lu Wei thought of his parents, who had never left their province in their lifetime. This year, he resolved to help them obtain passports and take them traveling next year. Crafting plans and savoring life was the hallmark of a prosperous existence. After nearly 3 hours of travel, he finally arrived at Pudong Airport in the bustling metropolis. In this business class, the ostentatious aura he once exuded had dissipated. He donned a new outfit, resembling a burgeoning internet magnate. Having indulged in an array of Macau's culinary delights, the in-flight meal paled in comparison, which explained why few chose to eat, preferring only coffee or water. Upon disembarking, he was immediately struck by the cold, shivering as he transitioned from a balmy 23 degrees to a brisk 5 degrees. After sweating moments ago, he now felt as frigid as a dog. Collecting his suitcase, he hurried to the restroom to put on warmer clothing, wrapping himself up like a fool until he felt a semblance of warmth. He took a taxi directly back to his rental apartment, where the wealthy Lu Wei began to feel disdain for his modest abode. After sleeping for several nights on a luxurious 1.8-meter soft bed, the cramped 1.3-meter bed in his small rental felt rather constricting. It seemed time to find a new place. How could one sleep through cold nights without heating? Perhaps he would stay at a hotel tonight. Lu Wei felt a bit extravagant. He tidied up his belongings, realizing that a purge was in order, though fortunately, the former struggling Lu had little of value. He packed his computer and essential documents, discarding everything else. He messaged the second landlord on WeChat, mentioning his intention to terminate the lease. The landlord, clearly displeased with such news, immediately insisted on a month's notice, threatening to withhold his deposit if he did not comply. Lu Wei, weary of the landlord's unscrupulousness, dismissed the matter. To him, the deposit felt as though it had already vanished, merely a sacrifice to the dogs. After placating the landlord with a promise to vacate next month, he reflected on the absurdity of a 3-bedroom apartment being partitioned into 8 rooms, alongside exorbitant fixed water charges and electricity rates. They thrived on such arrangements. And when the time came to leave, they would concoct reasons to withhold part of the deposit, be it for a broken lock or wear and tear on furniture and flooring. To reclaim the entirety of one's deposit would require a battle of wits. Suddenly, a notification chimed from WeChat. I've arrived home. Have you made it to the metropolis? It's so cold. Make sure to dress warmly and avoid catching a cold. Jiang Xinan had landed and sent him a message. There was something uniquely delightful about knowing a woman was thinking of him. I just arrived too, tidying up my place. I was freezing the moment I got off the plane and rushed to the restroom to change. Ah, the southern warmth is indeed delightful. Upon returning, Lu Wei exclaimed. Oh dear, how foolish of you not to anticipate the chill. With a chuckle, he realized he had momentarily forgotten the temperatures of the magical metropolis. After a brief chat, Lu Wei mentioned he needed to tidy up, setting aside the charming lady. He impulsively discarded unwanted bedding and clothing into the garbage heap. Nearby, he discovered a hotel with commendable reviews, paying for 3 nights in advance, as he had yet to determine his return home, relishing the freedom of being a wanderer. In recent days, that portly fellow had not reached out, nor had the company called him to complete any formalities or to summon him back to work. Even if he were to be absent from work, it would only cost him 10 days' wages, which no longer seemed to concern him, as his tasks had been trivial. The notion of attending to paperwork was seemingly forgotten. Had that rotund individual neglected to notify HR? Or would it only be revealed at the month's end during attendance audits? This company is truly amusing. If you do not seek me, I shan't bother with you either. He ordered takeout, and after dining, reclined on the plush bed in the hotel, engaging in casual conversation with Jiang Xinan. Men often find their leisure pursuits rather singular, be it playing video games, reading novels, or watching sports. Unlike women, who possess an innate passion for shopping and online purchases, constantly preoccupied with acquiring more. A simple stroll through a mall could consume an entire day, or a full day could be spent perusing shopping websites. Their methods of passing time vastly outnumber those of men. Yet, he could not openly declare his newfound wealth. Nor did he have any female companions by his side. Was the existence of a wealthy man truly so void and solitary? Surely, he couldn't resort to the trivial cards strewn at the entrance to occupy himself, though his finances were no longer a concern. It was not a matter of urgency to indulge. After 2 exhausting days, Lu Wei awoke unsure of what to do. Boredom crept in. As remaining confined in the hotel was hardly an option. Previously, he had lived the life of a corporate drone, ensnared in a relentless 996 routine. With little time for leisure, merely oscillating between home and work. Weekends were spent catching up on sleep, and any form of entertainment felt like a luxury, both time-consuming and costly. Playing a couple of rounds of mobile games hardly qualified as recreation. Having been single for several years, female acquaintances felt like an extravagance, let alone a girlfriend, which was akin to a collector's item. However, he still had a few good friends, each preoccupied with their own lives. Chapter 8. Good evening. Esteemed colleagues, he scrolled through WeChat, locating his university roommate group, which had fallen silent for some time. It was the perfect opportunity to gather for a meal and enjoy some revelry. Hey guys, are you free tonight? Let us have a feast together as a prelude to the new year. You choose the place, and I'll treat. Lu Wei sent the message. Moments later, the notification chimed. What the heck? Wei Go, you've returned to the land of the living. We thought you had vanished to northern Myanmar. Their astonishment was palpable. Wei Go had resurfaced. Lu Wei couldn't help but smile at their banter. He quickly replied, I've been pampered by a wealthy lady, who has taken me on a whirlwind adventure. You all must take me to rejuvenate. What on earth, Wei Go? How much of that magic pill did you consume to take on such a formidable task? Are there still wealthy women around? Just a simple question. How many years less have you struggled? With laughter, we finalized our dinner plans for the evening. The once naive roommates have now embarked on their respective paths in life, each journey diverging from the others. Those years ago, 2 young men from afar, along with 2 local lads from Shanghai, forged a distinct camaraderie over 4 years of close companionship. The 4 great bonds of life, sharing a classroom, enduring challenges together, celebrating triumphs, and reminiscing about those sleepless nights spent together. Do you recall the games we played as a group? The rows of desks at the back of the lecture hall, where we would often doze off. The girl who was the subject of many discussions? Life is fleeting. It seems like just yesterday we were freshers, and now, in the blink of an eye, we have all become wage earners for several years. With time before dinner, Lu Wei decided to stroll through the mall, purchasing gifts for his family. He began with clothing and shoes, selecting items from the popular brand Bodenden, buying 2 down jackets for each family member, followed by 2 pairs of shoes for everyone. He covered all bases and arranged for the items to be shipped directly to his hometown. The first floor of the mall housed numerous jewelry stores, and Lu Wei pondered what to buy for his mother. Over the years, she had only worn a silver bracelet, lacking other adornments. Gold necklaces, rings, and earrings might have been unfamiliar to her. Having raised 3 children and ensured they received an education, her situation was markedly different from many families in the village, where peers often left school after junior high to work. In the years since graduation, as life had been challenging, he and T bought many gifts for his parents, sometimes even feeling a pang of guilt when calling them. He had hoped that starting a job would alleviate the family's burdens and grant them some ease, but instead, he found himself ensnared in a quagmire. Upon entering the jewelry store, a sales associate greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. Are you shopping for yourself or a family member? I can provide some recommendations. I'd like to buy something for my mother. Could you assist me in selecting some jewelry? For older individuals, I recommend considering our jade bangles. We have several exquisite options that are reasonably priced. The associate suggested jade, but Lu Wei hesitated and declined. Let us skip the jade bangle for now. My mother often works with her hands and might find it cumbersome. Please show me something in gold instead. Of course, sir. Your preferences come first, the associate acknowledged, leading him to the gold jewelry section and providing a thorough introduction. Ultimately, he spent over 10,000 acquiring a gold bracelet weighing over 40 grams. As for gold necklaces and earrings, he decided to wait until his mother became accustomed to wearing jewelry. Selecting a gift for his father proved more challenging. Watches held little interest for them. They simply checked the time on their phones now. Belts and wallets were deemed impractical. After some contemplation, Lu Wei resolved to buy his father a mobile phone. He headed straight to the HW store and informed the sales associate. I would like the latest model, the Mate 50, fully equipped. The sales assistant wore a radiant smile, delighted by the arrival of business. Good day, sir. Please have a look at the sample model while I fetch the merchandise for you. She guided Lu Wei to the display, allowing him a moment to familiarize himself before hurrying to the warehouse. Lu Wei examined the sample model and found it quite satisfactory. The 67-inch screen boasted excellent resolution and vibrant colors, making it easy on the eyes, even for someone with presbyopia. At 50 million pixels, the elderly gentleman could capture whatever he desired, unlike the blurry images from the inexpensive phones previously purchased for them. As his gaze wandered around the store, he mentally cataloged additional items, tablets, watches, televisions, each one a viable option. When the sales assistant returned, he also requested a tablet and a watch. Planning to purchase a television online for home delivery, he decided on 5 sets of each item, ensuring that his parents and 2 younger sisters each received a complete set. As for clothing, combined with what he had bought in Macau, he felt sufficiently equipped for now and would not need any more for the time being. After meandering through the mall for an entire afternoon, he finally concluded his shopping. He returned the items to the hotel, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately placed everything in the safe. As the time approached, he made his way to the restaurant where they had agreed to meet, aware that the most popular dining spots often led to lengthy queues, teeming with patrons. Between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, several of his roommates arrived after work. Luo Hui, also from out of town, was currently employed as an HR professional and was single. Peng Yi, a local from the metropolis, worked as a client manager at a bank, though Lu Wei jested that he was more of a deposit peddler. Peng often mentioned the pressure of meeting performance targets and visiting clients. Upon seeing Peng Yi, Lu Wei suddenly pondered whether he should assist him in achieving his performance goals by depositing some of his newfound wealth at his branch, thus alleviating some of his stress. However, he hesitated. How could he broach the subject when they were all aware of his family's circumstances? Revealing that he had recently won a substantial prize might seem inappropriate. Lu Wei felt conflicted and decided to postpone the conversation for a while. The last to arrive was Feng Qi, the most successful among them, also a local. During their university days, he had been the president of the student council, and now he served as an investment manager at a firm, frequently inspecting projects and accompanying executives on social outings. There were several types of gatherings for men: competitive affairs, where individuals boasted about their accomplishments, new cars, annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands, or newly acquired watches, while simultaneously lamenting their financial struggles. Gatherings where one needed to humble themselves, catering to the whims of the powerful. And those purely based on friendship, where the focus was on enjoyment and camaraderie. As they dined, the group exchanged amusing anecdotes from their recent experiences, occasionally sneaking glances at the women in the restaurant and quietly critiquing their appearances. Observing the lively atmosphere, Lu Wei suddenly inquired, "How about visiting a club tonight? I'll treat you to see some young models." The moment the topic was broached, the other 3 perked up, clearly intrigued. "That sounds promising. I've never been to such a place. Let us go check it out." One exclaimed. "After all these discussions, is Brother Wei finally taking us to indulge? I have yet to visit the vibrant metropolis, though I have been invited several times for inspections in other locales. If you wish to go, you are welcome to join." Upon hearing Feng Qi's words, one could discern that he was quite the seasoned individual. Since everyone was eager to embark on this venture, Lu Wei promptly searched for nearby establishments on his phone, checking their ratings. Once a venue was agreed upon, he swiftly made a reservation for a private room via telephone. With thoughts elsewhere, they hurriedly finished their meal. Lu Wei settled the bill at the front desk before hastily departing to hail a cab towards their destination. An exhilarating anticipation coursed through them, hands trembling with excitement. Would they indulge tonight? The urgency was palpable, a burning desire to venture forth. When contemplating how to present oneself at the establishment to avoid appearing as a novice, the tension mounted. Upon arrival, they entered the lobby where a server greeted them, inquiring if they had a reservation. "Yes, I booked over the phone," Lu Wei replied. "Could you please provide your phone number?" After confirming the reservation, the server used a walkie-talkie to summon someone to guide them. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman in a fitted dress approached to escort them to their room. Likely a seasoned professional, for such longevity in the business would otherwise suggest failure. Once seated, she inquired, "Do you have any favorite ladies?" "None. It's our first time here. Please assist us in selecting someone appealing." Lu Wei responded, "Of course. We have options priced at 400 and 600. Which would you prefer?" "Let us go with the 600. Lu Wei declared. "Wow, Wei Guo is prepared to spend big tonight," Luo Hui remarked. "It's fine, tonight. We can each choose 2, and at 1 tea break the bank. I'm not sure what the difference between the 400 and 600 entails, but I'd assume the latter offers higher quality," Lu Wei mused. "Perhaps. Otherwise, why the price disparity? I'd like a lady with long legs," Peng Yi fantasized. "Let us reserve our expectations for now," Feng Qi advised sagely. As they continued their idle chatter, the door to their room swung open. A procession of elegantly dressed women entered, parading before them as if in a beauty pageant, their vibrant appearances dazzling to behold. "Let us greet the esteemed gentleman," the middle-aged woman announced. "Good evening, gentlemen." The ladies chimed in unison, bowing sweetly. This display rendered Lu Wei and his friends somewhat anxious. Leaning forward as if drawn by an invisible force, "Allow the ladies to introduce themselves," one of them prompted. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am from," the women introduced themselves sequentially from left to right, taking a step forward with each introduction before retreating. Once the introductions concluded, it was time for Lu Wei and his companions to make their selections, glancing back and forth in contemplation, caught in a moment of indecision. Come on, Lao Si. You go first. We honor our elders. Lu Wei encouraged Luo Hui, the youngest among them. Luo Hui, with a preference for the more voluptuous, seemed to embody a certain reverence for femininity. After all, the further down the alphabet, the more desirable the choices became. Fortunately, the young ladies present were attired quite lightly, revealing both valleys and the depths of the Mariana Trench. Luo Hui cast a few more glances and ultimately selected two who appeared substantial at first glance. It was uncertain whether he could fully grasp the situation. When Peng Yi chose, he gravitated towards the trendy faces and long legs, ideally preferring a touch of cosplay. Consequently, one was petite yet possessed an influencer's visage, while the other boasted impressive height, likely above 170 centimeters, though her features lacked refinement, reminiscent of northern beauty, a complementary pair. Lu Wei leaned towards the more delicate and charming types, managing to select two from the remaining six. After all, the evening was meant for exploration, and the expectations were not overly demanding, serving as a prelude for future endeavors. When Feng Qi approached the selection, he surveyed the options and declared, "Let us change the lineup." The trio was taken aback, astonished by the possibility of such a switch. Had they known, it would have been a different matter. This fellow turned out to be quite the seasoned veteran, a hidden gem that they had overlooked. The elder then ushered the remaining four away, while the six others settled alongside the trio. Shortly thereafter, the elder introduced 8 new arrivals who stood at the front. Eventually, Feng Qi selected 2. His preferences obscured beneath the dim lighting, yet they all appeared quite appealing. Once the server delivered drinks and platters of fruit, the main lights were dimmed, leaving only ambient lighting. The young women nearby began to warm up the atmosphere. Some chose songs, others uncorked bottles, and conversations began to flow. Unfamiliar with the dynamics, they engaged in a flurry of interactions. Lu Wei felt a tremor in his legs, unsure of how to initiate conversation, and not quite knowing where to place his hands. This was his first experience amidst so many women, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, it was his inaugural venture into such a setting, and he was uncertain of the appropriate conduct. A young woman beside him fetched several bottles of alcohol, handing one to Lu Wei. "Hey there, is this your first time here? Let us have a drink." Lu Wei awkwardly smiled, accepting the bottle and clinking it with the two ladies. Oh heavens! It had been ages since he had been in such close proximity to so many women. The youthful heart was easily stirred, and his desires, recently awakened, began to stir once more. He cast a sidelong glance at a certain direction, then lifted the bottle as if to drink, reminding himself of the purpose behind his visit. Spending money to indulge in the service. This experience differed markedly from his previous encounter at a bar in Macau, and he found himself wondering about the girl from before. Had she found rest? What was she doing? Alas, in such a setting, how could he allow his thoughts to wander to another woman? Just as these thoughts flickered in his mind, he was pulled back by the two women beside him. Observing the individuals nearby, he noticed they were already immersed in their own worlds, engaging in lively discussions or intimate interactions. This place, it appeared, did not require one to be proactive. The women would take the initiative, drawing closer, resting their hands on his arm, allowing for subtle touches that satisfied a lingering psychological desire. Drinking, playing games, and engaging in lighthearted conversation, one might even encourage the ladies to serenade the gathering, as their primary vocation is indeed to provide musical entertainment. At times, the peculiar sensation of being nestled between the arms of the ladies evokes a fluttering in the heart, with the unique proximity igniting one's imagination. Gradually, as the night unfolds, everyone has succumbed to the revelry. Peng Yi, with his slender, internet-famous visage, has leapt onto his companion, her legs wrapped around his waist, as they share drinks mouth to mouth, lost in an embrace that seems to proclaim, "Tonight, nothing can stand in my way." The melodies emanating from the screen on the wall resonate loudly, while private exchanges remain indistinct. Only occasionally do they raise their glasses and toasts, before returning to the tender warmth of their companions. As the evening progresses, Lu Wei finds himself engaged in idle chatter with two ladies nearby. "So where are you from? How long have you been in this bustling city? Is this line of work challenging?" There lingers an undeniable notion that men often seek to entice respectable women into their world, a common inclination indeed, fueled by the courage that alcohol bestows. A flushed Lu Wei indulges in the unique attentions of the ladies. Whether intentional or not, he discreetly assesses their figures, curious to discover the truth behind their alluring appearances. He cannot help but sigh in disappointment. What appeared substantial turned out to be a mere illusion, padded with deceit. How disheartening. Where's your conscience? Lu Wei muses, his interest waning as he ponders the quality of the company surrounding him. As the clock strikes 1, messages circulate in their group chat, signaling the need to retreat as they all have work the following day. Lu Wei steps out to settle the bill, which amounts to just over 6,000. Upon his return, he finds Peng Yi and one of the ladies lingering, the latter playfully inquiring if he could take her for a late-night snack after her shift. Goodness, this fellow possesses quite the charm, Lu Wei thinks, realizing the implications of such an invitation. The distinction between leaving with her after work and now is significant. One entails substantial expenses, while the other may merely require covering the cost of a meal. Nevertheless, venturing out together now carries a different weight, prompting him to tread carefully, mindful of potential repercussions. As they each depart for their respective residences, a message appears in the group chat regarding a shared expense, revealing that the trio wishes to contribute to Lu Wei's bill. Given his known background and profession, they are inclined to share the financial burden, primarily to facilitate their collective enjoyment. No need for a transfer. Let us skip the splitting this time. I've struck it rich. A generous year-end bonus has come my way. Lu Wei responds with a playful spirit. Did you dine lavishly tonight? Wei Gu, have you truly sold your soul? Wei Gu, do your company benefits exceed expectations? They jest, yet Lu Wei, feeling slightly at a loss for words, deftly shifts the conversation toward reflections on the evening's escapades, choosing to overlook their financial overtures. Once again, it is a day of waking naturally from slumber, and last night's revelry has not left him with a hangover. The affluent Lu finds his mind bustling with thoughts of what he should undertake today. He now possesses ample time and wealth to indulge in pursuits he once longed for. It is inconceivable for one to remain alone in a hotel room until the end of time. After all, having resided in this city for several years, there are still numerous places worth exploring and experiencing. However, having only recently acquired his fortune, he has yet to devise a suitable plan, opting instead to relish this period of enjoyment, postponing any concrete decisions until after the new year. Indeed, many individuals perceive the new year as a significant milestone, placing their hopes on the days that follow. The job that has been unsatisfactory this year shall be abandoned after the festivities. The certifications that went unachieved will be pursued anew in the coming year, and those who have yet to find a partner will strive diligently to seek one out post-holiday. Chapter 10. Time to return home for the new year. As the year draws to a close, the streets begin to exhibit a vibrant atmosphere of festivity, and the crowds gradually thin as the spirit of returning home for the new year becomes palpable. Eventually, the thoroughfares of this bustling metropolis will take on a more desolate appearance. In the depths of winter, this city can induce existential doubts, as the southern chill seeps into one's very bones. After a brief excursion to procure some necessities, Lu swiftly returns to his hotel, grateful for the continual embrace of the air conditioning. After all, the cost of running it all day is inconsequential. Feeling somewhat bored, Lu Wei notices a flyer in the hotel promoting hot spring services, instantly piquing his interest. The notion of soaking in an indoor hot spring during this frigid winter while indulging in snacks and playing games is exceedingly appealing. With this thought in mind, he promptly sets off, for a man of leisure and means is seldom deterred in his pursuits. Rest assured, the hot spring facility does not permit mixed bathing. Let us dispel any misconceptions. While no one is inclined to entertain such thoughts, it seems that in certain countries, such arrangements are permissible. The indoor facilities are indeed segregated by gender. After purchasing a pair of swim trunks at the front desk and changing into appropriate attire, he eagerly submerges himself in the thermal waters, which are pleasantly warm, almost excessively so. The moment he immerses himself, a wave of comfort washes over him, reminiscent of being enveloped for the first time. After more than half an hour of soaking, he begins to feel lightheaded, drenched in perspiration. As he rises to exit the pool, he notices an elderly gentleman beside him also attempting to stand, only to lose his balance and unexpectedly topple toward Lu. In a swift reaction, Lu catches him, preventing the man from plunging back into the water. Summoning all his strength, he manages to haul the gentleman to the edge, where they both sit, slightly exhausted. After a moment, the elderly man stirs, his voice faint. Thank you, young man. Not at all, sir. You must have soaked for too long, leading to this faintness. I felt a bit dizzy myself. Indeed, I felt a wave of heat, and suddenly grew weak. Such incidents are not uncommon in hot baths, Lu reflects, having experienced something similar, though he had merely felt a momentary blackout before regaining his composure. After a brief respite, Lu helps the gentleman to his feet. Allow me to assist you to the relaxation area for a moment to recuperate. That would be much appreciated. After resting for a while in the lounge, everyone regained their strength. The uncle, recovering his composure, began to chat animatedly with him. Young man, thank you for today. Otherwise, this old fellow would have been in trouble. No need to thank me, uncle. It was but a small effort. With the new year approaching, everything will be auspicious and there will be no issues. So, what brings you here to soak in the hot springs alone? Lu Wei inquired, handing the uncle a dry towel to wipe off his sweat. I've retired and am quite free, so I decided to come and enjoy myself. Really? You've retired? I would have guessed you were no more than 50. Lu Wei expressed his surprise, as this uncle appeared remarkably youthful, even younger than his father. It seemed as though there was an entire generation's difference when comparing the two. Ha ha ha, then just call me old brother. My surname is Li, so brotherly works too. You can call me uncle, and you one T lose out. The uncle grinned widely, his fondness for Lu Wei growing as they engaged in conversation. Are you a local? No, old brother. I hail from Zhucheng. I came here for my studies and ended up working here. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Oh, what a coincidence. I lived there for a while and worked for a few years. The air there is wonderful, and summers are quite cool. With a shared topic, they began to chat leisurely. It was evident that brotherly held a favorable impression of Lu Wei and bore no airs of exclusion or disdain, recognizing that Lu Wei, being a young man, had only recently entered the workforce and did not appear wealthy. Xiao Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. I've been single for several years without dating anyone. How about I introduce you to someone? Ah, old brother, your acquaintances are all locals. They wouldn't be interested in someone like me. It might end up being awkward. Lu Wei felt a slight aversion towards local girls, likely because he had hardly spoken to any during his school years, perceiving them as difficult to approach. Haha, no worries. I can find someone who won't have such thoughts. Let us grab our phones and exchange contact information. We can go out for meals and tea together when we have time, brotherly suggested. The two then stood up and moved to the wardrobe area, where they added each other on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. The hot spring establishment offered food and drinks, providing an opportunity for the two to eat and chat together. They shared stories about Brother Li's past life in Zhucheng and Lu Wei's experiences over the past few years, reminiscent of long-lost friends. After bidding farewell to Brother Li, Lu Wei returned to the hotel, reflecting on the enjoyable days he had. He decided it was time to return home for the new year and booked a flight for the following day. Jiang Xinan occasionally sent him messages, inquiring about his well-being and when he would return home for the holiday. This ambiguous relationship left Lu Wei uncertain about their current standing. After experiencing business class on 2 occasions, he had lost any curiosity about it, opting to fly back in economy class this time. Although his savings would easily cover many such flights, he deemed it unnecessary, especially since last-minute economy tickets were already priced over 2,000. The wealth that does not return to one's hometown is akin to wearing splendid garments in the dead of night. While it may not be accurate to declare him a millionaire, he can certainly project an image of success. Moreover, the village is no longer the bastion of simplicity it once was. The spirit of comparison runs rampant, with many exhibiting a marked preference for wealth over modesty. Should one's family find themselves in less favorable financial circumstances, they may be ostracized, excluded from gatherings and feasts. The absence of a newly constructed home or a car can serve as reasons for social neglect. In recent years, in pursuit of education for their 3 children, Lu Wei's parents have either sought work elsewhere or increased their livestock, leaving little surplus to invest in a new house. Several families in their vicinity have already erected 2- or 3-story brick buildings, many of whom have members working together in Guangdong, accumulating annual incomes that reach into the hundreds of thousands. Lu Wei's elder sister has graduated and now works as a doctor in the township hospital, achieving financial independence, while his younger sister remains in school, still reliant on living and tuition expenses. Indeed, economy class can be somewhat cramped and the seats less comfortable. It is said that it is easy to slip from frugality into luxury, yet difficult to revert to a simpler lifestyle. Lu Wei sighed, occasionally grappling with the notion of having opted for business class. How had he become so indulgent in just over a week? Upon arriving at the airport in Jucheng, Lu Wei took a taxi directly to the automotive city, intending to purchase a vehicle to drive back home, thereby subtly showcasing a semblance of affluence. After all, within the village, a hierarchy of disdain exists regarding automobiles, where foreign brands look down upon domestic ones. After some deliberation, Lu Wei chose to explore Volkswagen and Toyota, starting with the Volkswagen dealership. Volkswagen has long held significant market influence since the days of the Santana and Passat. During his school years, he often noticed that leaders would arrive in Passats, fostering in him a fascination with the brand, which he deemed both prestigious and sophisticated. Particularly in high school, he had once traveled in his cousin's Passat, who was a company manager at the time, igniting a desire within him to own one in the future. With a budget in mind, Lu Wei shortlisted the Tiguan and Passat as contenders, believing a car priced around 200,000 yuan would afford him respect in the village. He also visited the nearby Toyota dealership, considering the RAV4 and Highlander. However, the Highlander exceeded his budget and required a markup for purchase. Although the RAV4 was acceptable, it seemed to lack something compared to the Tiguan. After much contemplation, he ultimately favored Volkswagen, selecting the more imposing Tiguan over the smaller, more refined Toyota, particularly since Toyota did not have any vehicles available. The adage suggests that while Toyotas are reliable, Volkswagens are often less so. It remains unclear which holds true. Nevertheless, such sentiments do not diminish the esteem in which Volkswagen is held by the general populace. After completing the transaction in full, the dealership generously provided a host of accessories and a fuel card. Unable to secure a local license plate in Jucheng, he had to arrange for a temporary plate, allowing him to drive back to his home city for proper registration. After enduring a myriad of inspections for nearly 2 hours, Lu Wei, who had scarcely driven in years, finally found himself at the helm of his very first car. His sole objective was to return home. However, he circled the nearby roads for almost an hour to familiarize himself with the vehicle before setting the navigation towards the highway entrance. Chapter 11. The hesitance of homecoming. With utmost caution, he drove for over 3 hours, ultimately reaching the town after an intensely nerve-wracking journey of more than 200 kilometers. Throughout the drive, Lu Wei resembled a novice driver. He sat rigidly, eyes fixed ahead. After 3 hours of high-stakes concentration, his back ached, rendering him somewhat hunched. Yet, he was akin to a beginner, having scarcely driven since obtaining his license a year prior. As evening descended and he exited the highway into the town, the reduced speed made the driving experience considerably easier. The closer he drew to home, the more his emotions surged, excitement tinged with anxiety as he recognized the familiar roads and surroundings. He pondered what expressions his parents might wear upon his unexpected return. Having refrained from visiting last year due to financial constraints, it dawned on him that he had been away for 2 full years. After approximately another half hour, he finally arrived in the village. Lu Wei's home was situated near the village road, featuring a yard previously used by his father for parking the tractor. He parked the car in the yard and honked the horn. Beep, beep. His mother hurried over to investigate, her curiosity piqued by the sight of a new car parked in the yard at such a late hour. Lu Wei opened the car door and called out, "Mom, I'm back. Old Lu, our son has returned. Come quickly," his mother exclaimed with palpable excitement, while his father emerged from the house, momentarily at a loss for words at the sight before him. Observing his mother's elation made Lu Wei's eyes well up with tears. No matter how far he roamed or how long he was gone, it was always his mother who yearned for his return. He embraced her tightly, reiterating, "Mom, I'm back for the new year." His mother, Li Xiaoying, an ordinary rural woman, gazed at her eldest son with trembling excitement. "It's wonderful that you're back. This year, you finally made it home for the new year." The mere sight of her beloved son seemed to bring her a sense of peace. Lu Wei turned off the engine and retrieved his suitcase, to which his father approached to assist. Lu Wei timidly called out, "Dad, have you eaten yet?" Old Lu, not one for eloquence, expressed his concern with a simple question. "Not yet. I drove straight here from Jucheng without stopping for food." Is there any dinner? Lu Wei admitted his hunger to his parents. We've already eaten. We didn't know you were coming, and didn't prepare anything special, they replied. After taking his belongings inside, he noted that only his parents were home. His younger sister was at the town hospital, and the youngest was still in school, but would likely be home soon. Their house remained a traditional tiled roof dwelling. In the damp and chilly winters of the south, the family would gather around the stove, which served the dual purpose of providing warmth and cooking meals. After setting down his luggage and taking a seat, Lu Wei's mother hastily prepared to cook for him. Noticing that there were still some leftovers available, there is no need for any new preparations. I simply wish to heat up what we have. Grabbing her mother, he prepared to chop the vegetables, while he took the leftovers to warm them. During the meal, Li Xiaoying inquired, "Why did you drive back? Isn't renting a car rather expensive?" Lu Wei, who was eating, couldn't suppress a laugh, as he surmised her thoughts, that she might believe he returned to maintain appearances. Renting a car for dignity. Mom, this is my own car, not a rental. I just purchased it today in Zhucheng. It's brand new. Where did you get the money to buy a car? This model resembles your uncle's and costs at least several $100,000. How could you possibly afford that? Old Lu also chimed in. Oh, I made a bit of investment this year and earned some money sufficient to buy a car, Lu Wei offered, attempting to justify his purchase. When he bought the car, he had not considered the implications of his decision too deeply. Come on, you've only graduated a few years ago. How could you possibly have such capability? Just being able to support yourself is already commendable. Lu Wei felt somewhat innocent and unable to retort, as he indeed had struggled in the earlier years, living in dire circumstances. Honestly, I've had great luck this year. A friend from Shanghai introduced me to some investment opportunities, and I've truly made a considerable amount of money. You even transferred me 20,000 recently. And now you're buying a car? How much did you earn? Are you picking money off the street? Old Lu and his wife were skeptical about their son's ability to earn substantial wealth within just 2 years of work. Although their son was among the few university graduates in the village and a source of pride, they knew from their own experiences that a decent salary for a fresh graduate nowadays ranged from 8 to 10,000. Lu Wei had previously mentioned his monthly salary was below 10,000, and to afford a car costing over 100,000, he would need to live frugally for 2 years. Lu Wei felt helpless, unsure how to convince them without revealing his bank balance. Displaying a balance of over 10 million would likely shock his parents into hypertension. Even the wealthiest in their village were merely millionaires, and anything beyond that was beyond their comprehension. Should he claim he won a lottery? Perhaps saying he won $1 million would suffice? Winning was not illegal. It was merely a matter of discretion regarding wealth. If the news spread, it could result in unwanted attention, as there were countless cases reported in the media. After pondering, Lu Wei set down his utensils, took out his phone, and directly transferred 500,000 to his father's account. See, I told you, and now you won't believe me? Let me just send the money to Dad. Once completed, Lu Wei asked Old Lu to check his phone for the message. Dad, did you receive the money? Old Lu looked at his phone, opened the recently received message, and held it further away to read clearly, softly counting. 10, 100,000, 10,000. 500,000. Li Xiaoying, hearing Old Lu's words, was equally astonished and asked, so much, 500,000? Old Lu examined it twice, nodding in affirmation. Yes, indeed. 500,000. I counted several times. My dear boy, how did you come by such wealth? You really are making money. Li Xiaoying gazed at Lu Wei with a hint of excitement, for he had finally come to believe. Really? Why would I deceive you? I have earned over $1 million. Lu Wei responded, mindful not to say too much, but he felt that his earnings would certainly astonish them. Father, mother, shall we build a house this year? A 3-story one, so that the villagers do not look down upon us. All right. If you have made money, we will build it this year, Old Lu replied. Equally exhilarated. As a man, he understood all too well how the villagers had judged him for not constructing a house over the years. What does it matter if you raise children who can attend university, if you still live in such dilapidation, unable to even build a house? Whenever there were gatherings in the village, he was never invited, forced to feign ignorance. My son, do you truly have money left? Don't give it all to us. You need to save some for yourself, Li Xiaoying inquired with a hint of concern. Lu Wei looked at his mother, touched that she still worried about him. Feeling a lump in his throat, he quickly took out his phone and transferred 200,000 into his WeChat balance. Once completed, he promptly showed the balance page to Li Xiaoying. Look, I really do have money, several $100,000 remaining. Good, make sure to save it well. You will need it for various purposes in the future. I will estimate the costs for building the house. Other families in the village have built 3-story houses for less than 500,000, and we should be able to do the same, saving any surplus for you. Li Xiaoying and Old Lu advised Lu Wei. My son, are you still hungry? I will cook you a sausage. Our family's sausages have been smoked for quite some time, and should be ready to eat. Noticing Lu Wei had set down his bowl and chopsticks, Li Xiaoying was eager to provide him with more food. All right, our sausages are incredibly delicious. I haven't had one in 2 years. Let us boil one. Li Xiaoying quickly snipped the sausage from the smoking rack and set it to cook. While waiting, Lu Wei discussed the house building plans with Old Lu. Father, the house should be aesthetically pleasing, nothing like the unattractive ones around the village. I will find some blueprints and photographs online for you. Prepare the land, and then we can hire someone to build. Indeed, we need a house that stands out, one that surpasses the others in beauty, Old Lu, a man of some worldly experience, concurred. Before long, Li Xiaoying had boiled and sliced the sausage, presenting it to Lu Wei. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. This is exquisite. How long has it been since I enjoyed this? No sausage from anywhere could compare to the flavor of his family's smoked sausage. Even those from restaurants paled in comparison. The sausages from the region were unlike the sweet Cantonese variety or the spicy Sichuan ones. possessing a unique flavor that rekindled Lu Wei's appetite, prompting him to request another bowl of rice. Li Xiaoying watched Lu Wei eat with a cheerful smile, finding immense satisfaction in having prepared for the new year. Chapter 12. Encountering a high school classmate. My son, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Breakfast? What are we having? Lu Wei, somewhat dazed, slowly opened his eyes. His mind clouded. Glancing at his phone, he realized with surprise that it was already past 11. He had slept rather long. In this familiar setting, one could rest assured. And during the initial days of his return home, he was afforded special treatment, indulged in every way imaginable. After a leisurely rise, he freshened up briefly before heading to the dining table. There, an extra bowl of cured meat awaited him, perfectly smoked and ready to be savored with chili powder. Dad, Mom, I'm heading to the county this afternoon to get a license for the car. Is there anything you want me to bring back? Just buy whatever you need. We don't lack anything. Li Xiaoying, his mother, concerned for her son, refrained from making any requests, while old Lu pondered for a moment before making a few suggestions. Pick up some cigarettes and liquor while you're there. Bring them back for your third uncle. I didn't want to buy anything in town as I was worried it wouldn't be appropriate. Sure, I'll take care of it, Lu Wei nodded. His third uncle was the younger brother of his grandfather, who had always looked after their family, maintaining a close bond over the years. When Lu Wei went to university, his third uncle had even gifted him a substantial red envelope. After an hour's drive, he arrived at the vehicle administration office in the county, quickly taking a number and joining the queue. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. A slight delay would have meant missing the closing hours. When it was finally his turn, he approached the counter with a stack of documents. Lu Wei, you're back? The staff member inquired, lifting her gaze. Lu Wei was taken aback to recognize a high school friend. Lu Hao, I didn't expect to see you here. Both had been among those who left the county for college, yet most chose to return home to secure public sector jobs. While only a few ambitious souls opted for the rigors of the first-tier cities, it was uncertain whether one should envy their lives in this small county, where they held stable positions, earning just enough to cover their mortgages, marry, and raise families. Yes, I joined this unit last year. We should have dinner together tonight. It's been ages, Lu Hao warmly suggested. Throughout their high school years, they had scaled walls to visit internet cafes, fought valiantly in video games, and played countless matches on the school playground. Although their contact had dwindled post-university, the foundation of their friendship remained strong. Being young and newly employed, a reunion was naturally in order. Great. Once I complete the paperwork, we can go together. Absolutely. I'll assist you in getting your license sorted. With Lu Hao's assistance, Lu Wei smoothly completed the process, paid the fees, and waited in the lobby for his license and for Lu Hao to finish work. After securing the freshly issued license and affixing it to his car, he messaged Lu Hao to inform him that he would buy a few items and let him know when to meet after work. Lu Hao apologetically replied that he might be busy that day. Driving to the largest supermarket in the county, I purchased several boxes of beverages and a few packs of cigarettes. Noticing that there was still no word from Lu Hao, and feeling rather bored, I decided to seek out a dining establishment on a review app. Although the county town is small, it boasts a diverse array of options, including restaurants with average prices of $200 to $300, buffet eateries, and various small shops showcasing local specialties. Despite the likelihood that they had exhausted all these dining spots, I wanted to select a slightly nicer venue for my long-unseen friend, Lu Wei, perhaps to convey that I had been faring well in life outside. I sent him the details of my chosen restaurant. After completing my shopping, I wandered around a bit and stumbled upon a decent restaurant. Let us meet here for dinner tonight. I'll treat you to a meal. All right. I am finishing up work soon and will be there shortly. Lu Hao promptly replied, indicating that he was nearing the end of his workday. Are you curious to see the girls from our class? I remember you had a few admirers back in the day. Ha ha ha, really? I had no idea. Lu Wei's recollection of the girls from his class was rather faint. During those years, he was more focused on studying and less on socializing with the opposite sex. Most of his youthful exuberance had been spent either in internet cafes or with his books. That sounds good. If you have any mutual acquaintances, feel free to bring them along. I haven't kept in touch with them much. There are definitely some you'll recognize. After about half an hour, Lu Hao arrived, accompanied by two young women, one in black and the other in pink. Sorry for being late. I didn't anticipate such a busy day. No worries, as a public servant, your work takes precedence. Unlike me, who has all this free time. Haha, don't tease me. Do you recognize these two beauties? Lu Wei scrutinized the girls closely. They appeared somewhat familiar, yet their names eluded him. Hey Lu Wei, you've been staring at us for ages and still don't know who we are? The girl in the black down jacket spoke first. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Wei's memory was sparked. It was Su Qing, who had always been cheerful and charming. In high school, they were all shy and awkward, but after several years apart, each had blossomed, shedding the bashfulness that once marked their youth. Some had undergone striking transformations, even their winter clothing unable to conceal their figures. Wow, how much you've changed. Su, you've become even more beautiful over the years. I barely recognized you. Su Qing laughed heartily. You've become quite the smooth talker. Studying in the big city has certainly refined you. And can you guess who this lovely lady is? Lu Wei turned his gaze to the girl in pink, contemplating for a moment. Is it Wang Wei? She used to be quite reserved. Lu Hao chimed in, yes. This is Wang Wei. She is my girlfriend now. We're getting married next National Day, and you're welcome to join us. Silently swooping in to win over one of our Class S beauties. Lu Hao, you're impressive. Wang Wei shyly leaned closer to Lu Hao, who replied with nonchalance, haha, it's all about being proactive. Otherwise, you miss your chance. During his high school years, Lu Hao came from a well-off family in the county, possessing a high emotional intelligence and a multitude of friends. His youthful attire, coupled with a rebellious personality, attracted numerous young ladies. Lu Wei had witnessed Lu Hao in public, embracing and flirting with girls, his hands audaciously wandering, even venturing into their pants. Had Lu Wei's heart not been consumed by either the internet cafe or his studies at that time, he might have succumbed to temptation as well. Reflecting back to his university days, Lu Wei couldn't help but envy Lu Hao, who had already engaged in intimate interactions with girls while still in high school. Indeed, he was certain it was a case of proximity. Wei Gu, look at our beautiful Su. She is still single. You might want to seize the opportunity. Lu Hao reminded him. Lu Wei glanced at Su Qing, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly suggested, "Oh, come on, sit down, let us eat first. Today, I'll treat both of you lovely ladies." As the four of them settled down, Su Qing sat beside Lu Wei, while the other two, already declared a couple, naturally sat together. It would be unthinkable to separate them. As they reminisced about their youth over dinner, Lu Hao suddenly remembered something important and quickly informed Lu Wei. "By the way, Wei Gu, in a couple of days there's a class reunion. It's fortuitous I ran into you. You should come along." "Sure, just send me the time and place on WeChat later," Lu Wei replied. In their early college days, they had eagerly attended such gatherings almost annually. But Lu Wei had become less familiar with the group over time, having muted the WeChat notifications and had since neglected them after starting work. Lu Hao and his partner exchanged playful bites of food and whispered sweet nothings to each other. Lu Wei felt a bit uncomfortable and turned to engage Su Qing in conversation. "So what are you up to these days?" he inquired. "I'm teaching at the first high school. I studied at a normal university, and after graduating, I returned to become an English teacher at our county's first high school," she replied. "Ah, a beautiful gardener. How admirable," Lu Wei complimented. "Stop it." Su Qing playfully swatted Lu Wei's arm. Taking the initiative, Lu Wei pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. "Su Qing, do me a favor and add me." "Oh, you're actually willing to add me first. I thought you'd be shy all night," Su Qing teased, before pulling out her own phone to add him. Chapter 13. The class reunion. The three of them had work the next day, so they refrained from drinking heavily. Competitive drinking among the two men seemed pointless, especially since Lu Wei intended to drive home that night. After all, they would meet again at the class reunion in a couple of days, where drinking would likely ensue. Though Lu Wei's essence remained that of the same old Lu Wei, his appearance had undergone significant transformation. Dressed in clothes purchased in Macau, he exuded a certain charm, causing Su Qing to view him with a newfound appreciation. As dinner progressed towards 9 o'clock, Lu Wei seized the opportunity to settle the bill while excusing himself to the restroom, feeling it was only right to treat them, given Lu Hao's assistance that day. As they rose to leave, Lu Hao approached the cashier to pay, only to be informed that the bill had already been settled, with a gesture directed towards Lu Wei. "Ah, today marks your first meal upon your return. I should be the one to welcome you, yet you quietly took care of it yourself." Lu Hao remarked to Lu Wei. "You ought to have allowed me to treat you. Let us not be so formal with each other." Lu Wei quickly retorted. "I did mention that I would treat you, and I also intend to invite these two lovely ladies, considering it a celebration of your upcoming nuptials. No worries, no worries. We should not be so formal. All right then, when you visit again in a few days, the next meal will certainly be on me," Lu Hao exclaimed once more. "Lu Wei, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself, actually treating us to a meal," Su Qing teased Lu Wei. No, it's just average. Ranking third in the nation." "Uff, do you think your surname is Ma?" "Ha ha ha, that's my godfather. I won't divulge that to anyone else." The four of them exited the hotel, and Lu Hao said to Lu Wei, "Brother Wei, I appreciate your effort in escorting Su Qing home. I will accompany my partner." With that, he casually wrapped an arm around Wang Wei, who blushed slightly. All right, go enjoy your time together. I'll take my leave." They then parted ways, each heading to their respective vehicles and returning home. Su Qing settled into the passenger seat of Lu Wei's car, which appeared quite new. "Lu Wei, it seems you have been quite successful over there. You've even purchased a car. I had heard the cost of living is quite high in that area. Have you struck it rich?" Lu Wei joked. "Not at all, I'm barely scraping by. I won this car in the lottery." "Oh, come now. Are you afraid I might steal it from you?" "Look, even when I tell the truth, no one believes me. It's quite challenging," Lu Wei mused internally. After inquiring about the route to Su Qing's home, Lu Wei prepared to use the navigation. "No need, I'll guide you. This county is small enough to reach with just a bit of acceleration." All right, I'll follow your lead. Buckle up, and let us be off." Lu Wei watched as Su Qing fastened her seatbelt, the strap accentuating her figure beautifully. He dared not stare too long, feeling slightly flushed. He had not realized her allure back in the day. Su Qing remained oblivious to Lu Wei's gaze, engrossed in their conversation instead. "What do you do for work now? Is it enjoyable over there? How long have you been back? Did you drive here from the magical city?" Lu Wei attentively focused on the road while responding to her inquiries. When a girl starts gossiping, she can certainly keep the conversation flowing. "I'm just a brick mover. What else could I possibly do? Even if you offered me a CEO position, I wouldn't be able to fill it. The magical city is merely a larger version of a city. I don't find it particularly entertaining, and I often work overtime. So I haven't had much leisure time. I just purchased this car yesterday in Zhucheng. I wouldn't dare drive such a long distance." "Oh, am I the first girl to ride in your passenger seat?" Su Qing teased him. "Indeed, you are the very first girl in this car," Lu Wei replied earnestly. "How fortunate I am," Su Qing said with a hint of joy, upon arriving at the entrance of Su Qing's residential complex. She lived with her parents and could not invite him upstairs. Lu Wei also had to hurry home, so they exchanged hasty goodbyes. "Please be careful on your way back. Drive slowly. All right, you head on up. See you in a couple of days." Having spoken, Lu Wei activated the navigation system and proceeded directly home. 2 hours later, he arrived, finding his parents already in slumber. He retreated to his own room, lying on the bed. Half an hour earlier, Su Qing had sent him a WeChat message inquiring whether he had reached home. Lu Wei reassured her with a message of safety, but perhaps she had already fallen asleep. for she had not responded after a while. Gazing at the WeChat interface, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to converse with Jiang Xian Nan today. That enthusiastic girl often reached out to him. Yet today, having driven for hours, he had neglected to reply to her messages. Presumably, she too had retired for the night. He sent her a brief message, apologizing for his absence due to driving, and wished her good night. Time in the mountains seemed to slip away unnoticed. Life at home passed swiftly. This day, Lu Wei was destined for the county town, as the afternoon was reserved for a class reunion. Anticipating that the evening might involve some drinking, he had preemptively booked a hotel online, intending to park his car there before walking to the venue. Just as he approached the entrance of the reunion hotel, a vehicle pulled up beside him. Lu Wei thought he might be obstructing the way and stepped aside. "Oh, isn't this our class S top scholar, Lu Wei? What brings you here today for the reunion?" The car window rolled down, revealing a rather ostentatious face. "Goodness, isn't this the ever-flamboyant Li Wenjun?" Riding high on his father's construction business, he had always spent lavishly, gathering a band of followers to revel in internet cafes and bars. Today, he arrived in a BMW 3 Series. A true testament to his affluence in this small county town. "Wow, Li Wenjun, quite wealthy indeed, driving a BMW now." Lu Wei replied with indifference. "Oh, it's nothing. My father bought it for me. I'm just idling away at his construction company now. How is your job? Care to join us? I could offer you 6,000. We highly value university graduates." "Thanks, but I'm just an unskilled university student. I'd better stick to my out-of-town endeavors, lest I inadvertently bring your company to ruin." "Which I couldn't afford. Come on, Lu Wei, be a bit more gracious." "I'm genuinely extending an invitation," Li Wenjun retorted, his irritation evident as he felt Lu Wei had cursed his company's downfall, despite his sincere offer. Just then, Lu Hao appeared, diffusing the tension between the two. Entering the private room together, they engaged in casual conversation. Before long, Su Qing and Wang Wei arrived, accompanied by a fashionable girl with a striking figure. Before Lu Wei and Lu Hao could rise, Li Wenjun dashed over, exuberantly exclaiming, "The beautiful ladies have arrived. I've missed you all. Come here for a hug." He opened his arms, attempting to embrace Su Qing, who deftly sidestepped him. However, the other alluring girl was not so fortunate and fell into his grasp. Whether intentional or not, as he held the alluring beauty, his body pressed against hers, compressing her ample curves rather unceremoniously. The fiery girl, her cheeks flushed, pushed him away, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? So inappropriate." Su Qing, nearby, feigned a kick at Li Wenjun, admonishing, "Li Wenjun, be mindful. You're taking liberties." Li Wenjun, unfazed by Su Qing's playful kick, continued to jest heartily. "It seems that Zhang is quite developed. She hardly looks like a high schooler anymore." "You rogue." The fiery girl retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she bore no ill will towards Li Wenjun. In Chapter 14, "You must force me to slap my face." As he listened to their banter, Lu Wei recalled who they were. They were among the more vivacious girls from their class, one of whom was Zhang Jiaran. Back then, she often accompanied Li Wenjun to bars, part of their lively group. They frequently ventured out at night, and it was uncertain what transpired, although it was likely that Zhang Jiaran was quite liberated. In those days, she had matured early and dressed quite fashionably, often revealing a hint of cleavage that left many of the boys in their class, including Lu Wei, mesmerized and daydreaming. After graduating high school, everyone pursued their own paths. Upon completing university, most returned to this place, with some only reuniting during gatherings. "Li Wenjun, stop trying to take advantage. If you have feelings for Jiaran, you should make a move. She just broke up with her boyfriend, so this is your chance to fill the void," Su Qing teased, knowing that she and Zhang Jiaran maintained a close friendship and were in regular contact. "Is that so? Has my opportunity finally arrived?" Li Wenjun mused. For this gathering was indeed aimed at reconnecting with Zhang Jiaran. They had shared a close bond in the past, and his father had always encouraged him to marry a high school classmate, believing it would foster a deeper emotional connection compared to those seeking wealth. Thus, he came to this reunion with a purpose, having considered every girl he remembered, with Zhang Jiaran prominently on his target list. "Haha, Li Wenjun. You truly harbor ulterior motives towards Jiaran," Su Qing laughed. "Oh, come on, Su Qing, you tricked me. I thought there was genuinely a chance. Opportunities must be created by oneself. Don't you understand that?" She replied. "You make a valid point," he conceded, then took a seat beside Zhang Jiaran. Placing his BMW key on the table, he let his hand drop, intentionally brushing against her thigh, despite the winter chill and the barrier of her leggings. It felt akin to silk stockings, stirring a thrill within Li Wenjun. Zhang Jiaran, however, did not push his hand away. Instead, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She remarked, "You rogue, be mindful of your influence." Li Wenjun chuckled, sensing that he had made progress. The outcome of his subtle test was clear. Gazing at Lu Wei, who was conversing with Su Qing, Li Wenjun felt a twinge of jealousy. He harbored a fondness for Su Qing, yet she seemed disinterested in a nouveau riche like him. Their conversations rarely clicked, and Li Wenjun's reputation in the county left much to be desired, leading to a few awkward encounters with Su Qing. Deep down, Li Wenjun held Lu Wei in contempt, viewing him merely as a rural youth who excelled academically. What did being a university student matter if he was just working for a living? This year, the company owned by his father has tasked him with recruiting a few university graduates to enhance its image. Given that he himself is responsible for managing several college students, Li Wenjun considers Lu Wei nothing more than a simpleton. "Lu Wei, the suggestion I just made to you at the door was sincere. Please consider joining my company. After a few years, you could even purchase a house in the county town. Who knows, perhaps our beautiful Su might regard you with a more favorable eye," he said. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he already made his disinterest clear? Why was Li Wenjun still persisting? Never mind, Boss Lee, I appreciate your regard, but I must decline. That position is better suited for someone else. I have yet to truly explore the world outside. With your family's circumstances, do you truly believe you could ever afford a house in Shanghai? Dream on, Li Wenjun retorted disdainfully. Look at me now, I own a house and a car. I assure you, if you work at my company for a few years, you will definitely be able to buy a home and a vehicle. Once you've made the down payment, I will let you go, and then we shall see if you will beg me to keep you, he calculated with a smirk. Li Wenjun, residing in a villa and driving a BMW in the county town, often felt a sense of superiority, looking down on Lu Wei, who hailed from a rural background. Lu Wei, however, chose to ignore him. They were simply not on the same wavelength. Once the gathering concluded, it could be ages before they crossed paths again. He turned back to continue his conversation with Su Qing, noticing Lu Wei's indifference. Li Wenjun found himself at a loss for words. He could not possibly pull Su Qing over to his side. His objective for the evening was Zhang Jiaran. Attempting to juggle two interests simultaneously was bound to lead to complications. Su Qing seemed to grasp why Li Wenjun had made such comments. Perhaps it was related to her. Li Wenjun truly underestimates people. How could he know you won't achieve success? His father also came from the countryside, she remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Don't worry about him. We have no connection. He can say whatever he likes, Lu Wei replied calmly. Su Qing chose not to pursue the topic further, her thoughts shifting to Zhang Jiaran, who had not returned to the county town much in recent years and might be unaware of Li Wenjun's reputation. Li Wenjun had become a well-known playboy, reportedly changing girlfriends every 2 to 3 months. She contemplated how to subtly caution Zhang Jiaran to be wary of Li Wenjun, who was not a suitable match. As the attendees of the gathering began to fill the room, the class monitor stood up and announced, "Dear classmates, it seems nearly everyone who can make it has arrived. Let us officially commence our gathering. First, let us raise a glass to celebrate our class. 10 years have passed, and we have not forgotten one another. Our friendships endure." The monitor, exhibiting impressive organizational skills, continued with his speech. With the opening remarks concluded, the atmosphere grew lively, with toasts and conversations filling the air. At a class reunion, the bold might find warmth and companionship, while the timid could only retreat to solitude. Li Wenjun, eager to embarrass Lu Wei, gathered a few old acquaintances to challenge him to a drinking contest, hoping to provoke him into a drunken spectacle. Li Wenjun approached Lu Wei, holding a glass of wine, and said, "Lu Wei, I realize I spoke too harshly before. Allow me to toast you with this drink as an apology." Lu Wei looked at him, somewhat taken aback. This scenario seemed implausible. How could this brash individual possibly apologize to me? With his arrogant demeanor, he would likely relish the chance to strike me. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to invite me to work? Lu Wei began to question whether he had been too direct in his earlier refusal, as he observed Li Wenjun consume the wine from his own glass. Lu Wei felt somewhat speechless and raised his own glass, replying, "It's nothing. We are all classmates. Thank you for your kindness." With that, he downed the contents of his glass. No sooner had he finished than those whom Li Wenjun had called over began to crowd toward Lu Wei. "Lu Wei, we are also classmates. It's been a while since we last met. Let us share a drink." Recognizing these individuals, Lu Wei recalled how they often mingled with Li Wenjun in the past, and he began to understand. Li Wenjun likely intended to orchestrate a group effort to intoxicate him, perhaps hoping to embarrass him in front of Su Qing. These individuals were all Li Wenjun's associates, and it would be futile to resist. Should he outright ignore them? However, with so many eyes upon him, it would reflect poorly on Lu Wei. After all, they were classmates. Rejecting a toast from supposed classmates would tarnish his reputation. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Wei realized that the root of the problem lay with Li Wenjun. If he could manage Li Wenjun, his followers would cease their antics. He took his glass and approached Li Wenjun, whispering, "Li Wenjun, I understand your intentions. Come with me, let us speak over there." He then guided Li Wenjun toward a corner, utilizing his height to ensure Li Wenjun could not break free. The remaining individuals watched their departure, exchanging puzzled glances. What was unfolding here? In the corner, Lu Wei confronted Li Wenjun. "I know what you are up to, but do not provoke me. I simply dislike you." "What of it? I hold you in contempt." Li Wenjun responded arrogantly. "Isn't it just that you rely on your father's wealth? What do you think you are?" "Yes, I am wealthy, wealthier than your family. Money affords me freedom." Lu Wei retorted. "Your father might have a few 100,000. What is that to me? I can earn more in a minute than your father ever could." Li Wenjun, visibly irked, attempted to push Lu Wei away, exclaiming, "You rural bumpkin. Have you ever seen real money?" Lu Wei, amused yet infuriated, pulled out his phone and opened his banking app. He blocked Li Wenjun's view and brought the screen closer. "Li Wenjun, you fool, open your eyes and behold my balance. Selling your entire family's assets wouldn't amount to this figure." Li Wenjun's eyes widened as he saw the displayed bank balance. "Millions. This is impossible. You cannot possibly have so much money," he stammered. Lu Wei released Li Wenjun, asking, "Do you see it clearly now? Would you like to take another look? Don't assume that just because your father is wealthy, my balance couldn't easily outmatch his." Li Wenjun, upon hearing the conversation, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. Although his father was wealthy, possessing only a few million, which made him relatively affluent in this small county, their family's total assets paled in comparison to Lu Wei's. If Lu Wei were truly provoked, the consequences would be dire. He hastily said, "Brother Wei, I was in the wrong. Please don't hold this against me. I offer my sincere apologies. It was all my fault. Please don't involve my father. Let us see how you conduct yourself," Lu Wei replied, turning back to his seat. Chapter 15. The unexpected incident of intoxication. Su Qing looked at Lu Wei with keen curiosity. "What were you two discussing over there? I thought you were about to fight." Lu Wei shrugged nonchalantly. "Not at all. I was merely discussing the intricacies of life with him." I can hardly believe that. At that moment, Li Wenjun approached again, holding a glass of liquor. Brother Wei, I used to speak too bluntly and look down on others. It was my fault. I apologize to you now. With that, he downed his drink in one go, then poured 2 more glasses and quickly finished them as well. He then gathered his sycophants and moved to another table, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Li Wenjun's sudden transformation was hard to comprehend. He was entirely unlike the person they had known. Lu Wei engaged in conversation, prompting curiosity about whether he truly possessed such influence or if he had some secret leverage over Li Wenjun that instilled fear in him. The looks exchanged among the group hinted at unspoken thoughts. Su Qing, increasingly intrigued, tugged at Lu Wei's arm. Lu Wei, please tell me what you discussed. How did Li Wenjun change so abruptly upon returning? Perhaps he was moved by my reasoned argument and has experienced an epiphany, Lu Wei replied with a chuckle, which only served to infuriate Su Qing further. Lu Hao observed the exchange but remained silent, occasionally continuing to chat and drink with Lu Wei. Zhang Jiaran sat alone, feeling a bit out of place. Initially, she had a favorable impression of Li Wenjun. He owned a house, a car, and had a modest savings, making him quite suitable for development in the county. However, now seeing him slink away, she was unsure of how to proceed. She hesitated, torn between approaching Li Wenjun or remaining distant. To walk over now would feel too much like offering herself on a platter. It seemed that men only desired what they could not easily attain, and so she resorted to drinking alone in silence. As Lu Wei enjoyed drinks with his usual companions, he began to feel the effects of intoxication. This group, once tipsy, became increasingly uninhibited, engaging in outrageous banter, particularly those who were married, who boldly shared all manner of risque tales that left others blushing, with alcohol coursing through their veins. It was hard to discern whether their cheeks were flushed or if it was merely the alcohol, yet the revelations were astonishing and refreshing. The private room in the hotel also featured a KTV. Those who had indulged in drink could no longer contain themselves, their raucous howls mingling with the sweet melodies sung by the girls. Apart from a few sober females, the rest were noticeably tipsy. Zhang Jiaran had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and leaned against Su Qing for support. As the time to disperse approached, everyone prepared to leave. The class monitor naturally went to settle the bill, planning to split it evenly in their group chat. Li Wenjun did not approach Zhang Jiaran, with Lu Wei present. He felt somewhat restrained. Thus, he had long since ventured into entertainment with his companions. As he exited, Lu Hao wrapped his arm around Lu Wei's shoulder and said, Wei Gu, would you mind seeing Su Qing and Zhang Jiaran off? I'll take care of my own. Lu Wei shot him a disdainful glance. You are truly one to prioritize romance over friendship. When have you ever escorted anyone else? Su Qing, struggling to support the inebriated Zhang Jiaran, turned her gaze toward Lu Wei. He had no choice but to approach and assist, guiding Zhang Jiaran as Su Qing conveniently went to retrieve her car. Since they needed to support Zhang Jiaran, the two took their seats in the back. Zhang Jiaran occasionally let out a silly giggle, startling Lu Wei. Had she been poisoned by the alcohol? Her mind seemed to have vanished, leaving her in such a foolish state. Observing the direction Su Qing was driving, Lu Wei found it somewhat familiar. Was that not the vicinity of the hotel he was staying at? How could she possibly know? Upon arriving at the hotel, as Su Qing parked the car, she opened the door, and Zhang Jiaran lunged forward, immediately on the verge of vomiting. Fortunately, Su Qing managed to shift aside, preventing the mess from landing on her. However, some of it splattered onto her pants and shoes, leaving her visibly irritated. You foolish Zhang Jiaran. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. Now look what you've done to me. I will surely deal with you when you wake up tomorrow. Lu Wei, unable to reach her in time, felt a pang of anxiety, as if he had committed a grave mistake. Luckily, Su Qing seemed oblivious and did not hold him accountable. Su Qing fished a room key from Zhang Jiaran's pocket and handed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, please take her upstairs. I need to go wash this off. I simply cannot endure this stench any longer, so I will not accompany you. Sudame, I am also staying at this hotel. I had assumed you were aware and would see me back. He gestured toward his vehicle parked nearby. Su Qing followed his direction and exclaimed, Oh, how coincidental. I need to hurry back. This is absolutely revolting. I leave Zhang Jiaran in your capable hands. Please see her upstairs. Fine, fine, be careful driving. Su Qing hopped into her car and sped away. Lu Wei watched her vehicle retreat, suppressing a laugh. What was wrong with her? Was she that obsessive about cleanliness? With no other option, Lu Wei helped Zhang Jiaran into the hotel. Having just vomited, she leaned against his shoulder, eyes closed. He couldn't possibly call someone else to assist him. After all, he only needed to get her to her room, and then he would wash his hands of the matter. Luckily, the room key bore the number. Otherwise, he would have to support Zhang Jiaran to the front desk, likely drawing attention and perhaps even leading to an unwanted reputation. Zhang Jiaran was on the 4th floor, while Lu Wei was on the 6th. As they stepped into the elevator, Lu Wei glanced at Zhang Jiaran, whose mouth was still drooling. The lights illuminated the confined space, revealing that his clothing had been sullied, dampened by an unknown substance, be it saliva or something else. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Holding his breath, he retrieved a tissue to wipe her mouth and then dabbed at his own attire. What on earth is this? It feels akin to handling a corpse. Those unfortunate souls outside the bar must resemble her, utterly devoid of awareness or strength, easily carried away. Drunken individuals often embody a profound heaviness, truly allowing one to grasp the essence of weight. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Wei effortlessly swept Zhang Jiaran into a princess carry. Making his way to the room, he swiped the card to unlock the door, inserting it into the slot, and was just about to nudge the door open with his backside when he suddenly heard a sound from Zhang Jiaran, a noise that heralded an impending eruption. In a panic, Lu Wei dashed to the bathroom, cradling her in his arms, Yet before he could set her down, she had already unleashed a torrent. A cascade of vomit splattered across his chest and onto her clothing, leaving both of them utterly unable to escape the situation. Good grief, have I offended you? Lu Wei lamented, now drenched in her mess, an unbearable stench assaulting his senses, provoking his own nausea as his throat began to churn. He felt an overwhelming urge to simply drop her onto the floor. The situation was excruciating. At that moment, Zhang Jiaran's clothing bore the evidence of her own debacle. A disturbing accumulation from her chest to her abdomen. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Wei placed her in the bathtub, immediately turning to the toilet to heave. As the odor was simply intolerable. Earlier, he had been slow to react, but now, the proximity of the assault was unavoidable. After a bout of retching, he regained his composure, only to be confronted with the sight of the mixed remnants of Zhang Jiaran's indiscretion. What on earth am I to do? He pondered. Must I assist her in cleaning this up? Having expelled the contents of his stomach, Zhang Jiaran slumped against the bathtub, blissfully unaware of her disheveled state. Lu Wei, feeling equally repulsed, stripped off his clothes and grabbed the shower head to cleanse himself. After all, in her drunken stupor, Zhang Jiaran would not notice, and thus, there would be no embarrassment. He rinsed off his soiled garments and then turned the shower upon himself, all the while glancing at Zhang Jiaran. Feeling a mix of strange emotions. Once he finished washing, he hesitated, staring at the sleeping figure of Zhang Jiaran, grappling with the idea of whether he should indeed assist her in cleaning up. Should he simply leave her in the bathtub or toss her onto the bed? Cranking the air conditioning to a moderate temperature to prevent her from succumbing to the cold? Having tidied himself, Lu Wei felt reluctant to lift Zhang Jiaran to the bed, especially given the remnants of her earlier ordeal clinging to her. Caught in a web of indecision, he feared that if he left her, she might somehow perish in the bathtub, leaving him to shoulder the blame. Forget it, he resolved, I shall take the plunge. My first experience in attending to someone is to cater to this inebriated soul. With that thought, he reassured himself and proceeded to remove Zhang Jiaran's soiled clothing, his hands becoming grimy once more, eliciting another wave of disgust. Well, since I've begun, I might as well continue, he decided. Time and again, he meticulously washed Zhang Jiaran, ensuring her cleanliness. Truly, serving another is a laborious task, one that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. At last, he successfully cleansed the foul remnants from Zhang Jiaran, restoring her to a more pleasant state. He then lifted her gently and placed her onto the bed, setting the air conditioning to a warm 20-degree breeze. Admiring his own masterpiece, he covered her with a quilt. The atmosphere in the room was too stimulating, and Lu Wei feared he might lose control that night. He hurried to the bathroom to retrieve his clothes and stealthily returned to his own room. Chapter 16. A great misfortune. Upon returning to his room, he quickly burrowed under the covers to sleep. He sent a message to Su Qing, inquiring if she was ready. But after a while, he received no reply, likely because she had already fallen asleep. The air-conditioned room felt somewhat dry and warm, coupled with the recent excitement. Lu Wei's emotions began to rise. He opened a certain deeply concealed app on his phone, and that night, his sleep was troubled. It seemed he had a dream. He dreamt that a bear Zhang Jiaran came rushing towards him, baring her teeth, as if to fight him. He ran and ran, but she caught up, biting him in a rather alarming place. Startled awake, he found no one beside him, and he could finally relax and close his eyes again. Ah wait, what if Zhang Jiaran awoke to find herself unclothed? Would she call Su Qing, thus revealing what had transpired the previous night? At that moment, he felt as if he were in a precarious situation, unable to clarify the matter. Lu Wei became anxious again. After contemplating, he decided to take the initiative and explain things to Zhang Jiaran. Immediately, he dressed and dashed to Zhang Jiaran's room, knocking on the door. However, it was still early, around 8 in the morning, and Zhang Jiaran had not yet awoken. His knocking roused her from her slumber, and as she prepared to rise, she realized she was not wearing any clothes. Panicking, she clutched the quilt, thinking to herself, oh no, what have I done last night? The knocking persisted outside. Who is it? She called out. It's me, Lu Wei. Are you awake? Lu Wei? She pondered. Did he bring me back last night? Did something happen between us? As she searched her memories, she scrutinized her body for any signs. Though she noticed a few peculiar sensations in certain areas, it was unclear if anything had truly occurred, leaving her in a state of confusion. Lu Wei, are you still there? His voice snapped her back to reality, and she felt flustered. Just a moment, I'm not dressed. Zhang Jiaran quickly got up to find her clothes, only to discover they were all damp and reeking, utterly unwearable. She resorted to wrapping herself in a towel and opened the door for Lu Wei, then hastily tucked herself back under the covers, remaining silent as she gazed at him. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Seeing Zhang Jiaran wrapped in a towel, Lu Wei's mind involuntarily wandered back to the masterpiece he had witnessed the previous night. Zhang Jiaran. I came to explain things to you. I need to clarify what happened last night. What? Lu Wei recounted the events to her, causing her cheeks to flush as she realized the extent of her drunken antics. She never anticipated behaving in such a manner. However, did Lu Wei truly engage with her? Zhang Jiaran was uncertain how to inquire. Lu Wei, now filled with a strong desire to survive, continued to speak to Zhang Jiaran. Last night, in your condition, if I hadn't cleaned you up, I would have had no choice but to place you in the bathtub for the night. I was merely concerned for your well-being, and my intentions were purely altruistic. I had no ulterior motives and certainly did not wish to take advantage of you. Upon awakening and noticing her clothes still stained from last night's ordeal, coupled with Lu Wei's explanation, Zhang Jiaran began to comprehend the situation. Seeing her silent demeanor, Lu Wei felt a twinge of anxiety. I truly did not do anything inappropriate. After I helped you, I simply returned to my room upstairs to sleep. His hasty explanations inadvertently left Zhang Jiaran feeling a slight sense of disappointment, as if she wouldn't have minded a deeper connection with Lu Wei. After a moment of silence, Lu Wei found himself at a loss for words. Am I attractive? Yes. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I really didn't notice, Lu Wei hastily clarified. You beast. Zhang Jiaran retorted. Hey, I was only trying to help you. Why are you scolding me? You're sounding a bit like Lu Dongbin. A pillow was thrown at Lu Wei, striking him. You blockhead. Zhang Jiaran's cheeks flushed slightly. What? I've explained everything. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. I even dreamed of you chasing me. Zhang Jiaran, feeling somewhat exasperated, mused. Am I really that fierce? Am I truly that terrifying? As Lu Wei prepared to exit, Zhang Jiaran called out to him. Lu Wei, all my clothes are soaked. Could you go buy me an outfit? I can't go out like this. I've never bought clothes for a woman. I wouldn't know how. Lu Wei responded, feeling overwhelmed. Lu Wei, how can you not take responsibility? What is this? What are you saying? Lu Wei felt increasingly perplexed. Dear sir, I have been taking care of you. Zhang Jiaran gazed at Lu Wei with a hint of affection. Thank you for looking after me. Please don't leave just yet. Sit with me for a while. No, I want to go back and sleep. Lu Wei shook his head vigorously, realizing that remaining there could lead to dire consequences. This bed is large. You can sleep here. I won't mind, she suggested, leaving Lu Wei astounded, swallowing hard, uncertain of how to respond. The internal conflict was palpable, to stay or to leave. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and Lu Wei uttered a quick response before hastily exiting. I'll go buy you some clothes. He felt a twinge of anxiety, perhaps fearing Su Qing would find out. So he decided to brush it off for now. Zhang Jiaran's teasing had rendered Lu Wei restless. Returning to bed would only heighten his discomfort. He drove to the largest supermarket in the county, intending to buy some clothes for the enchanting woman while also grabbing a bite to eat. As he felt famished after last night's ordeal, standing in the lingerie section, Lu Wei felt awkward, unsure of what to purchase or what size to choose. He called over a sales associate, casually pointing to a black set. Please get me this one. What size do you need? It seems to be either a C or D cup, but that is merely the measurement of the cup size. Lu Wei felt a slight flush on his cheeks. He was at a loss and could only describe his height and weight to the sales assistant. Ultimately, he purchased 3 sets as backups. Whatever the case, if they don't fit, he could always give them to her. What is this all about? Not only did he take care of her for an entire evening, but he also had to buy her a complete outfit. What a loss. One day, he would make sure to settle the score. Holding the lingerie in his hands, Lu Wei, who was buying women's undergarments for the first time, felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. He returned to the hotel, burdened with bags, and even brought breakfast for Zhang Jiaran. When he knocked on the door, Zhang Jiaran did not retreat back under the covers this time. Instead, she sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, allowing Lu Wei's gaze to indulge in the visual treat. She did not rush to change her clothes. Rather, she picked up the breakfast Lu Wei had brought and began to eat. Lu Wei found himself in a state of indecision. Standing was uncomfortable, sitting felt wrong, and he hesitated to meet Zhang Jiaran's eyes. Observing his flustered demeanor, Zhang Jiaran couldn't help but smile as she ate. Lu Wei, what are you so nervous about? You saw everything last night. What is there to fear now? Am I going to eat you? Indeed. Seeing her like this made him feel as though he had lost out. The truth was, he hadn't done anything untoward. He was merely trying to be helpful. Lu Wei felt a tinge of grievance. I bought you some clothes, but not knowing your size, I purchased several options. You can try them on later. Why didn't you ask me? I would have told you, she replied. Enough. Just eat. I must be going. Lu Wei finally fled the scene in a hurry. Chapter 17. House purchase and cracking the egg. Su Qing taught the third-year students and did not come to find them today. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat intimidated by Zhang Jiaran, decided to retreat to his room and avoid her presence. Suddenly, the phone rang, a local number with no identification. Lu Wei hesitated, pondering whether to answer. Hello, Lu Wei. You better come find me right now, or I'll tell everyone you slept with me. Zhang Jiaran's voice came through, laced with indignation. Wait, don't say such things. You were like a dead dog last night. I truly did nothing to you. I don't care. You saw me completely naked. Are you coming or not? Why can't you just explain clearly? Don't blame me, she retorted, throwing a pillow in frustration, unable to withstand Zhang Jiaran's insistence. Lu Wei made his way to her room, only to be greeted by another pillow thrown his way. Zhang Jiaran was already dressed and languishing in the room, having lost any anticipation she had for Li Wenjun after being catered to by Lu Wei all night. Lu Wei, my train home is this afternoon. Can you take me to the station? Zhang Jiaran asked softly. Of course I can. What time? I'll take you, Lu Wei replied eagerly. 4:30. It's still early. Let us have lunch together first, she suggested. It appeared that he was destined to be entangled with this little enchantress. All right, I'll treat you. He agreed. Upon hearing Lu Wei's acceptance, Zhang Jiaran leaped over to embrace him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. How had he been stolen a kiss? Lu Wei, consider this a reward. Thank you for taking care of me all night. Holding Zhang Jiaran's waist, Lu Wei pondered whether he should take decisive action. After checking out of the hotel, the two sought a place to dine. With ample time before their departure, Lu Wei desired to inspect the property, and since Zhang Jiaran had nowhere else to go, she followed him. Across from the largest square in the county town stood a nearly completed residential complex, adjacent to a pedestrian shopping street, with convenient transportation and merely a couple of blocks from the county hospital. Considering the possibility of his parents retiring in the county, Lu Wei aimed to select a property that was easily accessible and equipped with an elevator. He was resolute in avoiding off-plan properties, wary of the potential for a project to become a ghost building in such a small locale. After parking, Lu Wei and Zhang Jiaran entered the sales center. A saleswoman greeted them enthusiastically, inquiring about the size of the apartment they were interested in. Our community already has ready-to-move-in units. You'll be able to renovate and settle in shortly, she added. Lu Wei requested an overview of the available layouts while examining the models on display. His eyes lit up upon discovering a 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom unit situated in the center of the complex, a top-floor duplex. It was spacious enough for the entire family, complete with a small garden on the upper level for his parents to cultivate vegetables. Pointing at the unit, Lu Wei asked, "Is this type available for viewing?" The saleswoman's enthusiasm intensified upon seeing his choice, as this sale could translate into a commission worth several months' salary. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our flagship unit, and it's exceptional." Lu Wei gestured for her to cease her pitch. "Can we see the actual unit now?" Yes, sir. I will take you there right away," she replied eagerly. Zhang Jiaoran, merely a companion in this endeavor, followed Lu Wei as he explored. "Are you really considering such a large property? Have you struck it rich?" She jested. "Haha, indeed. I won the lottery, and I'm purchasing a home. Would you like to be my neighbor?" He quipped. I can't afford it. I'm living paycheck to paycheck." Upon viewing the completed unit, Lu Wei was captivated by its splendid views and abundant natural light. With the elevator providing direct access to the apartment, he was already convinced that he wanted this one. Priced at 5,000 per square meter. The total of 150 square meters amounted to merely 750,000, and paying in full could secure a discount, a mere trifle for Lu Wei. Returning to the sales center, he promptly informed the saleswoman, "I'll take that unit. Do you offer any discounts for full payment?" The saleswoman was overjoyed, as this would likely be her fastest sale in the development. "Yes, if you pay in full, I can negotiate a 6 discount with the manager." "Perfect. Proceed with the paperwork," he instructed. Under the saleswoman's attentive assistance, the formalities were swiftly completed, and the discount saved him several thousand. Zhang Jiaoran was somewhat bewildered. She hadn't anticipated that a former classmate from a rural background could afford to buy a home outright. Lu Wei was becoming increasingly appealing in her eyes, filled with admiration. With the paperwork finalized, the saleswoman guided Lu Wei to a counter and handed him a hammer adorned with a red ribbon, enthusiastically introducing him to the next steps. "My dear brother, at present, we have the opportunity to participate in a lottery when purchasing a house. This time, our company's grand prize is a Wuling Mini, with the second prize being a decade's exemption from property fees. The third prize is... Your company is quite generous. These rewards are indeed enticing." Lu Wei chuckled softly, casually wielding the hammer to smash the nearest golden egg. As a millionaire, he did not place much significance on the prize. He merely acted out of convenience, opting for the closest one, emphasizing participation over the reward itself. The salesperson retrieved the slip of paper from the shattered shell, revealing the grand prize. "Wow, it truly is the grand prize." Lu Wei was taken aback. Spotting the bold letters on the paper, "One Wuling Mini," he was momentarily stunned, thinking, did I just win the grand prize? My luck seems to be quite exceptional, though it's only worth a few thousand. Zhang Jiaoran, however, was far more excited, shaking Lu Wei's arm. "Wow, Lu Wei, you won the grand prize. You're amazing." Lu Wei inwardly mused. "You have no idea how remarkable I am." Receiving a car for free brought him joy. He took the keys and temporarily left the car at the sales center, as he needed to first drop Zhang Jiaoran off at the train station. On the way, Zhang Jiaoran seemed less spirited, appearing somewhat shy. "Lu Wei, you haven't added me on WeChat yet. Please do it now. I used to know your WeChat account. After the new year, where will you be working? Still in the metropolis?" "I'm not sure yet. I should remain in the metropolis, as I am more familiar with it." "Then can I come visit you? Will you host me?" Zhang Jiaoran asked softly. Lu Wei barely caught her words, realizing he could not escape this. "Of course. How could I not? I will surely host you well. It's a promise then. You mustn't go back on your word." As the car approached the train station entrance, Lu Wei opted not to search for a parking spot. Once Zhang Jiaoran alighted, he planned to head straight home. Suddenly, Zhang Jiaoran looked at Lu Wei and impulsively leaned in to peck his lips before blushingly exiting the car. "Lu Wei, I'm going in now. We must keep in touch." "All right, we'll communicate via WeChat. Be careful on your way." Goodbye." Lu Wei started the car and drove away, and only after he had disappeared from view did Zhang Jiaoran seem to come to her senses and enter the station. Before he had even left the county, he received a call from old Lu. His younger sister was on break and arriving on a train, asking him to wait a moment to pick her up. "Great, now I have to wait some more." He sent her a WeChat message inquiring about her arrival time. His sister was studying in Yuqing and mentioned she wanted to work part-time for a few days before returning home for the new year. She wouldn't arrive until after 7 in the evening, leaving Lu Wei with 3 hours of boredom to endure. In this frigid weather, he decided to visit an internet cafe to warm up and play some games, hoping the time would pass swiftly. To his surprise, after all these years, his membership card was still valid. Upon scanning his ID, he discovered he still had a 10 yuan balance in his account. The internet cafe in the county was once the battleground for many of their long nights. He had reached diamond membership status there. Skillfully, he opened a computer and casually selected a shooting game he had previously enjoyed, becoming engrossed in it. Chapter 18. I truly have several million. After playing for over 2 hours at the internet cafe, he began to feel somewhat fatigued. I can hardly fathom how I once spent entire days ensconced in this place. Meals could be forsaken, yet the allure of the internet cafe was irresistible. Perhaps the games remain unchanged, but the valiant warrior of the cafe has lost his former vigor. The youthful journey of yesteryears has transformed into an exploration of the vast cosmos. With an hour to spare, I find myself wandering aimlessly through the supermarket. It is not that Lu Wei has an affinity for shopping, but rather that in this small county town, options are limited. One cannot simply visit a classmate's home, especially when most are still toiling at work. Once the new year passes and renovations on the new home commence, there will be a place to return to. With newfound financial stability, the aspirations of purchasing a home and a car have gradually woven into the fabric of his life plans. The supermarket now boasts an array of fresh fruits, including strawberries from Dong, each as plump as an egg and vibrantly red, enticing in their appearance. There are also sun grapes, crimson Fuji apples, cherries, and more. The arrival of YH supermarket in the county has introduced a plethora of high-quality fruits. Reflecting on how his mother used to purchase fruits priced at merely a couple of yuan per jean in the town, Lu Wei feels a pang of nostalgia. Going forward, he is determined to ensure his mother enjoys better food, no longer compelled by financial constraints to choose inferior products. Thus, he purchases 5 jean of strawberries, 2 boxes of cherries, and 2 boxes of sun grapes, alongside a selection of seafood, including live shrimp and hairy crabs, opting for the more expensive choices. This year, he is resolute in enhancing the family's dining experience for the new year. As the clock approaches 7, Lu Wei stands at the train station's exit, awaiting the arrival of his younger sister, Lu Yang. The train arrives promptly, and soon a vibrant young lady comes rushing towards him. Big brother, I'm here. Her voice precedes her presence. I see you. Hand over my things, she exclaims, accepting her luggage from him as they walk towards the car. Aren't we taking the bus to the bus station? She inquires. No need, I drove to pick you up. Wow, big brother, where did you get this car? Did you rent it for the new year? Nonsense, I just bought it a few days ago. Wow, you have a car now. Lu Yang exclaims excitedly, opening the passenger door and marveling at her surroundings, a sense of disbelief washing over her. Is this really your car? She asks. Lu Wei places the luggage down, and as he settles into the seat, Lu Yang immediately probes him. Indeed, I just got the registration a couple of days ago. It's still warm from the paperwork. Our family now has a car, making travel far more convenient. Thrilled, Lu Yang begins to take selfies in the car, promptly sharing her excitement on social media, declaring, home at last, my brother picked me up. By now it is past 9. After several trips, they finally unload the New Year's goods from the trunk. Lu Xiaoying, upon seeing the multitude of items Lu Wei has brought home, can't help but voice her concern. Can't you save a little money? Do you really need to buy so much? Will you even finish it? Mom, it's alright. This year is a rare occasion of having some financial freedom. Let us enjoy a good meal and celebrate the new year well. The once quiet home now buzzes with life. The return of 2 children filling the space with warmth and cheer. After dinner, everyone gathered around the fire, watching television and engaging in casual conversation. Lu Wei went to his room to retrieve the gifts he had purchased for them in the bustling metropolis, along with a package he had conveniently picked up during his trip to the county the previous day. Initially, he intended to wait until the new year to present them as festive gifts, but he felt that would be overly formal. This is for Mom, this is for Dad, this is for my little sister, and this is for my elder sister. As he distributed the gifts, laughter erupted, and smiles were abundant. The assortment included clothing, shoes, mobile phones, tablets, and much more, each item tightly packed. He then produced a gold bracelet and placed it on Li Xiaoying's wrist. This is a genuine gold bracelet, so please do not lose it. It felt a bit heavy on her wrist, prompting Li Xiaoying to inquire, isn't it quite expensive? Not really, just a little over 10,000, he replied casually. Over 10,000? That's not very expensive. That could buy several pigs. She realized that the worth of the bracelet equated to the value of the few pigs she worked so hard to raise over the year, now adorning her wrist. Lao Lu and Lu Yang were preoccupied with their new phones, the allure of the latest device proving irresistible. Wow, brother, is that the newly released Mate 50? Top configuration? One of our dorm mates bought the 128G version and is flaunting it. Brother, have you won the lottery? You seem so wealthy. Haha, yes, I did win, several million. Lu Yang shook his head, disbelieving that such luck could befall her brother. See, no one believes me. Lu Wei found himself at a loss for words. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you, so please don't be shocked. The abruptness of his statement caused Lao Lu to look up from his new phone, startled. Son, what have you done? Don't scare me like that. Li Xiaoying sensed that her son was about to share something significant and felt a twinge of concern. Observing their anxious expressions, Lu Wei felt a bit awkward, realizing he had gone overboard with the theatrics. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just happened to buy a house this afternoon while I was in the county. You can come stay there. What? You bought a house? You spendthrift. You have so little money, and you go and buy a house without discussing it with us? Do you have to spend every last penny? Li Xiaoying's anger flared as Lu Wei mentioned the purchase, deeming her son incapable of saving. Lao Lu, unsure of what to say, asked, where did you buy it? How much was the down payment? What will the monthly payments be, and how many years will it take to repay? Well, let's not worry about the new house for now. You still have that money I haven't touched. Let's first get the county house furnished and then discuss the rest. Lu Yang, initially elated, fell silent at her parents' inquiries. I bought it near the square in the county, and I paid in full. I've already seen the house. We can start renovations after the new year. There are plenty of rooms for our entire family. You bought a rather large house, didn't you? Yes, it has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and an attic, along with a garden. That must be over 100 square meters. And you paid in full? Have you spent all your savings? Don't worry, I still have some left. I've also set aside money for renovations. We shouldn't delay the family home project. Be honest with your mother. Just how much money do you have? I probably have a few million. A few million? That's quite a lot. Have you become a deity, able to conjure money? Please refrain from engaging in illicit activities. Upon hearing Lu Wei mention several million, his family was taken aback, filled with apprehension that their son might have ventured down a perilous path. Lu Wei found it somewhat amusing. Yet the suddenness of his newfound wealth certainly raised concerns among the uninformed regarding his potential involvement in unlawful endeavors. Oh dear, rest assured, my earnings are entirely legitimate and compliant. A few days ago, I hesitated to disclose the full amount, mentioning only over 1 million. In reality, I have more than 3 million. I truly possess over 3 million. My friend has made over 50 million. I merely followed along and benefited from his success. They are in finance, and when the market is favorable, profits can multiply exponentially. Is it stock trading? Old Lou inquired, having heard a bit about it. Something like that. But it's more akin to futures trading, where $1 can be leveraged as if it were 100. I invested a few tens of thousands, which transformed into millions, and then doubled, resulting in my current wealth. They seemed to grasp the concept vaguely. It was merely a matter of turning 1 into 100, then tens of thousands into millions. Be prudent with your spending. Fortune does not linger indefinitely. Not a chance. You should entrust your money to me. I will safeguard it for you, ensuring it is reserved for your future wife. Li Xiaoying was determined to protect Lu Wei's money, fearing he might squander it at any moment. Chapter 19. The importance of arranged marriages. Lu Wei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, the older generation possessed a mindset centered on preservation. Only when entrusted to them would they feel secure, preferring to deposit it in the bank to earn interest. Yet, he wondered if, one day, they might inadvertently let slip the details, prompting some relatives to come knocking. The adage, in poverty, no one in the bustling market asks after you, remained timeless. Lu Wei had no desire to expend effort trying to convince Li Xiaoying otherwise, so he decided to transfer more funds to ease her worries. All right, I will keep it safe for you. However, it isn't much left. I've given Dad 500,000, spent over 700,000 on a house in the county, bought a car for 200,000, and will need around 200,000 for renovations. Could you help me save 500,000? Having told one lie, he found himself compelled to weave more to maintain the facade. Lu Wei and Li Xiaoying discussed, fine, I will help you save it. When the time comes for your wedding, there will be many expenses, including the bride price. Should you encounter losses, I will still have some funds for you. For Li Xiaoying and old Lu's generation, 500,000 was a substantial amount. The year they toiled in Guangdong, they saved merely 30,000 in total. This sum represented nearly 20 years of labor, sufficient to sustain their family for an extended period. All right, tomorrow I will take you to the town to open an account and deposit the money. Lu Wei could only acquiesce. The family resumed discussions on how to renovate the house in the county, as purchasing a home is often the most significant expenditure for an ordinary family, making it exceptionally vital. The following day, Lu Wei drove his mother and Lu Yang to the town, coinciding perfectly with the market day, occurring on the 5th and 10th of each month, bustling with activity as people from the surrounding areas flocked to engage in trade. After much effort, he accompanied his mother to the rural credit union to open a bank account, where they found themselves amidst a throng of people. Many returning workers withdrawing money for the new year, their faces radiant with joy. Once the card was obtained, his mother, Li Xiaoying, expressed her desire to visit the agricultural market to purchase some items. Lu Wei and Lu Yang opted to remain behind, allowing her to go alone while they waited to pick her up afterward. The two indulged in some milk tea, and Lu Yang soon departed to meet friends. Lu Wei, left alone in the car, passed the time watching videos until he received a call from his mother, informing him that his aunt had arrived and wished for him to come meet her. The area surrounding the agricultural market was filled with tricycles, forcing Lu Wei to park at a distance before making his way there on foot. After a quick phone call, he located them inside a restaurant. Apart from his aunt, two other individuals were present, a middle-aged woman and a young lady, engaged in casual conversation, while the younger one busied herself with her phone. Lu Wei politely greeted them before taking a seat beside his mother. As he settled in, the dishes they had ordered arrived, and unsure of what to say, he remained silent, responding only when directly addressed. Xiao Wei, what do you do for work? His aunt ventured into more serious topics, and Lu Wei quickly grasped that she likely intended to introduce him to a potential match. I work in the metropolis, he replied. And what is your salary now? She inquired. A few thousand yuan, just enough to cover rent and food there. I've heard the wages in the metropolis are quite high. Don't try to fool us. Xiao Wei, thinking we wouldn't understand, countered the middle-aged aunt. The young man next door to my house earns tens of thousands a month working in the metropolis. The young woman remained silent, her gaze towards Lu Wei tinged with condescension, clearly unimpressed by his modest income. I'm simply an ordinary worker, not on par with those more capable, he admitted. You might as well come back. Our daughter this year has passed the civil service exam in town, bringing home around 4,000 a month, the middle-aged woman proudly asserted. Look at our daughter, a university graduate and now a civil servant. Her future prospects are undoubtedly bright. Xiao Wei, you need to strive harder, otherwise, finding a wife will be challenging. The young woman wore a confident smile, believing her qualifications would allow her to select a suitable partner in town, lamenting only that her mother had insisted on dragging her along for this matchmaking. Subsequent topics of conversation were largely irrelevant to Lu Wei, as the middle-aged woman dominated the discourse, steering it towards her daughter, with a decent relationship with his aunt. No harsh words were exchanged. However, Lu Wei realized that his first blind date had essentially concluded before it had even begun. He held a degree of admiration for the young woman. Returning to secure a position in the civil service was indeed a commendable choice. If the roles were reversed, he doubted he could achieve such a feat. The expression of disdain on the girl's face caused him a slight discomfort. From time to time, she cast a glance at Lu Wei, her countenance revealing no emotion, as if even speaking to him was beneath her. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Lu Wei settled the bill. Dining in the small town did not require much expenditure. The total was just over 100 yuan. They parted amicably, each returning to their respective homes. As they stepped outside, Li Xiaoying inquired about Lu Wei's car, mentioning that he should drive his aunt back later. Did you buy a car, Xiao Wei? His aunt asked with curiosity. I parked it over there. It's too crowded here to maneuver it in. I just bought it a couple of days ago, aunt. The middle-aged woman, upon learning that Lu Wei had arrived by car, expressed little surprise in her eyes. A person like Lu Wei could only afford a modest domestic vehicle worth a few tens of thousands. After bidding farewell, Li Xiuying went off to shop, and her aunt followed her, leaving Lu Wei to carry their bags. Along the way, his aunt explained that she had previously known a family with a daughter of a suitable age, hence she had asked Lu Wei's mother if he had a girlfriend. If not, she intended to introduce him, as the girl worked in a government position, making her a fitting match for a university student like Lu Wei. Originally, she had praised Lu Wei, stating that he worked in the bustling metropolis and earned a substantial income. However, Lu Wei's earlier comments had undermined her attempts, leading to the girl's disinterest. Li Xiuying chimed in, "Don't blame your aunt. At your age, still without a girlfriend, your father and I are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Look at your peers in the village. Many of them already have 2 children." Lu Wei felt overwhelmed by the comparison. After all, he was still in his 20s. Market days were the busiest for the hospital, so his younger sister, Lu Ling, was unavailable, and Li Xiuying was too lazy to take Lu Wei to see her. After dropping off his aunt, he called Lu Yang, and they returned home. The next day, Lu Wei drove the family to the hospital to pick up Lu Ling, and together they ventured to the county to inspect the house he had purchased. Lu Wei asked his sister if she had a driver's license, to which she replied that she had just obtained it this past summer in the county. "Perfect. I have a gift for you later," he teased. "What is it?" she asked. "You'll find out when we get there," Lu Wei replied, leaving her in suspense. Upon seeing the house, Li Xiuying beamed with joy, and she and Lu Wei's father began planning how to utilize each room. The 2 younger sisters were equally excited, as this would be their new home. Back at the real estate office, Lu Wei handed the car keys to Lu Ling, pointing to the Wuling Mini parked nearby. "Here, this is for you. Now that you have your license, you can use it to travel back to the village." Lu Ling was overjoyed. She had initially intended to work for a few years to save for a car, but now she had a ready-made one. Seeing the happiness radiating from his family, Lu Wei couldn't help but reflect, what a wonderful year this is. It is only with money that life feels so tangible. Chapter 20. A moment of joy with a gold bar. Since everyone was present, they decided to finalize the renovations. Otherwise, leaving it to them to manage after the new year would result in an uncertain style. The sales center recommended a renovation company, so we drove there. It is a chain that is frequently seen in the city, likely due to its reputable brand that instills a sense of security. Upon noticing our family's presence, the reception staff immediately greeted us warmly, recognizing our genuine interest. After discussing the property and layout, they promptly brought in a designer for further consultation. This particular development has been quite popular in the county, providing several renovation cases for reference. After hours of deliberation, we finally settled on a universally accepted design style, a modern aesthetic that exudes sophistication and elegance. Once the contract was signed, it was merely a matter of scheduling the commencement of work. Since Lu Ling was provided with a vehicle, she would frequently oversee the progress. Having finalized the hard furnishings, we then ventured to explore soft furnishings. Fortunately, larger renovation companies typically showcase soft decor in their showrooms. The family meandered through the soft furnishing hall, trying out various items. With Lu Wei's newfound financial comfort, he no longer scrutinized prices. He simply sought what he liked. Old Lu had no objections, as it was primarily Li Xiuying who deliberated over materials and costs. The other 2 selected beds and dressing tables for their respective rooms based on personal preference. After an exhaustive selection process, only his mother remained buoyant, eagerly anticipating the negotiations, believing that every little discount counted. With all items except for the home appliances settled, they decided they could return later for those purchases. The company was currently running promotions for renovation expenditures exceeding 100,000 yuan. A refrigerator was gifted, and for 200,000 yuan, there were even more perks. The hard furnishings totaled 180,000 yuan, while the soft furnishings amounted to over 50,000 yuan, which Lu Wei promptly paid as a deposit. After the payment, the reception staff guided them to a lottery booth in front of the showroom. It turned out that the ongoing event not only included giveaways, but also offered a chance to win prizes. The grand prize was a 50-gram gold bar, while the second prize was a complete washing machine and television set. The display items, particularly the gold bar shimmering under the lights, captivated everyone's attention. The only valuable jewelry in their possession was the gold bracelet Lu Wei had brought along. Believing himself to be fortunate, Lu Wei volunteered to draw a prize. He reached into the lottery box, rummaging through the spherical entries, and as he grasped one, it slipped from his fingers before he could retrieve it, compelling him to delve back in for another. Handing the ball to the nearby staff member, Lu Wei felt that his luck had perhaps already been spent. Anticipating a mere shopping voucher worth a few hundred yuan, the staff member who attended to them opened the ball and, upon reading the note inside, appeared momentarily stunned before passing it to the manager overseeing the booth. After thorough confirmation, they turned to Lu Wei and proclaimed, "Sir, congratulations. You have won our grand prize, a 50-gram gold bar." Upon hearing this, Ms. Li Xiuying was utterly elated, and joy illuminated the faces of everyone present. Only Lu Wei wore an expression of disbelief. The ball that had just fallen was picked up anew. Did he somehow know that my hand was not the right one, deliberately blocking my attempt to retrieve it? This gold bar was procured from the official source, complete with proper receipts, which you may verify at the counter. The manager hastily explained, fearing their mistrust. After handing the gold bar to his mother, Lu Wei contemplated visiting the gold shop to purchase some jewelry for the ladies, believing that gold retains its value and exudes elegance. Although the small county town was modest, it boasted reputable jewelry establishments like Lao Fengxiang and Chao Sang Sang, which acknowledged the local purchasing power. Weddings and engagements invariably necessitate the acquisition of adornments, often in the form of the traditional 3 golds. With Lu Wei's assurance, the ladies felt free to choose at will. They soon became engrossed in selecting their preferred styles and comparing options. As for old Lu Wei pondered what would be suitable for him. Should he consider a gold chain or perhaps a large gold medallion? That would be rather ostentatious, likely making him walk with a swagger. Old Lu showed little interest in such matters, merely observing the three women while occasionally offering his thoughts. Ultimately, each spent nearly 10,000 purchasing necklaces and bracelets. Lu Wei felt no regret, having won a considerable sum in Macau recently, ample enough for indulgence. Furthermore, gold jewelry is a prudent investment, retaining value for future use. Prosperity and wealth would remain within reach. A string of fortuitous events led Lu Wei to ponder whether he should pay homage somewhere, uncertain which deity or ancestral spirit was bestowing such blessings upon him. Perhaps it was time to tend to the family tomb, to honor the ancestors who had watched over him and to refurbish their resting place. With this thought, he shared his musings with old Lu, who became animated, recounting the feng shui of their grandparents' graves. He suggested that Lu Wei's good fortune might indeed stem from the favorable placement of his grandparents' burial site, which had been chosen by a renowned feng shui master, who proclaimed that descendants would experience great wealth. Lu Wei was convinced by this narrative. Father, let us repair grandfather and grandmother's graves soon, making it more dignified. This undertaking requires careful timing. I shall consult someone about it. However, during the new year, you can certainly pay your respects. In their rural community, there remained a strong belief in feng shui, particularly the notion that properly laid ancestors could bless their descendants. Despite years of materialistic ideology, returning to the village often softened Lu Wei's heart when faced with funerals and discussions among the elders. Offering homage to ancestors felt entirely reasonable, as he hoped they thrived in the afterlife. As twilight descended, it was time to drive home and prepare dinner, lest it grow too late. The affluent Lu decisively led everyone to the restaurant he had previously enjoyed, indulging once more. His mother, Ms. Li, though not well versed in reading, recognized numbers and felt a pang of concern upon seeing prices in the hundreds on the menu. Perhaps we should refrain from dining out. Let us procure some ingredients and prepare a meal at home. The prices here are exorbitant. Merely a few dishes amount to 400 or 500 yuan, which is sufficient to purchase several dozen kilograms of pork. Lu Wei offered a gentle reminder. Oh mother, consider this. Today, we have merely consumed a fraction of a gold bar, no larger than a fingernail. One meal has depleted a gram of gold, she mused, and after 50 meals, this gold bar would be entirely consumed. Lu Wei was taken aback by his mother's newfound obsession with frugality. After much persuasion from those around them, she reluctantly agreed to share a meal but kept a watchful eye on Lu Wei, urging him not to order anything too extravagant. Lu Wei felt overwhelmed at the prospect of one day taking them to the bustling metropolis, where a meal could easily exceed 1,000 yuan per person. He dreaded the admonishments that would ensue. He resolved to gradually instill in her the understanding of value. As the new year approached, Lu Wei inquired of Li Xiuying whether they should send some gifts to their grandmother's home. Though not far, merely 20 kilometers away, the mountain roads were somewhat treacherous, yet driving there would take less than an hour. His mother hesitated, perhaps due to the scoldings she had endured from his aunt over the years. In the past, while they worked in the city and his younger sister was still in middle school, Lu Wei's mother had asked his uncle if his sister could spend the summer at their grandmother's, helping with chores and tending to the cattle. His aunt had reacted vehemently, rebuking his uncle. What is this? Do you have the means to support another child? His uncle, submissive by nature, offered no resistance. In those rural times, money was scarce. It was merely a matter of providing an extra pair of chopsticks. Whenever they visited their grandmother, they were always busy, tending to cattle or harvesting corn. Every family has its own challenges, and domestic matters can be complex. One can only impose on others for so long before tensions arise, even among the closest of relatives. Lu Wei urged his mother to consider. Grandmother is growing older, you should visit her more often. Regret will come too late if she were to pass. Eventually swayed by Lu Wei's insistence, Li Xiuying acquiesced. Very well, we shall go tomorrow to purchase some items. During his childhood, Lu Wei had often visited his grandmother, sometimes so fearful of sleeping alone that he would sneak into her bed. She would often slip him a bit of money as he departed, her hard-earned savings discreetly tucked into his clothing. Such tender care from elders lingered quietly in his heart, even as he matured and continued to visit. She treated him as a child, offering him cherished snacks and trembling as she retrieved coins from her pocket. Lu Wei drove to the county, where he purchased a jade bracelet and a cane for the elderly, followed by some supplements and a selection of cigarettes and liquor for his uncle, 2 bottles of Woyangya and 2 packs of Furongwang. With the new year approaching, he withdrew several thousand yuan in cash for red envelopes. After picking up Li Xiuying in town, they gathered some fruits, chickens, and ducks before heading to their grandmother's home. Grandmother's home is situated at a higher elevation than theirs, accessible via winding mountain roads. Fortunately, the car is automatic. With a little acceleration, it climbs effortlessly. Had it been a manual transmission, Lu Wei might have become a casualty of the incline, stalling on the slope. Upon parking the vehicle in a nearby flat area, the two of them carried their belongings to grandmother's house. She was basking in the sun in the courtyard when Lu Wei approached, calling out, "Grandma, I'm here." However, due to her hearing difficulties, she could not discern who it was, and her vision had also deteriorated, making it hard to see from a distance. Moving closer, he said, "Grandma, it's me, Xiao Wei, I've come with Mom." Finally, she heard him, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Wei has come. My eyesight is failing. I can hardly see you." She was visibly delighted and reached out to embrace him. It had been 2 or 3 years since his last visit, and he was taken aback by how much older she appeared. A wave of emotion washed over Lu Wei, and he stifled his feelings. He encouraged his mother to keep grandmother company while he went to retrieve the items from the car. By the time he returned, his aunt and others had already emerged. With a measure of reluctance, Lu Wei greeted them. Upon noticing the gifts he was carrying, his aunt's face lit up with joy. "Oh, Xiao Wei, you've been working out of town this year. It seems you've made quite a fortune, bringing back so many items." She took the cigarettes and alcohol he handed her, placing them on the altar with great delight. When she returned, she caught sight of Lu Wei attempting to slide a jade bracelet onto grandmother's wrist. As she observed the vibrant green bracelet, her eyes sparkled with recognition of its value. Having toiled in the fields her entire life, grandmother's hands were somewhat coarse, rougher than Lu Wei's mother's, rendering the bracelet too small to fit. Despite applying lotion and soap, it remained stubbornly stuck, causing discomfort to grandmother, and ultimately, Li Xiaoying had to give up. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Lu Wei's aunt snatched the bracelet for herself. "Ah, since grandma can't wear it now, I'll keep it safe for her," she declared, slipping the bracelet onto her own wrist and admiring it under the light, her smile widening. Earlier, she had felt envious of the gold bracelet Lu Wei's mother wore, but now, with the jade bracelet in her possession, her spirits were lifted. Lu Wei was uncertain of what to say, noticing his mother's irritation while grandmother remained silent, allowing the matter to unfold. After sharing a dinner with grandmother, his aunt began to engage him in conversation. "Xiao Wei, your younger cousin is about to take the college entrance exam. You should help him, so he can attend university just like you did. That way, our family can have a few university graduates." She continued, "Once your older cousin graduates, take him to the big city and help him find a job. It would be more convenient for everyone." Lu Wei merely nodded along, his responses drifting in one ear and out the other. What assistance could he possibly offer in terms of academics? He had been out of school for years, having long since returned everything he had learned. Although he had spent many joyous days with his two younger cousins, herding cattle and gathering firewood as children, their conversations had dwindled since they had grown up. Today, upon seeing him, his cousins had only offered a brief greeting before retreating into their phones. He resolved to leave such matters to fate, thinking that perhaps they would reach out to him in the future. Last year, he did not return home for the new year. When Li Xiaoying visited her grandmother's house, her aunt inquired about his recent circumstances and learned that after graduating in the bustling metropolis, he was earning merely a few thousand yuan a month. She scoffed at the notion, dismissing the value of a university education, remarking that despite graduating, he was still merely working as a laborer, earning a pittance compared to those in the village who dropped out of middle school to work. She cautioned her two younger cousins, advising them not to follow in their older cousins' footsteps. Upon graduation, they should aspire to take civil service examinations, lest they lead lives devoid of ambition. Lu Wei held no resentment towards his cousins. After all, blood is thicker than water. As long as they sought his assistance in the future, he would do his utmost to help them. After dinner, Lu Wei distributed red envelopes to everyone, including his two younger cousins still in school, his uncle and aunt, and his grandmother, ensuring each received one. His aunt immediately opened hers, her eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of several crisp banknotes. Yet, she remarked, "Oh, Xiao Wei, you needn't have given anything to me and your uncle. Just for your cousins and grandmother would suffice. If you prefer not to accept it, then so be it." Lu Wei thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. "You and your uncle are also my elders, now that I am earning a living. It is only right that I present you with New Year's gifts." His aunt likely mused that the red envelopes given over the years had finally yielded returns. In previous years, whenever they visited, she would often wear a stern expression, offering them 10 or 20 yuan as a token of New Year's money, knowing that Lu Wei's parents would compensate his cousins in turn. Yet, his aunt often felt that their visits were merely requests for money, their faces resembling that of debt collectors. He reminded his grandmother to take care of her health and promised to visit her when he had the time. Li Xiaoying then informed her aunt and uncle that it was time for them to head home. Initially, his aunt had anticipated spending the evening tidying up for them, feeling rather exasperated. However, upon hearing this, she felt a wave of relief. "Oh dear, it's quite late. Why not stay the night and leave in the morning? There won't be any transportation available now. Mom, my cousin drove us here. I saw them get out of the car this afternoon. It's parked in the yard of fourth uncle's house." His younger cousin chimed in. "Xiao Wei, you bought a car?" Li Xiaoying exclaimed, her spirits lifting. "Yes. He returned a few days ago and purchased a vehicle in Jucheng. We drove here today." This moment brought a sense of pride to Li Xiaoying, who had often felt looked down upon by her younger siblings. As she watched them depart in the car until it vanished from sight, Lu Wei's aunt, not particularly enthusiastic, returned home and advised her two sons, "You should maintain a closer relationship with your cousin. Keep in touch, for he may be able to assist you in the future." Chapter 22. The New Year. It was New Year's Eve, the commencement of the most significant festival in China. On this day, most families would be bustling about in a flurry of activity. Even in the depths of slumber, Lu Wei was roused early, as he had much to accomplish that day. Tasks included slaughtering chickens and fish, pasting couplets, and more. The offerings on the ancestral altar needed to be abundant, symbolizing the prosperity of the family. It was believed that a generous display would ensure that their ancestors would bestow blessings for the coming year, leading to successful careers and great wealth, at the very least. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat were indispensable. On the 30th day, all offerings must be prepared, as the subsequent 3 days prohibit the taking of life. Only after the ancestors have been honored on the 3rd day can the offerings be removed. Slaughtering a chicken is indeed a skilled task. Lu Wei recalls a particular year when he and his sister were home during Qingming to pay their respects, necessitating the sacrifice of a chicken before the grave. One held the wings and legs while the other wielded the knife, aiming for the neck, yet the chicken did not succumb immediately. It flailed wildly on the table. Ultimately, several more strikes were required, nearly severing its head before it was finally dispatched. Today, Lu Wei assisted old Lu in the slaughter. His knife skills were lacking, so he merely held the chicken tightly. Old Lu, with a few swift motions, applied too much force, leaving merely a thin layer of skin on the chicken's neck. After completing two, they collected the blood and placed it directly on the altar, leaving the plucking of feathers to Lu Wei. With a murmured lament, he squatted in the yard, methodically removing the feathers. The tedious task of plucking feathers nearly bored him to death, taking over an hour to prepare the two chickens. With one task accomplished, many more waited. Next, it was time to affix the couplets. Nearly every year, this responsibility fell upon him. He first cleared away the old couplets and door gods from the previous year before applying the new ones. He also had to prepare a pot of paste. Braving the winter chill outdoors, his hands, coated in paste, trembled from the cold. The house had 4 doors, and he carefully adjusted the angles while affixing the couplets, ensuring they were relatively straight. Since the passing of his grandparents, his uncles and aunts rarely spent the new year in their hometown, often celebrating in their own homes or at their grandmother's. Family visits mostly occurred during village feasts. In small towns, numerous customs exist, with the most coveted tradition on New Year's Eve being which family eats dinner first. This dinner begins after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Families that have prepared their offerings light a string of firecrackers, signaling that the offerings are ready and they can commence their meal. In the past, old Lu and he were indifferent to these customs, often finishing their preparations around 4 or 5, enduring lengthy admonishments from Li Xiaoying. Upon returning, it was Lu Wei's turn to be the chef for the New Year's Eve dinner. Although his culinary skills were modest, he strived to create a variety of dishes. Otherwise, his mother would simply serve everything in one pot. Lu Wei calculated the dishes he needed to prepare, assigning tasks to his sisters to ensure no one was idle. They prepared a feast of sauerkraut fish, braised pork, beer duck, and stewed beef brisket, among other significant dishes. As Li Xiaoying had mentioned, it was a tradition to avoid cabbage on this day, opting instead for substantial meat dishes, a custom passed down from his grandmother's generation. Everyone busied themselves with their family offerings, leaving no time for visiting neighbors. Only after the New Year's Eve dinner did the rural festivities commence. By 4 o'clock, they finally completed the dishes. They offered incense to their ancestors, burned paper offerings, and set off a string of firecrackers in the yard. The New Year's Eve dinner began. They opened a bottle of matai, pouring a glass for their parents and taking a sip for themselves. The 2 younger sisters requested red wine, and the family raised their glasses in a toast, each face beaming with joy. This year's New Year's Eve dinner left Lu Wei feeling immensely satisfied, filled with a sense of peace and a profound sense of accomplishment. The upcoming year holds great promise. The family will no longer struggle for their livelihood. They need only to methodically construct their new home and savor each day as it comes. After finishing dinner at 6 o'clock, Lu Wei began to meander through the village, essentially taking a leisurely stroll. He ventured to the village playground to listen to others boast about their exploits. Regrettably, most of his peers were engrossed at the card tables, wielding the fruits of their labor from the past year with audacity. Games of Jia Jinhua, Mahjong, and Do Di Zhu proliferated, each table encircled by eager spectators. Lu Wei, however, firmly declined to indulge in such gambling activities. In the past, he had succumbed to their entreaties and contributed 100 yuan, but after that initial experience, he refrained from further participation. After wandering through the village a couple of times, he received warm greetings from the locals, as he was still regarded as the first university student from their community. Despite the disparaging remarks he had endured in the past, this year, the sight of his family's parked car had transformed many into enthusiastic acquaintances. The villagers had long since become quite discerning. The wealthiest among them drew attention effortlessly, with others flocking to their homes, unbidden, eager to engage in conversation. Those wielding power would also be quick to inquire about any matters concerning the family, offering assistance and even gifts to lend a hand. Having seen through such superficiality, Lu Wei, after spending years away, had become estranged from his contemporaries in the village. Finding little common ground for conversation or camaraderie, he returned home with cigarettes and liquor for his elderly great-uncle, who, upon receiving the gifts, recognized their considerable worth and lavished praise upon him, even offering an assortment of snacks in return. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, unable to withstand the elders' incessant chatter, Lu Wei quickly excused himself, deciding instead to return home and watch the Spring Festival Gala. He planned to play some games with his sister and keep vigil until midnight. Upon arriving home, his phone buzzed with messages from friends, including a few from women. Jiang Xinan sent him a selfie of herself lighting fireworks, as she too had returned to her hometown for the new year. She attached a lengthy voice message wishing him a happy new year and good health. Lu Wei felt a twinge of emotion. She had become the closest female friend he had had in recent years. Although he struggled to define their relationship, it did not hinder his fondness for her. Whose stunning photo is this? You look marvelous. Happy New Year. Be careful with those fireworks. Don't get yourself singed. He texted back. Huh, can you not recognize me, my dear? Quickly send me a red envelope. I'm younger than you, and I want my New Year's money. Jiang Xinan swiftly replied. Wow, you're quite grown up and still asking for New Year's money. I don't care about others, but you must give me some. Why must I? Tell me, have you ever pressed me? Have you ever slept with me? Lu Wei felt a flush of embarrassment at her words. Huh, you make a good point. I will. This is a must. He promptly transferred 666 yuan to Jiang Xinan, including a note, exclusive New Year's money. On the other end, Jiang Xinan blushed as she reveled in her successful ploy, happily accepting the money. It had been a while since they last met, and she felt a budding affection for this man she barely knew. She took the time to respond to messages from her university roommates, Lu Hao, Su Qing, Zhang Jiran, and several other classmates. Some individuals resort to mass messaging, crafting a personal note and then copying it for distribution. This interaction serves as a reminder that each person still occupies a space within one's social circle. Brother Wei, may the new year grant you vitality and vigor. Overcoming any challenges. Your affluent roommates will surely remember your humorous remarks about wealth and tease you accordingly. If 5 more affluent individuals were to join, I would gladly introduce you to each one. Brother Wei, you are indeed formidable. Su Qing's message is straightforward. Happy New Year. I wish Lu Wei great success in his endeavors, and may all your wishes come true. With such formal sentiments, a similarly formal response follows. Happy New Year. May our beautiful gardener Su achieve even greater accomplishments in the coming year and nurture more outstanding students. Zhang Jiaoran, however, has ulterior motives. Little Wei, Happy New Year. Celebrating at home is quite dull. Can I come over to your place? This leaves Lu Wei at a loss, unsure whether to accept or decline the invitation. Chapter 23. Old Lu's Feast. Reflecting on his humble abode, he contemplates foregoing the invitation. He rarely brought classmates home, primarily due to the distance and financial constraints. In a few days, I'll come visit you. I'll drive over for convenience. Regardless of whether he actually goes, he decides to placate her for now. Lu Wei's WeChat reveals a modest circle of around 100 friends. After eliminating unnecessary contacts from his previous company, the number dwindles further. He sends a New Year greeting to his old friend at the hot spring. Brotherly, Happy New Year. Wishing you good health and continued brilliance in your endeavors. Moments later, a response arrives, as most are settled in front of their televisions watching the Spring Festival Gala, with their phones ever present. Little Lu, Happy New Year. You still tease me, huh? When you return for the holiday, do remember to find me. Let us go fishing together. As he engages in casual WeChat chatter while watching the gala, he merely listens, as the programs seem less captivating. Yet, the atmosphere remains enriched by the festivities. Red envelopes are being sent out. Lu Wei announces to his family. This year, having earned some money, I'll send each of you a generous gift via WeChat transfer. Afterward, he transfers 10,000 to each family member's account. Lu Yang, upon seeing this, chuckles heartily, as this substantial red envelope will help her realize several of her plans. Lu Ling, more reserved, accepts it, but Ms. Li disagrees. Why are you giving so much? You've just made several purchases. Shouldn't you save some money? A few hundred would suffice. Indeed, you should keep it for yourself, old Lu concurs. Oh, but I want everyone to receive a share. It carries meaning for us all to prosper in the new year. Please accept it. With a mix of coaxing and persuasion, he manages to convince his parents to accept the red envelopes. As their jovial conversations continue, they usher in midnight. Outside, the resounding crackle of fireworks erupts. In the countryside, firecrackers are permitted, so one can indulge freely, provided they have the means. Even before midnight, some have already begun, perhaps their clocks are slightly ahead. Lu Wei had previously asked old Lu to purchase several boxes of fireworks, but feeling it insufficient, he later drove himself to acquire additional boxes. As the countdown commenced, everyone gathered in the courtyard, each person holding a sparkler, tasked with igniting 2 boxes of fireworks. In an instant, 10 boxes soared into the sky, illuminating the entire courtyard, and the valley became a beacon of light. The entire village, with its 100 households, joined in the celebration, making the dawn seem imminent, no matter how deeply one slept. The cacophony would rouse them. The brilliance of the fireworks imbued the festive atmosphere with vibrancy, marking the occasion with a sense of exuberance. Yet, the spectacle was fleeting. Lasting only a few minutes before tranquility resumed, the excitement dissipated quickly, unlike the carefree days of youth when one would carry a handful of firecrackers, lighting them at whim, and reveling for hours. Blowing up mud puddles, cow dung, or battered pots, a crowd would gather to boast about whose firecrackers were the most numerous. Many traditions passed down from previous generations have waned in recent years, and as the younger generation has little incentive from their parents, they often retreat indoors to indulge in their mobile devices instead. In the year prior, old Lu had envisioned hosting a feast, initially considering acquiring a pig for a traditional slaughter meal. With his son providing robust support this year, he aspired to regain some face within the village. Lu Wei, however, opposed this notion, deeming the slaughtering process too cumbersome and labor-intensive. He suggested to old Lu to simply procure a pre-slaughtered pig from the slaughterhouse during the early days of the new year. To bolster old Lu's reputation, Lu Wei also ventured to the county town to procure beef, shrimp, crabs, and various spirits. The table was set with 2 bottles of Maotai, or red wine, with a humorous note that it was Maotai welcoming wine priced at 200 a bottle, accompanied by 2 packs of cigarettes, thereby meeting the standards typically expected for celebratory feasts. The slaughter meal was not intended to invite the entire village, but rather to host family members and a few well-connected elders, summing up to around 7 or 8 tables. Old Lu invited several cousins to help prepare the dishes, while Lu Wei assisted by distributing cigarettes and tools. Despite underlying tensions, a facade of harmony was maintained. Regardless of past grievances, participation was deemed essential at such gatherings. Once the invitations were extended, if someone chose not to attend, it would be accepted without further ado. Lu Wei's recent purchase of a vehicle had already circulated through the village, leading those who had previously looked down upon his family to approach him with feigned camaraderie. What is Xiao Wei up to these days? You must have earned quite a bit this year. Any chance you could help us out with some work? Their breath bore the scent of smoke, revealing yellowed teeth as they attempted to engage with Lu Wei. Uncle, my job requires certain qualifications. I'm not in a factory, so I genuinely don't know what I could assist you with. Reluctantly accommodating, he felt compelled to smile and engage, as it was a day meant for feasting. Only after everyone had settled and begun their meal could Lu Wei, along with his mother and sister, join the last table to dine, which included his aunt and other relatives. Xiao Wei has struck it rich. He even bought a car this year, they remarked, observing his fuller figure. Clearly, life is treating you well. You can tell you've been well fed. The aunt, who had always held disdain for Lu Wei's family, noted that both she and his uncle were dual-income earners, often feeling that Lu Wei's family had hindered their standing, leading them to rarely visit the ancestral home. In his younger days, when he was a student, Lu Wei suffered from poor nutrition, leaving him emaciated. Now that he has entered the workforce, he has gained some weight due to overwork, and his face appears somewhat fuller. Lu Wei, disinterested in conforming to others' expectations, remains silent, focusing solely on his meal. Does Xiao Wei have a girlfriend? Don't be too picky. If not, I could introduce you to the daughter of one of our colleagues. His aunt began to fret over other matters. Look at your cousin. She just graduated this year and has already secured a position at a foreign company. Her boyfriend's family owns a factory and is planning to buy them a house in Hangzhou. While speaking, she couldn't help but showcase her own daughter, causing the conversation to swiftly shift to other relative situations, much to her annoyance. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, shrimp, crab, fine wine, and quality cigarettes. The men at several tables had become quite inebriated. 2 bottles of liquor were hardly sufficient, prompting them to order more. If guests left your home unsatisfied after drinking, they would criticize you for being stingy, saying you were too frugal to provide adequate refreshments. With high standards of hospitality, coupled with the conspicuous presence of a luxury vehicle worth over 200,000 and a Wuling Mini parked outside, the relatives seemed to realize that Lu Wei's family had some wealth. Hence, they began discussing cars and invitations to meals. After dinner, a few remained to converse with Lao Lu and Li Xiaoying, subtly hinting at their desire to borrow money. They spoke of needing funds for a daughter-in-law's dowry or for building a house, among other things. Fortunately, Lu Wei had previously informed them that the car was purchased on loan and that he, too, wished to borrow money to build a house. The matter of buying a home in the county had not been disclosed. Otherwise, his aunt would have been the first to speak up. If word got out that he had won millions, a line would likely form at his doorstep overnight, transforming his once quiet home into a bustling hub. The age-old truth remains: wealth attracts distant relatives. Years ago, he stood with his hands in his pockets, head lowered, tucked away in a corner of the school, watching his classmates joyfully enter the classroom with their new books while he waited for his uncle to bring him some supplies. When his aunt learned of this, she lamented to anyone who would listen, claiming they had borne a son they could not afford to raise and pressuring his uncle to support them. In those years, Lao Lu attempted to learn the trade of selling cooking oil, ultimately leading to losses and mounting debts, leaving him unable to scrape together even 5 yuan. His own brothers distanced themselves from him. During his middle school years, he had to walk over 10 miles through the mountains to attend school. At the school where his uncle worked, the uncle rode a motorcycle but seldom offered him a ride. Due to his aunt's constant chatter, they acted like strangers, deliberately avoiding each other on campus. In his earlier days, Lao Lu had earned some money and supported his younger uncle's education, fostering a harmonious family atmosphere. However, after their fortunes declined, they seldom returned to the old homestead, and even his grandparents had to divide their household. Without experiencing such hardships, one cannot truly understand the limits of human nature, nor would one realize how many would scorn a person when they find themselves in dire poverty. Chapter 24. Drawing 2 crystals. Lu Wei suddenly felt a twinge of concern. He suspected that old Lu was rather impressionable. With 500,000 in his possession, could he truly be contemplating a loan? In the past, many in the village had looked down upon him. He would often gather in crowds to boast, displaying an impenetrable facade, yet his thin skin made it difficult for him to refuse help when asked. Fortunately, amidst Ms. Li's persistent lamentations of poverty, everyone shared an awkward sense of financial constraint, leading to a hasty farewell. Following the revelry, the remnants of the feast fell upon them to tidy up. Entertaining guests at home proved to be quite a taxing endeavor. Brother, may I inquire about something? After the cleanup, while everyone rested, Lu Yang quietly posed her question, leaving old Lu and the others momentarily taken aback. Go ahead, what is it? With all eyes upon her, Lu Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Well, I wish to pursue graduate studies. Is there still money at home to support me? She expected a different kind of question, but Lu Wei confidently assured her, of course. You could even pursue a doctorate. I could support you until your professors have passed away. His amusing remark elicited laughter from the group. As long as you can pass the entrance exam, you can even pursue an MBA without any worry about tuition or living expenses. Education must be supported. Even if luck does not favor me, I am willing to provide assistance. In the afternoon, Lu Wei's aunt and uncle visited with their cousin to pay New Year's greetings. They had only one son, who was 13 and just beginning middle school. After exchanging pleasantries, he retreated to a corner of the sofa, engrossed in a game on his phone. Before long, his newly deepened voice erupted. Dude, you little elementary student. Just give up already. It appeared that someone was lagging in the battles of the canyon. His mother scolded him, but he paid no heed, his fingers continuing their relentless dance on the screen. During holidays, games like Honor of Kings and PUBG captivated countless children. They would either beg their grandparents for phones or pester their parents, inevitably finding a device to play with, proving nearly impossible to manage. Now that he was studying in the county seat, he had to be provided with a phone, which resulted in most of his free time being consumed by gaming. Being their only son, he was naturally indulged. His aunt frequently urged Lu Wei to persuade their cousin to focus more on his studies, a request that made Lu Wei feel somewhat overwhelmed. How could he advise him? Would confiscating the phone during this rebellious phase not lead to a direct confrontation? While his aunt and mother prepared dinner, Lu Wei approached his cousin casually. Xiaochong, why do you play on your phone every day? Your eyesight will surely suffer. Oh, cousin, please don't concern yourself with me. I only get to play during the holidays. My classmates are already at the star level, while I'm still stuck at diamond. Such obsession will surely hinder your studies. It's fine. Once I return to school, I won't be able to play anymore. I'll focus on studying then. Alright, how did you fare in your exams this year? Lu Wei inquired. Xiao Chang's face flushed instantly. Cousin, please don't ask about my grades during the new year. Let me enjoy some peace. You should send me a red envelope first. And then I'll tell you my results. Alright, as long as you share your grades, I shall send you a generous red envelope. Lu Wei found it amusing. Even discussing grades had become a matter of negotiation. Lu Wei initially intended to offer him cash, but Xiao Chang declined, asking if he could receive a red envelope via WeChat instead. Since it posed no inconvenience and Lu Wei had a substantial balance, the two exchanged WeChat contacts. And Lu Wei transferred 1,000 to him. Xiao Chang's mouth fell agape, his expression one of astonishment. Cousin, you are giving me 1,000. In previous years, regardless of where we went, the maximum was 200. The sudden influx of wealth startled Xiao Chang. Cousin, are you truly giving me that much? If I take it, my mother will surely scold me. It's fine. Keep this for yourself. Later, I'll give you 200 in cash in front of my aunt, and she won't be the wiser. If his aunt were to discover he had such a significant amount of pocket money, she would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Children, after all, tend to spend their money almost immediately. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chang dove back into his game, promptly spending 348 on a skin for a character. Upon completing the purchase, he noticed Lu Wei watching him intently and awkwardly lowered his head. Cousin, I've wanted this skin for the little egg for a long time. But my mother refuses to give me any money. There's someone in our class who has the golden Sagittarius skin for Ho-E. It's so impressive. So, I wanted to buy the coolest one to outshine them. Lu Wei hesitated, caught between amusement and exasperation. While he understood that feeling, having once been in that position himself, he couldn't help but think the child was rather extravagant in his spending to keep up with peers. Seeing Lu Wei's silence, Xiao Chang grew anxious, his face long as he pleaded. Cousin, please don't tell my mother. I would be doomed. Alright. This will be the last time. If I catch you doing this again, I'll inform my aunt. And you won't be able to play on your phone at all. Lu Wei, reluctant to spoil the festive atmosphere, decided to let it slide this time. Cousin, I'll let you play with the little egg skin for the first match, Xiao Chang offered, eager to please. Never mind. I have no interest in that skin. Nor do I enjoy playing with that short-legged character. Okay then, I'm off to play. With excitement, he resumed his game. Lu Wei shook his head in disapproval. This game had ensnared far too many children, and even he sometimes found it hard to resist. When he lost, he felt compelled to keep playing until he secured a victory. Unbeknownst to him, his teammates and opponents were often elementary school students, many of whom had yet to complete their homework. With his new skin, Xiao Chang became quite engrossed, wearing a smug expression. After finishing a match, he paused, asking, Cousin, could you help me draw a glory crystal? I've tried several times and haven't won yet. This child is beyond saving. He had just spent his newly acquired points, and thankfully Lu Wei hadn't revealed that he was a V10 player. Alright, I'll help you draw a couple of times, lest you exhaust all your attempts. They say one must reach a luck value of at least 361 to obtain a crystal. I've drawn 3 times, and am only at 15 now. This insatiable pay-to-win game is truly enticing children to squander their money. Before Xiao Chang could gather his thoughts, Lu Wei tapped the screen. Immediately, a special effect erupted on the phone, and a pink crystal fell from the heavens. Here you go, the crystal you wished for. I just did a single draw. Xiao Chang was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, he saw the screen displaying. Congratulations, you have obtained a glory crystal. Dear cousin, we have struck gold. It is indeed the coveted glory crystal. Cousin, you are simply remarkable. The voice of this middle schooler, with its awkward timbre, has been quite distressing for Lu Wei. Akin to the sound of a saw cutting through wood. Cousin, you still have points left? Why not draw another? Back then, I drew one and hit the jackpot. Regardless, I believe your fortune is extraordinary. Very well, I shall draw another for you. Whether or not it is successful, why not simply purchase a skin instead? After saying this, he promptly clicked for another draw. With a swift motion, Lu Wei was astonished to find he had won again. A probability of 3, so effortlessly? The awkward voice erupted once more, shouting crystal, crystal. Xiao Chang pointed at the screen, repeatedly exclaiming those 2 words, seemingly at a loss for further expression, leaving the child dumbfounded. The look in Lu Wei's eyes was one of sheer admiration, as if he were a deity worthy of worship. Upon returning the phone, he immediately exchanged his crystal for a skin of Li Bai, still pondering how to spend the remaining one. This skin would suffice for him to boast for half a year among his classmates. It wasn't until Lu Yang arrived to call them for dinner that he paused his gaming. Xiao Chang had already regarded Lu Wei as an idol, obedient to an extraordinary degree. Noticing the 2 of them, Aunt scolded, on this festive occasion, why are you making such a racket? What kind of behavior is that? Xiao Chang lowered his head in silence, chastised. Chapter 25, is it a full house of high cards? After a somewhat strained meal, Lu Wei, in front of Aunt, handed Xiao Chang 200 yuan. This is your New Year's gift. Remember to study diligently and refrain from playing on your phone too much. Thank you, cousin. I will surely learn from you and strive to improve, Xiao Chang replied earnestly. Aunt beamed with maternal pride, pleased with the child's compliance. When it was time for their departure, Li Xiuying asked Lu Wei to see Aunt and the others back. She also fetched a bottle of mitai and a box of fruits from the room to send along with them. Lu Wei waited for them in the courtyard, preparing the car, while the 2 sisters exchanged heartfelt farewells. This year has been exceedingly indulgent, filled with feasting and gaming, occasionally teasing girls on WeChat. There is little pressure, and no one urges him to do anything. Retirement may not be as leisurely as this. Their region belongs to the subtropical climate, and during the 7 days of the new year in the south, a warm sun frequently graces the days with temperatures reaching 20 degrees Celsius. Staying indoors to bask in the sun felt almost shameful, so Lu Wei gathered everyone and proposed a trip to the city. Given the festive season, no one opposed the idea. The journey from their home to the city takes about 2 hours via the highway. Rumor has it that a film city has been established in the city over the past few years, bustling with activity. Lu and Li Xiaoying rarely ventured out, only making trips to the town for supplies. Another leisurely day passed, yet the warmth of family togetherness made it all worthwhile. The joy of indulging in food and exploration is a delightful aspect of the new year. Having spent ample time together, Mrs. Li likely began to harbor some concerns about him. You're no longer a child. Next year, you must bring a girlfriend home. Look at those you grew up with. They already have children aged 2. Hearing this, Lu Wei felt overwhelmed. Mother, I am only 26. Even if we consider the lunar calendar, I am merely 27. I am still quite young. Indeed, with a car and a house now secured, they found themselves in want of a daughter-in-law, and soon, the yearning for grandchildren would follow. Each day, the incessant nagging left Lu Wei's head buzzing with turmoil. He resolved to venture out the following day, seeking to escape the conflict by eluding her gaze. Awakening naturally the next morning, he consumed a few bites of food and informed Li Xiaoying, Mother, I shall be heading to the county for some leisure. Please do not wait for me for dinner. Upon hearing of his plans, Lu Yang eagerly followed suit, pleading, Brother, take me along, I wish to join you. With mutual classmates to meet, it seemed fitting for them to embark on this outing together, especially since Lu Ling had already departed for her hospital shift. Upon arrival in the county, Lu Yang disembarked to seek out her friends, promising to call Lu Wei when she was ready to return home. Lu Wei, meanwhile, reached out to Lu Hao and a few others, only to discover they were at home engaged in a game of mahjong. Your lives have become rather decadent, he chided. Such splendid moments squandered indoors over mahjong. Are you short one player? Shall I join the fray? Come, let us see your skills, Lu Hao replied, sending Lu Wei the address, which he promptly set off to. Despite the leisurely days at home, he found himself growing restless. He had little interest in the village games, which were merely about gambling the night away. A bit of entertainment was all he sought. He had no desire for the relentless competition. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly, he promised. Though he had dabbled in mahjong before, it had been ages since his last game. Initially, he won a few rounds, but soon he found himself losing in large amounts, unable to keep track of the scoring. His victories were few, while his losses multiplied exponentially, leaving him bewildered. With his lack of skill and inability to count or recall the rules, he felt utterly lost amidst the myriad of strategies. Completely unfamiliar with terms like 13 orphans or dragon 7 pairs. The county was small, and for the public servants enjoying their weekends, the only form of entertainment available was to gather for a few rounds of mahjong after meals. Few were unfamiliar with the game, and the stakes were generally modest. In a broader sense, as long as the games were not profit-driven and remained within reasonable limits, they did not constitute gambling. Friendly games among acquaintances with minimal stakes were merely a form of recreation. With his ample finances, Lu Wei considered that the stakes among friends would likely be trivial. With a maximum of a few hundred yuan to be wagered throughout the day, should he lose, it would simply be a means of gifting them a little something. Upon arriving at the address provided by Lu Hao, Lu Wei found 3 tables of mahjong already set up. Some had brought partners, while others came with friends. A group of 10 or more filled the space, either participating, observing, or engaging in conversation. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had wandered into a mahjong parlor by mistake. Fortunately, familiar faces greeted him warmly. Recalling the earlier gathering where he had put the boastful Li Wenjun in his place, the memory lingered vividly among them. Brother Wei has arrived. Brother Wei is here. They exclaimed in unison, the atmosphere lively and welcoming. Approaching the table, he spotted Li Wenjun seated alongside Lu Hao, Su Qing, and another woman. Lu Hao and Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, you're here. We thought you might stay home for the new year. Li Wenjun had already risen to his feet. Wei Gu, would you care to take a seat beside me? No, you all carry on. Finish your round first. Another girl merely glanced at Lu Wei, saying nothing. Perhaps unfamiliar with him. Upon closer inspection, Lu Wei was taken aback. Was this not the campus belle from back in the day? The goddess whom countless hearts had secretly adored? It turned out she could play mahjong too. Yang Wan was undeniably the acknowledged beauty of their cohort, excelling not only in looks but also academically, consistently ranking among the top 3 in every examination. Whenever she passed by their classroom, numerous male gazes would inevitably follow. Conversely, when they strolled past Yang Wan's classroom, they would often steal a glance within, yearning to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Each summer, she would undoubtedly leave the hearts of many young men shattered, their noses bleeding from sheer admiration. Dressed in graceful skirts, her long tresses cascading over her shoulders. Each glance and smile seemed as if she had stepped out of a painting. After the college entrance examination, the goddess enrolled at the prestigious Aurora University in the magical city, and thus, the legendary beauty vanished into the mists of life. Though they resided in the same city, her institution was a top-tier university. Lu Wei harbored no delusions. As a country boy, he could not aspire to ingratiate himself at her school. The disparity was far too vast, and whether she would even acknowledge him remained a mystery. The goddess still radiated beauty, though her gaze no longer held that same clarity of yesteryears. As he observed them continue their game, Lu Wei couldn't help but steal glances at Yang Wan occasionally. Perhaps beautiful things are simply too enticing to resist admiring. After completing a round, Li Wenjun stood up to relinquish his seat. Upon witnessing the little tyrant willingly give up his spot, Yang Wan appeared somewhat surprised. Who was this influential person? Lu Wei was pushed to the table. And Su Qing chuckled. Lu Wei, I'm eagerly anticipating dividing the spoils of the wealthy. You better be cautious. Yes, Wei Gu. Let me seize a bit of fortune, Lu Hao chimed in, joining the playful banter. Yang Wan smiled but said nothing. She had won the previous round and was confident in her skills. Lu Wei chuckled helplessly. So you all are so certain of your victory over me? Of course. We play weekly. Our skills are honed to perfection. Oh, I want to return home until I've thoroughly defeated you, Lu Hao. Though they may not be experts. Their spirit was undeniable. They began shuffling the tiles, placing them into the automatic mahjong machine, which then revealed a fresh set of tiles. The previous round's victor rolled the dice to determine where to start drawing tiles. Lu Wei took a bit longer to organize his tiles. Yang Wan played the first tile, followed by Su Qing, who drew and played another tile, with no one declaring a melt. When it was Lu Wei's turn to draw, he picked up a tile, examined it lightly, and set it aside. I seem to have a winning hand. As he pushed the tiles forward, the others scrutinized carefully, and Li Wenjun, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed, "What the hell, a self-draw." This outburst drew the attention of those nearby, marveling at Lu Wei's extraordinary luck. Lu Wei, you're no longer a novice. How is it that your fortune remains so robust? Haha, let it be. When luck strikes, one must continue. Lu Wei grinned widely, pushing the tiles inward. The others counted his winnings, and he was indifferent to the number of points. Whatever they deemed suitable, he would accept without question. Just now, Li Wenjun's astonished exclamation, amplified by his booming voice, indicated that the stakes must be significant. Yang Wan's beautiful eyes scrutinized the young man with a hint of intrigue. Wei Go, your fortune merely stems from luck. The tiles you've drawn are mere trifles, not substantial, she cautioned with a grin. Do not rejoice too soon. Lu Hao added a jab. Indeed, Lu Wei, do not let your pride swell. Soon I shall reclaim my winnings. Su Qing chimed in with a playful dig. Most were merely lamenting Lu Wei's fortuitous streak, attributing it to novice luck. Oh, you two are even more smug than I am. Prepare to witness my triumph. Lu Wei shot back, sorting his tiles. The second round, however, proved less favorable. He held 10 numbered tiles and 3 miscellaneous ones, yet among the numbered tiles, there were 4 pairs. After discarding 2 or 3, Lu Wei did not call for victory. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the players. Indeed, his luck had diminished, returning to normalcy. As the 5th tile was revealed, Lu Wei unexpectedly concealed a tile, drawing from the back and placing it aside. He rubbed his nose and mused. It appears I may have won again. The other players stared at Lu Wei in bemusement, unsure of how to respond. Upon revealing the tiles, their astonishment deepened. Li Wenjun was already in shock. The tiles were quite favorable. I wish to shake hands with the god of gamblers. Tonight, I'll dominate. Lu Hao was left speechless. What on earth, a pure hand with a dragon 7 pairs. Lu Wei, are you even human? Laughter erupted from those nearby as Lu Hao jested. This hand must be impressive enough, right? Lu Wei's comment elicited a chuckle from Wang Wei beside Lu Hao. This hand left onlookers even more astounded. Uncertain whether to label it as sheer luck or skill, either way, his fortune was undeniably extraordinary. The 3 players continued to pay Lu Wei, who simply focused on winning, taking whatever amount they offered. Oh dear, look at my luck. I've barely drawn a few tiles and already it's over. I feel no sense of engagement, he remarked while collecting his winnings. Lu Wei. Su Qing grumbled in frustration, her teeth gnashing at his perceived arrogance. Chapter 26. I wish to donate some money in the ensuing battles. Lu Wei once again showcased his remarkable fortune. Out of 10 rounds, he emerged victorious 8 times, leaving the others irked and fuming. Ultimately, Su Qing and Lu Hao united to banish him from the table. He could only raise his hands in innocent surrender, swapping places with the ever-present Li Wenjun. Originally intending to distribute red envelopes to them, he instead found himself on the receiving end, seeking solace. He mingled with classmates engaged in leisurely tea and conversation. During their idle chatter, he learned that his former homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, seemed to have fallen ill, approaching retirement. He was still guiding his last batch of students. Lu Wei had not returned in 2 years, thus he was unaware of Mr. Zhang's condition. Memories of Mr. Zhang's stern demeanor flooded his mind. He recalled the times he was reprimanded for tardiness. Despite the teacher's fierce facade, he had always treated Lu Wei kindly. In his first year, upon reviewing Lu Wei's family situation, he had advocated for him to receive financial aid. Occasionally, when Lu Wei was unable to return home during the holidays, Mr. Zhang would invite him over for improved meals. Back then, Lu Wei managed on a meager monthly allowance of 300 yuan, saving 10 yuan daily for food. After receiving the financial aid, his allowance increased by 100 yuan, significantly enhancing his diet and allowing him to eat more satisfactorily. As Lu Wei reminisced, a fragrant breeze approached him. Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Wan. I have long been acquainted with the illustrious name of Goddess Yang. You were the belle of our campus in those days, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Yang Wan stepped away from the mahjong table and switched with another player. She then approached Lu Wei, who today had captured her attention. No need for jesting. I hear you are also working in the bustling metropolis? Let us exchange WeChat, so that when I return to the city, we may connect. Oh, how I wish for that. When I am back, do not ignore me. Nonsense. We are alumni. I could never be so cold-hearted. As they sipped tea and engaged in light-hearted banter, Lu Wei finally became somewhat familiar in Yang Wan's eyes. However, as for the possibility of encountering or contacting her upon his return to the metropolis, Lu Wei held no great expectations. His current demeanor was unassuming. He was not so self-assured as to believe that a mere game of mahjong would earn him the affections of the campus belle. As the game of mahjong continued until past 6 o'clock, Lu Wei graciously took the initiative to invite everyone to dinner, having won over 1,000 yuan, enough to treat them to several tables at a restaurant. Aside from a few who needed to head home, around 10 individuals were eager to join him for the meal. Li Wenjun also decided to stay, wishing to cultivate a better relationship with Lu Wei, not necessarily to become friends. but at the very least to avoid animosity and leave a positive impression. Yang Wan remained as well, casually linking arms with Su Qing, indicating a close friendship. Lu Wei felt a twinge of envy at how familiar Su Qing seemed with the beauties of their school. After enjoying dinner and a few drinks, Lu Wei could not drive back and informed Lu Yang via WeChat. Lu Yang made arrangements to stay at a classmate's home, assuring Lu Wei he would wait for him when he was ready to head back. Upon waking in the hotel, it was already past 10. He sought out a local noodle shop and relished a bowl of beef noodles for breakfast. The familiar flavor evoked a sense of nostalgia, a taste seldom found elsewhere. Even the noodles in Zhucheng differed from the local offerings, let alone what could be found in the metropolis. After breakfast, he visited a bank to withdraw some cash, packaged it neatly, and purchased some fruits and milk. He then drove to the teacher's residential area of his former middle school, greeting the gatekeeper, who recognized him and allowed him entry without hesitation. Teacher Zhang's home remained unchanged, in the same familiar location. He knocked on the door, and soon it was opened by Teacher Zhang's spouse, also a teacher at their school, though not one who had taught Lu Wei. "Hello, Teacher Li. Is Teacher Zhang at home?" "Oh, Xiao Wei, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Lu Wei's voice, Teacher Zhang called from inside. "Is that you, Lu Wei? Come in." Lu Wei handed the items he had brought to Teacher Li. "You silly boy, you need not bring anything. Just your presence is enough." "Ah, Teacher Li. It is but a small token. I hope you will not find it lacking." Entering the living room, Lu Wei noticed Teacher Zhang sitting on the sofa, his face showing signs of considerable weariness, stirring a pang of sorrow within Lu Wei. "Old Zhang, you seem to have lost weight. I heard you were unwell. What ailment troubles you, and how are you faring now?" "It's nothing serious, just my chronic condition. I always struggle in the winter. This year, however, it seems to have flared up more easily." Lu Wei learned that old Zhang, having devoted his entire life to teaching, had inhaled countless chalk dust particles from the podium, which gradually deteriorated his lung health and throat condition. Perhaps with age, his resistance waned, making him susceptible to recurrent ailments. "Have you visited the hospital? What did they say?" Lu Wei inquired. "It's nothing serious. They prescribed some medication and advised me to rest at home. There's no need for concern." Zhang reassured him, while also inquiring about Lu Wei's circumstances over the past few years. As they sipped tea and engaged in conversation, Zhang's wife had already gone to the kitchen to prepare lunch for them. Old Zhang's family still resided in the teacher's dormitory they had purchased years ago. It had been over a decade, and unlike other educators, he had not hastily acquired a new home in another neighborhood within the county. His profession as a Chinese language teacher did not afford him the same lucrative opportunities as other subjects, which easily allowed for private tutoring. Moreover, as a man of principle, he preferred to remain true to his passion for teaching rather than pursuing administrative ambitions. Thus, he had consistently labored diligently, content in his unwavering position. Living frugally was perhaps a value held dear by his generation. Observing the aged appliances in old Zhang's home, including the bulky television that still occupied the center of the living room, Lu Wei felt a twinge of self-reproach. He retrieved a bag containing money he had withdrawn from the bank that morning and presented it to old Zhang. "Teacher Zhang, I have earned some money from my investments over the years since starting work. Please accept this token of my gratitude." Old Zhang quickly waved his hands in refusal. "What are you doing, my boy? Just being able to visit me brings me great joy. You need not offer me money. Take it back. You are just starting your career and have many expenses ahead." Hearing their conversation, Zhang's wife approached. Upon noticing Lu Wei attempting to give something to her husband, she chimed in, "Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Both your teacher and I receive salaries. We are not in need of money. Please take it back." "Teacher Zhang, I truly have made some money these past few years. Given your health concerns, I want you to use this money for nourishment and to take care of yourself." Lu Wei insisted, refusing to retract his offer. Both sides stubbornly pushed the money back and forth. "Teacher, I also have something I need your assistance with. I might be troubling you in the future." Lu Wei sought to divert old Zhang's attention by introducing another topic. "What is it, my child? You can speak plainly with me. There's no need for subtleties," old Zhang encouraged. "Well, our county was designated as impoverished, and during my school years, several students in my class faced extreme hardships. Now that I have the means, I wish to know if I could sponsor some individuals." "What a splendid idea. If you genuinely have the ability to support others in their education, it is indeed a noble endeavor. Tell me how I can assist you," old Zhang responded, his spirits lifting at Lu Wei's intention to help. "Teacher, I would like to sponsor 10 students, providing them with 500 yuan each month. As for the selection of recipients, I would prefer that you choose, as I do not wish to interfere. I will transfer the funds directly to you, and you can distribute them each month. What do you think? Are you truly confident in allowing me to make the selections and distributions?" Old Zhang inquired. "Oh, if I cannot trust you, Teacher Zhang, then I shall have no one to rely upon," Xiao Wei reassured him. "Rest assured, this child, Xiao Wei, is determined to do good deeds. And you have my wife to supervise." "Very well, with your wife as assistance, it can only improve," Lu Wei noted, feeling considerably relieved by their persuasion. "I will report back to the school later and request that they prepare a certificate of commendation for you. Students who contribute to the school deserve recognition." Old Zhang stated earnestly. No, please don't. Let us keep this under wraps. It should just be the three of us, yourself, your wife, and I. The primary responsibility lies with you two for oversight," Lu Wei insisted. "I am occupied with work and cannot return, so I must rely on you both." "What hardship? We are delighted with what you are doing," they replied. Lu Wei promptly handed a bundle of money to old Zhang. "If you are to assist me in this endeavor, you must first take care of your health. You cannot exhaust yourself," he urged. "Please accept my humble offering," Lu Wei implored earnestly, employing his persuasive eloquence. "Even emperors do not neglect their soldiers. How can you neglect your own health? If you don't take care of yourself, how shall we continue with our important matters?" Ultimately, old Zhang nodded and accepted his goodwill, though Lu Wei was unaware that old Zhang would use that money to support several other students. Chapter 27. The joy of scratch-offs. Though he could make a grand donation of 1 million to the school for building or establishing a fund, which would surely elevate his reputation, he understood that having only worked for 2 or 3 years, coupled with recent purchases of a car and a house, he could not afford to expend millions without consequence. Should someone scrutinize his circumstances, many truths might surface. A tree that stands out is bound to be felled by the wind, he reflected, recognizing the potential troubles that could arise, jeopardizing his safety and causing significant issues for his family. By choosing to support others quietly, he could remain detached while still fulfilling his original intentions. Having achieved success, one ought to contribute to society, if not on a grand scale, then beginning with the smallest acts. As for his middle and primary schools, he deliberately chose to avoid them. Firstly, they were filled with locals. If he were to engage there, it would be impossible to remain inconspicuous. News would spread quickly, reaching his relatives and the villagers. Secondly, those places had left him with unpleasant memories, and he still bore emotional scars. During his middle school years, he consistently strived for the top rank, yet the school never awarded him any certificates. Over 3 years, accolades such as outstanding student were consistently given to the flamboyant second place. The only certificate he received was for being an outstanding young Communist League member, bestowed by a new teacher overseeing the organization. He later learned the reason. The second place was a relative of the principal. Lu Wei was not yet magnanimous enough to repay grievances with virtue. He called Lu Yang to return home, arranging to meet at the largest square in the county. Lu Wei arrived first and wandered about the square, waiting for her. During the spring festival, various gatherings and stalls would abound. Amidst an array of delectable snacks, playful toys, and charming little pet fish, the most vibrant spectacle was undoubtedly the long row of scratch-off lottery booths. The scene was bustling with a throng of eager participants, all fervently scratching away at their tickets. The enticing slogans emblazoned on the banners proclaimed, "Buy now, scratch to win. A grand prize of 1 million awaits you." With a casual scratch, one could potentially bring home a fortune. During the festive season, many sought a stroke of luck, purchasing tickets worth 50 or even 100 yuan without hesitation. Occasionally, one would witness someone winning 100 or 200 yuan, and a few fortunate souls would even strike it rich with prizes in the thousands. The odds of winning with scratch-offs were relatively favorable, evidenced by the multitude of scratched cards strewn across the ground. Lu Wei joined the fray, selecting scratch-off tickets worth 500 yuan, carefully choosing one here and another there, with denominations of 10, 20, 30, and 50 yuan available. Just then, Lu Yang approached him, and he shared a few tickets for her amusement. Lu Yang scratched her first ticket without a win, but her second yielded 50 yuan, and her third brought in 200 yuan, igniting her excitement. "Brother, I won. Look at what I scratched." After 10 tickets, she had amassed over 1,000 yuan, leaving her overjoyed, as she had never won so much before. Lu Wei also scratched his 10 tickets, revealing his wins to Lu Yang. "Brother, I won again." In total, out of 10 tickets, he won on 7, including 2 grand prizes of 10,000 yuan, along with 5,000, 200, and even smaller amounts. Altogether, they raked in over 27,000 yuan. This astonishing feat left the onlookers in disbelief. "Is this young man favored by the god of wealth?" they exclaimed, marveling at his extraordinary luck. Lu Wei felt a bit shy under the scrutiny, while Lu Yang was ecstatic. He presented the winning tickets to the booth staff, and due to the event's special provisions, he was able to redeem even the 10,000 yuan prize right there. After verification, the winnings were promptly transferred to his bank account. Upon receiving the funds, Lu Wei purchased 1,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets, but he opted not to scratch them at the booth. Instead, he wished to take them home and test his luck further. He transferred 5,000 yuan to Lu Yang via WeChat, considering it a reward for her exuberance. As she grinned from ear to ear, "Enough with the laughter, go buy some things. It's time to head home." "Oh brother, you're right," she replied, her joy almost overwhelming. With such swift fortune, Lu Yang was almost beside herself with delight. Having been absent for 2 days, Mrs. Li's incessant chatter had noticeably diminished, and life had taken on a more pleasant air. As the delivery services resumed operations, Lu Wei contemplated enhancing the quality of life for his elderly parents. Now that they were left at home alone, he browsed an online store to purchase new appliances, eager to replace their outdated relics. The bulky television, as old as Lu Yang herself, the semi-automatic washing machine that required manual ringing, and the refrigerator that had lost its chill were all due for retirement. He sought a television with a larger screen, ensuring that both could enjoy their shows from a comfortable distance. The fully automatic washing machine, once demonstrated, will prove to be a great convenience. The transportation capabilities of a certain e-commerce giant are indeed impressive. After placing an order yesterday, I received a call the very next day informing me that the items had already arrived in town, ready for collection. However, upon bringing the items home, Li Xiaoying discovered that he had purchased a multitude of large appliances, causing her considerable distress. "You prodigal son, can you not be content for a while? Why not wait until the house is built before acquiring new household items? What a waste of resources. Do you have too much money? You treat 100 yuan as if it were 10,000. Lu Wei smiled and chose not to retort, understanding that engaging at this moment would only invite further reprimand. They could simply install the appliances, for surely, she would not discard them. In due time, they would find their worth. Hiding in the vehicle, Lu Wei stealthily retrieved the scratch-off lottery tickets he had purchased a few days prior, eager to unveil their hidden secrets. Indeed, he was the fortunate man. Among the array of tickets, one bore a grand prize of 100,000 yuan, filling him with elation. This initial investment of 1,000 yuan had culminated in winnings exceeding 113,000 yuan. The substantial prize could only be redeemed in the city, and he considered changing the redemption location to avoid becoming a subject of gossip due to frequent winnings at the same spot. Time slipped by, and soon it was after the Lantern Festival. Most villagers had departed for their workplaces, beginning on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. In a couple of days, Lu Yang would return to school, leaving behind only the elderly and children in the village, erasing any remnants of the festive atmosphere. Lu Yang had secured her ticket, and Lu Wei would drive her to the county for her journey. The notion of him driving her directly to the school was far-fetched, as he, a novice driver, was still reluctant to navigate long distances. During these days of lounging on the sofa at home, Lu Wei contemplated his future plans. It was untenable for him to simply idle away his time. The monotony of sleeping, eating, and playing had begun to wear on him. Thus, he yearned to pursue some form of enterprise, not necessarily for substantial profit, but at least to break even while engaging in meaningful work. Achieving great wealth would be even more splendid. Yet, he had yet to determine precisely what to embark upon. Reflecting on the industries he had encountered over the years, he pondered what ventures might be worthwhile. Chapter 28. The dream of homeownership after a full day and night of contemplation. Lu Wei ultimately discerned what was most pressing, the aspiration to purchase a home. He had come across numerous reports detailing speculative real estate groups seeking investment-worthy locations for property development, which could be traded for significant appreciation in value after several years. However, Lu Wei was not swayed by such trends. Rather, it was a dream he had once entertained while residing in a small shared apartment in the bustling metropolis. His vision encompassed owning a residence in every provincial capital, allowing him to reside in a different province each month, ensuring that no 2 months would be the same, thus completing a cycle over 2 to 3 years. The idea of having a grand house to inhabit wherever he pleased was enchanting, spending summers in cool retreats and winters in warmer havens, a life of pure bliss. Indeed, it is truly the youth who are singularly preoccupied with the notion of purchasing a home, seemingly oblivious to the financial responsibilities that accompany property ownership. With several properties acquired, the annual maintenance fees alone can amount to tens of thousands. Moreover, in light of the current urban purchase restrictions, few cities remain accessible for such endeavors. It is futile to even consider cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, or Hangzhou, where property prices soar to exorbitant heights, with prime locations commanding prices starting at 50,000 per square meter and beyond. The modest assets he possesses are insufficient to sustain multiple properties. For the average person, homeownership represents not only a significant financial investment, but also a sanctuary for the soul. Without a home, one feels as though they are adrift. However, once one possesses a property in their name, a sense of security envelopes them, no matter where one ventures. The knowledge of having a refuge provides comfort, a place to shield oneself from life's storms, a domain to govern freely, and a haven to cast aside burdens and unwind. Of course, the distinction between owning a home with a mortgage and without one is paramount. A mortgaged home serves both as a sanctuary and a source of pressure, offering solace after a long day while simultaneously imposing the daily weight of financial obligation. Conversely, those without a mortgage can truly revel in the tranquility of their abode. Lu Wei is merely an ordinary individual, and the most prudent method of preserving his wealth that he can conceive is through real estate investment. Even if he were to squander all his funds, the properties he possesses would still provide him with a place to call home. Merely purchasing a home in the county is insufficient. He aspires to acquire properties in urban centers and other cities. With plans to redeem his lottery winnings in the city, he decides to purchase an additional property there. Without hesitation, he sets off in his car to the town to find Lu Ling, persuading her to take a leave of absence to accompany him to the city. Lu Ling, albeit puzzled, complies with Lu Wei's request due to his stature and influence. Upon their arrival in the city, they first visit the Lottery Redemption Center. Lu Ling watches in astonishment as Lu Wei claims a substantial prize. Before she can fully grasp the situation, Lu Wei promptly transfers 10,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Here is a little pocket money for you. A girl should indulge in some fine skincare products, he remarks. Thank you, big brother, Lu Ling replies, still somewhat bewildered. Is our sole purpose for coming to the city to redeem the lottery? Not at all, Lu Wei responds. I still have some funds available, and I was contemplating purchasing another property here. You can choose, and we will put it in your name as a dowry for your future, he explains. Lu Ling is taken aback, feeling both overwhelmed and touched. What? You want to buy me a house as a dowry? Brother, how wealthy are you? You've already spent so much during the new year. Why are you still buying a house? Don't worry about it. There's still enough to go around, he chuckles. Now, let us go find some properties. Without allowing Lu Ling a moment to respond, he gestures for her to get in the car, and they set off to explore potential developments. Lu Ling, in turn, consults her friends via WeChat to inquire about the best neighborhoods in the city. Lu Wei, however, harbors a preference for completed properties over those under construction, so they focus their search on available developments. In this obscure small city, the development of real estate has far exceeded the local demand, with average prices slightly higher than those in the county, typically ranging between 6,000 to 7,000 per square meter, all of which are unfinished apartments. Given the modest nature of this locale, it is unlikely that the furnished homes would utilize high-quality materials. The two strolled leisurely throughout the afternoon and ultimately settled on a property that boasted commendable transportation and environmental conditions. They inspected the available units and admired the decor of the model apartment, confirming it was suitable for habitation. The location was excellent. Whether or not it appreciated in value was of secondary importance, as the intention was for everyone to reside there after the purchase. To Lu Ling's astonishment, she discovered that her brother had purchased 2 units, one registered in her name and the other in Lu Wei's. Lu Wei explained, Seizing the opportunity while funds were still available, he decided to acquire the properties, ensuring they had a place to live regardless of future employment, thus alleviating any fears of bankruptcy. He paid in full, handing over all the documentation to Lu Ling, urging her to take care of the arrangements for the property handover and to consult him later regarding renovations. Both units were 130 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, priced at $6,500 per square meter, with a total expenditure of approximately $1.6 million after a 5% discount for full payment. Every real estate transaction includes a lottery segment post-sale. In this competitive era, one must possess what others have. And even more so, that which others lack, lest one fall behind. Without the excitement of a prize draw, the property would lack festivity. Lu Wei did not intend to participate in the lottery himself. Instead, he encouraged Lu Ling to try her luck. She won a third prize, a cash red envelope of 5,000 yuan, which was quite fortunate. When it was Lu Wei's turn, he casually struck a luck-filled egg, and indeed, fortune smiled upon him as he won the grand prize, a 10-year exemption from property management fees. He did not calculate the monetary value of the 10-year exemption, but it was undoubtedly worth more than the 5,000 yuan prize. Are there restrictions on purchasing property in Juqing? Can you buy there? Lu Wei inquired of Lu Ling. There are restrictions. One must have a year of social insurance. My social insurance is registered in the city, so I cannot buy there, Lu Ling replied candidly. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Did her brother intend to purchase in Juqing as well? Good heavens, he had already spent millions in the past few days. Did he still have funds available? How much had he earned? Lu Ling's perception of reality was shattered. She could not fathom how Lu Wei had amassed such wealth. Earning money was not as easy as it seemed, even though Lu Wei was the first university graduate in their family and had always been her role model. Very well. I shall wait until I am eligible to consider it in the future. Strive to work hard so you can aim for a job in Juqing later, Lu Wei responded, unable to ascertain the full circumstances, deciding to inquire further when he visited Juqing. By the way, regarding the property purchase, please do not inform our parents. I will tell them when the time is right. All right. I will keep the documents in my dormitory and not take them home for them to see. Tomorrow, Lu Yang was returning to school, so Lu Ling also accompanied him home for dinner, having taken a day off. During dinner, Lu Wei discussed his thoughts with their father, Old Lu, and Mrs. Li. Dad, I want to be taking the car. I'll leave it here for you. Please take the time to obtain your driver's license soon. Why don't you drive your new car to work over there? Li Xiaoying inquired. You have no idea. Maintaining a vehicle in the bustling metropolis is exorbitantly costly. Parking fees are outrageous. In office buildings, it can run into dozens of dollars a day, accumulating to over $1,000 a month, Old Lu muttered. With parking fees exceeding $1,000 and fuel costs similarly high, maintaining a car could easily amount to $2,000 or $3,000 a month, which is indeed not economical. Exactly. Even taking a taxi to work proves to be more cost-effective. He continued. The elderly couple remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, but Lu Wei firmly believed that it was best to heed his advice. All right then, I will follow your suggestion. Next month, I will go to the county to enroll in driving lessons. Driving is a dream for many men. Regardless of whether they are 18 or 58, the passion for gripping the steering wheel has yet to wane. In the past, Old Lu drove a tractor, which did not require a license, hence he currently lacked a driver's permit. Yes, I will be leaving tomorrow as well. I need to go out for work, he stated, preparing to depart with Lu Yang. The justification of starting work was legitimate, and no one could impede him. Reluctantly, Li Xiaoying allowed her son to leave and promptly prepared some local specialties for him to take along. She would occasionally check on Lu Wei to see if he had packed his belongings and would scold Lu Yang to ensure she organized her things properly. Lu Yang, feeling wronged, wondered why she had once again incurred the wrath of this formidable presence. Lu Wei further consulted Lu Ling about the construction of their house and the renovations in the county, advising her to keep a close watch at home, especially once the work commenced, and to monitor the progress weekly. Lu Wei had evidently ascended to the role of the invisible head of the household. Chapter 29, Journey to Yuqing. As Old Lu was temporarily unable to drive, he handed the keys to Lu Ling. After Lu Wei transported the three of them to the county, he instructed Lu Ling to drive back. The journey to Yuqing had more options from Juqing, so Lu Yang canceled her ticket, and Lu Wei purchased 2 new high-speed train tickets from Juqing. Given Lu Yang's original green train ticket, the journey would have taken an eternity, but the high-speed train was merely over $100, whisking them there in just a little over 2 hours. They barely had a chance to doze off before arriving at Yuqing West Station. Having heard tales of Yuqing City's exorbitant prices, they decided against experiencing it firsthand. The university town was located in Shapingba. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, they directly entered the subway station, offering far greater convenience. On the way, Lu Wei discussed his thoughts with Lu Yang. She expressed her desire to pursue graduate studies, although she had yet to finalize her target school, giving her over a year to contemplate. Considering the current circumstances, Lu Wei contemplated purchasing a property near her school to facilitate her preparation for the entrance exams, while simultaneously securing a valuable asset for himself. At the very least, once she graduated, she would not have to worry about housing or fret over saving for a down payment, nor would she need to relentlessly toil to accumulate funds for a mortgage. This month's expenditures had nearly reached $4 million. By his method of purchasing, he could potentially acquire $40 million in 1 year. Holding multiple property titles would elevate his status, but real estate would provide him with a greater sense of security. To be honest, he harbored concerns about keeping such a substantial sum in the bank merely to accrue interest for the rest of his life. Excessive consumption of news can render one a startled bird. Reports of bank employees misappropriating depositors' funds abound, with banks disclaiming responsibility. leaving the common folk to bear the brunt of these incessant schemes. Such incidents occur several times each year. Moreover, the devaluation of currency is disheartening. 10 years ago, one could purchase a plethora of items for a mere 100 yuan, yet today, that same sum scarcely suffices for a single barrel of oil at the supermarket. 2 decades ago, 100,000 yuan could afford a complete home, whereas now, it barely covers a down payment, if that. Even with a monthly interest of approximately 100,000 yuan, the future trajectory suggests that, upon marriage and parenthood, a family would merely ascend to a modest middle-class consumption level. The expense of raising a child can easily exceed 10,000 yuan, disregarding the relentless pace of inflation. Given this devaluation, 1,000,000 yuan a decade hence may equate to a mere 800,000. At only 26 years of age, how many more decades lie ahead? When the time comes for retirement, the prospects appear bleak. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple, yet the reverse is a formidable challenge. Shaping a life in Shapingba. Located in the western part of Yuqing City, one finds a true university town brimming with academic institutions. After enrolling Lu Yang in her school, Lu Wei sought accommodation in a nearby hotel. He then commenced the daunting task of determining whether to invest in a new property or a second-hand one. Naturally, he perused relevant materials independently, though professional assistance would ultimately be necessary for such specialized endeavors. Once Lu Yang settled her affairs, the pair ventured to Hongya Cave, a popular destination along the Jialing River that has recently gained fame as a vibrant tourist hotspot. By night, the view from the bridge reveals a dazzling display of lights. An enchanting sight. The renowned local delicacies, most notably hot pot and noodles, are well known, as are the fiery personalities of the local women, whose tempers often leave a lasting impression on their male counterparts. Winter brings an omnipresent chill, while summers are notoriously sweltering, often breaking temperature records with highs surpassing 40 degrees Celsius, a thought that alone can induce perspiration. The duo found a hot pot restaurant where Lu Wei experienced the tears-inducing spiciness of the cuisine. Having spent considerable time in Jiangnan, he was not particularly adept at handling heat. The mild seasoning he encountered felt intensely fiery to him. A bite of tripe followed by a sip of cool tea offered some relief. One can only imagine the intensity of the heavy spicy fare they spoke of, likely enough to send him soaring. Lu Yang relished her meal, having longed for hot pot during her time away from home. The fresh tripe and duck intestines provided her with immense satisfaction. Reflecting on the absence of classmates in Yuqing, Lu Wei resolved to ensure Lu Yang's housing arrangements before departing. The following day, he accompanied her to a green home real estate agency near the university town. Although their commission rates were somewhat elevated, their reputation for quality service and abundant resources made them a promising choice. Good day, sir and madam. Are you looking to sell, buy, or perhaps rent a property? The well-dressed gentleman warmly welcomed the two of them. I wish to purchase a property near the university town, either new or secondhand. If it's a new apartment, it must be a finished one with exquisite decoration. For secondhand properties, I prefer those that are relatively new and also well furnished. Are there any available listings? Certainly, sir. What is your budget, and what size do you require? I will check our property database for you. Approximately around 1 million, I suppose. And I am looking for at least a 2-bedroom apartment, around 70 to 80 square meters. Lu Wei conducted some research on the housing prices in neighborhoods around the university town yesterday, so he is somewhat informed. After repeatedly emphasizing to the agent that he must not be shown any haunted houses, lest he hold the agent accountable later, the agent confidently patted his chest. Rest assured, Lu, we will absolutely not present any haunted properties. Our company conducts thorough checks, and should any issues arise, we can arrange a refund. All right then. Ensure that this stipulation is included in the contract. I do not wish to deal with any haunted properties. Shortly thereafter, the agent provided several listings, which Lu Wei reviewed and shared with Lu Yang. However, as Lu Yang could not discern the merits or shortcomings, she lost interest and encouraged Lu Wei to make his own choice. You, my dear, are being offered the opportunity to select a home. Why do you not engage in the process yourself? Lu Wei chose 4 or 5 properties with impressive names that appeared quite appealing in their images, all belonging to the category of exquisite decoration, along with 2 new developments. Let us proceed with these selections. Do you have the keys? For those you do not possess, please contact the owners now to determine which can be viewed and which cannot. We shall then visit the new properties. Lu Wei's decisiveness pleased the agent, who promptly took out his phone to contact the homeowners. The requirement for the new property is that it must be furnished, otherwise, Lu Yang would have to undertake the renovations herself, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, she needs to prepare for exams and attend classes, and it would likely take another 6 months for new renovations to be completed. Thus, properties that are not ready for immediate occupancy are disregarded, as it is preferable to acquire a home that is ready for move-in. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, the agent successfully contacted the owners for 4 or 5 properties and led them to view the homes. They utilized 2 electric bikes, with the agent riding one and Lu Wei on the other, while Lu Yang followed closely behind. Viewing properties cannot rely solely on others' accounts or mere photographs. A thorough on-site inspection is essential. Before entering the main gate, they assessed the security and property management services, as well as the greenery and cleanliness of the community. They considered factors such as the spacing between buildings and the quality of natural light. There are many nuances to observe. Upon entering the building, they examined whether the entrance required verification, how many units were on each floor, and whether the common areas were well-maintained or prone to being occupied by others. Naturally, they also casually inquired about Lu Yang's opinions, as her preferences were paramount. Lu Wei merely served as a facilitator, responsible for selection, negotiation, and payment. After a day of house hunting, they completed their viewings, including the 2 new developments. Ultimately, they expressed interest in a well-decorated second-hand 3-bedroom apartment and a new 3-bedroom unit, instructing the agent to negotiate with the owners, with plans to sit down and discuss prices the following day. They would visit the new development only after the negotiations for the second-hand property were concluded, as purchasing a second-hand home is considerably more complicated than acquiring a new one. Thus, delegating the process to the agent would spare them much hassle. The new property purchase would serve as a token of appreciation for the agent. After all, unable to locate him, one could still purchase a new property without receiving any substantial discounts due to his absence. On the third day, after half a day's negotiation with the original homeowner, and with Lu Wei opting for a full cash payment, he successfully negotiated a reduction of 100,000, bringing the price from 1.2 million to 1 million for an 89 square meter 3-bedroom unit, which was indeed worthwhile. He provided Lu Yang's ID to the agency for registration, entrusting them with the subsequent formalities while he merely handled the payment. Of course, there were no lottery chances with the purchase of a second-hand property. As for the new apartment, he had already visited the site and was on the brink of delivery. Thus, he headed straight to the sales center and swiftly concluded the deal. While not record-breaking in speed, it was certainly quite prompt. In Yuqing City, where there are no purchase restrictions, he bought this property under his own name. The sales representative who attended to them was elated, even expressing a desire to treat them to hot pot. The pressure to reduce inventory in the housing market had been immense in recent years, so cash purchases garnered preferential treatment everywhere, often receiving a discount of 5. Ultimately, his 3-bedroom unit cost him 1.35 million. Had he known, he might have opted for a second-hand property, as the new unit was considerably more expensive. After the payment, Lu Wei also struck a golden egg at the sales center, winning another 10,000. The agency's representative and the sales lady continuously praised his good fortune. Lu Wei did not dwell on the details. At least he had recouped part of the agency fee. A few days later, the agency finalized the paperwork, escorting them to the property trading center to collect their certificate. Lu Wei completed all payments, and as Lu Yang gazed at the property deed bearing her name, she felt as if she were dreaming. Just months ago, she was merely a university student from the countryside, fretting over graduation and entrance examinations. After the new year, her life had transformed dramatically. She had become a city dweller with an enviable apartment. Due to the smooth negotiations, the original owner had left behind all furniture and appliances, allowing Lu Yang to move in without delay. Lu Wei hired a cleaning company for a thorough cleaning, disposed of unnecessary items, purchased essential appliances from a certain online retailer, and installed a new door lock. This house finally belonged entirely to the Lu family. Chapter 30. Back to the Magic City. Winter in Yuqing City is quite cold, with only hot pot providing warmth. However, indulging in a meal leads to discomfort. The delicate stomach cannot withstand the spiciness. With his left eye twitching, a sign of romantic fortune, and his right eye twitching, a sign of misfortune, Lu Wei's right eye must be twitching daily. On the new property side, the complete documentation was swiftly obtained, and he received the property deed without delay. Unable to endure the spiciness of Chongqing, or perhaps fearing for his well-being, Lu Wei decided to leave. On the day he received the deed, he purchased a plane ticket back to the Magic City. A month had passed since the winning announcement, and his bank card had received the first interest payment of 100,000. Over this month, Lu Wei had only seen expenditures without significant income. His previously substantial balance of over 10 million had dwindled to half, hovering around 7 million. The 30 million in fixed deposits could not be accessed for a year, and if urgent funds were required, he would have to negotiate with the bank, incurring potential losses. Therefore, he needed to be frugal. He could no longer indulge in extravagant habits. The ticket back to the bustling metropolis was merely for economy class. Lu Wei resolved to envision himself as an ordinary individual with a modest financial standing, refraining from extravagance. In economy class, the absence of charming flight attendants offering warmth and comfort meant he could only indulge in sleep once airborne. Upon returning to the city, he promptly booked a budget hotel for a week, reclining on the spacious bed while contemplating various plans. Firstly, should he continue to buy lottery tickets, pushing his luck to its limits, and if unsuccessful, seek employment diligently? Secondly, he pondered joining the stock trading ranks to gauge the depths of investment. Thirdly, he considered starting his own company, establishing a shell entity for the time being, to activate once business opportunities arose. His mind brimmed with ideas, and he jotted notes on his phone, intending to explore them further when time permitted. However, the immediate concern was his accommodation. Residing in a hotel long-term was impractical. Due to stringent purchasing restrictions in the metropolis, buying property was out of the question. He simply did not meet the numerous requirements: no marriage certificate, no 5 years of social security, and no local residency. Thus, he decided to seek a rental through an agency, contemplating a location near the university, where amenities were plentiful, internet cafes, street food, and possibly a plethora of fellow students. The following day, he visited an agency, requesting assistance in finding a 2-bedroom apartment for around 6,000. The university was situated mostly outside the city center, in the outer ring, making this price range feasible. After viewing several options with the agent, he settled on a well-furnished apartment that also allowed for a residency permit. The unit was located on the 6th floor, comprising about 70 square meters, with a rental of 6,500 per month, requiring a deposit and 3 months rent up front. The process of signing the contract, making the payment, and receiving the keys was seamless. The rental market in the metropolis was notoriously expensive, averaging around 100 yuan per square meter, leaving tenants vulnerable to exploitation. He found a cleaner online and quickly scheduled a visit, eager to establish a stable home. Lu Yang on her end appeared to be doing well, and Lu Wei transferred an additional 5,000 yuan to her, reassuring her to purchase whatever was necessary for the household, without concern for finances. and to acquire any academic material she needed. Lu Yang was in her dormitory, playfully interacting with her roommates when the message arrived via WeChat. Noticed by one of her friends. Upon seeing the transfer from her big brother, her roommate's eyes sparkled at the sight of the generous 5,000 yuan. Wow. Your brother is incredibly kind and generous. Does your family need another sister? Her roommate exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her from behind. Haha, no. My brother already has 2 sisters. That's more than enough, Lu Yang replied, shaking off her roommate's embrace. Well, look at me. I'm cute, kind, and gentle. Does your brother need a sister-in-law? Her roommate boldly proposed. You're delusional. You haven't even met my brother, yet you want to be my sister-in-law? I think you're just looking for trouble, Lu Yang retorted, playfully reaching back to tickle her friend, igniting a playful scuffle in the dorm. If you dare bully me, I'll insist on becoming your sister-in-law. Just introduce me to your brother, and I'll have him deal with you. Dream on. Just watch my secret move. Monkey steals peach. Ah, help. Brother, save me. Lu Wei was unaware that his actions had precipitated a conflict. After meticulously cleaning his rented abode inside and out, it remained vacant for a day. Lu Wei promptly procured bedding and daily necessities, determined to make this modest space his own. Having returned for several days, he decided to message Brother Li, inviting him for tea. Fishing on such a cold day seemed foolish to him, and he had no intention of engaging in such antics. In truth, Lu Wei yearned to converse with Brother Li, to explore potential avenues that might allow him to earn a bit of money from marrying. The rendezvous was set at an old tea house on Huaihai Middle Road, a favorite haunt of Brother Li and his companions. Lu Wei held no particular preference regarding tea. He was content to follow Brother Li's choice. Upon his arrival, he found Brother Li leisurely brewing tea. Ah, Xiao Wei, you're here. Please, take a seat. How has the year treated you? How long have you been back? As soon as Lu Wei sat down, Brother Li bombarded him with questions. I'm unsure what tea you prefer, so I ordered a pot of Longjing for you to try. He poured a cup for Lu Wei. Brother, I'm fine with anything. I can't discern the nuances of tea. I've only just returned 2 days ago and regret not bringing any special local gifts, Lu Wei replied apologetically. There's no need for such formalities. When you find the time, bring me back to visit, Brother Li encouraged. Certainly. Let us plan to escape the summer heat together this year, Lu Wei suggested. That's a splendid idea. The summer in Zhucheng is indeed much cooler. We should coordinate for that, Brother Li agreed. As they sipped tea and engaged in light banter, Lu Wei could no longer suppress his concerns. Brother, being someone who has traversed this path, what do you think one should pursue to earn money, or at least preserve their assets? You rascal. Instead of focusing on your job, you're pondering ways to make money? Brother Li responded with a hint of incredulity. I resigned from that dreadful job last year. After saving some money over the years, I'm contemplating venturing into business. I'm not yet qualified to buy property in this metropolis. And keeping it in the bank feels rather wasteful, Lu Wei vaguely articulated his situation. Starting a business is fraught with challenges. It's often a perilous endeavor. Unless you possess substantial resources and connections, I fear your investments may be in vain, Brother Li cautioned. It is commendable for young people to be bold and ambitious. But one must not act recklessly. You should first assess your resources, Brother Li advised earnestly, urging him to reconsider hasty entrepreneurial pursuits. I truly haven't solidified my thoughts on entrepreneurship, nor do I know what field I should engage in, Lu Wei admitted. If you wish to maintain asset appreciation, consider financial investments. After all, this metropolis is a financial hub, brimming with opportunities. You could invest in mutual funds, trade stocks, or if your assets exceed $1 million, consider private equity. For the more daring, futures trading is an option. However, I do not advocate for such ventures lightly. A misstep in this market could lead to bankruptcy. Historically, the stock market has a track record of 1 success, 2 break-evens, and 7 losses. Lu Wei had also contemplated the stock market. Hearing Brother Li mention finance reminded him of a securities investment course he had taken in university. However, at that time, he lacked the capital to invest. Merely engaging in simulated trading on a platform. By the end of the semester, his simulated returns were still in the black. This passage evokes Lu Wei's memories, igniting his interest in the stock market. My friend, do you dabble in stocks? Of course, how could I not? Trading stocks has become my second vocation. I have been at it for many years. Could you enlighten me on what one should pay attention to in stock trading? Ah, Lu Wei, stock trading can be perilous. One must never approach it with a gambling mindset. You should invest a sum of money that you can afford to leave untouched, ensuring you remain unaffected and capable of enduring the market's fluctuations. No worries, my friend. I may not even venture into trading. I merely wish to familiarize myself with the situation. Very well, let me share my experiences and insights with you. The two engaged in conversation at a tea house throughout the afternoon, with Brother Li recounting his years of experience and even displaying his account balance. Wow, this affluent elder. His account boasted several digits, with a return of 23 this year. Brother, your returns are impressive. In just 2 months, you've already achieved over 20%. Haha. To be candid, I am considered a stock god among my friends. I have been trading for nearly 20 years. If you wish to partake, start with a modest investment of several thousand to practice your skills, but do not gamble recklessly, Brother Li cautioned Lu Wei. Young individuals often let their emotions cloud their judgment, and the stock market is not an arena for everyone to master. Lu Wei promptly opened an account on Tonghuashan. Selecting Keita Tong Securities, which has a favorable connotation, wealth has arrived. Ha ha ha. Opening an account has become much simpler now. One can apply directly via mobile and complete a video verification. However, new accounts cannot trade on the growth enterprise market initially. One needs over 2 years of trading history and an average asset of over 100,000 across 20 trading days. Stocks on the growth enterprise market may offer greater flexibility, but also come with higher risks. Nonetheless, stocks on the main board are sufficiently engaging for a novice like him. Even a slight fluctuation can result in a loss of 20 in a day. Once the account was established, trading could commence the following day. However, one must transfer funds to their securities account between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. before purchasing stocks. To love someone is to let them engage in stock trading. They will forsake all other interests, confined to home, obsessively monitoring and reviewing market trends, their thoughts consumed by stocks. Conversely, to harbor animosity towards someone. Allow them to trade stocks. The market will educate them, leading to sleepless nights filled with anxiety and heartache. Retail investors constitute the bulk of the market's chives. Although each individual may seem insignificant, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. The prevalent strategy of chasing rising stocks and selling on dips finds many enthusiasts. Upon witnessing a stock in the green, they rush in, driven by the latest whispers, and when they see red, they panic and flee, following the crowd. Ironically, the true beneficiaries of this back and forth are the brokerage firms, collecting transaction fees regardless of whether one buys or sells. The more transactions one engages in, the greater the broker's profit. Lu Wei transferred 1 million into his newly opened securities account, knowing that he could not trade today. In the stock forum and financial news, one would peruse various pieces of economic information, reflecting on the theories previously studied to discern any points of convergence. Although the specialized course was attended for merely 1 semester, he remained attentive throughout. However, dogmatism merely encapsulates past experiences, rendering its applicability to the current market somewhat elusive and enigmatic. To facilitate monitoring the stock market, Lu Wei procured a large 30-inch monitor from a popular online retailer, which was promptly delivered and installed upon his desk. With fervent determination, he awaited the market's opening. On WeChat, Brotherly shared several stocks that he favored, encouraging Lu Wei to familiarize himself with them. Lu Wei dedicated the evening to studying candlestick charts, seeking to validate his recollections of terms such as 3 red soldiers, engulfing patterns, the guiding finger of the immortal, and the water lily emerging. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him as he grasped the concepts. He learned about the significance of the MACD Golden Cross and the necessity to steer clear of death crosses. Overwhelmed by the vast expanse of knowledge to absorb, he found himself in a state of confusion. At 9:15 a.m., the bidding commenced, a process Lu Wei found inscrutable. By 9:30 a.m., he boldly invested approximately 100,000 yuan as a foundational stake, purchasing all the stocks recommended by Brotherly. The actions of retail investors often hinge on psychological resilience. Many become easily swayed and later lament their decisions. Despite the market's overall decline, his account remained in the green, with 3 of Brotherly's recommendations performing well. After further analysis of the candlestick charts and trading volumes, Lu Wei selected one stock and, seizing the moment when its price dipped back to the opening level, acquired an additional 300,000 yuan worth of shares. Feeling satisfied, he resolved to limit his purchases for the day, contemplating that even in the event of a complete downturn, his losses would be manageable, around 30,000 yuan. He messaged Brotherly to inform him of his activities, only to be met with a scolding. "You fool. I showed you those stocks not to have you purchase them all. Are you planning to open a supermarket? With limited funds, you should avoid spreading yourself too thin. As a novice retail investor, you must resist the temptation to buy everything in sight. Such an approach will not yield substantial profits. Buying a few hundred shares here and there will not coalesce into significant earnings. Haha, no worries, brother. I just wanted to gain some experience and practice a bit." Lu Wei sheepishly replied, relieved he had not disclosed the total amount he had invested. Otherwise, he would have faced further reprimand. Before they could continue their dialogue, the stock in which Lu Wei had heavily invested suddenly surged, propelled by an influx of large buy orders. In less than a minute, it soared to its limit up, with over 1 million shares locked in. This unexpected surge brought a wide grin to Lu Wei's face. "Brother, I bet you didn't foresee my significant investment in that stock." He messaged Brotherly. "Brother, you are incredible. One of the stocks has hit its limit up." "Which one?" queried Brotherly. "The ones you recommended to me." I recognized the Nantung bus company and decided to invest heavily. To my surprise, it just skyrocketed. Brotherly promptly checked the software, slapping his thigh in excitement. Feeling a bit dejected, Lu Wei sighed, expressing that he had not made a purchase yet. He sensed that a shift in strategy was necessary before opting for another stock. To his surprise, Brotherly had also refrained from buying, while Lu Wei had already taken the plunge himself. Chuckling, he remarked on Brotherly's calm demeanor, acknowledging his astute selection and assuring him that further opportunities would arise. He promised to send a red envelope when the time came. However, Brotherly cautioned him not to celebrate prematurely, as the true gains would only be revealed upon the market's opening the next day. What he saw were merely unrealized profits. Ephemeral riches on paper. Lu Wei glanced at his account, which reflected a gain of over 30,000 yuan, and despite the caution, he decided to revel in the day's success. He sent a red envelope to Brotherly, indifferent to whether it was received. After all, this day marked Lu Wei's inaugural experience in trading, and he felt compelled to share a token of joy. This initial foray into the realm of stocks illuminated the lucrative potential of capital multiplication for Lu Wei, instilling within him a burgeoning anticipation for trading. His previous classroom simulations lacked substance. He mused that if he could earn 1 point in a day, that would amount to 5 points a week, 22 in a month, and approximately 250 in a year. The thought of potentially doubling his assets within a year filled him with excitement. The dream of wealth taking root within his mind. This venture promised not only financial freedom but also ample time, aside from the hours dedicated to trading. The rest of his time would be his to enjoy. What a marvelous prospect. He resolved to embrace stock trading as his career. By the afternoon's close, the stock that had surged remained capped, while among the remaining 3, 2 yielded profits, and 1 incurred a slight loss of 2. His account had comfortably increased by over 30,000 yuan. The initial experience was exhilarating, completed in merely half an hour. And catching a stock that had hit its limit made Lu Wei feel that trading was not as daunting as it seemed. Whether it was his own luck or brother Li's expertise, he ultimately found himself in profit. After the market closed, Lu Wei revisited the knowledge he had previously acquired, supplementing it with online videos of stock market experts engaging in insightful discussions. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why did these seemingly remarkable individuals feel the need to teach others? Sharing their secrets to success? If they were truly as competent as claimed, why not invest fully and, if necessary, leverage funds to recoup their principal within 10 trading days? The process was straightforward enough on a computer. Was there truly a need for instruction? Though a novice, Lu Wei was no fool. He was skeptical that anyone would selflessly divulge their strategies for profit, enabling everyone to succeed. Such a scenario would render the stock market a mere cash dispenser for all. It was akin to someone asking Lu Wei how he amassed his wealth, to which he might reply that it was through lottery winnings. When pressed on how he selected the winning ticket, he might mention analyzing the trends of numbers or their probability of occurrence. Such matters felt more like mysticism than science. The true secret, he mused, was simply to make a purchase and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 32. The bank's invitation. Old Li did not recommend any new stocks to Lu Wei, as he preferred to engage in swing trading. He advised Lu Wei to study the current stocks until they either broke through or reached a point where it would be prudent to exit. Lu Wei, aware that one should not bite off more than one can chew, remained uncertain about which trading style suited him best. Is it ultra-short-term speculative trading, short-term swing trading, or long-term investment? In the current stock market, the operations are merely attempts to gradually comprehend the knowledge one has acquired. No one will guide you indefinitely. Ultimately, you must navigate this path on your own. As the stock market opened the following day, during the bidding process, Nantong Bus was already poised for a high opening with elevated expectations. At 9:25 a.m., it surged by 423. Lu Wei, observing a stock still in the red, decided to sell it off, then inquired with Brother Li about any operations for the day. Brother Li informed him that Nantong's bidding had surpassed expectations, with substantial funds still flowing in, suggesting continued operations with Nantong, though cautioning about potential profit-taking due to a lack of news supporting the rise. Regardless, he advised securing profits to protect gains. 1 minute after the opening, a flurry of large orders poured in. Lu Wei thought, since he had already secured some profits, he might as well increase his position, opting for a market buy of approximately 300,000, effectively raising his holdings in Nantong Bus to over 500,000 shares. By 9:35 a.m., it rocketed to the daily limit with another substantial order sealing the deal. With this, he felt reassured, devoid of any sense of instability. Following his additional investment, his account reflected an unrealized profit of over 70,000. Browsing the stock forum, he noticed many lamenting after the surge, some regretting missed opportunities, others reveling in misfortune, and many expressing their frustrations. I was just a minute late and missed out. I'm out. You all carry on. A hot stock has arrived. Everyone rush in. Believe it or not, the afternoon will see a sell-off. A flurry of emotions erupted from the active retail investors. Lu Wei refrained from engaging in the discussions within the forum, deeming such conversations devoid of value and a waste of time. If I can't acquire this stock, I can always look elsewhere. It's not the only one worth trading. He chuckled internally. You all keep cursing. Meanwhile, I hold my shares and I profit. Closing the stock forum, he checked his account again. Nantong Bus remained steadfast at the limit, with orders still in the hundreds of thousands. With over 300,000 in available funds, he pondered whether to invest in another stock. The success of yesterday had inflated his confidence today. After some contemplation, he examined his other 2 holdings. He had already sold the one in the red, leaving him with 2 in the green. Should he buy one, or both? He wondered if Brother Li had acquired Nantong Bus as well. After analyzing the K-line chart and volume for a while, he selected a stock recently experiencing significant accumulation. With the K-line converging and trending upward, he decisively purchased the entirety of his remaining funds, investing the last 300,000. Without any foundational stocks, trading became remarkably convenient. Having completed his purchases, he could now relax, as the day's fluctuations no longer pertained to him, and he could not liquidate his holdings. Shutting down his trading account, he sought entertainment in a horror film to pass the time. The large screen provided a far more enjoyable experience than his laptop. Perhaps it was time to consider acquiring a projector. A 100-inch model would offer an experience akin to that of a private cinema. Just as he became engrossed in the suspenseful film, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Wanqing, his private banking consultant. Aside from a somewhat formal greeting during the new year, the two had not been in frequent contact. Hello, Miss Li. Good day, Mr. Liu. I am your private banking consultant. Our bank is hosting a small gathering for our esteemed clients, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. We sincerely hope you can attend our event. What is this gathering about? A high-end client meeting? Mr. Liu, who has never participated in such events, looked puzzled. This gathering is organized by our branch for our elite clientele, primarily inviting clients of our private banking services. The soiree functions similarly to a social mixer, allowing attendees to expand their networks, Li Wanqing patiently explained. Is that so? Sounds good. I've never attended such a soiree before. When and where will it take place? This Thursday at 2 p.m. at the Peninsula Hotel. Is there anything I should be mindful of? I certainly don't want to be perceived as a nouveau riche. Huh, Mr. Liu, how could you ever be considered a nouveau riche? It would be best for you to dress more formally, Li Wanqing chuckled, recalling the first time she met him, which brought a smile to her face. By the way, Mr. Liu, we will have a car service to pick you up. Please send me your address so we can arrange the pickup. Really? There will be food and drinks, and transportation included? This service is quite impressive. Absolutely. This gathering is exclusively for high net worth clients, those with deposits exceeding 10 million. We must provide excellent service. Well then, I am truly honored. Lu Wei touched his nose, surprised that he would one day receive such treatment from a bank. Stop being modest, Mr. Lu. Please send me your address, Li Wanqing insisted. As she had other clients to attend to and needed to get back to work. After hanging up, Lu Wei sent his address to Li Wanqing via WeChat. As there was no reason to forego a free ride. Dressing more formally probably means I need to wear a suit, he thought, glancing into his empty wardrobe, which contained only a few casual outfits purchased in Macau. It seemed he would need to acquire a suit within the next 2 days. Well, the transaction for today is complete, so I might as well go shopping. Colleagues, what brand of suit should someone with a net worth of around 10 million wear? I need urgent advice. Lu Wei was uncertain about which brand of suit to purchase and sought assistance online. After searching, he discovered that high-end suits were primarily associated with brands such as Armani, J. Crew, Hermes, Brioni, Prada, and Burberry, with prices starting from several thousand. There were a few stores in the Guijin area, so he decided to head there for his purchase. Hailing a taxi, he made his way directly to the Guijin Center. Upon arrival, he was immediately drawn to the Armani store, conveniently located at the entrance, with its prominent signage impossible to overlook. What a coincidence. Let us start by exploring Armani. Welcome to Armani. How may I assist you today? As he stepped inside, a sales associate greeted him warmly. I'm looking to purchase a formal suit for the gathering. Could you please assist me? Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The beautiful sales assistant guided Lu Wei toward the clothing section, inquiring about the type of gathering he would be attending and his preferred colors. Lu Wei felt somewhat bewildered, considering it to be a corporate high-level meeting, neither too mundane nor overly flamboyant. I have no particular color preference. Please assist me with the selection. Those engaged in this profession possess a discerning eye. After all, the sales assistant selected 3 suits in varying shades, black, deep blue, and gray, complemented by ties, shoes, and shirts. She led Lu Wei to the fitting room for him to try them on. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters. Lu Wei may not have been exceptionally tall, but the tailored fit, alongside the sales assistant's thoughtful coordination, transformed him into the image of a successful individual, eliciting laughter from her. Chapter 33. The bank's wine reception. Despite the allure of all 3 outfits, opportunities to wear them would be scarce. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Lu Wei selected one ensemble. The total expenditure amounted to several tens of thousands. For a mere wine reception, it felt somewhat extravagant. No. I shall wear this for my future wedding. It must not go to waste. After the event, he would store it away until the time came. Carrying several bags, Lu Wei lamented his spending. He pondered whether such a gathering required a female companion, chuckling to himself. Based on what he had seen on television, it seemed unlikely, as Li Wanqing had not mentioned one. Once a mere underachiever, now he found himself preparing for such a prestigious event. Uncertain of what to expect, likely a gathering of internet tycoons or affluent financiers, he resolved to speak little and maintain a composed demeanor. For a man of modest standing should refrain from excessive chatter, minimizing the risk of misstep. Wednesday marked a return to his life as a stock investor. Nantong Bus garnered respect, opening with a significant surge, emerging as a recent leader. Lu Wei contemplated whether to invest further, feeling as though fortune was favoring him once more. After 3 trading days, he had nearly achieved a 30% return. His 3 million in the bank had earned a mere 100,000 in interest over a month, while his recent investment of 1 million in stocks had yielded the same amount within just 3 days. With over 6 million remaining in his account, perhaps he should transfer another 3 million? He could tighten his budget, and 3 million should suffice for quite some time, especially with a monthly interest of 100,000. Alleviating financial pressures. Resolute, he promptly transferred 3 million to his brokerage account. Although Nantong Bus was currently sealed, he placed a buy order at the limit price of 100 million, hoping to acquire shares. If not, he would consider it a contribution to his cause. He anticipated being able to purchase around 2,000 lots, thus adding to the number of sealed orders. However, the seal remained firmly intact, and by the close of trading, his order had not been filled. On Thursday morning, as trading commenced, Lu Wei placed a buy order at the limit price for 100 million. By 9:25, the stock opened high, and all shares were sold. At 9:30, a large order suddenly crashed the stock, bringing prices down to around 2. Was this a market correction or a sign of exiting investors? Lu Wei looked on in bewilderment, as he lingered in indecision. The market had already entered a phase of consolidation. A rebound commenced after 5 minutes, accompanied by a surge in volume. When the price approached the moving average on the intraday chart, Lu Wei decisively executed a market order to purchase the last 2 million shares. The thousands of hands traded were but a mere drizzle compared to the might of the leading players, all transactions occurring around the 2 mark. At 9:40, the stock reached its daily limit, with hundreds of thousands of shares sealing the deal. Lu Wei joyfully punched the air twice in celebration. Nantong Bus had now accumulated nearly 4 million shares, with the portion added today securing a stable profit of 7 to 8 points, translating to a floating gain of over 200,000. The financial realm was indeed ferocious. Who wouldn't be enamored by such lucrative opportunities? Regrettably, the burden of this windfall was his alone to bear. The life of a professional investor proved to be quite solitary. With today's trading concluded, he refreshed himself. However, gazing into the mirror at his disheveled hairstyle, he realized he was hardly presentable. There was still time, perhaps he could get a haircut. Li Wanqing had promised to pick him up around 1 o'clock. In the past, Lu Wei, a rather unassuming fellow, would simply visit the local barber in his neighborhood, paying a mere 8 yuan for a trim. A quick buzz around the sides, a bit of neatness on top, and he was done, never having undergone any dyeing, perming, or styling. In an effort to save money, he nearly opted for a buzz cut, which would have been excessive, especially given his need to attend work. A young bald head would attract too much attention. He took a taxi to a nearby shopping mall, recalling that during his usual grocery visits, he had seen a hair salon. Today, he sought a stylist, no, at least a director, to work some magic on his hair. Normally, he wouldn't dare step inside. Intimidated by the lavish decor, one might accidentally leave with eyebrow shaping or some unknown concoction that would cost a fortune. As he approached the entrance, the door swung open invitingly. Welcome to our trendy styling salon. I'd like to get a haircut. How long will it take? Do you have a preferred stylist? None. Just find someone skilled. Very well, please take a seat. I shall summon our director for your design. Moments later, a dapper gentleman approached, impeccably styled. Good day, I am the design director here. What project do you wish to undertake today? Regardless of the circumstances, the service was commendable. After all, they aim to ensure your willingness to spend. I am attending a soiree tonight. Please design a suitable hairstyle for me. Additionally, I only have about 2 hours, so please be mindful of the time. Understood. The director assessed Lu Wei's facial structure, discussing potential styles and showcasing model examples. Lu Wei found the suggested hairstyles rather striking, reminiscent of a certain male celebrity. Once the plan was finalized, the process began. The scissors commenced their work, followed by the application of a cold perm. Lu Wei endured an hour and a half of anticipation, finally achieving the desired look. Gazing into the mirror, he scarcely recognized himself. His usual disheveled appearance had transformed into a polished and spirited visage. He hastily settled the bill and prepared to return home. The design director truly commands a hefty fee. The bill amounted to $18.88. With a daily routine of styling 10 clients, his monthly earnings exceed $500,000, surpassing even the newly affluent. It is no wonder that those women spend hundreds or even thousands each visit to the salon. It can be quite a financial drain. He quickly hailed a taxi, realizing that the driver would arrive shortly, and he hadn't even changed his clothes yet. Li Wanqing did not come to greet him personally, likely occupied with numerous clients. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz awaited him at the entrance of the community. Upon closer inspection, Lu Wei was astounded by the extravagant choice. It was an S-Class, with even the base model costing nearly $1 million. The bank indeed displayed its financial prowess. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the Peninsula Hotel, where Lu Wei noticed Li Wanqing and several others welcoming guests at the entrance. As she spotted him, she approached with a smile. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Please sign in here. Lu Wei stepped forward, inscribing his name on the register and filling in the company details. He opted to denote himself as unemployed, as he was indeed without work at that moment. After signing in, Li Wanqing guided him to the venue of the soiree. Following her, he admired her professional attire complemented by elegant black stockings, exuding an air of sophistication. Ah, Mr. Lu, I thought you might have forgotten about me by now. How could I forget someone as stunning as you? Lu Wei replied, his compliment slightly lacking in finesse, though he had grown bolder in his approach. Fortunately, he had tidied himself up for the occasion, earning some favor in her eyes. Li Wanqing appeared unbothered by his awkwardness and continued to engage him in light conversation. The gala took place in the banquet hall on the 3rd floor of the Peninsula Hotel. After escorting Lu Wei inside, Li Wanqing had to return to her duties as a hostess, as such beauty and talent ought to be utilized widely. The hall was populated with clusters of guests, numbering around 50 to 60 individuals. Lu Wei knew no one there, so he found a corner to sit and await the commencement of the event. However, having spent the afternoon at the salon, he had yet to eat and felt a pang of hunger. He wondered if he could discreetly approach the food table to grab a bite. The more he gazed at the delicacies, the hungrier he became. Surely, the event would begin with speeches and activities before the meal was served. Would he endure until then? No, he decided. He would quietly procure a small morsel without drawing attention. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Wei approached the table laden with food, carefully selecting items that appeared easy to consume without being noticed. The presentation was exquisite, and he feared that taking anything would seem out of place. Just as he settled on an item and prepared to take it, a voice interrupted him from behind. I don't think that's very good. You should try this cake instead. It's a specialty of the Peninsula Hotel and quite delightful. A rather handsome, yet slightly roguish man stood beside him, picking up a piece with tongs and popping it into his mouth. Lu Wei smiled awkwardly, mimicking the others by grabbing a handful of snacks he had already tasted, popping 2 or 3 into his mouth. I see. I haven't eaten lunch, and I'm quite famished. Ha ha ha, what's there to fear? If you're hungry, just eat. These delicacies are laid out for us. The young man Lu Wei remarked. By the way, I haven't seen you around before. This wine gathering has been held several times in the past. Indeed. It's my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the place. No wonder, you're a newcomer. My name is Han Shuo, from Giant Investment. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Lu Wei, currently unemployed. Unemployed? What does that mean? Han Shuo found it somewhat peculiar. Attendees here were typically executives, founders, or second-generation heirs, all possessing net worth in the tens of millions. Well, I mean, I don't have a job. I just lost mine, and I'm currently seeking employment. Han Shuo suddenly grasped the situation. Lu Wei could very well be a newly affluent individual who had liquidated his shares, thus entering an unemployed state. Judging by his youthful appearance, he likely hailed from the internet sector, where it was common for individuals to strike it rich. Lu Wei, unconcerned with whether Han Shuo understood, continued to grab more snacks. The two returned to the seating area and began conversing. At precisely 2 o'clock, the host took the stage to deliver an opening speech. Setting the stage before a leader from the bank ascended to speak, extending both welcomes and gratitude before delving into the main topic. The purpose of today's gathering was to promote a fund product, aiming to raise around $200 million. With over 80 attendees present, if each contributed 2 million, the fundraising goal would be achieved. The bank leader spoke eloquently, followed by the fund's head, who introduced his credentials and the philosophy behind the fund. It's the same old routine. Every gathering is essentially a ploy to solicit our investments. You'll get used to it, Han Shuo remarked to Lu Wei. Lu Wei felt anxious about his wealth potentially diminishing. After all, buying a slightly better flat in Shanghai would likely exceed 30 million. Ha ha ha, you're a newly wealthy individual. That won't happen. If there are any promising projects, feel free to share. Those interested will reach out privately. We attend gatherings like this not only to see if we can enhance our wealth, but also to expand our networks and meet potential contacts. As an investor, I naturally seek to widen my connections. You never know who could become my client, Han Shuo elaborated. Lu Wei listened attentively, having previously been just an ordinary employee. Now that he had some money, it was only natural for him to find himself in more suitable social circles. If you come across any lucrative opportunities, do keep me in the loop. Let's exchange contact information. As young people, we should engage more. Han Shuo took out his phone, and Lu Wei promptly opened his WeChat QR code, and the two added each other on WeChat. Although unaware of the identity of the other party, Lu Wei thought it would be beneficial to meet another person, for those who could reach this place were certainly not ordinary individuals. Perhaps he was merely the one with the least wealth among them, but only the bank knew that. This group remained oblivious. Moreover, one does not strike a smiling face. The person who initiated conversation with him today must possess at least a modicum of goodwill. After the fund manager completed his introduction, interaction ensued, and attendees began to circulate, exchanging business cards. This left Lu Wei in a rather awkward position, as he had no business cards to offer. When someone approached him to exchange cards, he could only graciously accept and apologize for not having any, asking if they could connect via WeChat instead. This unconventional approach surprised those seeking him, as it was quite direct. The gathering continued until shortly after 5 in the afternoon. Li Wanqing and her colleagues flitted about like diligent bees, assisting clients with their concerns and providing convenient services. The fundraising for the fund was nearly half accomplished, much to the delight of the fund manager, who raised his glass repeatedly in celebration. Lu Wei, however, found himself with only 3 million in liquid assets and was reluctant to invest in the fund for an extended period, with the stock market performing so well recently. The fund's returns did not entice him. When Li Wanqing inquired if he wished to subscribe, he could only blush and explain that he had other commitments, promising to contact her when he was ready to invest. Han Shuo subscribed for 1 million, appearing quite familiar with the bank's leadership, exchanging pleasantries with a manager after their conversation. For someone like him, 1 million was merely pocket change. Following a self-service tea break, attendees gradually departed, many appearing to be busy individuals in a hurry. Where do you reside, Lu? Is it on the way? Han Shuo asked as he was leaving. Since it was a wine gathering, transportation had been arranged, although some prominent figures might have their own drivers. The two bid farewell, each heading in opposite directions, with plans to meet again in the future. Today's gathering served as Lu Wei's first glimpse into the world of social networking, revealing that the essence of such interactions often rests on mutual utility. You are of use to me, and I am of use to you, which allows for collaboration. Li Wanqing arranged a driver for Lu Wei, who then waited at the hotel entrance. Would you like to return with me? The driver can drop you off, he inquired. I cannot. This vehicle is designated for clients. We cannot take liberties, or we might face reprimand, and perhaps even a salary deduction, Li Wanqing quickly replied. Oh dear. How harsh. I shall have to manage on my own then. I can no longer escort you, Lu Wei responded. All right then, my esteemed client Lu. If I can host you well, from arrival to departure, I shall be most grateful, she expressed. When the car arrived, Lu Wei settled into the back seat and waved goodbye to Li Wanqing. Regardless of the circumstances, it had been a delightful day. Stocks surged. He encountered a captivating beauty, both pleasing to the eye and heart. It was a pity that despite his efforts to style his hair impressively and dress elegantly, he received no compliments. It seemed that a beauty like Li Wanqing was accustomed to affluent individuals, and their interaction remained strictly courteous. Beneath the evening sky of the bustling metropolis, prosperity flourished. Reclining in the sumptuous rear seat of an S-Class Mercedes, I gazed out at the dissipating splendor of the world beyond. In the realm of the affluent, life is indeed exceedingly comfortable. Chapter 35. Han Shuo's auction. In truth, individuals like Lu Wei are merely fortunate nouveau riche. Those acquainted with his background, such as Li Wanqing, likely perceive him as nothing more than a man of luck, lacking in true capability. Ultimately, he is but a sudden beneficiary of fortune, a parvenu of sorts. Having weathered numerous storms, the banking professionals are unlikely to invest much concern in a self-made tycoon devoid of a solid foundation, unless he possesses an extraordinary charm or an impressive bank balance that catches their eye. Indeed, reports abound illustrating how individuals, suddenly endowed with a windfall, often lose their way when confronted with wealth they could never earn through conventional means. Within a few short years, they may squander their serendipitous fortune, and their character may transform in the process. Lu Wei, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon returning home, he resumed his study and analysis of the market. Presently, his entire portfolio consisted of merely 2 stocks. After scrutinizing the rankings and forums, amidst a cacophony of opinions, he discerned that a significant amount of speculative capital had entered the fray, thus deciding to hold his position for the time being. It had been quite some time since he last purchased a lottery ticket, and he felt a twinge of curiosity to test his luck once more. Yet, a sense of conflict arose within him. Having already won such a substantial prize, he feared he had exhausted his fortune. What if he were to gamble again and strike it rich? Would he attract undue attention? Was he the son of a lottery center director? Perhaps he ought to purchase just 1 ticket? Yet, it had only been a month since his last win, and the lottery office likely still remembered his previous triumph. Although a prize of over 100 million would capture the public's attention, his own 30 million was considerable enough to warrant notice. On Friday, during the auction, Nantung Bus surged dramatically, demonstrating market consensus akin to a meteoric rise. By 25 minutes past the hour, the momentum showed no signs of wavering, and by the 30-minute mark, the order book remained robust with several 100,000 shares locked in, amounting to billions. Reveling in this exhilarating ascent, his unrealized gains approached 400,000. Perusing the forum, he encountered a torrent of exclamations. I was shaken out yesterday, and the moment I sold, it surged. A speculative darling has emerged. Let us charge forth. I held it for 6 months. Just as I broke even, I sold, and now I regret. In truth, Lu Wei was not particularly seasoned in the market. He felt confident in holding his position, partly because he was not in immediate need of funds and could afford to wait, and partly due to a sense of destiny, as he had resolutely chosen Nantung Bus from among 4 options he was familiar with. If only Brother Lu were to learn of this, he would surely be vexed. After the market closed for the weekend, with no particular plans ahead, Lu Wei pondered whether to venture out or seek companionship. Perhaps he should take a trip to Kyoto to visit his beloved ex-Iron Nan. He ordered a selection of dishes online, and soon, the delivery arrived. Just as he was about to prepare a meal, his phone chimed. A voice message from Han Shua came through, and upon answering, he was greeted by Han's jovial laughter. Ha ha, Lu brother, what are you up to? Just about to cook, he replied, wondering if the esteemed Han wished to extend an invitation. Laughter erupted as Lu's brother correctly guessed the situation. Indeed, our company was hosting an auction, and we wish to extend an invitation for you to attend. Simply to lend your presence. Lu Wei was somewhat perplexed, pondering the nature of such an auction. How does one participate? What is required of him? Han Shua could only elucidate. This auction is organized by our firm, featuring a selection of esteemed artworks and exquisite jade and porcelain. Our investment company encompasses a myriad of business ventures. If you possess any collectibles, you are welcome to consign them. Alternatively, should you find anything of interest, you may procure it. Esteemed artworks and fine jade and porcelain. Are these not valuable treasures? It was indeed a stretch for him to consider purchasing anything with his modest means. Han Shua certainly held him in high regard. Very well, send me the address, and I shall come to meet you. I wish to broaden my horizons, Lu Wei concluded, recognizing the importance of attending such gatherings. I will send you the address and time. Once you arrive, give me a call. All right. After concluding the call, Lu Wei still had to prepare his own meal, as the auction would not provide dinner. The auction was set to commence at 8 p.m. at the Shangri-La Hotel in Pudong. Upon seeing the address, he noted it was a 5-star hotel, signaling an upscale event. Unbeknownst to him, his activities had begun to gravitate towards more luxurious venues. After dining, he changed into a more suitable outfit. Styled his hair with some product. His hair could be sacrificed, but not his appearance. He hailed a taxi to the Shangri-La, pondering the question of whether to purchase a car. He remained undecided, finding that taking a taxi was convenient, and for now, he could afford to be lazy and not worry about appearances. This matter could be addressed later. Riding in a cab was undeniably more comfortable. Upon arriving at the Shangri-La, he sent a WeChat message to Han Shua. Brother Lu, you've arrived. We're on the 5th floor. I'll have someone come to escort you. I'm tied up with some matters, my apologies. Han Shua's tone suggested he was busy, tinged with a hint of regret. No worries, you are the host today. I completely understand. I shall wait in the lobby while you send someone to fetch me. Thus, Lu Wei settled in the lobby, observing the bustling crowd, occasionally delighted by the sight of an attractive young woman passing by. Spending days confined at home trading stocks had indeed grown rather dull. Venturing out to admire the beauty around him seemed quite pleasant. Just as he was engrossed in his observations, a well-dressed woman approached, glancing at her phone to confirm her identification before she was enveloped in a fragrant breeze as she neared Lu Wei. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu? Ah, yes. He replied, momentarily distracted from his reverie. Mr. Lu, Mr. Han has sent me to escort you downstairs. Please follow me. Oh, I'm all right. Lu Wei lacked the fortitude to resist the allure of beauty. Han Shua certainly led a charmed life, surrounded by lovely company daily. A feast for the eyes that surely brought him joy. The woman, exuding an air of aloofness, guided Lu Wei forward, engaging in little conversation, leaving him unsure of how to initiate small talk with a stranger. Upon reaching the 5th floor registration desk, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. Lu Wei, what brings you here? Turning towards the sound, he was pleasantly surprised to see his high school crush, Yang Wan, impeccably dressed and attending to her duties at the registration desk. What a coincidence, Yang Wan. I never expected to run into you here, he exclaimed. What brings you here? She inquired. Oh, I'm here for the auction. Han Shua invited me, though I'm not quite sure what my role is. Just came to take a look. Lu Wei explained. Xiaowan, do you know Mr. Lu? Asked the young woman who had escorted him. Yes, Xiao Ro, this is my high school classmate, she replied. Oh, then please take care of him. Han asked me to bring him down, so I'll leave him in your capable hands. With that, Yang Wan stepped away from the registration desk and led Lu Wei inside. Lu Wei, you actually know President Han? She asked, surprised. Yes, we met at a cocktail party a few days ago. It was quite recent, he responded. I didn't realize you worked here. Indeed, having just graduated. I'm employed at this investment firm. Our boss has numerous ventures, and we were short-staffed tonight, hence my assistance, she explained. Han Shua had arranged a seat for Lu Wei, and Yang Wan ensured he was settled comfortably. I must go back to assist. I'll find you after the auction concludes, she said. Sure, take your time. Once you're done, dinner is on me, Lu Wei replied. We'll be in touch later, she assured him, recognizing the importance of her responsibilities. Lu Wei dared not approach Han Shua directly, Thinking it best to avoid any potential conflict regarding his interest in Yangwan, he pondered the consequences if Han Shuo were to overhear his intentions. As they awaited the commencement of the auction, Lu Wei perused the auction catalog laid out on the table, featuring descriptions of the items up for bid. He casually flipped through the pages and marveled at the array of exquisite items. Patek Philippe watches, 1990s Moutai liquor, Burmese jade, paintings by Tang Bohu, and various jewels that piqued his curiosity. Upon examining the starting bids, he noted they ranged from several thousand to hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, the figures were not as exorbitant as he had feared, allowing him the courage to continue his appraisal without feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 36. The auction of a stone at 8 o'clock. The auction officially commenced, with approximately 100 attendees present. Han Shuo delivered an opening address, extending a warm welcome to everyone before handing the microphone to the host. Seated in the front row, he engaged in quiet conversation with those beside him, indicating a level of familiarity. Lu Wei occupied a seat in the second row, a little further back. Notably, Han Shuo had acknowledged him with a nod and a pure, unblemished smile. As the auction began, the names of the showcased items appeared on the large screen, accompanied by the host's introductions. The first item was a case of Zodiac Moutai, specifically from the year of the monkey, symbolizing prosperity with its 6 bottles, starting at a bid of 18,800 yuan, with increments of no less than 500 yuan. Moutai is widely regarded as the national liquor of China. Attending a formal banquet without a bottle of Moutai would be considered somewhat lacking. The basic 53-degree Moutai has an official price of 1,499 yuan. Yet it is seldom available for purchase, often doubling in price on the market, with retail prices in supermarkets typically exceeding 3,000 yuan. The inherent collectible value of Moutai is undeniable. In the 1990s, its price was less than 100 yuan, yet it currently commands a market price exceeding 15,000 yuan. The Zodiac-themed Moutai, infused with unique elements, possesses exceptional collectible worth, rendering the initial bidding price of 18,000 yuan for 6 bottles quite reasonable. One can only speculate the worth of a complete collection of all 12 zodiac signs. However, Moutai has only produced a few of these variants thus far. As the bidding commenced, interest surged, with bids quickly escalating to 20,000, then 21,000, and 21,500 yuan, reflecting the brand's esteemed reputation. Ultimately, a middle-aged gentleman secured the lot for 39,000 yuan, indicating his discernment in the realm of fine spirits. The second item was a stunning pendant featuring a 5-carat Sri Lankan sapphire adorned with diamonds, starting at a price of 60,000 yuan, with minimum increments of 1,000 yuan. The screen displayed a captivating image of the pendant, showcasing a deep blue gemstone at its center, surrounded by sparkling diamond fragments, exuding a sense of opulence. Women, in particular, seemed drawn to such exquisite jewelry, prompting a female voice to announce a bid of 61,000 yuan. Lu Wei, displaying little interest in the proceedings, merely observed, having come to broaden his horizons. Eventually, the first bidding lady acquired the pendant for 88,000 yuan. Lu Wei remained uncertain of its true value, but felt a sense of joy witnessing someone else's successful acquisition. The third item was a Patek Philippe wristwatch, model 3878J, an 18K gold automatic timepiece produced in the early 1990s, featuring a 240 SQ automatic movement, 27 jewels, a skeletonized dial, brigade-style hands, and sapphire crystal. Starting at a price of 300,000 yuan, this watch piqued Lu Wei's interest, even though he had no intention of purchasing it. He appreciated its craftsmanship. The watch was notably larger than his wrist, leaving him to ponder its functionality. Its radiant golden hue projected an ostentatious aura. It is often said that the affluent indulge in timepieces, while those less fortunate are preoccupied with automobiles. Lu Wei, lacking even a car, found himself in a peculiar situation. Ultimately, the watch was acquired for 580,000 yuan by a gentleman, who could easily cover the cost with the value of a property from his hometown. Yet, in the realm of Patek Philippe, where prices often soar into the hundreds of thousands, this acquisition could be considered relatively modest. Legendary pieces typically commence in the million yuan range, and one can only imagine the opulence of a billionaire sporting a multi-million yuan Patek Philippe on one wrist, while holding a luxury mobile phone in the other. Next on the auction block were 3 rough stones from Myanmar, weighing approximately 15 kilograms. The consignor had conducted an assessment but remained uncertain about the potential for green jade to emerge from these stones, hence offering them to those with a penchant for chance. The starting bid was set at 50,000 yuan, with increments of 1,000 yuan. The stones had undergone prior evaluations, and had they been promising, they would likely have been processed by now. The audience whispered among themselves, acknowledging that betting on rough stones requires not only luck, but also considerable experience. Lu Wei listened intently to their discussions while casting a glance at the 3 unremarkable stones. The stones from my hometown's mountain seem quite similar. After gazing at them for a while, I could discern no distinct patterns. 5 minutes elapsed without a single bid being raised. Despite the host's repeated prompts, no one stepped forward to contest. Observing Han Shuo glancing around, Lu Wei surmised that he might bid for himself. After all, a failed auction could tarnish the event's reputation. Lu Wei hesitated momentarily, yet as no one raised a hand, he decided to do so himself. Very well, this gentleman bids 50,000. Is there anyone willing to offer more? With no one expressing interest in the rough material, the host announced the sale at 50,000. Lu Wei felt fortunate, and, noticing Han Shuo's intent to bid, thought he might as well lend a hand. After all, He wasn't short on funds these days and could use this as an opportunity to befriend Han Shua. The auction continued, and he planned to settle his payment and collect his item afterward. Finally, it was time for the auction's highlight, a painting by Tang Bohu. In times of chaos, gold is treasured, while antiques are coveted in prosperous eras. These irreplaceable items appeal to affluent collectors, serving both as investments and expressions of refined taste, perhaps even gifts for special occasions. Today, we present our crowning treasure, a painting by Tang Yin, titled Layers of Rock and Zen Temple, measuring 151 centimeters in length and 57 centimeters in width, with a starting price of 2 million. In increments of no less than 10,000. No sooner had the host finished speaking than bids began to roll in. 2, 1 million, 2, 2 million, with a flurry of voices joining the fray. The bids escalated rapidly until they reached 3, 8 million, with no further offers forthcoming. Lu Wei, unable to comprehend the true worth of the painting, was aware only of Tang Bohu's fame as a remarkable figure of the Ming dynasty. He recalled news reports of renowned artists whose works sold for hundreds of millions, recognizing that not every piece could command such astronomical prices. The image of the film Flirting Scholar, where Zhu Zhishan tricks Tang Bohu into painting for debt repayment, suddenly came to mind, making him chuckle. Perhaps this seemingly unremarkable piece was merely a casual creation by Tang Bohu. 3, 8 million once, 3, 8 million twice, 3, 8 million thrice. Congratulations, sir. The painting is sold at 3, 8 million. With the auction concluding on this masterpiece, Lu Wei approached the staff to settle the payment and retrieve his stone. After securing his item, he returned to his seat just as Han Shua approached. Lu brother, I appreciate you giving me face and bidding on that stone for me. I thought it would go unsold and was prepared to bid myself. No need for formality. I was simply testing my luck. A trivial matter, Lu Wei replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Wei suddenly recalled that he had purchased a rough material but was uncertain how to process it. Han brother, I bought this rough stone, but I have no idea how to open it. Do you know the process? Lu Wei had no choice but to seek Han Shua's guidance. Haha, how amusing. You need to find someone to cut the stone. However, this venue doesn't offer those services. I'll provide you with an address and phone number. There's a specialist who can help you. Just mention my name when you contact them. Surprised that Lu Wei was unaware of the procedure, Han Shua offered his assistance. Alright then, I'll just take this stone home for now. Thank you for gracing us with your presence tonight. I shall treat you to a meal another day. But I must excuse myself for now, as there are many guests for Han Shua to attend to. No worries, I merely came to broaden my horizons. You go ahead with your duties, and I shall take my leave shortly. Very well, let us arrange to meet another time. With that, Han Shua departed. Chapter 37. Mistaken for a rival, Lu Wei sent a WeChat message to Yang Wan, inquiring whether she had finished work. Yang Wan requested Lu Wei to wait for 20 minutes, as she needed to tidy up her things. Lu Wei, somewhat foolishly, carried the large stone and waited for her in the lobby below. He began his customary pastime of discreetly observing the beautiful women around him, glancing about. However, as time passed, fewer people wandered by, leaving little to admire. On a nearby sofa sat a man dressed in a crisp white suit, a bouquet of fresh flowers beside him. His meticulously styled hair and confident demeanor suggested he was a successful individual. It appeared that this gentleman was at the hotel for a romantic rendezvous. Indeed, it was another night of potential happiness. After a while, Yang Wan descended, and as she reached the lobby, Lu Wei remained seated. The man in the white suit approached her with the flowers in hand. Xiao Wan, you finished work, he exclaimed. Yang Wan looked at the man in surprise. Lu Xuezhong, what are you doing here? The man presented the flowers to her, saying, Xiao Wan, I specifically waited for you to finish work. I prepared these flowers just for you. I hope you like them. Lu Wei stood back, continuing to observe. This must be one of Yang Wan's admirers. Indeed, a goddess attracts attention wherever she goes. Lu Xuezhong, this isn't appropriate. You really shouldn't be giving me flowers. What if the boss sees? Yang Wan attempted to decline graciously, but the man insisted, pressing the flowers into her hands. Yang Wan glanced towards Lu Wei, feeling somewhat at a loss. Hey, buddy, what is the deal with forcefully shoving flowers into her hands? Lu Wei could no longer stand by and interjected. Who are you? What business is it of yours? The man in the suit retorted, visibly displeased by the interruption. Xuezhong, this is my high school classmate. He's here to pick me up from work, Yang Wan clarified. The man's expression soured slightly, as he misinterpreted the relationship between Yang Wan and Lu Wei. Xiao Wan, I came specifically to pick you up. Look, my car is parked outside, he said, jingling his BMW car keys. It's quite late. And finding a taxi won't be easy. Let me drive you home. Your classmate can find his own way back. Before either of them could respond, the man had already taken charge of the situation. To him, the notion of Yang Wan and Lu Wei being merely classmates from a less affluent background suggested they wouldn't have a car, and they would likely be relying on taxis at best. Xuezhong, we've already made plans to go out for dinner. You can head home by yourself. There's no need to worry about us, Yang Wan reiterated diplomatically. It's late, and by the time you find something to eat, it will be the dead of night. Let me drive you. It's best to eat well before I take you home. The man persisted, refusing to relent. Well, my friend, I have already made arrangements with Yang Wan, and she does not wish to dine with you, so please refrain from lingering here any longer. Please be mindful and exhibit some decorum. Lu Wei directly retorted a couple of remarks to him. Senior Lu, I sincerely apologize, but we must take our leave now. Thank you for bringing me flowers. You might as well give them to someone else, Yang Wan stated, moving closer to Lu Wei. Aware of her desire to depart, Lu Wei addressed the man in the suit, saying, So, senior, we shall be on our way. Kindly cease your pursuit of Xiao Wan. The suited man attempted to grab Yang Wan's arm, But Lu Wei stepped in, effectively blocking him and guiding Yang Wan to his other side, thus separating the two. The man was momentarily taken aback as Lu Wei and Yang Wan took several steps away. In a fit of frustration, he contemplated throwing the flowers to the ground but hesitated, feeling a pang of regret, and halted his action. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Lu Wei signaled for a taxi, which promptly arrived. He opened the door for Yang Wan, who swiftly entered the vehicle. The suited man followed, and upon witnessing Yang Wan's retreat into the taxi, he expressed his emotions. Yang Wan, you would rather take a taxi with him than allow me to drive you. Yang Wan remained silent, feeling irritated by his persistent annoyance. Lu Wei closed the door and addressed the suited man. So, senior, there is no need for your assistance. Xiao Wan is not accustomed to riding in a BMW. We shall take our leave. As they departed, Lu Wei delivered one last verbal jab, leaving the suited man fuming with indignation, contemplating throwing something. But once again hesitating upon seeing the flowers in his hand, he stomped his foot in frustration. All his meticulously laid plans for the day had crumbled, leaving him exasperated. He had envisioned waiting for Yang Wan to finish work late at night, presenting her with flowers, charming her, and eventually taking her out to dinner before driving her home. Perhaps even suggesting a drink upstairs later on. Meanwhile, in the taxi, Yang Wan explained to Lu Wei, this is my senior from school. And he also works at Han Shua's company. He has been pursuing me, but I have not paid him much mind. I felt it inappropriate to engage with him at work, so I declined. Lu Wei rubbed his nose, realizing he had inadvertently become entangled in someone else's romantic affairs and was perceived as a rival. What would you like to eat? You must be famished after a long night without a meal. I promised to treat you, so I would like to know your preference, Lu Wei inquired. At this hour, where can we find something to eat? All right, let me search the map, he continued. This Japanese restaurant looks promising. Are you interested? Lu Wei browsed through some late-night dining options. Sounds good, Yang Wan replied. Driver, please take us to Tianshan Road, Lu Wei instructed the taxi driver. Given that Yang Wan was dressed in formal attire, Lu Wei opted for a more refined dining establishment rather than a barbecue place that would ruin her clothes. What is your current occupation, Lu Wei? Yang Wan asked, eager to learn more about him. At present, I am unemployed. I was laid off from my company last year and have not sought new employment since. If I were to classify my current activities, I suppose I could be considered a part-time stock trader, Lu Wei pondered, reflecting on his recent endeavors. What did you major in at university? Finance, perhaps? Yang Wan queried. Not quite. I did have an interest in finance, but they did not accept me that year, Lu Wei replied. I am studying business, a versatile field. So, what prompted your aspiration to become a professional stock trader? Engaging in stock investments indeed requires a modicum of skill and experience. Yang Wan feels that Lu Wei is somewhat following the trend. I am rather intrigued. I had attended classes on this subject in school. I simply wish to give it a try now that I've accumulated a bit of savings. If I incur losses, I shall return to the job market. Well, do exercise self-discipline. Do not take excessive risks. After a casual conversation, they arrived at their destination. The Japanese restaurant exuded an elegant ambience, embodying a complete Japanese aesthetic, with soft Japanese melodies playing in the background, though they were unintelligible to them. Once seated, the server presented the menu, and Lu Wei handed it to Yang Wan. Order whatever you desire. It's on me, so don't hold back. Yang Wan opted for only a bowl of tonkatsu ramen and a serving of tempura, which she passed back to Lu Wei. Why only 2 items? Is that sufficient? One must not overindulge at night. It could lead to weight gain. Haha, you jest. Are you truly worried about gaining weight? Let me order more. He addressed the server, requesting 2 portions of the signature sushi, a serving of grilled eel, one of grilled king crab legs, a portion of grilled prawns, and a serving of fried pork cutlet. Do you eat sashimi? He inquired upon seeing it on the menu. No, thank you. Consuming that at night feels a bit off-putting. All right then, what about drinks? We should have the signature kalpis and 2 additional servings of it. Certainly, sir. The server noted down the entire order and retreated to the kitchen. I never anticipated there would come a day when I would dine with you, Lu Wei remarked with a sense of wonder. Yang Wan chuckled. I am not some ethereal being, as if I dwell far above the mundane world. But it was different back then. You were the campus belle, an academic star, lofty and unattainable. We could only gaze up at you. Who would have dared to imagine conversing and dining with you? Oh really? How do you perceive me in the hearts of you boys? As they enjoyed their meal, they reminisced about amusing high school tales. Yang Wan, feeling at ease, devoured all that Lu Wei had ordered later. Patting her small belly, she exclaimed, alas. All my efforts this month have been in vain. This meal has undone it all, and it's your fault for ordering so much. Her adorable demeanor made Lu Wei's heart skip a beat. Indeed, she was the campus belle, captivating even during mealtime. When it was time to settle the bill, Yang Wan attempted to rush forward to pay, believing it more appropriate since Lu Wei was currently unemployed. However, Lu Wei did not afford her the opportunity, swiftly pulling the server aside to settle the account. You are still without a job. It should be my responsibility to pay, Yang Wan chided him. That cannot be. I still have savings. How could I allow you to cover the meal? Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to take Yang Wan to the entrance of her residential complex. Lu Wei, would you like to come up for a moment? She asked as she exited the vehicle. Do you live alone? Not at all. I have a colleague. The one who picked you up today. Perhaps it's best to refrain. It's rather late, and I'm carrying this stone, looking as if I've just returned from digging in the earth. Additionally, visiting at such an hour might disturb your colleague, which could tarnish your reputation. Yang Wan, seeing her invitation declined, felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well then, you should head back. Farewell. With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Wei awkwardly rubbed his nose, contemplating the swift changes of women. Should I say that I am thirsty instead? Chapter 38. This dull stone has grown in value. The Fuyou Road Antique Market is a renowned and historically rich antique market in Shanghai, the largest of its kind in the eastern region of China. Situated near the city god temple, it transforms into a treasure hunting paradise every weekend, bustling with visitors. Once comparable to the capital's Panjiayuan, it is often referred to as Nanfu, Beipan. The stone-cutting place introduced by Han Shuo is located within this antique market. On Saturday, Lu Wei took a taxi directly to the market. The stone was merely an obstruction at home. It was better to take advantage of the day to have it cut, as he would be preoccupied with stock trading during the weekdays and wouldn't have the time to venture out. After alighting from the taxi, he carried the stone into the antique city. The shops were located on the third floor, dedicated to jade and stone, named Jingguzhai. Following the signs to the third floor, he found it comparatively quieter than the first and second floors, with significantly fewer people. Inside Jingguzhai, there was only a young man attending to the shop, with no other customers in sight. Upon Lu Wei's entrance, the young man immediately paused his work and greeted him. "Welcome, sir. May I assist you in finding something? We have jade, paintings, and porcelain. If you find something appealing, I can provide you with more information." "Oh, I am not here to make a purchase. I am looking for your boss. Is Mr. Han around?" "Oh, please wait a moment. I will call the boss for you." Before long, a middle-aged man emerged, extending his hand and inquiring, "I am Han. May I ask what brings you here?" "Hello, Mr. Han. I am a friend of Han Shuo. He referred me to you." "Oh, so you are a friend of Xiao Shuo. Please, have a seat. What can I do for you, Mr.?" Han warmly invited Lu Wei to sit down and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Lu Wei unwrapped his bag, revealing the rough stone, and explained, "I acquired this rough stone yesterday. Although others were skeptical about it, I decided to take a chance. I was unsure where to have it cut, and Han Shuo recommended you." "Let me have a look at the rough stone," said Mr. Han. Lu Wei handed it over, placing the 3 stones on the coffee table. Mr. Han retrieved a magnifying glass and a small flashlight to examine them closely. After approximately 10 minutes of scrutiny, he set the stones down and remarked to Lu Wei, "I cannot ascertain anything from these rough stones. I am afraid you might have made an unwise purchase this time." Lu Wei had already mentally prepared himself and reassured, "It's nothing serious, just a small amount of money. I consider it a form of entertainment. Could you assist me in cutting it?" "Certainly. We have a stone cutting service on this floor. I will take you there so you can see for yourself. Otherwise, you may remain uncertain." With that, Mr. Han stood up and led Lu Wei to the stone cutting shop, with Lu Wei following closely behind, carrying the rough stone. Upon entering a stone cutting establishment, Mr. Han greeted them, and a craftsman approached to take Lu Wei's rough stone. He placed one piece before the machine and asked, "How would you like to proceed, my friend?" "I am not quite sure. Please start by gently polishing a bit, and we can assess the situation as we go. The stone is not very large." "All right. I will begin by polishing it layer by layer to see if any material emerges." With that, he activated the machine, commencing the process as per Lu Wei's request. Approximately 1 centimeter thick slab of stone was removed, and the master paused his tools, splashed some water on the stone, revealing a vibrant green hue on the clean surface. The stone cutter joyfully exclaimed to Lu Wei, "It's vibrant. This color is quite pleasing." Boss Han also approached, somewhat astonished. The freshly cut surface displayed a brilliant, translucent green, unmistakably indicating the presence of jade within. "It has turned green, and it might even be ice type. Lu, you've struck gold." Lu Wei beamed with a radiant smile and remarked to the stone cutter, "Your stone cutting skills are impressive. Now, let us carefully thin out the surrounding areas. I'll prepare a red envelope for you later." The stone cutter chuckled, "All right, boss, as you wish. I will take my time." Recognizing the promising hue of green, he proceeded with caution. With each slice, he would evaluate the quality and adjust the blade accordingly. After about an hour, the entire stone was polished, and upon rinsing it with water, the full visage emerged, a stunning, icy, and translucent green. "Boss, this is impressive. You're definitely going to profit from this. The color and clarity are exceptional." Lu Wei promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work. There are 2 more pieces to go, once finished. I'll reward you handsomely." The stone cutter smiled. "No problem at all. Let us complete the stones first." Boss Han examined the now exposed jade, weighed it, approximately 4 to 5 pounds, and scrutinized it with a magnifying glass and flashlight several times before sharing with Lu Wei, "You're incredibly lucky. This entire piece weighing 4 to 5 pounds is high-quality ice jade. Its texture is exquisite, clarity is perfect, and the color is rich. It's an excellent material." "What can this material fetch?" Lu Wei inquired. "Based on market prices, for 4 to 5 pounds, it should sell for around 4 million. Do you have any interested buyers?" "Not yet. I'm not well acquainted with this piece. Do you know anyone who might be interested? You could refer them to me." "Sure, once we finish. I'll call my friends who run jewelry stores nearby to take a look." "Thank you, Boss Han. No need to be so formal. You and Xiao Shuo are friends. Just call me Uncle Han. Referring to me as boss feels too distant." "All right, Uncle Han." The stone cutter picked up the second piece, preparing to cut, and glanced at Lu Wei. Lu Wei immediately instructed, "Let us treat this one just like the first. Start by thinly polishing the edges, then gradually work inward." The stone cutter promptly began operating the machine. The second stone, however, was not as promising as the first. After cutting a 3 centimeter thick slab, a hint of green finally emerged. After washing it, it was clear it did not compare favorably to the previous one. "Boss, this piece is likely a type of jade that is less desirable, and it's quite small." Lu Wei reassured him, "No worries, just keep cutting. Even finding one good piece would be a success. There is little to study in this particular piece." It was finished within a mere 10 minutes, leaving behind a jadeite the size of a fist. Boss Han examined it briefly, remarking that while it was hardly sufficient for a bracelet, it could be fashioned into some pendants. This was merely a type of Nua jade, and at such a size, it was likely worth only a few tens of thousands. Contentment washed over him. Extracting even this was quite commendable. Lu Wei remained indifferent. The stone cutter proceeded to operate on the third piece without further inquiry from Lu Wei, who had already begun to follow the same routine as with the previous two. He sliced off thin sheets, each merely a few millimeters, and even after reaching 3 centimeters, there remained no trace of green. It appeared that this piece would yield no fortune. After half an hour of cutting, with no green material emerging, this rough stone was deemed worthless. Lu Wei handed the stone cutter 1,000 yuan and settled the payment for the cutting services. Cradling his jadeite rough, he returned to Boss Han's shop. I just called a friend. He will arrive shortly. Please sit in the shop for a while, Lu Wei said. All right, thank you, Uncle Han. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit and holding a string of prayer beads entered. Old Han, what treasures could warrant such urgency? He inquired. Ah, Old G, you finally arrived. Indeed, there are some good pieces here. This is Xiao Lu. We just cut some rough material, and there is something to see. Perhaps you might be interested? Boss Han introduced Lu Wei. Lu Wei retrieved the icy jadeite from his bag and placed it on the coffee table. The man, referred to as Old G, produced his magnifying glass and flashlight to examine it closely. After about 10 minutes of inspection, he remarked, not bad, not bad. The color is rich, and the clarity is exceptional. It's a rare high-grade, icy jade. Xiao Lu, may I ask what price you have in mind? Old G inquired. Uncle G, I am not very familiar with the market. Since you are a friend of Uncle Han, I leave it to your discretion, Lu Wei replied, pondering his words. Very well, this piece of jadeite is approximately valued at 4 million. As a longtime friend of Old Han, I shall offer you 4,500,000. How does that sound? That sounds good. Thank you for your generosity, Uncle G, Lu Wei responded, then placed the nuo jadeite on the coffee table as well. This holds little value. Consider it a small gift for you. Haha, I want to be polite then. Please provide me with your account details, and I shall arrange the transfer. Lu Wei pulled out his account information from his phone and handed it to Old G. Moments later, a notification chimed on his phone, confirming the receipt of 4,500,000. Uncle G, I received it. Thank you very much. Old Han, Xiao Lu, I will take this treasure back with me now. We shall converse further at another time, Old G said, placing the jadeite into his bag before quickly departing after a brief exchange with Boss Han. That old fellow is indeed full of energy. Boss Han remarked with a hint of resignation. Thank you for your considerable assistance, Uncle Han. Allow me to treat you to a meal, Lu Wei offered. Xiao Lu, since you are a friend of Han Shua, please don't be so formal with me. I have other arrangements this evening. Let us save it for another time. Boss Han declined, perhaps genuinely occupied. Very well, when you have time, please do invite me. I will bring Han Shua along, and we can enjoy some tea together. All right, I'll see you then. I won't keep you any longer. I must prepare to leave as well, Lu Wei said, taking the hint to bid farewell. To my surprise, the seemingly lackluster woolen fabric I casually photographed has yielded a profit of 4 million. What a windfall. I shall invite Han Shua to dinner one day to express my gratitude. In chapter 39, should I arrange to meet Yang Wan? I sent a WeChat message to Han Shua, thanking him for his assistance. He promptly responded, stating it was a trivial matter and suggesting we dine together when he has the time. Excellent. I shall await the arrangements from our esteemed boss, Han. Having resolved matters concerning the stones, I find myself unburdened this weekend. What shall I do tomorrow? Perhaps I should seek companionship elsewhere and invite Yang Wan to watch a movie. She should be free this weekend as well. However, she seemed upset last night. Will she be receptive to me today? As the Lunar New Year passes, we gradually approach spring, a season of renewal. It appears that some creatures may be unaware that they have begun to awaken the instinct to seek mates. I frequently converse with Jiang Sinan on WeChat, and Zhang Jiaran occasionally reaches out, but these interactions remain distant, mere verbal exchanges devoid of intimacy. Lu Wei is uncertain of his affections, yet he relishes his current state, preferring not to ponder too deeply for the time being. After the new year, construction on the county's housing should commence. I ought to remind Lu Ling to check in regularly, as I am unsure when old Lu's building plans will begin. I called Lu Ling to inquire about the situation, and she informed me that construction has not yet begun. Their father has calculated the start date to be the 18th day of the second lunar month, though I am unclear when that falls in the Gregorian calendar. Regardless, I shall inquire later if they require financial assistance. After concluding my call with Lu Ling, I requested her bank account details. Lu Wei contemplated reserving some funds for his elder and younger sisters as a precautionary measure, enabling them to enhance their quality of life. Given that Lu Ling is now employed, should she wish to pursue further education or make purchases, she can manage her own plans with a bit of financial support. As for Lu Yang, who remains in school, it is uncertain how she would handle sudden wealth. Thus, a modest increase in her monthly allowance suffices. Upon receiving Lu Ling's account information, Lu Wei promptly transferred 500,000 to her. Shortly thereafter, a message from Lu Ling appeared on WeChat. Big brother, did you just transfer me 500,000? Indeed, I still have some funds available, and since you are now employed, I thought it prudent to provide you with a portion. You may use it as you see fit, whether for further studies or personal purchases. Consider it an early contribution to your dowry. How on earth do you have so much money? What about Lu Yang? If she finds out, she might accuse you of favoritism. Not at all. I'm keeping some aside for her as well. Once she begins working, I will provide her with support. As a student, it may be unwise to grant her such wealth at this stage. All right then, I graciously accept. Do treat yourself well. Indulge in clothes, bags, or cosmetics. You don't need to work so hard for your earnings. I understand. Thank you, brother. After speaking with Lu Ling, I transferred an additional 10,000 to Lu Yang's account, as she now has her own home and may face increased expenses. It is prudent to provide her with a little extra for contingencies. A hearty laugh accompanied by a large emoticon was swiftly sent. Brother, the time for living expenses has not yet arrived. Why have you already transferred money to me? Is this month's allowance exceptionally generous? I'm unsure about the new house you mentioned. I sent you the money to spare you the trouble later. Haha, I too am oblivious. I suppose I will gradually uncover the details as I reside there longer. Do take your time to discover, but refrain from informing our parents about the house purchase. Understood. Understood. Speak of it when you feel inclined. I shall relish my peace. Do take care, Lu Wei thought, choosing to ignore her. It was not that Lu Wei was unwilling to provide his two younger sisters with additional funds. Rather, he wished to proceed gradually. He feared that an excessive amount all at once might lead them to succumb to temptation, potentially resulting in misguided choices later on. Though the sum was modest, it sufficed for a comfortable life in a county town in the West, supporting their fundamental aspirations. After attending to matters at home, Lu Wei intended to reach out to Yang Wan, for his acquaintances of the opposite sex in the bustling metropolis were few, excluding his ex-girlfriend. He could likely count on one hand those with whom he had conversed for over 5 minutes. He sent a teasing emoticon to gauge her response. After a brief moment, Yang Wan replied with a curious emoticon. Hey, what is the illustrious Yang up to? I would be delighted to invite you to a movie. I'm rather busy at the moment. It's the weekend. What could possibly keep you so occupied? Is there an overwhelming workload from Hanshua? Not quite. The kitchen faucet is leaking, and I'm contemplating how to fix it. Oh dear, a leak on a weekend. Has anyone from downstairs reached out to you yet? Not yet, but if it continues, I suspect they will soon enough. I called the property management to come and repair it, but they haven't arrived. Shall I come over to assist you? That would be great. I'm home alone, and I'm unsure how many technicians will show up. I could really use your help to ensure I'm not taken advantage of. You know the address. I will send you the specific building number. Yang Wan responded without hesitation. As a benevolent and helpful young man, how could Lu Wei refuse to assist Yang Wan? He promptly hailed a taxi and made his way to her residence. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of Yang Wan's community, where he asked the security guard to grant him access and proceeded to locate her building number. Upon reaching her room, he pressed the button for entry. With a beep, the door unlocked, and Yang Wan's voice echoed from within. Lu Wei, come upstairs quickly. The maintenance staff has arrived. I need your help. All right, I'm on my way. As Lu Wei ascended, he found the door ajar. Inside, a man was explaining the leak repair to Yang Wan. Upon entering, the conversation ceased as several individuals turned to acknowledge him. Lu Wei, come over and listen to what the technician has to say. Yang Wan beckoned him closer. My apologies. Gentlemen, would you kindly reiterate the procedure for me? We just informed this lady that the valve at the faucet connection is damaged. We need to replace the faucet and a section of the water pipe. The price of the faucet is 500 yuan, and the cost of the pipe along with the repair fees amounts to 200, totaling 700 yuan. Is it really that expensive? Rest assured, young man. Our property management has transparent pricing, and we only use branded materials. Let me take a look first. Wait a moment. After saying this, Lu Wei reached out to touch the faucet and opened the cabinet beneath to inspect it. He felt the price was somewhat exorbitant and suspected they were trying to deceive the young lady. Thus, he leaned closer to Yang Wan and whispered, I believe they are misleading you. Repairing a faucet shouldn't cost that much. Perhaps we should forego their service. I can handle it for you. Oh, do you know how? Yang Wan inquired. Of course, how difficult can it be? All right then, I trust you. I'll ask them to leave for now. Yang Wan turned to the repairman and said, I'm sorry, your price is too high. I want to proceed with the repair for now. I'll discuss it with my roommate when she returns. Young lady, our pricing is clear and fair. We want to overcharge you. If you seek help elsewhere, then our property management will not be responsible, the repairman replied. I understand. I'll wait for my roommate to return before making a decision. The repairman, somewhat irritated, almost completed the order only to have it cancelled. They addressed Lu Wei, saying, Young man, please do not act recklessly. If there is a leak later, it will be your responsibility. I understand. We want to act carelessly. We just need to wait for my roommate to discuss how to share the costs. As we cannot bear the expense alone, Lu Wei responded politely. Once the repairman had departed, Lu Wei opened the valve to examine the extent of the leak and the issue with the pipe. He surmised that it wasn't too serious. The faucet continued to drip even after being turned off, likely filling a basin in about an hour. After turning off the valve, he patted his chest and assured Yang Wan, it's a minor issue. Watch me fix it. All right, I leave it all in your hands. If you succeed, I'll treat you to a meal, Yang Wan replied with a smile. Chapter 40. Repairing the faucet for Yang Wan. The faucet and the pipe are two distinct entities. Lu Wei was puzzled as to why changing the faucet necessitated replacing the pipe. He felt they were attempting to take advantage of Yang Wan's lack of knowledge, which prompted him to offer his assistance. After all, how difficult could it be to replace a faucet? As a young man, he possessed the necessary skills. Failing to repair a faucet would be an embarrassment. Lu Wei examined the faucet and the pipe joint, telling Yang Wan, I'll go out to buy a new faucet and tools. You stay home and wait for me. I'll go with you. How can I let you go off alone to work? All right then, let us go together. Lu Wei searched for nearby hardware stores on the map and led Yang Wan there. In the store, he showed the owner the style of the faucet he needed, selected a full brass, branded one, and picked up 2 adjustable wrenches, asking the owner to include a roll of Teflon tape. The total came to just over 200 yuan. See, I almost saved you from being overcharged by 500. Lu Wei exclaimed, pointing to the items he was carrying. I find myself perplexed, unable to comprehend their incessant demands, articulately presented as they may be. All I grasped was their lamentation over this malfunction and that defect. Had you not arrived today, I would have undoubtedly acquiesced to their repairs. They likely perceived me, a mere novice, as an opportunity to deceive and profit. Yang Wan wrinkled her nose and scoffed, declaring them a band of scoundrels. Ha ha ha, let us hasten home for your repair work. Although I had never replaced a faucet in the city, A brief exploration allowed Lu Wei to ascertain the necessary steps. He first employed a wrench to detach the old faucet, examined the connection to the water pipe, and found no issues. He skillfully rewrapped the joint with plumber's tape and a washer, securely affixed the new faucet, and tightened the screws. He called for Yang Wan to turn on the water valve for a test, and, indeed, everything functioned flawlessly. The faucet ceased its incessant dripping. Task accomplished, work concluded. Lu Wei, I never anticipated you possessed the ability to repair a faucet, Yang Wan exclaimed cheerfully, offering him a gentle applause. Such trivial matters could hardly daunt us men. You may step outside. I shall tidy up this mess of disassembled parts and debris, he suggested, glancing at the clutter scattered across the floor, including packaging and tools, along with unsightly water stains. I will manage this myself, Lu Wei. You have toiled enough. Please take a moment to rest in the living room. Nonsense, he replied. My hands are soiled, and it is best I attend to this now. You may wait for me. With that, he ushered Yang Wan out of the kitchen. As she turned back, she said, Thank you, Lu Wei. I shall treat you to something delicious later to reward your efforts. That sounds more like it. Once he finished organizing the items and placed the trash by the door, he planned to dispose of it later. After such a busy day, Lu Wei felt a bit fatigued and was also in dire need of relief. Thus, he inquired from Yang Wan in the living room, Yang Wan, where's the restroom? Given that it was a female-rented abode, it was prudent to ask rather than intrude uninvited. It's right over there, she gestured casually. With her permission, Lu Wei entered, closed the door, and let the water flow. After enduring discomfort for quite some time, he finally felt a sense of relief. Upon washing his hands, he glanced over and noticed something intriguing atop the nearby washing machine. A bra of delicate black lace and a pair of whimsical white panties nestled within the laundry basket. Uncertain whether they belonged to Yang Wan or her roommate, he pondered their sizes, particularly in the chill of winter. He was taken aback by Yang Wan's adorableness. The allure of the black lace was undeniable, causing his heart to race upon catching sight of it. Alas, he wondered about the size, chiding himself for the indiscretion of his thoughts. Oh, the sin of curiosity. I am not to blame. It is your fault for displaying them so plainly, he muttered, hastily exiting the restroom. Yang Wan, initially oblivious to Lu Wei's entry into the bathroom, suddenly recalled the undergarments she had removed the previous night and intended to wash today. Oh no, he must have seen them, she thought, her cheeks flushing crimson. Upon seeing Lu Wei emerge, she swiftly dashed into the restroom, stowing away her undergarments, and then reappeared, her cheeks flushed. I saw nothing, nor did I do anything, Lu Wei remarked to Yang Wan. Are you trying to kill me? Yang Wan's face reddened even further. What do you wish to eat? Let us dine out. Lu Wei hastily attempted to change the subject. I shall treat you, you choose. Very well, let us head out first, and we can decide on the way. Alright, wait for me a moment. I need to change into something else. Yang Wan had been dressed in loungewear, as she had intended to relax at home. Shortly after, she emerged clad in a down jacket and trousers. Her face seemingly freshened up, which Lu Wei discreetly noticed. As they walked, Lu Wei offered dining suggestions. Hot pot, barbecue, seafood, steak. Let us have hot pot. How about we go to Haidaleo? It has been ages since I last enjoyed it. I completely agree, Lu Wei readily acquiesced. The two promptly hailed a taxi to the nearest Haidaleo. This restaurant often sees long queues during meal times, frequently reaching capacity, especially on weekends. Upon their arrival, they took a number and noted that there were still 15 tables ahead of them, estimating a wait of about an hour and a half. Oh dear, are you hungry? This wait seems quite long, Lu Wei inquired of Yang Wan. Not yet, I can wait. I simply wish for hot pot today. Very well. Let us stroll around the mall, or we could venture to the basement level for some snacks to tide us over, Lu Wei suggested. Sounds good, let us explore. Yang Wan seemed determined to have Haidaleo today. After meandering through the basement's food court and purchasing 2 cups of milk tea, they wandered through the women's clothing section, with Yang Wan browsing while Lu Wei mindlessly accompanied her. It is customary for women to try on clothes while shopping. Their aimless wandering took them from the basement to the 5th floor, and as they had not yet reached their number, Lu Wei suddenly spotted a gaming arcade on that level and pulled Yang Wan over. Come, I shall introduce you to some games. Yang Wan followed Lu Wei, her expression one of confusion, completely unaware of what playing games entailed. Inside the arcade, Lu Wei immediately exchanged for 100 tokens and began searching for activities. The racing game area still had open seats, and without hesitation, he urged Yang Wan to take a seat. Do you know how to drive? I don't. I haven't obtained my driver's license yet. Haha, then your first driving experience shall be here. After explaining the controls to her, seeing her look of partial understanding, he inserted tokens into her machine. You should try it out first. They spent a full hour in the arcade, with Yang Wan's face flushed with excitement. Having played the racing game, dirt bike racing, basketball, and dance games, this marked Yang Wan's inaugural visit to an arcade. Previously, she had only known study and work, but today she discovered that playing could be such a joyous experience. However, they became so engrossed that they lost track of time and realized they had missed their number. They hurried to Haidaleo, thankfully finding that they did not have to wait long, as they could skip ahead in line after just 2 more numbers were called. At last, they relished the long-awaited hot pot. Although both enjoyed spicy food, they opted for a dual-flavored pot, unlike the mild offerings found in Chongqing. Yang Wan transformed into a fervent enthusiast, ordering an array of meats. Maodu, lamb, beef, duck intestines, boneless duck feet, and so forth. Lu Wei gazed at her in surprise, realizing she had quite the appetite. If you can't finish it, you should eat more. You've worked hard today, he encouraged. Blushing at Lu Wei's astonishment, Yang Wan remarked, alas, I've lost my composure as a demure lady. Indeed, once the dishes were served, the moment the Maodu was cooked and dipped in sauce, its crispness was simply irresistible, delicious beyond compare. This was truly the essence of life. Observing Yang indulging in the hot Mao Du, beef, and duck intestines, Lu Wei's understanding of her was entirely reshaped. How long has it been since you last ate? He inquired. Oh, you have no idea how long I've craved hot pot. No one has accompanied me, so I've been longing for it, Yang replied while cooking the Mao Du. Alright, indulge yourself today. Eat until you can barely walk. Ugh, you're the one who needs support. Chapter 41. Angel investor Yang finally savored a satisfying meal of hot pot, letting out a contented belch. Oh my, who knew the goddess could eat so much? Lu Wei teased. I'm not a celestial being, untouched by earthly delights, just a mere mortal. Yang shot him an exaggerated eye roll. No, in my heart. You were once a fairy. Well, that fantasy has been shattered. Fairies are simply women of this world, she retorted, giving him another eye roll. Ha, I never said that. By the way, it's still early. How about we catch a movie? Lu Wei quickly shifted the topic. Sure, I haven't been to the cinema in ages. I'll grant you this opportunity. The cinema was conveniently located at the top of the mall, merely a flight of stairs away. Allowing Yang to choose the film, Lu Wei was open to anything, as his true desire was merely to enjoy her company. Selecting a popular film with an imminent start time, Lu Wei also grabbed the essential popcorn and drinks. Lu Wei, are you a pig? Yang exclaimed upon seeing him clutching a bucket of popcorn. You just finished eating. Can you really manage more with both popcorn and soda? Watching a movie without popcorn feels lacking. I'll eat as much as I can. Lu Wei defended himself with a flimsy excuse. Regardless, he was thrilled to have the chance to watch a movie with Yang, so he embraced the opportunity wholeheartedly. After the film, he escorted Yang back to her apartment complex. I want to invite you up. I'd rather avoid your refusal. Head back early. Goodbye, she said, leaving Lu Wei in a state of disarray. Why don't you invite me then? I would certainly accept this time. If I refuse again, I'd be a fool. Indeed, beautiful women hold on to grudges. He couldn't afford to reject Yang invitations in the future, lest he face dire consequences. After all, she was the campus belle, and how could one disregard her? Moreover, if she wasn't afraid, what did he have to fear as a man? Watching Yang disappear from view, Lu Wei had no choice but to take a taxi home. With another day of the weekend remaining and a late spring chill in the air, it was best to stay cozy indoors with the air conditioning. Lu Wei sought to bolster his knowledge of securities, realizing that a significant portion of his wealth was invested in the stock market. He needed to comprehend the intricacies of this realm. Although understanding it didn't guarantee successful trading, he at least needed to grasp how he had lost his fortune. On the previous trading day, Nantung Bus reached a remarkable limit up, garnering considerable attention within the stock forum. Enthusiasm ran high, and while optimism prevailed, the uncertainty of entry opportunities lingered. With an additional influx of 4 million, Lu Wei contemplated further investment, uncertain if the market would present a chance on Monday. On Monday morning, Lu Wei promptly transferred 3 million to his securities account and, at 9:15 during the bidding session, placed several orders at the limit up price. However, the popularity of Nantung Bus caused the bidding to reach its peak without any transactions occurring by 9:25. He decided to leave his orders pending. If he could not purchase, so be it. The limit up was indeed a source of delight, though trading for the day had concluded. He could only intermittently monitor the market and exchange insights with Brother Lee, who had also invested several $100,000, curious to see his maneuvers. While engrossed in his phone, a call from Han Shua interrupted him. Lu, are you free these days? What's up? Do you need something from me? I'm always available. Well, you see, I'm affiliated with an investment firm. We are hosting an investment roadshow soon, where various projects will be presented by companies seeking funding. Would you be interested in participating? I thought of you since I still need investors. Sure, investing a bit and becoming a shareholder sounds appealing. What sectors are involved? Please don't lead me to any sunset industries. Not at all. We are focused on promising high-tech ventures. I'll send you a list shortly. After their conversation, Han Shua sent Lu Wei a project list. The investment roadshow primarily targets angel rounds, allowing entrepreneurs to showcase their projects and desired funding amounts to potential investors. It creates an environment for mutual engagement, where one party possesses wealth while the other seeks it. If an investment is made, the organizing institution earns a commission. Years ago, Sun Jingyi invested in Jack Ma, and ultimately, Alibaba flourished, yielding substantial returns for him. However, the risks associated with angel investing are significant. For every 10 investments, one may succeed while the others falter. Yet, the successful venture often yields extraordinary profits, a true testament to the perilous nature of entrepreneurship. Lu Wei never anticipated becoming someone capable of investing in others. Just last month, he was an ordinary white-collar worker, striving within the confines of an office. After years of relentless effort, he found himself in a position akin to the saying, I have worked tirelessly for 18 years to sit here and enjoy coffee like you. Fortune has favored Lu Wei, granting him the opportunity to ascend to a pinnacle that many aspire to reach. The roadshow is scheduled for Wednesday, spanning the entire day, with each participant allotted half an hour for their presentation, accommodating only a handful of attendees. The venue selected by the institutions is a prestigious hotel, and participation requires a registration fee. Indeed, one must bear the cost themselves. During the last networking event, while others exchanged business cards, Lu Wei found himself without one, leading to an awkward moment. He contemplated whether to print some cards, yet he lacked a company affiliation or title. Would it suffice to merely print his name and phone number? To alleviate some of the discomfort, he decided to print a few cards. Lu Wei visited a nearby printing shop, where he had the proprietor design a simple card featuring his name, phone number, and an email address, hoping that recipients wouldn't dismiss it too readily. On Tuesday, during trading hours, Nantung Bus opened with a high bid, and Lu Wei, undeterred, invested approximately 4 million into Nantung Bus at the 6 or 7 point mark. This stock has, To date, become a substantial holding. Coupled with his previous 4 million in profits, his total position nears 10 million. If Brother Li were to discover Lu Wei had committed such a sum to a single stock, it would surely elicit a range of reactions, truly a gamble of grand proportions. On Wednesday morning, after his morning routine, Lu Wei donned the suit he had purchased from Armani and hailed a cab to the hotel. The roadshow was slated to commence around 9 a.m., and he arrived by 8, taking the opportunity to enjoy breakfast at the hotel restaurant, which surpassed his own culinary efforts. After a leisurely half-hour, he received a call from Han Shua. Lu, have you arrived? We're on the 3rd floor in the conference hall. Yes, I'm here. Just having breakfast downstairs, Lu Wei replied, hastily concluding his meal. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found Han Shua waiting at the door alongside another individual. As Lu Wei approached, Han Shua greeted him. Brother Lu, you finally arrived. Let me introduce you to my friend Yu Zhong, the initiator of this event. Lu Wei extended his hand, saying, a pleasure to meet you, Lu Wei. Hello, Yu Zhong. They exchanged a brief handshake. Let us head inside, Han Shua suggested. The roadshow venue was simply arranged, featuring a raised platform with a large screen behind it for presentations. In front were several long tables, some emblazoned with company names, such as Han Shua's Giant Investment, adorned with an array of materials. Behind them were seats designated for presenters and their assistants. Brother Lu, you can sit in the 2nd row, right behind me. I didn't have a nameplate for you since I didn't know your company's name. Han Shua said with a chuckle. Ha ha, Brother Han, I'm here to learn, so feel free to arrange me as you wish. No, today you are an investor. Speak up if you see something appealing. All right, I will do my best. As attendees trickled in, staff members busily prepared and welcomed guests, and when the time arrived, the event commenced. Chapter 42. This world is about connections. Han Shua's popularity was evident as numerous individuals approached him, greeting him as Brother Han or Junior Han, to which he reciprocated with similar terms, indicating they were likely alumni of the same institution. The venue hosted around 7 or 8 investment parties and a dozen entrepreneurial ventures, culminating in a diverse assembly of several dozen individuals. Lu Wei, lacking acquaintances, casually perused the materials on his own. At the appointed time, the host took to the stage to deliver an introductory speech, presenting the investors before the presentations commenced. The time was strictly limited to half an hour, encompassing both the introductions and the ensuing Q&A session. The initial team, eager to provide an exhaustive account of their company, inadvertently encroached upon the time allocated for questions, leading to a slight overrun. The first entrepreneurial team showcased a robotic system for fracture reduction surgery, aimed specifically at addressing fractures in hard-to-reach areas. In traditional fracture reduction procedures, it is necessary to incise the muscle at the fracture site, which results in substantial surgical trauma, excessive blood loss, and increased material costs. In contrast, the robotic approach minimizes incision size, reduces blood loss, and lowers material consumption, facilitating a much quicker postoperative recovery. This project aspires to enhance surgical efficiency while diminishing reliance on the surgeon's experience and skill. The second entrepreneurial team presented a project focused on distributed photovoltaic thermal diversion control, a clean energy initiative. In northern winters, heating predominantly relies on coal, which is costly and heavily polluting, posing risks such as carbon monoxide poisoning. Thus, the transition from coal to electricity has become an urgent reform for the nation. This project's research aims to effectively utilize photovoltaic energy generated during the day for electric heating systems, while optimizing the use of off-peak electricity for heating at night. As an intelligent diversion control system, it seeks to achieve smart, automated, and meticulous energy management, addressing winter heating demands while simultaneously reducing heating costs. Throughout the morning, approximately 5 or 6 teams presented their projects. Initially, Lu Wei found the presentations intriguing, but as time passed, he grew increasingly fatigued and somewhat bewildered. Occasionally, Han Shua would turn to Lu Wei, inquiring whether he had any questions regarding the projects. Lu Wei would shake his head, feeling ill-equipped to voice his opinions. Despite having reviewed the materials and listened to the presentations, he feared that his questions might seem trivial and invite disdain. Moreover, the investors shared subtle interpersonal dynamics. They would discreetly alert one another to issues that were apparent to all. However, if Lu Wei were to express his thoughts, he worried he would be met with indifference. These investors operated within a closed circle, making solitary endeavors rather challenging. Lu Wei was merely acquainted with Han Shua and had yet to penetrate their social sphere. Social dynamics are intrinsic to human nature, leading to the formation of circles and hierarchies. If one does not belong to a particular circle, recognition is scarce, placing one at a significant disadvantage in terms of resources and connections, often determining the life or death of one's pursuits. Despite Lu Wei's newfound wealth elevating him to a certain social stratum, he remained a grassroots individual, lacking the broader perspective and adeptness required. He now treads cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, fearful that one day he may find himself destitute, for ultimately, living off past gains is a precarious existence that cannot endure indefinitely. When one earns 10,000, a meal costing 20 or 30 seems quite satisfactory. However, upon amassing 10 million, would one still find contentment in meals priced similarly? Even though, mathematically, such a sum could sustain 10 individuals for 50 years, would one remain satisfied with such modest dining? Would one contemplate the future, 10 or 20 years hence? Even if the intention is to deposit this fortune in a bank and live off the interest, the matter of mindset is far more intricate. With 10 million in the bank, one may receive 30,000 in interest monthly for expenses. Yet can one truly accept the notion of spending a mere 30,000 each month? This year, having saved 10 million, one might find the following year's savings reduced to 9 million, and later, perhaps 500,000, gradually eroding the principal. Without the capacity to manage finances, such a situation is easily shattered. The solution lies in either enhancing one's ability to handle such assets and broaden one's perspective, or discovering a promising investment avenue. Observing the animated discussions and inquiries among the investors, Lu Wei began to ponder his own future. After considerable contemplation, he finally discerned his path. If he could not surpass them, he would join them. Returning to school would be a splendid way to expand his network. Having only recently entered the workforce, revisiting academia to recharge and enhance his skills seemed a prudent choice. This realization allowed Lu Wei to reassess his own understanding of himself. Upon returning home today, he resolved to explore potential graduate schools and fields of study, casting aside monetary concerns and focusing instead on integrating into a commendable circle. His undergraduate studies had been a haphazard amalgamation of disciplines, lacking depth, but pursuing a Master's degree would be different. The prestigious MBA, renowned and highly sought after, would offer him the opportunity to bolster his capabilities while also providing a valuable network. The academic environment serves as an excellent gateway to social integration. Mentioning a shared institution or a mutual professor often fosters immediate camaraderie. Shanghai, being a financial hub, boasts a thriving finance industry where graduates from its top universities dominate the field. Renowned institutions such as Jindan, Jiaotong University, Keida, and Rinji have alumni in nearly every major financial corporation, with alumni networks serving as powerful connections. Chapter 43. The circle is so small with only an hour for lunch. Lu Wei opted to dine at the hotel. The dining culture was distinctly palpable, as Han Shuo and his fellow students occupied an entire table. Lu Wei found it awkward to join them, and instead settled at a separate table for a casual meal. Fortunately, he would continue to listen in the afternoon, so he abstained from alcohol. The individuals at his table were courteous, recognizing him as someone seated among the investors. As the afternoon session commenced, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the suit-clad senior, Lu, who had pursued Yang Wan that evening at the hotel. Upon entering, he greeted Han Shuo and referred to him as senior. Well, it seems that this group once again comprises individuals from your institution, which makes one question the limited scope of this circle. Senior Lu, adorned in a suit, happened to notice Lu Wei in the second row, casting a scornful smile in his direction, as if to imply that he now perceived himself as superior amidst that crowd. However, there was no place for him in the front row. After exchanging pleasantries, he retreated to the back, where he truly belonged. Lu Wei chose to disregard him, viewing him merely as a minor rival. After all, when adversaries arise, one must confront them head-on. Yet, the sight of their gathering only solidified Lu Wei's resolve to pursue further studies, for like attracts like. During the afternoon's roadshow, Lu Wei felt rather lackluster. It extended until 5 o'clock, and by then, he was nearly dozing off in the back row. Most of the time, he was preoccupied with his phone, only occasionally lifting his gaze to listen when something piqued his interest. Once the roadshow concluded, any investment intentions would not be revealed that day, as attendees would need to return to deliberate over the projects they found promising, exercising caution in their decisions. Lu Wei, have you identified any promising projects? I could connect you with the entrepreneurial team, Han Shuo inquired after the event. Not yet. I'm still uncertain myself. You merely brought me along to make up the numbers. Lu Wei replied, scratching his head. Haha, that's certainly not the case. If you find something appealing, you can invest directly. I have faith in your capabilities as an investor. Provided you express interest, Han Shuo remarked, placing his trust in Lu Wei's potential, as he was indeed a high-net-worth client. Oh, spare me the flattery. If you discover something worthwhile, do let me have a hand in it, Lu Wei countered. All right, I'll have the team conduct further research. If something suitable arises, I'll call you to join in. But don't blame me if it doesn't pan out, Han Shuo responded. That won't be a problem. Just don't expect me to invest tens of millions in this angel round, Lu Wei said, somewhat confused about the typical amounts involved. Angel rounds generally range from 1 million to 5 million. Investing over 10 million is exceedingly rare, so rest assured. That's a relief. I recently made a profit at your auction, so I can invest a little. Haha, I'm already aware of that. Uncle Han mentioned it to me. You really have the luck. While many experts deemed those materials worthless, you managed to unearth a gem, Han Shuo said, patting Lu Wei on the shoulder with a hint of envy. Luck indeed. When are you free to dine with Uncle Han? Sure. Let us plan for a meal after the roadshow wraps up. Tonight, however, let us head out to eat. Come on. Han Shuo eagerly pulled Lu Wei toward the restaurant. With the roadshow concluded, the evening promised indulgent revelry. Investors often held numerous gatherings, with entrepreneurial teams eager to toast and foster connections during dinner, hoping to enhance their appeal. Lu Wei had already exchanged several business cards, while others bore titles such as vice president of a certain investment firm or manager of another. In contrast, the simplicity of Lu Wei's card added an air of mystery about him. As expected, the most animated table was that of Han Shuo and his companions. Although Han Shuo attempted to care for Lu Wei, he could not resist the continual toast from the other side, leaving Lu Wei to engage in casual chatter with another table of entrepreneurs. The dapper Lu Xuezhang was in high spirits as he squeezed into Han Shuo's table, addressing the seniors with familiarity, and they seemed to be enjoying each other's company. However, his perceptive nature allowed him to observe that Han Shuo frequently conversed with Lu Wei, leaving him uncertain about Lu Wei's status. Although he was aware that Lu Wei and Yang Wan hailed from the same place, he refrained from provoking Lu Wei, as it would embarrass Han Shuo, ultimately reflecting poorly on himself. He pondered why Yang Wan was absent today, considering this was an event pertinent to their company, and he felt compelled to inquire. The gathering dragged on until past 10 o'clock, during which Lu Wei received numerous business cards and was toasted by various entrepreneurial teams. Fortunately, due to his different standing, Others approached him with a casual demeanor, saying, "Please, go ahead, I'll drink." Even if it was just a sip at a time. He had consumed quite a bit. Seizing the moment while still coherent, he bid farewell to Han Shuo and made a hasty exit. On his way home, he sent a message to Yang Wan. "Today, Han Shuo and the others are participating as judges in a roadshow. Why weren't you there?" Moments later, Yang Wan replied, "Are you at the roadshow venue? How did you end up there?" "Han Shuo brought me along as a mere participant, but it's disappointing that you weren't present." "Disappointing?" "I went out to research other projects," he responded. "What could be disappointing? Where did you run off to?" "I saw Lu Xuezhang, the one pursuing you today." Lu Xuezhang is also affiliated with our investment firm, and since Han Shuo is one of our seniors, he often takes Lu Xuezhang under his wing. Indeed. Where there are people, there exists a network. Enough with the musings. I need to finish my report. I can't chat any longer. Yang Wan had work to attend to. And Lu Wei understood that she was still toiling away late into the night. All right. Han Shuo is quite the capitalist. Finish up your work and get some rest. Understood, bye? Upon returning home, he decided to research information on graduate studies, contemplating how to pursue further education. After a day of investigation, he finally gained some clarity. Lu Wei's alma mater was merely an average university, and attending there might prevent him from infiltrating Han Shuo's esteemed alumni circle. The choice between full-time and part-time studies posed another dilemma. The scores required for full-time programs were exceedingly high, given Lu Wei's lackluster English. Achieving a score of 34 would likely be sheer luck. The top 4 universities' full-time finance master's programs demanded nearly 400 points, while MBA programs were somewhat more accessible, with an approximate cutoff of 195 points. Tuition fees were not a concern, as he could afford them, but the real worry lay in whether he could gain admission. Currently, the tuition fees for several prestigious schools in Shanghai were similar, ranging from 300,000 to 500,000 yuan, a sum he could manage. He contemplated whether to seek a tutoring institution for assistance, as his English skills were quite poor. A tutoring center could help him devise a study plan and address his weaknesses effectively. Although he had heard many rumors about purchasing a position in schools, such notions seemed more fitting for the realm of wealthy fiction or the influence of the ultra-rich. For instance, a certain Pan, in a bid to pave the way for his children, resolutely donated 600 million to prestigious institutions like Harvard and Yale, thereby ensuring his offspring's smooth entry into these elite schools. Lu Wei lacked the financial resources and connections to infiltrate these prestigious institutions. Thus, he chose to take the examinations honestly and was subsequently accepted. After much contemplation, he decided to select Yang Wan's school as his preferred choice. In the future, he could proudly declare, "Yang Wan, we are now alumni." Chapter 44. Someone fainted in recent days. The stock market had been surging dramatically, consistently reaching daily limits. It seemed that the emotional momentum was primarily concentrated in Nantung Bus, and Lu Wei, having made considerable profits, felt no rush. He believed there was still more to observe. Within just a week, his securities account had accrued approximately 2 million in unrealized gains. As the weekend approached, Lu Wei contemplated visiting various graduate examination institutions to assess their qualifications and educational conditions. It would be prudent to initiate this project sooner rather than later, lest procrastination lead to abandonment. From the information he had gathered, the more reputable graduate examination institutions in the bustling metropolis included New Oriental, Haiwan, Window, and Gaotu, among others. Thus, he set out to explore several that were closest to his residence. Each establishment greeted him warmly, eager to entice him into their fold. Naturally, they needed to showcase their services while he had yet to part with his money. As for the circumstances he might encounter post-payment, that would be left to chance. The classes were primarily categorized into several types: foundational classes, intensive courses, sprint classes, and the premium guaranteed pass classes. The foundational class was priced at 18,880 per subject, the intensive course at 28,800, the sprint class at 38,800, and the elite guaranteed pass class at a staggering 168,800. Such lucrative pricing left Lu Wei pondering its worth. He dismissed the guaranteed pass class, perceiving it as merely a means of extracting a tax on intelligence. How could such a sum ensure success? Was the principal perhaps a relative? Ultimately, Lu Wei opted for the sprint class, benefiting from a discount for enrolling in 2 subjects, totaling 68,000. Having completed yet another task, he felt he was one step closer to achieving his goals. While walking home, Lu Wei was engrossed in his phone when, suddenly, a person a short distance ahead collapsed without warning. Taken aback, he quickly activated his phone to record the surrounding scene. Upon approaching, he discovered it was a middle-aged woman, who appeared to be uninjured. He gently shook her and called out, "Sister, wake up." Upon closer inspection, her complexion was pale, and her lips had lost their color. Checking her nose, he found she was still breathing, thankfully. Lu Wei hastily dialed 120, providing the operator with the address and details of the situation. The operator instructed him to apply pressure to the woman's philtrum, and Lu Wei followed the guidance, pressing his fingernail against the point. After a moment, a groan escaped her lips. The operator advised him to monitor her position and suggested placing something under her head to facilitate her breathing. Lu Wei promptly removed his jacket and placed it beneath her neck, while the ambulance was estimated to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. He could only agree to keep an eye on her condition. As onlookers gathered, discussions ensued regarding the situation, with some reporting what they had witnessed. "Have you called 120? Should we call 110? It might be low blood sugar. Does anyone have sugar to offer her?" With voices clamoring around him, Lu Wei found himself uncertain. He had never encountered such a scenario before. "The ambulance has nearly arrived. Let us await the doctor's arrival and refrain from gathering too closely." Allowing her some fresh air, Lu Wei urged the others to step back a bit. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived, and the doctor descended. lifting the elder sister's eyelids and listening to her heartbeat. There appeared to be no significant issues. It would be prudent to transport her to the hospital for further examination. As they loaded her onto the ambulance, the doctor inquired, "Who is the family member accompanying her?" Lu Wei explained, "We do not know her. We merely witnessed her collapse and called for help. That one tea suffice. It is best for someone to accompany her." The doctor insisted, "Young man, are you willing to do a good deed and accompany us to the hospital?" The doctor's gaze fell upon Lu Wei, who was still brushing dirt off his clothes and had yet to put them on. Without further ado, they pulled him onto the ambulance. "But I don't know her. What can I do?" Lu Wei protested, bewildered. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Wei assisted in wheeling her to the emergency room. Once the door closed behind them, he sat down to catch his breath. Shortly after, a nurse emerged, calling out, "Family member of the patient, please proceed to settle the fees." She thrust the bill into Lu Wei's hands before he had a chance to refuse, and promptly returned inside. "All right, I shall pay," Lu Wei said with a wry smile, recognizing the urgency of the situation. What if this hospital followed the same draconian measures, refusing treatment without payment? Lives were at stake. After settling the fees, he returned and waited for about 10 minutes before the door opened again, and the patient was wheeled out, in place, now conscious. The doctor quickly instructed, "There are no serious problems. She is merely suffering from malnutrition and low blood sugar. Continuing this way will harm her stomach and body. She must eat more and avoid starving herself. For the next few days, she should stay in the hospital for recuperation." Upon hearing this, the elder sister struggled to rise. "No hospitalization, please. I'll be fine lying here." She suddenly recalled her financial situation and, with tears streaming down her face, choked out, "I have no money. I cannot stay here. I'll just rest a while." Lu Wei gently pressed her hand down, urging her not to move, as she still had an in place that could cause bleeding if disturbed. "Do not worry, elder sister. I can cover your medical expenses. Just focus on recovering. You must take care of yourself first. You need to be well to consider anything else." Reassured by Lu Wei's words, the elder sister ceased her struggles, perhaps too weak to continue, and soon fell asleep again. Lu Wei pushed the hospital bed to the designated area arranged by the nurse and leaned against the wall, waiting. He could not simply abandon a frail person in the hospital. He could not bring himself to do so. When the nurse arrived to change the floor, the elder sister woke. Lu Wei inquired, "Elder sister, are you feeling better? Can you contact your family? Would you like me to notify them?" Her voice trembled as she replied, "There is no one." Lu Wei was taken aback, unsure how to proceed. "Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. I can only repay you later for the medical expenses," the elder sister said, her face full of guilt. "It is nothing, elder sister, it is only a small sum, and you need not repay me." After a brief rest, the elder sister insisted on discharging herself, leaving Lu Wei with no choice but to assist her in completing the necessary paperwork and settling the expenses. As they emerged from the hospital, the elder sister addressed Lu Wei, saying, "Thank you, young brother. I apologize for taking up your time. What is your name? I can send you my phone number and ID, or perhaps I should write you an IOU instead." "No need for that, elder sister. My name is Lu Wei, and let me escort you home," he replied, hailing a taxi. "Truly, it's unnecessary, Lu. I live not far from here. You should attend to your own matters." "I've already taken enough of your time," she insisted, waving her hand in refusal. "I have no pressing engagements today. You're still recovering, and I fear you might stumble again on your way. Allow me to take you home," he insisted, gently ushering her into the vehicle. As the taxi driver inquired about their destination, Lu Wei listened intently to the location she provided, realizing it would require at least an hour to reach. He felt a twinge of helplessness, uncertain how to convey his thoughts without contradicting her. The cab arrived at an area resembling a dilapidated urban village, characterized by aging houses and a cacophony of sounds, with stalls haphazardly set up all around. Lu Wei was taken aback to discover such a place still existed in the bustling metropolis. After navigating through this rundown neighborhood, they approached her residence, a structure seemingly from the 1980s. Following her inside, Lu Wei ascended to the second floor, where the elder sister opened the door and was greeted by a little girl's voice. "Mommy, you're back." Inside, the sounds of a television filled the air as a small girl sat in a chair, turning her head toward them. She cautiously stood up and extended her hands toward them. "Mommy, I'm hungry. Did you bring me something to eat?" The elder sister hurried over to embrace the girl, saying, "Sweetheart, Mommy's home. I'll prepare something delicious for you right away." Chapter 45. The girl's heritage. "Lu, please take a seat," the woman said, cradling her child and guiding Lu Wei to a small sofa. The room, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy, featuring a quaint little living area furnished with a 3-seat sofa, a couple of small chairs, and a television. "Mommy, do you have a friend visiting?" the little girl inquired. "Indeed, I am your mother's friend, here to see you today," Lu Wei responded. "Wow, uncle, you came to see me. I'm so happy. It's a pity I can't see your face. Could you let me touch it?" Lu Wei was taken aback, realizing the child was blind. His curiosity had piqued as he observed her tentative approach earlier. "Of course, you may," he replied, gently lifting her from her mother's arms and holding her close. The little girl's tiny hands explored his face with delicate precision. "Uncle, you must be very young and handsome," she remarked, prompting a smile from Lu Wei. "Indeed. You've discerned my handsomeness through touch. You are quite remarkable." "Yes, even though I cannot see, my hands are very perceptive. They can tell if something is beautiful," the little girl said cheerfully, embodying an optimistic spirit. She resembled a little princess, though her eyes lacked light. Yet, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she embraced life through her other senses, discovering joy in her surroundings. At around 3 or 4 years old, Lu Wei pondered how she navigated her world. During their journey back, the elder sister spoke little, expressing her gratitude most often, so Lu Wei refrained from asking many questions, intending only to ensure she arrived home safely before departing. All I know is that her name is Lu Jieli, and she is 2 years older than Lu Wei. Being from the same clan, after playing with the little girl for a while, Lu Wei seized an opportunity to say he would step outside to take a phone call. Sister Li, who was still cooking, immediately came out and insisted he eat before leaving. Lu Wei had noticed that their only available food consisted of 2 eggs. No wonder they were suffering from malnutrition. I won't leave, Sister Li. I'm just going out to take a call, Lu Wei reassured her, acknowledging her embarrassment as he sensed the scarcity of food in the house. Uncle, please don't go. Stay and play with me. The little girl exclaimed upon hearing his intention to leave. Be good, Nan Nan. Uncle isn't leaving. He's just stepping out to make a call and will return shortly. Lu Wei replied, gently patting her head. After stepping outside, he headed straight to the nearby supermarket, purchasing a bounty of meat, eggs, milk, and bread, and even bought a doll. With his arms filled to the brim, he returned to Nanan's home. When Lu Jieli opened the door and saw Lu Wei burdened with bags, she felt tears welling up. It had been a long time since she had wanted to buy her daughter a feast of food and toys. But her unscrupulous boss had not paid her salary for months. Uncle, you're back. Nanan has been waiting for you. The little girl shouted upon hearing the door open. The sound pulled Lu Jieli back from her reverie. Indeed, Uncle had promised to return. I brought you a gift, and you will never guess what it is. Lu Wei said, handing the doll to Nan. She touched it and exclaimed, it's a doll. Yes, this is a gift from Uncle. Go ahead and play with it. Thank you, Uncle, I love it. Nan replied sweetly. You bought so much. I have no money to repay you, Lu Jieli said, at a loss for words. Sisterly, I'm not sure what difficulties you're facing, but we cannot let the child go hungry. All this is for you to eat. Please, go prepare it. Nan, would you like to eat some meat later? Yes, I haven't had meat in so long. Nan replied eagerly. See, sisterly, even the child wishes for it. Please go cook, Lu Wei urged, placing the groceries on the table for Lu Jieli to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, he continued to play with Nan, enchanted by the adorable little girl, who seemed like an angel with her delightful laughter. Half an hour later, Lu Jieli had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Nan finally got to eat meat. Lu Jieli filled her bowl generously and, after it cooled slightly, brought it to her. Although she could not see, Nan could smell the savory aroma of the meat, and with both hands, she devoured it eagerly. Today, Lu Jieli had delayed her return home, leaving the child famished. After the meal, Nan grew drowsy, prompting Lu Jieli to carry her back to the room for a nap before returning to clean up the dishes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Wei asked, sisterly, what happened to Nan? Why are her eyes like that? Having filled her stomach, Lu Jieli's complexion regained some color. And under Lu Wei's inquiry, she shared a bit about the situation. When the little girl was merely 2 years old, her family encountered a tragic car accident, during which her father lost his life. Despite being rushed to the hospital, he could not be saved. The girl also sustained injuries to her head and underwent prolonged treatment. Although her physical health eventually improved, she was left blind. The driver responsible for the accident fled the scene but was later apprehended. However, he had no means to compensate the family, and after years of waiting, not a single penny was received. They had borrowed substantial amounts for her treatment, and now she found herself in the bustling metropolis, working tirelessly to repay her debts while seeking to provide her daughter with the best medical care available in the hope of restoring her sight. During the day, she worked and could not take her daughter with her, so she prepared meals and left them nearby, allowing the girl to stay home alone with the television on for companionship. Fortunately, the child was relatively well-behaved and did not cause trouble while listening to the TV. However, at her workplace, the boss, having lost money gambling, had not paid them for months. Attempts to seek arbitration proved futile, as the boss was uncooperative, having nothing to lose but their lives. Lu Jieli, with teary eyes, shared a brief overview of her plight with Lu Wei, who felt a deep sense of discomfort. Misfortunes seemed to compound. Why must some individuals endure further indignities during their most challenging times? Li Jia, I apologize for bringing up painful memories again. Difficult days will eventually pass. I am not particularly skilled at offering comfort, but should you encounter any issues in the future, please feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you, Lu Wei gently remarked. Xiaowei, may I address you as such? I hope you don't mind. Not at all. My parents call me that too. In truth, she had also experienced profound sadness in the beginning. There were moments when she contemplated leaving this world with her daughter, but the little girl instilled within her the will to live. After losing her sight, she would cry out, Mama, it's so dark, I can't see anything. Please don't abandon me. However, she soon ceased her tears and often comforted her mother, saying she could sing for her, that she was her eyes, and that she was everything to her. Chapter 46. The tenderness of a mother listening to Lu Jieli's words. Lu Wei fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with a tumult of emotions. Many believe themselves to be the most unfortunate, racing through the rain without an umbrella, while others run barefoot, only to turn back and see someone without feet trailing behind them. As the saying goes, the sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. They merely seem to create a cacophony. The challenge of true understanding between individuals is daunting, and who can genuinely empathize with such depths of despair? A woman may appear weak, yet she becomes fierce for the sake of her children. Upon becoming a mother, a woman transforms into a fortress for her offspring, shielding them from all adversities. Were it not for her daughter, Lu Jieli might have succumbed to despair long ago, as the anguish of losing her husband and the relentless trials of life are unbearable. For the sake of her daughter, she chose to endure with strength, clinging to the hope that one day, her child might once again bask in the light. Li Jia, has Nuan Nuan been to a major hospital for her eyes? We visited Huashan Hospital once, but I could only secure an appointment for a regular outpatient consultation. The doctor recommended a full examination and, ideally, hospitalization for observation. I initially planned to take her for a checkup after receiving my salary, but I never anticipated that it would be delayed for so long, Lu Jili lamented. I see. Securing an appointment with the specialist at Huashan is indeed quite challenging. Let me think of a solution. I will inform you once I have news. It is getting late, so I will take my leave for now. Allow me to transfer some money to you via WeChat. You should not endure hunger any longer. Lu Wei glanced at the time and, feeling it was rather late, prepared to bid farewell. However, considering their current predicament, he transferred several thousand yuan to Lu Jili, urging her to take it for now. No, Xiao Wei, please do not give me money. I cannot repay you. You have already assisted me with the medical expenses today, Lu Jili hurriedly declined. Li Ji, please do not refuse. Consider it a gift for Nan Nan. The thought of her daughter suffering during this time, often going hungry, made her heart ache. She had struggled to borrow money from others, but to no avail. With only a few hundred yuan, the mother and daughter had managed to survive for 2 months. Fortunately, the rent had been paid for 3 months in advance. Otherwise, they might have found themselves homeless by now. Xiao Wei, let us treat it as a loan, shall we? I can write you an IOU, and I will repay you once I receive my salary. For her daughter's sake, Lu Jili reluctantly accepted the money, convincing herself it was merely a loan, not charity. All right, let us consider it a loan. You need not write an IOU. We can discuss it further when you are earning again, Lu Wei gently assented. Li Ji, I shall take my leave now. I will update you once I have news from the hospital. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Nan Nan is my sole treasure. If I can ensure her recovery, I would be indebted to you for a lifetime. Her words startled Lu Wei, prompting him to wave his hands in denial. My dear sister, do not speak so gravely. You have startled me. All I wish is for Nan Nan to recover. I will return to seek help from friends. And you must not worry too much. Just take care of yourselves. After leaving Nan Nan's home, Lu Wei felt a wave of emotion. During his own struggles as a wage earner, he had often felt despondent. Yet, some people endure hardships that they cannot even express. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with Lu Wei, Lu Jili and her daughter might have been unable to secure even their basic needs for the day. Sometimes, a mere coin can pose insurmountable challenges for many. A few pieces of silver can bear down the spine of a family, while others continue to covet the meager earnings of the impoverished. Lu Wei searched online for appointment availability at Huashan Hospital, only to discover that the next 2 weeks were fully booked. The internet suggested seeking scalpers for appointments. But where could one find such individuals? After scrolling through a few posts, he stumbled upon a news article stating that a particular bank's private banking service could offer signed high-net-worth clients access to appointments with specialists at top-tier hospitals across the nation, along with professional accompaniment throughout the medical process. This news provided Lu Wei with a glimmer of hope. I also have access to private banking services. Might my bank offer similar assistance? He quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to Li Wanqing. Dear Miss Li, I have a matter I would like to consult with you. Li Wanqing, a plethora of question marks. Lu Wei, I heard that a certain bank offers expert appointment services at top-tier hospitals for private banking clients. I wonder if we have this service? Li Wanqing, you seem entirely unaware of the VIP capabilities of private banking. Lu Wei, a plethora of question marks. Li Wanqing, if other banks provide it, how could we possibly not? Our services are characterized by exclusivity and superiority. Would you like me to enlighten you on the power of VIP status? Lu Wei, please. I am all ears. Li Wanqing, our bank's private banking clients can enjoy services such as appointments with experts from top-tier hospitals, medical accompaniment, health checkups, VIP services at major airports both domestically and internationally, airport concierge services, and international travel assistance. Lu Wei, astonishing. It turns out there are so many benefits. It's definitely worthwhile. You must promote this more. Li Wanqing, I can see you are not paying attention. Lu Wei, may I trouble you with a request? Could you assist me in making an appointment with an ophthalmologist at Huashan Hospital? Li Wanqing, what happened? Did your eyes get dazzled? Lu Wei, nonsense, I am your VIP. Lu Wei, on a serious note, a friend's child has some eye issues, and I would like to take her to see a specialist. He then discussed the specifics with Li Wanqing, sharing his desire to secure an appointment along with the child's general condition. After a while, Li Wanqing replied, I will arrange it for you when I am back at work tomorrow. The hospital is closed for now. Lu Wei, I'll be counting on you. Lu Wei suddenly recalled something. He should take his parents for a comprehensive health checkup as a precaution. Although Lu Ling is currently working at the hospital and often monitors their health, he feels that the medical standards in town are somewhat lacking. It would be wise to take them to a larger facility for a thorough examination. He promptly messaged Lu Ling. Are you busy at work lately? Do you have any free time? Lu Ling replied. What's up, brother? Recently, the hospital requires me to go on a rural visit for consultations, and I will be away for a week. Lu Wei. Oh, I just thought it would be nice to provide our parents with a better experience. And I need your assistance with the arrangements. For health checkups, I often monitor their blood pressure, and they don't seem to have any other major discomforts. Basic checkups can be done in town. However, I think the local facilities may not be up to par. We should go to a larger place. Do you think you could take them to Zhucheng or Shanghai? Lu Ling. They are preparing to build a house, so they probably want to go. I will take them to Zhucheng instead. Lu Wei. All right, once you finish your busy week, let me know, and we can make arrangements. Lu Ling. Sure, brother. After organizing the health checkup, Lu Wei reflected on whether there was anything else he had neglected to do. He, too, needed to undergo a health examination. The most lamentable situation would be to have money but not life, to have a spouse and children who have moved on with someone else, leaving the wealth for the next partner to spend. One wonders if those billionaires who suddenly passed away feel remorse in another realm. Earning money is one thing, but one must also have the means to enjoy it. Otherwise, money becomes utterly meaningless. Chapter 47. The surgery went smoothly. Lu Wei has now set his alarm clock for 9 a.m. as the only motivation to rise from his warm cocoon is to check on the stock market. In the chill of early spring, it takes considerable courage to leave the comfort of his bed. The vigorous surge of his stocks left him little time to react. Within 10 minutes of the market opening, they had already hit the ceiling on gains. Thus, another monotonous day lay ahead. Around 10 o'clock, consultant Li sent a message to Lu Wei, informing him that she had arranged for a specialist at Huashan Hospital, scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. Lu Wei couldn't help but marvel at the power of capital. He was grateful for the privileges of being a VIP. He replied to Li Wanqing with a gesture of reverence. Li Wanqing, do you require a professional companion? As a VIP, you are entitled to professional medical guidance. Lu Wei, that sounds agreeable. Li Wanqing, it will deduct points from your balance. You can use this service 8 times a year. Lu Wei, ouch, that stings. Shortly thereafter, Li Wanqing provided Lu Wei with the contact information for the medical guide. He called Lu Jelly to inform her of the appointment, assuring her that he would pick them up on Wednesday to take them to the hospital. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jelly was thrilled. On the phone, he heard the voice of her daughter, Wan. Mom, is that uncle on the line? I haven't seen him in days. Let me talk to him. Lu Jelly held the phone to her daughter's mouth. Uncle, are you there? I miss you so much. I'm here, Wan. Be good. I'll come to see you in a couple of days and take you to the hospital. Once your eyes are treated, you will be able to see so many beautiful things. Thank you, uncle. I will wait for you at home. Lu Wei himself was uncertain why he felt compelled to assist the two of them. Perhaps it was fate, a serendipitous encounter at just the right moment. Had he met them 6 months prior, he might have only mustered the courage to call for an ambulance. On Wednesday, after the market closed for lunch, Lu Wei took a taxi to pick up Wan and her mother, heading toward the hospital. They arrived by 1:30 p.m., and it was prudent to arrive early, as he had already scheduled a meeting with the medical guide at the hospital. Wan seldom had the opportunity to venture outside. She rolled down the car window to listen to the sounds beyond, her excitement palpable. After all, children thrive on the bustle of life. And even the honking of horns brought her joy. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lu Wei made a call and soon met the designated medical staff in the lobby. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the medical guide assigned by the bank. You can call me Xiao Song. Greetings. I appreciate your assistance. Not at all. It is my duty. Lu Wei then introduced Xiao Song to Wan and Lu Jelly. This is the little patient, and this is her mother. Please feel free to discuss any necessary documentation with her. Xiao Song proceeded to collect Wan's registration information to facilitate the appointment. Under the guidance of the medical staff, they smoothly acquired their queue number and received thorough explanations regarding the procedures. After visiting the outpatient department for some preliminary assessments, they followed the doctor's orders for further tests. Lu Wei, lacking understanding of the medical intricacies, simply accompanied them throughout the process. Upon noticing the title of professor displayed on the expert's nameplate, it became evident that he held a prestigious and senior position. Following a comprehensive examination, particularly of the head, the physician concluded that the young girl had previously sustained a cranial injury, which had resulted in pressure on the optic nerve, consequently affecting her vision. Surgery may be required. The wards at Huashan Hospital were quite congested, yet under the influential energy of Lu Wei, the medical staff managed to coordinate a room for the patient. A joint consultation is scheduled for tomorrow, after which the decision regarding surgery will be made. When Lu Jelly learned that surgery was necessary, her face was a portrait of anguish, filled with both hope and worry. The hope stemmed from the possibility of her daughter regaining her eyesight, while the worry revolved around the substantial costs of the operation, for which she had no means to raise funds. Lu Wei attentively listened to the doctor's directives and, upon hearing that a craniotomy might be required, inquired about the potential costs while the medical staff assisted with the admission process. He was informed that the expenses could reach up to 15 million. Consequently, Lu Wei deposited 100,000 yuan into the hospital account for his daughter. Unaware of this transaction, Lu Jelly was busy making phone calls in search of loans. Upon their return, Lu Wei and his companions found Lu Jelly just having hung up. Disappointment etched on her face. Xiao Wei, is it possible to delay the payment for the hospital expenses? Can they proceed with the surgery first? She asked. Sisterly, I just heard you on the phone. Were you trying to borrow money? Yes, I was looking for someone to lend me some funds, but I haven't succeeded yet. No need to worry. I have already transferred 100,000 yuan to your account. If that's insufficient, we can settle the balance later, he reassured her, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Jelly covered her mouth, nearly in tears. Xiao Wei, how can I ever thank you? Consider this money as a loan from me to you. Once my daughter recovers, I will work to repay you. With a quiver in her voice, she expressed her appreciation. It's nothing, sisterly. Focus on getting your daughter well. We can discuss the finances later. I have sufficient funds for now. He then turned to comfort the girl, Wan. In a few days, you will undergo surgery. Are you scared? Uncle, I'm not afraid. After the surgery, I will be able to see, and then I can work with my mother to repay you. Foolish child. You don't need to repay me. All I desire is for you to recover, he replied. You must cooperate with the doctors and listen to the nurses so you can heal quickly. Yes, I will be very obedient, Wan promised. Sisterly. Look how well she listens. You shouldn't frown. Everything will be fine once she can see again. Xiao Wei, I truly appreciate your kindness. I am at a loss for how to repay you. It's all right. Just stay with Wan at the hospital today. I will return tomorrow for the consultation. All right. You can head back. I will take care of things here. Goodbye, uncle. Please come to see me tomorrow, Wan called out as Lu Wei prepared to leave. The medical staff and Lu Wei departed, and he found himself pondering the relationship between the bank's esteemed client and the mother-daughter duo, questioning whether they were perhaps relatives. Having such a relative is indeed a blessing. Even the notoriously challenging Huashan Hospital could be navigated with ease. The The following day, after a consultation with specialists, the decision was made to proceed with a craniotomy. Preparations for the surgery began in the afternoon, and it seemed to Lu Wei that what they were discussing was not merely a complex medical case. However, Lu Wei perceived the craniotomy as a significant and frightening procedure, given that it involved opening the skull. The surgery was executed smoothly, lasting approximately 3 to 4 hours. The girl, her head swathed in bandages, was wheeled out of the operating room. The doctors confirmed that they had successfully repaired the area pressing on her optic nerve and assured that her vision would return in a few days. All that was needed was proper care to aid the healing process. Lu Wei promptly expressed his gratitude by shaking hands with the doctors, with Director Song assisting in escorting them away. Several hours later, as the anesthesia wore off, the girl awoke, her eyes still covered in bandages. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Mom, why can't I see? It's still dark. Mom, is it possible that my eyes can't be healed? Mom, my head hurts so much." Lu Jieli hurried to comfort her, explaining that she had just undergone surgery and that the bandages would be removed in a few days, after which her sight would return. Lu Wei joined in the reassurance, finally calming the young girl's anxious heart. "Sisterly, is there anything else the hospital might need? Should I get something for her recovery?" Lu Wei inquired. "Xiao Wei, the hospital has everything we require. There is no need to purchase anything. Just follow the doctor's guidelines. Children grow quickly, and her recovery will be expedited," she replied. "Thank you for all your efforts these days. You should rest. I can keep watch here," Lu Wei said as he and Director Song prepared to leave. On their way, Lu Wei sent a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan to Director Song via WeChat. But Song repeatedly declined, stating it was part of his job. Lu Wei, undeterred, insisted that he accept it as a token of his appreciation for Song's diligent assistance. Lu Wei recognized the effort Song had put in over the past few days. Had he been alone, he would have been overwhelmed. 2 days later, the bandages were ready to be removed, and the wound had begun to scab over, alleviating some of the pain. Everyone gathered in the hospital room, awaiting the doctor to unveil her eyes. As the doctor gradually unwrapped the layers of bandage, the tension in the room was palpable. When the final layer was removed, the girl remained with her eyes closed. The doctor gently encouraged, "Sweetheart, slowly open your eyes." With long eyelashes fluttering, she gradually opened her eyes, revealing a newfound spark of life within them. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes and exclaimed, "Mom, it's so bright." Lu Jieli was overcome with joy, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. The doctor, after conducting a brief examination, reassured everyone, "All is well. The surgery was successful, and the girl's vision has been restored. You need not worry any longer. Mom, I see you. I see you." The girl joyfully shouted. Lu Jieli, unable to contain her emotions, rushed to embrace her. The child had always been her vulnerability, and now, at long last, she was well. The long-anticipated outcome had finally materialized, and as she held her daughter, tears of joy streamed down her face. "Mom, please don't cry. I'm better now. I can see you." Mother did not weep. She was filled with joy. "Mother, your hair has turned white," Lu Jieli said, cradling her daughter, her head resting against her chest, as the little one observed the strands of silver. "Are you the handsome uncle?" the child inquired, glancing around the room and directing her question at Lu Wei. Noticing that Lu Wei was the only one present without a white coat, she immediately recognized him. "Indeed, uncle, aren't I quite handsome? Am I as good-looking as you remember when you touched my face?" Lu Wei responded, his spirits lifted. "Yes, you are still as charming. You are the most handsome here." "Handsome uncle." Though children may not fully grasp the concept of handsomeness, her flattery brought smiles to everyone present. The child's eyes had only just recovered. An excessive strain was to be avoided. The doctor advised continued observation for a few more days, and if all remained well, she could be discharged. To ensure the child rested adequately, Lu Wei took his leave after a while. Lu Jieli accompanied him to the hospital corridor, where Lu Wei discreetly offered her 2,000 yuan from his pocket, only to be gently rebuffed by Lu Jieli. He insisted on giving it to her before hastily departing. On the way home, the early spring sun began to warm the air, casting a gentle and inviting glow. Lu Wei felt a sense of inexplicable accomplishment for having completed a significant task. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The number was unfamiliar, yet a landline from the metropolis. Lu Wei swiped to answer. "Hello, who is this? Is this Lu Wei?" "Yes, this is I. May I ask who is calling?" "I can hardly recognize your voice. It is your instructor, Zhuang." "Ah, greetings, teacher. I did not recognize your voice calling from a landline. I apologize. I have a matter to discuss that requires your assistance," Zhuang continued. "Of course, teacher, please go ahead. It is about the upcoming anniversary celebration at our college. I need to reach Feng Qi from your class, but I have been unable to contact him. Since you are in the same dormitory, could you help me locate him?" "Certainly, teacher. I will send you his phone number shortly. Now, young man, how is it that you have graduated yet have not been in touch? Have you forgotten me?" "Not at all. It's just that things have not been going well for me, and I have hesitated to reach out. You have only been out of school for 2 years. Being able to support yourself is quite commendable. Must you achieve the status of general manager before you deem it fit to visit me? My apologies, I will come to see you in a few days." "Well, I understand you all are busy with work. Just remember me. And please do send me Feng Qi's contact information." "Of course, I will send it to you shortly." Zhuang was Lu Wei's counselor during his university years. At that time, Lu Wei's family faced financial hardships, and Zhuang had assisted him in applying for scholarships and introduced him to work-study opportunities. During holidays, Zhuang would not forget to send him care packages of food and necessities. In the years since graduation, having struggled to find his footing, Lu Wei had refrained from contacting Zhuang, feeling embarrassed about his circumstances and reluctant to admit his university education. After sending Feng Qi's phone number to Zhuang, he quickly messaged Feng Qi on WeChat. Teacher Zhuang seems to have something to discuss with you and asked for your contact information. I have sent your number to him. Okay, I will call him shortly to find out what it's about. Feng Qi replied promptly. Very well, you both can connect. Today, I unexpectedly received a call from my university professor, which stirred memories of my days at school and filled me with gratitude for the care I received during that time. The arrival of sudden wealth has been overwhelming, and I have yet to fully comprehend the responsibilities it entails. Now, reflecting on my university years, I feel it is time to give back to my alma mater. In a few days, I will return to school to discuss this matter with Professor Zhuang. By the way, I wonder how Teacher Zhang from my hometown is doing. I should call and inquire. My stock investments have yielded satisfactory returns this month, and perhaps I could ask him to increase the number of students supported. I dialed the number, but, after a brief wait, no one answered. He is likely occupied with a class. I will try again later in the evening. Upon returning home, I prepared a meal, and soon after, Teacher Zhang returned my call. Xiaowei, you were looking for me? What is the matter? He inquired. How have you been, Teacher Zhang? I asked. Same old ailments. Winter is tough, but I shall be fine once spring arrives. Now, tell me what you need, as I have evening classes to attend. It's nothing urgent. Just following up on the student sponsorships we discussed during the new year. Has there been any progress? I said. I was actually planning to call you this weekend to update you. I've already selected 10 students, and their first month's stipends have been dispersed. Xiaowei, you have helped several students avoid dropping out. The school is quite appreciative and wishes to know who is sponsoring them to express their gratitude, he replied. Oh, please don't sell me out, teacher. I chuckled. The reason I called today was to discuss the possibility of increasing the number of sponsored students. Increasing the number of spots? Teacher Zhang responded, slightly surprised. This requires additional funding. Teacher, I am aware of that. I have made some profitable investments and can manage the expenses. While I still have funds at my disposal, I want to undertake something meaningful, I reassured him. Xiaowei, my intention is to advise you to act within your means. Even sponsoring one student is commendable. Do not burden yourself excessively, he cautioned. Rest assured, teacher. Please proceed to increase the number of spots by 20, maintaining the monthly stipend of 500 for each. We can commit for a year. And you may continue to oversee the selection process. If there are any students passionate about learning who are struggling to pay tuition, feel free to include them as well. 20? That seems rather excessive, Xiaowei. Let us take it slow, he suggested. Do not worry, teacher. I will transfer 100,000 to your account shortly. That should suffice, I assured him. Very well, I shall not dissuade you further. If you believe you can manage it, proceed as you see fit. I can assist you with the minor details, he conceded. You are the one who works the hardest. The details require your careful oversight, I acknowledged. All right. I must attend class now. Once I finalize the list of students, I will share it with you, he said. Certainly. Teacher, please go ahead with your tasks. After hanging up, I promptly transferred 100,000 to Teacher Zhang's account. Shortly thereafter, he confirmed receipt. I understand that I must follow through on my commitments regarding these sponsorships. Having established a plan, I have provided the funds for the teacher to implement it gradually. Otherwise, waiting for the teacher to select candidates may lead to an indeterminate delay. Additionally, contacting him after he has made his selections to discuss funding could come across as somewhat obsequious, potentially making him uncomfortable. Recently, Lu Wei has cultivated the habit of monitoring the stock market daily from 9 to 10 a.m., a time that always evokes a sense of wonder and thrill. However, today, Nantong Bus has shown signs of fatigue. Even after an hour of trading, it has yet to surge to its upper limit and has been experiencing substantial trading volumes. After a series of impressive gains, it may be prudent to take a breather and cool off. Lu Wei contemplated this and decided to sell off the majority of his holdings, retaining approximately 1 million in stocks for observation, having initially invested 7 million. His profits have doubled, and his securities account now boasts assets in the tens of millions. A day may yield a tenfold return, and over 10 days, it transforms into 259. Compound interest is indeed the eighth wonder of the world. Chapter 49. Teacher, I have not deceived you, Brotherly. Which stock have you been trading lately? Lu Wei opened WeChat and sent a message to Brotherly. In the flurry of recent activities, he had only focused on Nantong Bus, thus neglecting discussions with Brotherly. Now that he has fully liquidated his position, he thought of him. I just sold half of my Nantong shares. I haven't made any other trades. Are you still holding? If so, it might be wise to sell a bit and secure your gains. Since I just sold, I thought of you. That sounds reasonable. After finishing his message, Lu Wei transferred 10,000 to Brotherly via WeChat. Brother, I made a good profit on Nantong this time. Thank you for your guidance. What are you doing? Young man, your profits are your own merit. I merely offered casual advice. The real success lies with you. Haha. Regardless, Brotherly is my mentor. Here is a small token of gratitude. Don't be like that. If you truly wish to thank me, just treat me to tea one day. No need for red envelopes. Brotherly was insistent on not accepting the token, so Lu Wei could only agree to invite him for tea another day. Planning to arrange a suitable time later. Having liquidated his stocks, Lu Wei found himself with little to do today. He planned to visit the hospital to check on his daughter's recovery, then head to the school to see Teacher Zhuang. Seizing the day, he decided to go right away. He brought some fruit for his daughter and spent a while chatting with her before taking his leave. He then hailed a taxi to his alma mater, a place he hadn't returned to in nearly 3 years. The school had not changed much. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Wei had to get out as taxis were not permitted inside. Gazing at the golden letters of the school's gate, he felt as if he had returned to the days of his enrollment years ago. Back then, a young man with his hands in his pockets arrived in this grand city, entering the university that evoked envy among his fellow villagers. Standing at that gate, he felt a surge of joy and excitement. This was a transformative sanctuary where Lu Wei intended to conquer his academic journey. He spent 4 carefree years in this ivory tower, filled with the bittersweet essence of youth, from the anxiety of failing linear algebra to the spirited senior sisters. Secretive class-cutting escapades with roommates, and the tender moments of first love, all of which he reminisced fondly. University life was indeed wonderful. Wandering through the familiar campus, he made his way toward the administrative building of the School of Management. The barracks are steadfast, yet the soldiers are transient. Similarly, this institution remains solid while its students come and go. Each cohort ebbs and flows. The youthful underclassmen bustle towards their classes in haste, while some stroll side by side, lost in romantic exchanges. Others engage in spirited debates, tossing a basketball as they discuss LeBron James's ferocious dunks and Stephen Curry's remarkable three-pointers. Dear students, cherish your university life. Once you enter the workforce, you will be ensnared in the relentless 996 routine, punctuated only by the occasional late-night demands for data or reports, or the unwelcome summons for meetings just as the workday draws to a close. Lu Wei entered the office building of the School of Management, making his way to the office once occupied by Professor Zhuang. He had not notified the professor in advance, opting instead for an unannounced visit. This office was familiar territory from his time as a student, where, as a class representative, he often interacted with the faculty. The door bore a small glass pane, through which Lu Wei glimpsed Professor Zhuang perusing some documents. He knocked gently, and a voice from within invited him in. Upon entering, he called out, Professor Zhuang. The professor, lifting his gaze momentarily, inquired, What is it, student? Lu Wei mused silently. Is it possible you no longer recognize me after just a few years? It's me. Lu Wei, he replied. Lu Wei, what brings you back to school unexpectedly? Professor Zhuang appeared taken aback by the sudden visit. After our call yesterday, I found myself missing you, so I decided to come and see you today. Oh, you rascal. You called me, and here you are. You must have taken leave from work. Not at all. I'm just on a break for a few days, and didn't need to request time off. Allow me to treat you to dinner later, Lu Wei responded earnestly. Dinner? Why this sudden generosity upon your return? It's only fitting. You are my esteemed teacher. Lu Wei had refrained from bringing a gift, fearing it might tarnish the professor's reputation, so he resolved to invite him for a meal instead. Professor, what is troubling you? You appear quite pensive. Noticing the professor's furrowed brow as he perused the documents, Lu Wei could not resist asking. It's just some issues concerning underprivileged students. The school has a limited number of scholarships, so not all deserving students can receive the primary assistance. Consequently, some face considerable hardships while applying for work-study positions. I'm contemplating how to secure more opportunities for them to alleviate their burdens. Are there still many underprivileged students? Lu Wei asked. I oversee 3 classes, and approximately 10 students require support. After some contemplation, Lu Wei suggested, Professor, allow me to assist these few students by providing some financial aid for their living expenses. Lu Wei, you've only just begun your career. Supporting 10 students would require over $3,000 a month, and managing your own expenses is already a challenge. If you could connect me with a wealthy benefactor to offer work-study positions, that would be more feasible. Is the scholarship amount still $3,000? Lu Wei inquired. The national assistance has increased over the past 2 years. The top-tier scholarship now stands at $3,500. Teacher, I'm speaking sincerely. I wish to donate some funds to the college, if you would permit me. I have recently earned a bit of money, Lu Wei earnestly conveyed to Professor Zhuang. Xiao Wei, are you serious? She responded, her brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, as genuine as gold, he affirmed. And how much do you intend to contribute? I shall donate 200,000 yuan, 100,000 for scholarships, and another 100,000 for grants. What do you think? How much? Professor Zhuang adjusted her glasses, her tone turning serious. 200,000, Lu Wei replied softly. Xiao Wei, do not jest. If the teachers report this, and, for some reason, you are unable to fulfill your promise, it could have significant repercussions. There was a former alumnus who pledged 10 million during the school anniversary, and the institution organized a grand reception and issued press releases. Yet, 2 years later, the donation was never made, leading to a legal dispute. Thus, Professor Zhuang approached the matter with caution. Aware of Lu Wei's family background and the fact that he had only graduated 2 or 3 years prior, 200,000 was indeed a substantial amount. Rest assured, teacher, this is no false donation. It is genuine cash. If you are worried, I can show you my account, Lu Wei reassured her. As long as you are not joking. 200,000 is no trifling sum. If you are serious, I will contact the college leadership. Please do. I shall be right here waiting. With that, Professor Zhuang called the college leaders and those responsible for the fund. Shortly thereafter, 3 or 4 individuals entered the office. Professor Zhuang, where is the student intending to make a donation? A middle-aged man inquired. Lu Wei, this is our Vice Dean Chen. Vice Dean, this is the student who wishes to donate. Lu Wei, Professor Zhuang introduced, as Lu Wei had not previously had the opportunity to meet the department leaders. Vice Dean Chen extended his hand to shake Lu Wei's, saying, Lu Wei, you are truly a pride of our college. Even after graduation, you have not forgotten your alma mater and now seek to give back. We are sincerely grateful. The Vice Dean is too kind. During my studies, I received much support from the college. Now that I am capable, it is only right to reciprocate, Lu Wei responded, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Vice Dean Chen invited Lu Wei to the office to discuss the details of the donation further. The group proceeded to the Vice Dean's office. With the college anniversary approaching in a few days, the Vice Dean suggested that Lu Wei could wait until the event to make the donation, as it would be more public and beneficial for promotion, allowing Lu Wei to be recognized. However, Lu Wei felt that such a gathering was too distant and preferred to handle the donation directly that day. Due to the suddenness of the situation, The donation was completed in the office, and upon receiving the account details, Lu Wei promptly transferred 200,000 yuan, which astonished Professor Zhuang with the efficiency. The vice dean formally expressed gratitude, commending Lu Wei's generous act of philanthropy and his enduring connection to his alma mater. He assured that every single penny of the donation would be utilized judiciously, emphasizing the commitment to effective financial management and the transformation of alumni contributions into tangible educational achievements. As Lu Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, the vice president extended an invitation for a meal, which only intensified his apprehension. He pondered whether he could decline, but with Professor Zhuang accompanying him, escape was not an option. He reluctantly acquiesced. In the school's cafeteria on the 4th floor, a place Lu Wei had never visited during his studies, he had only heard whispers of its exclusivity, reserved for faculty and dignitaries. In his student days, he was confined to the modest offerings of the 1st floor, where meals cost a mere 5 yuan, seldom venturing to the 2nd floor's stir-fry restaurant, and never to the 3rd, designated for international students. This time, however, he found himself fortunate enough to grace this legendary establishment. The ambience was indeed a stark contrast to the bustling 1st floor, adorned with antique decor that exuded elegance. While the 1st floor was staffed by clumsy cafeteria workers, the upper level boasted youthful waitresses in uniforms, a feast for the eyes. As they settled in, the vice president took the head of the table, inviting Lu Wei to sit beside him, with others arranged according to their ranks, creating an air of formality. The waiter presented the menu, and with a polite gesture, offered it to Lu Wei. Upon glancing at the prices, Lu Wei understood why this place had once felt out of reach. Every dish began with a 3-digit figure. Sautéed eel for 288 yuan, crab roe tofu for 388, 8 treasure duck for 388, and abalone shark fin soup for 688, a single dish costing what he would have spent on food for half a month back then. Unsure of what to order, and uncertain if he should even make a choice, he returned the menu to the vice president for a decision. Our cafeteria has many signature dishes. Let me choose a few for you. The vice president smiled as he took the menu. Please, I am no connoisseur when it comes to food, Lu Wei replied humbly. The vice president ordered several specialties, along with Maotai and yellow wine, making Lu Wei feel slightly uneasy. Once the dishes arrived, the vice president raised his glass, and everyone joined in a toast, followed by a few words of gratitude towards Lu Wei. He bore the discomfort, regretting not having devised a different plan from the outset. The faculty members found opportunities to engage with him, raising their glasses in camaraderie, laughter filling the air. Even Professor Zhuang sought to clink glasses with him, an enthusiasm that felt overwhelming. Lu Wei sensed he was caught in a social whirlwind that might prove challenging to navigate. He lamented the exquisite dishes before him, feeling it was a shame to let such culinary delights go uneaten, a waste he considered quite disgraceful. After what felt like an eternity, the gathering finally drew to a close. Fortunately, the professors, being intellectuals, lacked the fervor for competitive drinking, keeping it within reasonable bounds. Nevertheless, Lu Wei had consumed a few drinks and felt a pleasant haze enveloping him. He and Professor Zhuang, having shared a few drinks, were now leaning on each other for support on their way back. My dear Xiao Wei, you have brought me great pride today, Professor Zhuang expressed warmly. During the anniversary celebration, we teachers felt considerable pressure, yet you have alleviated mine. We must dine properly another day. Come to my home, and I shall have my wife prepare some of her signature dishes for you. Professor, do you think if I were to donate 1 million yuan, the college would grant me a spot in the graduate program? Lu Wei jested. What did you say? 1 million? The teacher misheard me. I said that once I have the means, I shall donate 1 million. You, my friend, are too lofty in your expectations. Money is not easily earned. Look at me. After years of hard work, I still have to repay a substantial mortgage each month, and I cannot fathom when it will all come to an end. It seems I have touched upon a nerve, as teacher Zhuang began to lament the woes of middle-aged men, rambling for quite some time until he himself became bewildered. Unsure of what he had been saying, Lu Wei continued to support him on their way home. After handing teacher Zhuang over to his wife, Lu Wei returned to the vicinity of the school, seeking a place to catch a breeze, during which he had to lean against a trash can to retch. His tolerance for alcohol had never been great, and tonight he had nearly exceeded his limits. After expelling the contents of his stomach and enjoying the breeze for over half an hour, he finally regained some clarity and decided to stroll through the nearby night market. The night market, situated close to the student dormitories, was a vibrant hub of various food and entertainment vendors, nestled among the residential complexes that catered to the university students, creating a lively atmosphere in the evenings. By 8 or 9 o'clock, a parade of charming young women emerged in search of nourishment, their faces aglow with the vitality of youth. To not engage in romance during their university years would be a disservice to their collegiate experience. Lu Wei wandered aimlessly, glancing about, as if each sight was a reflection of his own youth, yet somehow transformed. In the square, several stalls displayed adorable pets and ring toss games, always drawing the attention of delightful young ladies. While pets were not permitted in the dormitories, here they could at least be petted: rabbits, hamsters, turtles, and cats, each more enchanting than the last. Alas, they should venture to the small grove at night, where many abandoned cats awaited affectionate strokes. The ring toss game also captivated the girls. For 20 yuan, one could purchase 10 rings, with rows of various plush toys displayed on the ground, arranged by size, growing larger the further back they were placed. These assorted stuffed animals delighted the girls. A few young women were engaged in the game. One girl threw her ring, but missed, prompting her friends to offer suggestions. You must throw with more force, one advised. Try rolling the ring instead. Send it through the center. The seasoned players offered their wisdom, while the girl attempting the toss struggled either with her technique or luck. managing to ring only the closest toy after 10 attempts. Under the encouragement of her companions, one after another took their turns, while the vendor watched with a smile, counting the rings they purchased, likely pleased with the profits from these young ladies. Among the rotating participants, those with slightly better skills managed to win 2 toys, while others left empty-handed. Lu Wei observed with mild amusement, occasionally thinking how perplexing it was. Why were they so clumsy? Just throw straight ahead. If you throw it, it should hit. Was it truly so lacking in strength? The sound of a ring hitting the ground made me think it might fly out of bounds. After all the girls had their turns and left without securing any coveted prizes, they departed in a rather subdued mood. The onlookers merely observed, refraining from participation, prompting the proprietor to begin his pitch. Step right up for the ring toss. 20 yuan for 10 rings. Whatever you land on, you can take home. For just 20 yuan, you can't lose. With the right skill, these toys are yours for the taking. 20 yuan isn't much. It won't get you to Hong Kong or Singapore, but winning a toy could certainly warm your bed. Lu Wei, intrigued by the proprietor's lively banter, lingered a little longer. The proprietor then addressed Lu Wei directly. Hey, handsome, why not give it a try? Opportunities like this don't come every day. When the moment strikes, seize it. Winning a toy to gift to a girl could earn you some extra points on a date. Lu Wei quickly waved his hands, declining. No, my skills aren't up to par. A man should never admit to inadequacy. One must triumph even in the face of adversity. Oh, how could I possibly say I'm incapable? My skills in ring tossing may be lacking, but not in other areas, I assure you. Very well, hand me 20 yuan. Whatever you land on, you must take home. Absolutely. As long as your skills are up to par, whatever you land on is yours, the proprietor chuckled. Sensing a potential sale, Lu Wei handed over the money for the rings and positioned himself outside the line, ready to begin. Steady now, handsome. With your long reach, you can toss from a bit closer. Even the smaller toys won't escape you, suggested a bystander. No, I prefer the larger ones. I want the big prize. The larger targets were set far away, and the lightweight plastic rings posed a considerable challenge, prompting the bystander to shake his head in resignation. Lu Wei threw a ring with considerable force towards a large teddy bear, but alas, his aim was too strong, sending the ring out of bounds. On his second attempt, he miscalculated, colliding with a nearby Dormon figure. The crowd expected failure, yet to their surprise, the ring bounced upward and landed on the bear's nose. Is that even allowed? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Boss, does that count since it landed on the nose? All eyes turned to the proprietor, who, albeit awkwardly, replied, sure. As long as it stays on, it counts. Lu Wei continued tossing rings, and as a gust of wind swept through, one ring veered off course and landed on a rabbit's ear. Another hit. Lu Wei had thrown 6 rings, landing 3 on the larger toys and 2 on the mid-sized ones. The proprietor's expression darkened. It seemed he had encountered a skilled player, and his losses for the night were mounting. Let him throw 5 more, and I will surely be in dire straits, he thought. Hey, young man, perhaps you should stop tossing? If you keep this up, I'm going to be in serious trouble. He hurriedly cautioned Lu Wei. But didn't you just say? Whatever you land on, you can keep. Please, don't ruin my stall. Just return the rings, and you may select one large toy instead. The crowd began to jeer. Come on, boss, can't you handle it? 20 yuan doesn't lead to loss or deceit. The proprietor's face paled further if he refused to comply. He might as well not return to his stall the following night, but if he acquiesced, he would face heavy losses that evening. Amidst the crowd's encouragement, Lu Wei tossed several more rings, securing 4 additional toys. The proprietor stood frozen, uncertain whether to retrieve the prizes for him, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and dismay. What a stroke of bad luck. Lu Wei was aware that his skills were not infallible, although he had managed to land every ring. It felt as if the winds themselves were aiding him, guiding his throws toward their intended targets. Observing the boss's reluctance to take action, Lu Wei took the initiative to grab 2 large items himself. Boss, if you want to fetch it, I'll do it myself, he quipped. 20 yuan won't lead to loss or deception. Laughter erupted among the crowd, reminiscent of shrimp and pork hearts. Lu Wei distributed the toys to 2 adorable little sisters nearby, who, filled with excitement, clutched the dolls tightly, while their parents expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Lu Wei waved goodbye and departed. It was all in good fun, merely to vex him. The lives of the affluent often possess such unpretentious simplicity. While Lu Wei was still lost in slumber, he received an unexpected call from a graduate examination institution. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Xiao Yang, the teaching assistant responsible for your crash course. What crash course? Lu Wei replied, perplexed. Mr. Lu, you recently enrolled in our graduate exam crash course. Have you forgotten? Oh, yes, I recall now, the crash course, right? What's the matter? Well, we are preparing to commence classes and need to conduct a preliminary assessment exam. I am calling to inform you of the exam schedule. What? An exam? Yes, we need to gauge the students' current levels to devise a tailored teaching plan. All right. When is the exam, and do I need to prepare anything? No preparation is necessary. Simply come and take the exam. We wish to assess your authentic level. Subsequently, the assistant added Lu Wei on WeChat, sending him the address and exam schedule for Saturday. Lu Wei rubbed his face, realizing that a preliminary exam could spell disaster for him, given his lack of preparation over the past 3 years. He had hardly touched a book since returning them to the school. Never mind, he thought. I'll strive to focus more once classes commence. Just a bit more sleep. In the afternoon, he visited the hospital to see his daughter, Wan. The doctor informed him of her excellent recovery, indicating she could be discharged in a couple of days. Lu Wei urged her to eat well and sleep soundly, hoping for her swift recovery so he could pick her up when the time came. Wan nodded eagerly, and with reluctance, the handsome uncle left the hospital. Uncertain whether the institution would provide materials, Lu Wei decided to visit a bookstore, believing online shopping might not suffice in time. The bookstore felt utterly foreign to him. He hadn't been there since university, with only high school being the last time it had been a cherished haven. He sifted through the graduate examination books while browsing aimlessly. Nearby, an advertising stand caught his eye, titled Warm Hearts in Liangshan, a public welfare fund for educational assistance. The image depicted several dark-skinned children huddled together, engrossed in their studies, followed by an introduction to the foundation and its fundraising methods. After reading the introduction, Lu Wei felt a jolt of shock. How could such impoverished conditions still exist? He had always thought their area was sufficiently poor. Yet most children in the village had completed 9 years of compulsory education. In this place called Liangshan, many children couldn't even attend the 9 years of schooling. With some 14-year-olds still in the 4th grade, Lu Wei took out his phone to photograph the content of the stand, planning to delve deeper into the matter later. After purchasing some related study materials in the examination section, he hurried home, his mind occupied with thoughts. Following the contact details on the poster, I made a phone call to inquire about the specifics of the scholarship fund associated with the pull-up banner. Hello, you have reached the Shinai Scholarship Fund. How may I assist you? A gentle female voice greeted me as the call connected. Greetings, I noticed your pull-up banner at the bookstore which introduced the Liangshan Scholarship Initiative, and I would like to gather more detailed information. Good day, sir. Our Shinai Scholarship Fund is a charitable organization directly under the auspices of the Civil Affairs Bureau of the Magic City, primarily focused on educational philanthropy. The Liangshan Scholarship project you inquired about is one we have recently launched and are currently fundraising for. Do you have any intention of contributing? Are you a public organization? Is there oversight of your funds? Will there be feedback on the implementation of your plans? Lu Wei posed a series of pertinent questions, and after the lady's explanations, he arranged to visit the fund. Let us schedule this for next week. I must first tackle my exams this weekend. Lu Wei felt overwhelmed by the sudden busyness. As he secretly wished to relax, he diligently reviewed the study materials he had purchased. The comprehensive knowledge and management appeared deceptively simple, yet he stumbled while applying it. As for English, heavens, the vocabulary was alien to him. Fortunately, there were multiple choice questions, granting him a 25 chance. He recalled some tricks from years past. If there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. If 3 shorts and 1 long, select the longest. For 2 longs and 2 shorts, pick B. If they are of equal length, choose A. If they vary, opt for D. And for a mixed bag, C is unbeatable. He was uncertain how many English exams he had navigated using these strategies. After cramming, he was unsure of its efficacy, though the questions seemed somewhat familiar and random. On Saturday morning, he arrived at the institution, which had already arranged the examination venue. Many had arrived early, with half the seats occupied. It had been years since he had last sat for an exam, and this scene was rather disconcerting. He found his seat and surveyed the surroundings, noting the youthful faces, occasionally mixed with a few weathered ones. The main force for the graduate entrance examinations was predominantly young individuals. Soon, the exams commenced. There were various arrangements, with some only taking 2 subjects while others faced 4. Upon encountering the test papers, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The questions appeared manageable at first glance. Yet as he progressed, uncertainty grew. In the afternoon, the English exam proved disastrous. He could not comprehend the listening section at all and resorted to random guessing. Back in his hometown, English was primarily learned in a hushed manner, with little practice in spoken language, compounded by accents that rendered understanding nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he could still select answers, managing to scrape by. The essay, however, left him at a loss. He transcribed the reading comprehension and questions, adding a few incoherent lines of filler. It had been ages since his last exam, and the volume of questions nearly brought Lu Wei to tears. Well then, I hope you can overlook my struggles and consider my status as a participant in the advanced class, allowing me to soar. Chapter 52, That Wretched Old Man. After the arduous examination, Lu Wei returned home and played a couple of rounds of a video game to recover his spirits, as he felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge he had been grappling with. The following afternoon, Assistant Yang called Lu Wei to discuss the examination outcomes. So soon? The efficiency displayed is remarkable. Within just a day, the examination papers have been rectified. Lu, your results from this preliminary test reveal your scores. 85 in the comprehensive section, 54 in English, totaling 139. This score falls short of last year's cutoff by 26 points, and is 56 points beneath the threshold for Zhenduan. What? I scored 139. Is this truly my level? Goodness, I'm just 26 points away from passing the national line. Am I really that formidable? Lu Wei felt no disappointment. Rather, he was exhilarated, as this score exceeded his expectations. Lu, there will be a test analysis session tomorrow. I hope you can attend. The assistant, Yang, is still coordinating the timing of the class. All right, I'll be there tomorrow. After attending the session, Lu Wei realized that his earnest attempts were largely incorrect. While his random guesses were surprisingly accurate, particularly in English, he mistakenly selected answers for the questions he thought he understood. His translation scored a mere 1 point, while his essay garnered 3. The embarrassment made him wish to hide beneath the table. The discrepancy between subjective and objective questions was quite absurd, leading one to question whether he had memorized the answers. Were those final 4 points merely awarded for effort? This English is exceedingly challenging. It recognizes me, yet I do not recognize it. Following the analysis and discussions, Lu Wei hesitantly expressed his struggles with English, leaving the instructors somewhat speechless. Are you a fool sent by the monkeys? Your guesses yield better results than your efforts. Fortunately, since they were compensated for their services, their aim was still to assist Lu Wei in passing. Thus they resolved to tailor a new instructional plan for his English learning, starting with vocabulary. He would memorize 50 words daily and 5 sentences. The assistant would conduct weekly assessments for oversight. Recalling how he used to rely on English listening exercises as a form of hypnosis, Lu Wei felt a wave of despair. Last week, he had arranged to visit the scholarship fund to review the particulars, and today, he planned to arrive in the morning for an inspection before picking up Nguyen from the hospital in the afternoon. He took a taxi to the fund's address in Putois, which was slightly distant. The morning rush hour brought about congestion in certain areas that could lull one into a stupor. Thankfully, he was not driving. Lu Wei gazed at the thick stream of vehicles, feeling somewhat relieved. During peak hours, even if you accelerated to 100 km/h in 2 seconds, you wouldn't soar. One must simply follow the flow of traffic. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally reached the destination. And Lu Wei had managed to catch up on some much-needed rest in the back seat. Upon alighting, he intended to locate the fund's address, but suddenly felt very hungry. Having skipped breakfast, it was still early, so he decided to grab a bite first. Crossing the street, he found a nearby noodle shop and ordered a bowl to warm his stomach. The signature dappa noodles from Shanghai are a specialty. During his school days, his favorite dish was the braised pork and dappa, served in the cafeteria. The braised pork pairs beautifully with rice, while the dappa serves as a delightful topping. A substantial piece of bone-in pork chop is first chopped into sections with the back of a knife, lightly salted and marinated for an hour. It is then dipped in egg white and starch before being fried until golden brown on both sides. Water and seasonings are added for braising, and the resulting sauce is poured over the cooked noodles, topped with the chop. This meat is thick and tender, and the chopped tenderloin is a delight to bite into. Suitable for all ages. Lu Wei indulged in the luxury of adding lion's head meatballs and a fried egg, spending a total of 20 yuan, leaving him pleasantly full and slightly burping. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time for Lu Wei to attend to more pressing matters. Upon exiting the noodle shop, he realized he would need to cross the street to reach his destination. As he arrived at the intersection, the traffic light had already turned red. He opened his phone to peruse the day's news, and inadvertently glanced down to discover that his shoelace had come undone. At that moment, the pedestrian signal turned green. Caught in a dilemma, should he cross the road first or tie his shoelace? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Wei sidestepped the crowd and approached a flower bed by the roadside to secure his shoelace. As he bent down to fasten it, an ominous roar of an engine pierced the air, reminiscent of a modified exhaust system, reminiscent of a sports car's thunderous growl. This alarming sound compelled Lu Wei to lift his gaze, eager to catch a glimpse of yet another ostentatious vehicle. What he beheld was enough to instill terror. A white car careened through the red light at breakneck speed. At that precise moment, with the pedestrian signal green, numerous pedestrians and cyclists occupied the crosswalks. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wei witnessed several individuals on the road he had just vacated being struck by the vehicle, their bodies flung into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Some collided with the guardrail, and the speeding white car showed no sign of stopping as it barreled towards the opposite crosswalk, where many remained oblivious to the impending danger, only to be violently struck and sent sprawling. In mere seconds, a horrific tragedy unfolded. The roar of the car faded into the distance, replaced by the chaos of screams as the crowd dispersed in panic. A multitude of over 20 individuals lay sprawled on the asphalt, some bleeding profusely, while others lay motionless. Nearby, traffic police rushed to the scene, shouting commands as the stunned crowd retreated to the safety of the flower bed. Vehicles came to a halt, and numerous drivers exited their cars, encircling the scene to offer assistance to the fallen, aiding those who were less severely injured to the curb. Lu Wei, still in shock, had not even finished tying his shoelace, overwhelmed by the shocking scene of devastation he had never witnessed before. The reckless driver had wrought havoc upon innocent lives. Seeing others rushing to help, Lu Wei momentarily forgot about his shoelace and joined them, glancing around in despair. As he drew closer, the grim reality became evident. Some lay on the ground, faces smeared with blood, while others sat cradling their injured legs, their trousers torn to reveal gaping wounds, shoes and bags scattered about haphazardly. The traffic police had already summoned emergency services, calling for ambulances and medical assistance. For those lying on the ground who did not respond, the officers instructed helpers not to move them, but rather to call out, hoping to rouse them. After a while, the wail of sirens approached, and numerous police cars and ambulances arrived. The crowd complied with the medical personnel's directives, aiding in lifting the injured onto stretchers. The police cordoned off the area, while the onlookers remained at the roadside. Once all the injured were taken away in ambulances, and the crowd began to disperse, Lu Wei seated himself by the flower bed at the roadside, his hands stained with crimson blood, remnants from when he had pressed down on a wounded leg. Life is so fragile. In just a few fleeting seconds, vibrant individuals could find themselves either dead or grievously injured. That reckless driver, if you wish to perish, do not bring calamity upon the innocent. The crowd lingered, murmuring softly about the recent events, while fragments of vehicles and scattered shoes lay strewn across the road. Lu Wei chose not to continue to the foundation. After sitting for a while, he opted to return home. The scene was indelibly etched in his mind. Had he not tied his shoelaces at that moment, he might have found himself at that very spot, narrowly escaping death's grasp. At noon, the police issued a statement, announcing that the driver involved had been apprehended and that the vehicle had been forced to stop just 2 streets away. The driver turned out to be an elderly man in his 60s, and the investigation into the incident was ongoing. 2 individuals had tragically lost their lives on the spot, with several others injured. Lu Wei had witnessed the lifeless forms on the ground, some of which bore youthful faces. Anger surged within him. This wretched old man had shattered countless families. Alas, such is the state of the world. Chapter 53. Family comes first. Lu Wei called home, suddenly yearning to hear the voices of his parents, Lao Lu and Li Xiuying. "Mom, your beloved son misses you. He inquired about their recent well-being and the results of the health check Lu Ling had promised to relay, which had yet to be communicated. Mrs. Li rambled on about trivial matters, revealing that both Lao Lu and she were preoccupied with sorting through the belongings of their old house, worrying about the renovations of their county residence, seeking a plot of land for a homestead, and coordinating with the village committee and construction teams, leaving them utterly swamped. Listening to the long-lost familiar voices brought a sense of calm to Lu Wei's heart. This conversation served as a wake-up call. He realized he had much to accomplish. The design plans for their house had yet to be finalized, and he needed to find an architect. His parents had never traveled, and he wished to take them on a journey across the country. One must cherish the present and seize joy in the moment. Life's profound sorrows include the desire to care for one's parents who may no longer be around, the heartache of the elderly mourning the young, regardless of who remains. It is a painful cycle. Lu Wei reflected on this, considering how wealth, even in the millions, would mean little if he had missed his fate by just a few seconds. He too would eventually return to dust. Suddenly, he pondered whether he should draft a will. What am I thinking? I'm only 26. He shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. Mom, I've made some money recently. I'll transfer some to you for safekeeping. What? You've earned money again. How much? Not much, just a few million. A few million. Mrs. Li's voice escalated in surprise. You mentioned making 3 million during the new year and gave us quite a sum then. How can it be that so soon you've earned more? Are you running a bank or printing money? Picking up cash on the street can't be faster than you. Haha, it's nothing like that. I won a lottery jackpot, over 10 million. You're pulling my leg. Did you save the world in your past life? Your luck can't possibly be that good. You see, you don't believe me. One day I'll show you the proof. Lu Wei shook his head. She clearly doubted his extraordinary fortune. Son, please don't get into any trouble. Be sensible. Otherwise, how can your father and I trust you out there? Li Xiaoying felt a twinge of distress. Logically, her son earning money should be a cause for celebration, yet the sum exceeded their comprehension. She harbored some concern, wondering if her son might be involved in illicit activities. In the past, she had envied the wealthier families in their village, who typically had 4 or 5 members working together in Guangdong, managing to save over 100,000 a year, which was considered quite substantial. The wealthiest individual in the village was a notorious thug, rumored to have opened a casino, earning over 300,000 annually. However, such money did not evoke her envy. It seemed prudent to have a serious discussion with Lao Lu about this matter, perhaps bringing Lu Ling along to seek clarity. Oh dear mother, rest assured, you need not worry. Just look at your son. He can't even kill a chicken. Has never been involved in a fight, and no one would want him for any wrongdoing. He sighed, feeling unjustly scrutinized, and thought perhaps he should show them evidence of his winnings someday. All right, Mom, trust me, this money is completely legitimate. Recently, I even made a profit from stock investments. I'll transfer some to you. Please help me save it. After hanging up the phone, he transferred 1 million to his mother's account and another million to his father's. Noticing his balance dwindling, he realized he must withdraw some profits from his securities account. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, the substantial sums he transferred had caught the attention of the local bank, which had quietly begun monitoring his parents' accounts due to the sudden influx of funds. A rare occurrence for the small town. With his spirits lifted, he prepared to step out, recalling that today was the day his daughter, Wan, would be discharged from the hospital. He took a taxi to the hospital, where the mother and daughter duo awaited his arrival. Perhaps sensing that he might be busy, Lu Jelly did not call to urge him but decided to wait until the afternoon. If he did not arrive, they would handle the discharge procedures themselves. Children recover swiftly. Upon seeing Lu Wei enter, Wan joyfully exclaimed, handsome uncle, you're here. I've missed you so much. Some laughter is infectious, capable of dispelling the shadows in one's heart. Much like this adorable little girl, her head wrapped in bandages, yet sporting a bow on her forehead, welcoming him with her most charming smile. Wan, are you feeling all right today? We are going home. You can see the blue sky, the beautiful flowers, and the lovely houses outside. Uncle, I feel no pain. I'm all better now. I want to go see everything. The zoo, the amusement park. All right, once you fully recover, we shall go everywhere. As Lu Jelly beheld her daughter's radiant smile, her heart lightened, and she too smiled, filled with anticipation for the days ahead. This transformation was brought about by the unfamiliar man before her, for whom she felt immense gratitude, akin to receiving a grand lifeline just before drowning. During their time in the hospital, Wan had been well fed and cared for, her complexion regaining a healthy glow, and her overall health improving significantly, exuding a sense of maternal love and grace. Li Jia, please fetch the documents. I will take care of the discharge procedures. Lu Wei said to the somewhat distracted Lu Jelly. Oh right, I'll get them for you. I have everything prepared, she replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lu Wei scrutinized Lu Jelly and suddenly felt that she seemed different, indeed, transformed. He recalled how, during a past incident, she appeared akin to a middle-aged woman. Yet today she exuded a youthful radiance and undeniable beauty. After settling the bill, which amounted to over 80,000 yuan, he transferred the remaining balance of over 10,000 yuan to Lu Jelly's account. Upon noticing the unexpected influx of cash in her bank account, Lu Jelly was taken aback. But upon seeing the source of the transfer, she realized it must be a refund from the hospital. When Lu Wei approached, she immediately grasped his arm. Xiao Wei, the hospital just refunded me. I wish to return this money to you. Li Jia, it's quite all right. Just ensure you have everything packed. I shall escort you home. You need to rest and care for Wan, which entails expenses, he replied, taking Wan into his arms and heading outside, leaving no room for Lu Jelly's objections. She had no choice but to follow with her belongings in tow. After returning them home, Lu Wei sat for a moment, keeping Wan company as they idly watched television. As he prepared to leave, Lu Jieli insisted he stay for dinner, but he excused himself, citing other commitments. Just before departing, Lu Jieli slipped a letter into his hand, causing his cheeks to flush. Could it be a note of gratitude, or something else entirely? On his way, he opened the envelope to discover a promissory note, pinned in Lu Jieli's elegant handwriting, detailing the amount she borrowed from him and her plans for repayment. Lu Wei shook his head in disbelief, pondering why she would take such a step. Lu Ling messaged him, sharing that she had taken their parents for a checkup the previous week, and thankfully, they encountered no serious issues. Aside from a touch of high blood pressure that required monitoring. Brother, Mom just called me. She worries you might be up to no good while out there. It's nothing to fret over. I merely sent her a bit of money. She tends to overthink things. Alright, but do take care of yourself. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Steer clear of any illegal activities. Understood, understood. Lu Wei felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 54. I want to go to Hainan for Chicken. The morning's accident had captured nationwide attention, with a plethora of theories circulating online. Some claimed the elderly gentleman was driving under the influence, while others suggested he was eloping with his mistress. Regardless, this man's personal troubles had resulted in numerous injuries and fatalities, inciting public outrage. Lu Wei chose not to dine with Lu Jieli, opting instead for a taxi to the site of the morning's accident. Prior to his arrival, he stopped at a nearby flower shop to purchase a bouquet of yellow and white chrysanthemums. Nightfall in the bustling metropolis descended early, with darkness enveloping the city around 6 o'clock. Upon reaching the intersection where the tragedy had occurred, Lu Wei found the scene meticulously cleared, devoid of any remnants of the morning's calamity. Near the flower bed by the roadside, a small gathering of people had already assembled. Beneath the road sign lay several bouquets of flowers, some white, others yellow, surrounded by flickering candles. Lu Wei placed his flowers alongside the others. And as they all stood in solemn silence, a shared sense of grief enveloped them, with no one daring to break the tranquility. In the afternoon news follow-up report, several individuals succumbed to their injuries after being sent to the hospital, adding further burden to the sins of that elderly man. Yet, the pain inflicted upon the families of the victims is immeasurable. As fellow human beings, why must one inflict such harm upon another? We earnestly hope for the swift justice that this malevolent individual deserves. Lost in thought, Lu Wei wandered aimlessly along the road, sometimes pondering the true meaning of life. In this world, what sorrow it brings if one lacks both wealth and health. He continues to be a cog in the relentless machine of the 996 work culture, enduring the monotonous grind day after day, all for a meager sum. Perhaps his ultimate aspiration is simply to save enough for a down payment on a home in his hometown, returning to that small city to conclude his days. Tomorrow, and unexpected events. Who can say which will arrive first? None can predict, nor can anyone truly prepare. On his way home, he stumbled upon a bustling event at the entrance of a shopping mall. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom in harmony. Here, merriment flourishes while elsewhere despair lingers. Different individuals traverse their own distinct paths in life. A cheerful song repeated in the air caught Lu Wei's attention as he paused to listen. The lyrics beckoned, "Come to the ends of the earth. Come, 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 come." The makeshift stage proclaimed the Hainan Tourism Carnival Roadshow, likely an initiative from other provinces to promote their tourist attractions in the metropolis. The organizers fervently introduced the allure of Hainan's tourism resources, with Sanya being its crown jewel, offering oceanic adventures, shopping experiences, and of course, an abundance of seafood. The stage showcased Hainan's unique cultural tapestry, culminating in a QR code for the event. Merely scan to follow and receive a grand travel package filled with an array of coupons. Furthermore, attendees had the chance to participate in a lottery to win Hainanese souvenirs. Gazing at the pile of gifts on stage, Lu Wei couldn't help but take notice. He had yet to visit Hainan, having only heard tales of the sea throughout his life. As an individual from the inland, he had never even glimpsed the ocean. Although he had arrived in this bustling metropolis and reached the shore, the beaches here lacked the allure of playfulness, requiring a journey to Zhoushan to find such places. The azure waters, sunlight, and sandy beaches are undeniably enticing to someone from the hinterlands. The raffle and gifts sparked enthusiasm among the onlookers, with prizes being drawn after every introduction, a hotel stay voucher, scenic area tickets, gourmet gift boxes, cultural and creative gifts, and a plethora of cosmetics and skincare products provided by the duty-free city. Each winner intensified the collective excitement of the crowd. Now, we will draw today's grand prize, which is a special Hainanese gift package, combining all the prizes from tonight. Who will be the fortunate recipient? The big screen began to roll. The host commenced another round of lottery. Suddenly, it paused, displaying the winner's WeChat avatar and name. Let us congratulate the friend with the WeChat name. A Wei is still here, and invite him to the stage to claim his prize. Isn't that my WeChat? Lu Wei mused, a flicker of joy surfacing as he recognized the familiar avatar. He stepped onto the stage. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning tonight's grand prize, a Hainanese specialty gift package. Our grand gift package includes a question. May I ask your surname, sir? Have you ever traveled to Hainan? The supporter, microphone in hand, inquired of Lu Wei. My surname is Lu. I have yet to visit Hainan, but I have always longed to go. The gentleman, having won our grand prize tonight, was asked if he intended to travel to Hainan. I am fortunate to have received tonight's grand prize. I will certainly plan my trip to Hainan soon and will recommend it to my friends. Thank you for your event. Everyone posed for a group photo on stage, and then the staff escorted Lu Wei to collect his gifts. One by one, as Lu Wei gathered his prizes, he found himself unable to carry them all. Excuse me, could I possibly have a large bag? My hands are full. The lovely staff member stifled a laugh and said, I'll fetch you a box, you can put them inside. Embracing a box of gifts, Lu Wei finally managed to squeeze into the backseat of a taxi for his journey home. Upon returning home, as he unwrapped each item, Lu Wei was utterly astonished. There were coconuts, coconut cakes, Wenchang chicken, Shanlan liquor, a gift box of partridge tea, and a box of prayer beads. How generous. It feels as if I have traveled there myself and returned with a bounty of local specialties. Additionally, there were several vouchers, including a 2-night stay in a supreme ocean view room at the Atlantis Hotel and coupons for the Sanya duty-free city. Excitedly, Lu Wei searched on Douyin how to enjoy these specialties. As he scrolled, he was captivated by the culinary delights, from coconut chicken to coconut bowls, Hainan rice noodles, and an array of fruits and seafood, including lobsters and king crabs. The images of the azure sea, fine sandy beaches, yachts, and motorboats overwhelmed him. He was smitten. I must go to Hainan to savor chicken, abalone, lobsters, and king crabs. It is imperative that I go, and I shall go immediately. Having unboxed all the gifts, Lu Wei devised his plan. Purchase a ticket for the following day and depart without delay. The airfare was quite reasonable, around 2,000 for business class and 600 to 700 for economy. He resolved to book a stay at Atlantis for 3 to 5 days, envisioning himself sunbathing until he would be unrecognizable even to his own mother. He heard that Atlantis features an underwater room, named the Poseidon Underwater Suite, with a transparent wall facing the sea, allowing guests to observe marine life swimming by, akin to experiencing a dive without ever leaving the room. Lu Wei glanced at the photos and felt a shiver down his spine. One side of the room showcased the vibrant underwater world, with schools of fish gliding to and fro. What if, while I bathe, those fish are also admiring me? And if I were playing cards, would those fish be peeking? I might just faint. As he envisioned a large fish lunging toward the glass, he couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. It might haunt him for a lifetime. However, the price was rather splendid, starting at 150,000 for a night, which dissuaded Lu Wei. A week's stay would cost $1 million, a figure befitting a principal's budget. Chapter 55. Journey to Hainan. Without even having tasted the Wenchang chicken at home, Lu Wei was off. Hainan awaited him, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Now feeling unencumbered, he began to indulge in the freedom he had long yearned for, leaving behind the days of financial constraints and a lack of leisure. There is a saying that goes, once one acquires wealth, it is not merely about indulging in desires, but rather about having the power to choose what to forego and what to reject. Thus, Lu Wei can decide not to attend work and can choose to embark on a journey tomorrow. Humans are easily swayed. After experiencing a more exquisite life, one becomes increasingly enamored with the beauty of that existence, the freedom to act at will can captivate a person for a lifetime. In March, the winds of Hainan are warm. Upon disembarking from the plane, a wave of heat envelopes you, filling your entire being with warmth. This time Lu Wei, aware of his privileges as a VIP in his private bank, is greeted by a concierge car that whisks him directly to his hotel. Some say that visiting Sanya without staying at Atlantis is akin to a wasted trip. Of course, this statement may be a marketing ploy from the hotel to entice guests to spend. Nonetheless, one must commend the establishment, which is situated in Haiteng Bay, sprawling over more than 500,000 square meters. The resort boasts 314 ocean view rooms, including one that spans an impressive 1,000 square meters, equivalent to 10 apartments of over 100 square meters each, an entire floor to oneself. After completing his check-in at the hotel, Lu Wei steps onto the balcony to admire the breathtaking sea view. In such a picturesque setting, one ought to compose a poem. Ah, the sea. You are all water, never mind. I shall refrain from poetry. It is time to seek sustenance, to discover what those highly praised food bloggers are indulging in. Generally speaking, delectable eateries are seldom found in ostentatious locales, especially within tourist areas. One must navigate several streets and turn a few corners to finally uncover hidden gems. After half an hour of scrolling through videos, Lu Wei finally selects a well-regarded establishment and orders a ride to his destination. Coconut chicken, here I come. Welcomed warmly by the proprietor, Lu Wei casually inquires, a table for one, if you please. While a single diner may be uncommon, it is not beyond their capacity to accommodate him. Lu Wei promptly orders a 2-person serving of coconut chicken, perhaps half a chicken, along with coconut cake, coconut rice, and a fragrant coconut drink. This meal will be a true coconut feast. After indulging to his heart's content, Lu Wei feels as though even his burps carry the taste of coconut. Leaning against the wall, he returns to the hotel, where the salty sea breeze caresses him as he reclines on the large bed, falling into a slumber as deep as that of a pig. The daytime sea captivates more than the nighttime. The fine, soft sands stretch beneath the azure waters where the sky meets the sea, adorned with many graceful figures in bikinis. The waves crash rhythmically upon the shore, each wave rolling in and receding. With sunglasses perched upon his nose and clad in beach shorts, Lu Wei lounges beneath a sun umbrella. It is impossible to discern whether his eyes are open or closed, whether they are fixated on the enticing bikinis ahead or gazing up at the blue sky above. Alas, no one beckons him to assist in applying sunscreen. Lu Wei captures a picturesque beach scene in a photograph, sharing it on social media with a few words. Oh, see, you are all water. After posting, he drifts off to sleep once more, only to awaken and find comments awaiting him. Han Shuo inquires, where are you? In Sanya. No way, really? I'm in Sanya too. The world is indeed small. Lu Wei replies, huh? Do not make me exclaim, what in the world? You are also in Atlantis. Han Shuo replied swiftly. Then allow me to say, what in the world? You are indeed in. Han Shuo sent a WeChat video, his upper body bare on a deck. What in the world? Lu Wei, how did you end up in Sanya? Lu Wei noticed he was on a yacht. What a coincidence. Is boss Shuo taking a young model out to sea? Han Shuo chuckled. You wouldn't believe it, I have a gathering. Let me see if I can bring you along. Would you like to come? Sure, I'm alone, I'll join you. Alright, wait for me. I need to ask for permission as it's not my event. With that, Han Shuo ended the video call. Underneath his moments, several comments from girls appeared, leaving Lu Wei unsure of how to respond. So he chose to ignore them for now and decided to address it the following day. After a while, Han Shuo sent Lu Wei a location, instructing him to go directly to a yacht dock. Lu Wei felt uncertain about Han Shuo's gathering, as he was merely a fortunate nouveau riche without any substantial business or other avenues for income. Unlike Han Shuo, who had a circle of friends, each with their own enterprises, seemingly able to assist one another. Nevertheless, with Han Shuo present, he thought it best to check it out. If he could integrate into the group, splendid. If not, no matter, he was simply going to spend time with Han Shuo. He still owed him a meal, so perhaps he would treat him soon. Lu Wei took a taxi to Hangzhou, following the location to the yacht docking area. He sent Han Shuo a voice message announcing his arrival and immediately spotted someone standing on a yacht, waving. As he approached, Han Shuo's jovial voice resonated. Lu Wei, what a stroke of fate to encounter you here in Sanya. Brother Shuo, it is evident that wherever you roam, your adventurous spirit leaves its mark. Ha ha ha, come aboard. I'll introduce you to a few friends, all frequent visitors of Shanghai. Lu Wei stepped onto the yacht and made his way to the central cabin, where 3 men and 5 bikini-clad beauties were mingling with drinks in hand. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Wei, a friend from Shanghai, Han Shuo said, pulling Lu Wei along for introductions. This is Zhang Xiaojia, hailing from Yangqing. Han Shuo pointed to the bespectacled man on the left. Lu Wei extended his hand. A pleasure to meet you. Zhang Xiaojia stood and shook Lu Wei's hand, smiling in acknowledgement. This is Chun Mingli, from Hangzhou, and this is Qin Kanan, our Shanghai resident, who organized today's gathering. As Han Shuo continued with the introductions, Lu Wei shook hands with each person, exchanging pleasantries. After the introductions, he settled on a nearby sofa with Han Shuo, and a young woman immediately poured a glass of champagne, handing it to Lu Wei. Since you are Han Shuo's friend, you are our friend as well, Qin Kanan remarked. I frequently visit Shanghai. Do join Han Shuo and me when you have the time. Certainly, I will make it a point to come, Lu Wei assured. Brother Lu, you are welcome to visit Yangqing for morning tea anytime, Zhang Xiaojia added. I believe our Hangqing breakfast is quite delightful as well, Chun Mingli chimed in. You all are remarkably hospitable. I shall certainly take you up on that. With the formalities of introductions concluded, the atmosphere shifted to one of revelry and enjoyment. Once aboard the yacht, it is only natural to set sail. The captain is informed to depart from the dock, heading towards the vast ocean. The bikini-clad maidens gather on the deck, champagne flutes in hand, their laughter echoing in the air, while several gentlemen recline on lounge chairs, savoring the scene. Chapter 56. A tuna caught after a day spent admiring the graceful figures in bikinis on the beach, Lu Wei now finds himself in close proximity to these enchanting beauties, sipping champagne and engaging in delightful conversation. This stark contrast offers him a richly fulfilling experience. Standing on the deck, he is uncertain whether he might succumb to seasickness, but he feels a slight dizziness as the yacht sways gently. As a novice to the open sea, the view from the deck fills him with excitement. He has never encountered the ocean so intimately. The horizon blends seamlessly, a boundless expanse of blue, transforming the images he has only seen on television and in films into vivid reality. Here I come, mighty ocean, he muses. Were it not for the company, he would have liked to spread his arms wide and embrace the salty breeze, perhaps even share a moment with a fair damsel akin to Jack. Initially, Lu Wei believed that the yacht belonged to one of their party, only to discover it was available for rent. The bikini-clad beauties on board appeared to be part of an ambience-enhancing team, likely referred to as yacht babes. It seemed that Han Shuo and the others would not bring their acquaintances along, as that would detract from the experience. The once glorious gatherings of Hai Tian are shrouded in mystery, with only a handful of photographs hinting at the opulence. It is said that such occasions can only be described as extravagantly indulgent, where each participant seeks their own desires, men for companionship, women for wealth, an age-old dynamic that persists through time. The yacht offers a plethora of activities, including jet skiing, parasailing, diving, and fishing, each sounding exhilarating. Time aboard a yacht is incredibly precious, comparable to a night of passion. Once the yacht reaches an appropriate location, they can begin the activities. With only 2 jet skis available, Lu Wei, having never ridden one before, watches as Qin Kanan and Zhang Xiaojia take to the water. Their confident demeanor indicates seasoned expertise. Each pilot operates their own jet ski, with 2 bikini-clad beauties clinging to their waists. As they accelerate outwards, they twist and turn sharply, transforming the maidens into tantalizing figures, and at times come to abrupt halts, eliciting gasps from their passengers. Lu Wei watches in astonishment, marveling at the youthful exuberance displayed before him. Lu Wei, would you like to give it a try? There are 3 lovely ladies on board. It's up to you to see who will join you, Han Shuo encourages, noticing Lu Wei's envy. I've never done this before. Is it difficult? Lu Wei replies, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It's not hard at all. Just throttle and brake. It's simpler than driving a car, Han Shuo reassures him. Really? Lu Wei, you've never played before? Were you living like a monk? Han Shuo exclaims, surprised. How can someone with your means have such limited experiences? Were your family strict, or have you been too busy with work? Let us head for snorkeling first. Those guys on the jet skis won't be stopping anytime soon. Alright, sounds good. Lu Wei grins, happily following along. Did you invite these lovely ladies? Hello. When renting a yacht, one might inquire whether an entertainment crew is desired. The proprietor possesses the necessary resources. How could one embark on an adventure alone? It is far more enjoyable to have others assist in making arrangements. Lu Wei received a lesson from Han Shuo. On board, there existed merely a captain and a crew member. The yacht's attendants were quite capable, performing multiple roles, and even serving as diving instructors. Young man, would you prefer snorkeling or deep diving? A young woman in a black bikini queried Lu Wei. He appeared rather perplexed. While he could swim, he was unfamiliar with the distinction between snorkeling and deep diving. Han Shuo paid him no mind, engrossed in lively conversation with another girl in a bikini, making her laugh heartily. I'm not sure either. Which should I attempt? Lu Wei humbly inquired. Is this your first time? Yes, I have never dived before. Very well. Let us begin with snorkeling. Deep diving requires more equipment, and we can commence snorkeling shortly. With that, she produced the essential snorkeling gear for Lu Wei, explaining its usage and precautions. After donning the equipment, the girl in the black bikini had already leaped into the sea, beckoning Lu Wei to join her. With a determined heart, he plunged into the water, splashing her with seawater. As a proficient swimmer, his trepidation of the ocean was minimal. Before long, Lu Wei was leisurely following the girl, enchanted by the crystal-clear waters below, revealing vibrant coral reefs and swarms of colorful fish, far more captivating than any television depiction. The beauty of personal experience was unparalleled. After approximately half an hour of snorkeling, the girl in black signaled for Lu Wei to ascend. Upon returning to the yacht, Han Shuo had yet to board, while Qin Kanan was engaged in playful antics with a jet ski. Chen Mingli had taken his turn on the jet ski, and Zhang Xiaojia was setting up a fishing rod on the opposite side of the vessel. Xiaojia, what brings you to fishing? Isn't it rather tedious? It would be far more enjoyable to engage with the girls, Lu Wei inquired as he approached Zhang Xiaojia. Oh, I'm rather fatigued. I wish to take a break and fish to rejuvenate, Zhang Xiaojia replied, casting bait while speaking with Lu Wei. Haha. Would you like me to introduce you to some remedies? Lu Wei teased. Not that kind of fatigue, I mean physical exhaustion. Understood, physical exhaustion indeed. Is it possible to catch fish in these depths? Lu Wei asked, his curiosity piqued. The waters here aren't particularly deep. We need to venture a bit further for better fishing opportunities, he explained. Would you care to join me for a fishing session? Or shall you seek out your bikini beauty? Zhang Xiaojia jested. I've never fished before. Could you lend me a rod to try? Lu Wei expressed his intrigue. Having often seen videos of people fishing from yachts, reeling in impressive catches like snapper or tuna, some so large they rival the person's waist. What fish are notoriously difficult to catch, and which are the most delectable? Lu Wei inquired like a curious child. Without a doubt, the bluefin tuna is exceptional for sashimi. However, we are unlikely to catch any in this area. They are quite rare. Bluefin tuna are primarily found around the Philippines and the Strait of Malacca. In the past, someone caught a tuna weighing several dozen pounds, which was quite an achievement. Do not harbor unrealistic expectations. As Lu Wei and Zhang Xiaojia sought advice on fishing, Qin Kanan, Chen Mingli, and Han Shuo had already returned to the boat, finding fishing to be a rather tedious endeavor. The trio merely glanced at the activity before retreating to indulge in champagne and philosophical discussions with the bikini-clad ladies. Lu Wei stood a few meters away from Zhang Xiaojia, attempting to emulate his technique by casting the bait Zhang had prepared into a specific spot. After a quarter of an hour spent preparing the area, Lu Wei affixed bait to his hook and cast it out. He then engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Xiaojia, inquiring about the duration of his fishing experience and why he had yet to catch a single fish, questioning whether any fish resided in the vicinity. Fishing requires patience and time, Zhang replied. Besides, we were just riding jet skis, which probably scared the fish away. No need to rush, they will come soon enough. As they continued their banter, Lu Wei suddenly felt a tug on his fishing rod, the force nearly toppling him over. Fish! I've got a bite! Lu Wei exclaimed. No way, are you serious? Don't joke with me, Zhang Xiaojia responded skeptically. The rod in Lu Wei's hands grew increasingly taut as the line began to run. Hurry, quick, there's a fish on the line, Lu Wei shouted to Zhang Xiaojia. Zhang swiftly set down his own rod and raced over to assist Lu Wei in stabilizing the fishing rod, directing him, reel it in quickly. It's trying to escape. Hold it steady. As Zhang grasped the rod, he sensed that a substantial fish was on the line, the rod bending under the strain. Han Shuo, Kanan, Mingli, come quickly. We've hooked a big one. Zhang called out to the others lounging nearby. The group, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, eyes wide with excitement as they observed the fish thrashing at the end of the line. Wow, it's enormous. Xiaojia, hold on tight. The captain joined in, emerging from the cabin with a long net. Together, they worked to reel in the fish, which fought valiantly for nearly half an hour before finally exhausting itself. As they drew the line closer, its struggles waned, and the captain quickly lowered the net to haul it aboard. My goodness. This fish is thicker than a leg and nearly a meter long, weighing at least 100 pounds. Lu Wei exclaimed. Incredible. A bluefin tuna. Your luck is astonishing. Zhang Xiaojia shouted in exhilaration upon seeing the fish on deck, leaving the others in awe. Having never encountered a bluefin tuna before, though they often consumed it, they were taken aback. The captain confirmed, indeed, it's a bluefin tuna. It's nearly extinct in these waters. Isn't it expensive and delicious? Lu Wei asked eagerly. Yes, that's the one, the most difficult to catch. Your luck is unparalleled. I've never caught one myself, Zhang replied, a hint of envy in his voice. How shall we prepare it? Let us get to it. Lu Wei was brimming with excitement. Captain, can we cook it on the boat? Han Shuo and the others eagerly turned to the captain, who promptly assured them, indeed, today's crew happens to possess culinary skills. I'll summon them right away. Chapter 57. Considering investment in film production, the tuna was expertly filleted on board, and the crew prepared several exquisite dishes, including sashimi, pan-seared, and steamed preparations. Lu Wei indulged in several slices of belly tuna sashimi. The raw delicacy was somewhat unpalatable to him. It was smooth, slightly cool, and exceptionally fresh. Yet he found it rather peculiar. He believed that grilled or steamed preparations were more delectable. He could not fathom why the Japanese were so enamored with it. Having once auctioned a bluefin tuna for a staggering 20 million, Han Shua and his companions sampled it as well, comparing the texture, and concluded that it was only marginally fresher than what they usually consumed, leaving them somewhat disinterested. Nevertheless, after engaging in physical labor earlier, they all partook in some to replenish their energy. In contrast, a few bikini-clad ladies aboard the yacht relished the meal with great delight, snapping photos and toasting each other. Boss, there's still a significant portion of fish left. How should we handle it? A crew member inquired of Lu Wei and the others. Han Shua turned to Lu Wei. You caught it, you decide. Oh, there's no need to do anything with it. Why not take it home? Lu Wei replied, having lost interest in the fish after satisfying his hunger. Despite its reputation as a premium ingredient priced at 100 yuan per bite, he realized that only the belly was truly top-notch, while the remainder seemed like mere scraps, perhaps worth a few hundred yuan per pound. Thank you, boss. I'll take care of it, the crew member replied cheerfully. No problem, and I appreciate your culinary skills, Lu Wei responded. As the yacht made its return, the sun was nearing the horizon, transforming the sea from blue to gold, and then to red. The breathtaking sunset over the ocean left Lu Wei feeling exhilarated. As he had witnessed so many new experiences today, beautiful models, luxury yachts, champagne, and deep-sea fishing, the hedonistic lifestyle threatened to corrupt his heart, sated in content. Lu Wei gazed at the sun-kissed waters, reflecting, having been born in the mountains, I have never encountered such grandeur. I ought to compose a poem at this moment. This sunset is simply sublime. How delightful it is to live a life of leisure and indulgence. Upon returning to shore, the group drove towards their hotel. Lu Wei hitched a ride with Han Shua, feeling somewhat inferior as the others drove their own cars. He mused that he ought to rent a vehicle for a scenic island tour. Han Shua, why have you come to Hainan these past few days? Isn't your company busy? Lu Wei casually conversed with Han Shua. My trip to Hainan involves projects as well. You don't think I'm just a carefree heir who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, do you? Han Shua retorted disdainfully. Are the four young masters here to scout for models? What shady business are you involved in? Lu Wei teased. You're thinking too darkly. It seems your mind is fixated on models. I saw how you smiled at that girl in the black bikini today. Come on, Han Shua. You're just reversing the accusation. I clearly saw you pulling her for a dive. What unspeakable deeds did you commit underwater? Lu Wei shot back, eager to defend himself. Lu Wei, you truly are a dog. We're planning to invest in a film and came to Hainan for a reconnaissance trip. Such sophistication. What are you planning to film? Isn't it too hot in Hainan? Shut up and be serious. It's a legitimate film. Tomorrow, we're meeting with the director. Do you want to join us? Didn't you all agree to bring me along? You merely want to share the profits, and they will surely mention you. Whether or not it will succeed is a matter for later discussion. Let us first take a look and then decide. Let us gather tonight, and we shall inquire then. Very well, you all have taken the yacht out today. I shall host tonight's gathering. Lu Wei patted his chest. Brother Lu, you are quite generous. Let us arrange it shortly. Suddenly, Lu Wei recalled a concern. However, the models for tonight, you must find them yourselves. I am at a loss. Ha, Lu Wei, how have you fallen to such depths? Han Shua laughed so hard that he nearly veered off the road. Upon returning to the hotel and changing into fresh attire, everyone convened in the lobby and together made their way to the bar. Lu Wei inquired how they intended to invite the ladies to join them. Qin Kanan chuckled. Brother, take notes. They found a booth, and when the server approached, Lu Wei promptly declared, Gentlemen, tonight's drinks are on me. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Alright, then let us take advantage of Lu Wei's generosity tonight. The group laughed heartily. Let us have 2 servings of the dragon set, Han Shua ordered, and then requested some snacks and other beverages. The server hurried off to fulfill their order, and the DJ announced, 2 servings of the dragon set for table 06. Illuminating their table with lights, drawing the attention of many. Wow, this is quite the spectacle, Lu Wei exclaimed, utterly astonished. Lu Wei, did you not know how to find ladies? Allow me to teach you, Han Shua remarked, then instructed the server, bring over 5 ambience ladies. Of course. This will be arranged promptly, the server responded, signaling through the intercom. Lu Wei remained in a state of bewilderment. Before long, 5 young women clad in short skirts or ultra-short shorts arrived, each taking a seat beside one of the 5 men and introducing themselves by their stage names. The specifics were of little concern. What mattered was that they were indeed quite attractive. Oh, is it truly this simple? Lu Wei mused. As the drinks were served, glasses clinked, and the ladies, who seldom indulged in the dragon set, were delighted to enjoy a complimentary evening, happily joining in the revelry. The seasoned patrons reveled in the festivities, and Lu Wei, eager to emulate their example, followed suit. Kanan, how is the meeting with that director going? Is the script any good? Han Shua casually inquired of Qin Kanan. I had someone review the script. It's a low-budget film. Whether it will be successful remains uncertain. But commercial films are often a hit. Just think of that movie about heartbreak. It became a sensation and profited immensely. The budget is not an issue. If we pool our resources, it will only amount to a few million each, 2 others chimed in. What kind of film are you planning to make? Lu Wei asked curiously. I know a director who has a script, but has been unable to produce it due to funding issues. He approached me, and I, too, am looking to diversify my ventures, so I agreed to meet him to ascertain the situation. If it appears viable, I may invest a bit. This is what I discussed with Han Shua and the others, and I estimated the costs. It would be just a few million each. Is filming enjoyable? Can you take me along? I have no idea what to do, Lu Wei asked Qin Kanan. Lu Wei felt he lacked investment avenues, but now with Han Shua's suggestion, and since Han Shua was involved, he was inclined to give it a try, as long as he stayed within his means. He viewed Han Shua as his fortune bringer. often encountering projects that seemed promising whenever they met, and now it depended on whether they were willing to include him tonight. Chapter 58, finalizing the investment by the way. Lu Wei, what field are you in? Qin Kanan inquired. Well, I suppose I am in finance, particularly in stocks, Lu Wei pondered. The only thing he was currently engaged in was stock trading, and he seemed to have made a considerable profit, which certainly categorized him within the finance realm. He couldn't very well claim to be investing in lotteries. I previously thought you were a new internet mogul who had cashed out, Han Shuo chuckled. The quickest paths to wealth are found in finance and the internet. He then introduced Lu Wei to their primary industries. Kanan's family primarily dealt with building materials in the thriving metropolis. Mingli was in clothing and textiles. Xiaojia was engaged in foreign trade. And as for me, I have already mentioned my role. I know. Our General Han is an investor, Lu Wei replied. All right, since you, Lu Wei, are interested, tomorrow you can join us to meet that director, and we will discuss the details then, Qin Kanan stated. The bar is too lively. It's not the best place for clarity. Everyone, enjoy yourselves for now. The atmosphere group nearby perked up upon hearing the conversation about filmmaking, becoming even more eager to showcase their charm. Boss, do you think I could act? A girl, swaying her hips, leaned against Qin Kanan. Haha, what skills do you possess? You'll have to demonstrate them to me, he teased. How annoying. Whatever the boss wants me to know, I will learn, she retorted playfully. Very well. We shall engage in deeper discussions later, he responded. Whether it was the talk of filmmaking that captivated them or some other reason, the warmth of enthusiasm had increased. Overall, the atmosphere group brought in by Shenlong was visually appealing and engaging. Han Shuo discreetly informed Lu Wei that these girls, who gravitated towards such venues, were merely what one might call heavenly delicacies. They would drink, and then take a cut from the bar's earnings. If one could charm them and take them away, that would reflect one's own allure. Relatively speaking, associating with the bar was still considered safe, unless the bar itself was unsafe. Heavenly delicacies? Are they like the cabbages from heaven? Vegetables we eat daily? The term left Lu Wei utterly perplexed. He wondered how these people had such a knack for enjoyment. Big brother, take me along. I want to join in the fun. Inside the bar, the deafening DJ music resonated, with a lively atmosphere group dancing on stage. As the night deepened, the excitement escalated. This was indeed the unique allure of nightclubs. The girls engaged in a dice-guessing game, where each person rolled 5 dice. For instance, with 5 participants, that amounted to 25 dice. One person would start by guessing how many of a certain number appeared. If the first person claimed there were 5 sixes, the next had to claim at least 6 of any number higher, and so forth. When one believed the opponent's claim was unsubstantiated, they could challenge them. If the total number of pips on the dice does not match the claimed amount, for instance, if someone asserts there are 10 fives, but only 9 fives are revealed from the 25 dice on the table, the claimant must face a penalty drink. The atmosphere group consists of seasoned bar veterans who are well versed in this game. The 4 gentlemen are evenly matched with them, taking turns to drink. However, when Lu Wei comprehended the rules and joined the game, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Whoever he targeted faced dire consequences, as he seemed to accurately predict outcomes with uncanny precision. After several rounds, he remained untouched by a single drink. My goodness, Lu Wei, are you a gambling deity? Or do you possess X-ray vision? Zhang Xiaojia, having been selected 3 times in a row by Lu Wei, was left bewildered. Could it be that the legends were true, that novices are blessed with good fortune, allowing them to win a bit? They planned to return the next night, anticipating that Lu Wei would no longer be a novice, and intended to drown him in drinks then. The ladies from the atmosphere group were not spared from Lu Wei's fate either. The experienced players found themselves outmaneuvered by this newcomer. 2 sets of dragon suits yielded 12 bottles of Ace of Spades, resulting in each person consuming over a bottle. Their spirits lifted as they playfully leaned against one another, their cheeks flushed. The revelry continued until the early hours, around 2 in the morning, where intoxication blurred the lines. And soon everyone dispersed, taking their companions with them. Lu Wei had already settled the bill while ordering drinks, unsatisfied with being left behind. He charmingly escorted one of the ladies back to his room. Upon awakening the next day, he reached out only to find himself brushing against a smooth body. Oh dear. Had he committed an indiscretion last night? The girl remained asleep, likely exhausted from their escapades. Their clothes lay scattered across the floor, prompting Lu Wei to quietly rise and head to the bathroom for a shower. The aftermath of indulgence lingered in his mind, the details of his actions blurred and forgotten. After washing up and changing clothes, he placed several thousand yuan on the nightstand and slipped away with his bag. He called Han Shuo to arrange a meal, but it took an eternity for the call to connect. What is up, Lu Wei? Aren't you tired? Why call me so early? Came Han Shuo's languid voice, accompanied by the sound of a woman's chatter in the background. Brother, it's already noon. It's hardly early for lunch. Have you even checked what time you went to bed last night? You go ahead and eat. I need to catch a bit more sleep. Lu Wei retorted before hanging up, bemused by Han Shuo's apparent slumber. It seemed his friends were still lost in dreams, while Lu Wei ventured down to the buffet for lunch. After indulging for over an hour, he returned to find the girl had already departed, leaving behind a note with her phone number written on it, accompanied by a lipstick-stained tissue. Around 3 o'clock, Han Shuo messaged Lu Wei, inviting him to the cafe where everyone was gathered. Upon his arrival, he found 5 friends seated together. Ha ha ha, Lu Wei, you truly are the early bird. You woke up first. Zhang Xiaojia exclaimed. Did you fall asleep as soon as you got home? Chen Mingli inquired with curiosity. Come on. The guy is impressive. He had quite the night, unlike you, who seemed exhausted after that fishing trip. All right, Lu Wei, order whatever you like. Let me introduce you to Director Shinduoyu. Qin Kanan introduced another individual to Lu Wei, marking the arrival of today's principal character. With everyone present, Lao Shun, please enlighten us about this film. Previously, I shared a brief overview with them. Certainly, allow me to present the film we are currently preparing. The narrative centers around a down-and-out middle-aged man who travels back to his high school days, embarking on a journey of redemption. He ultimately wins over his high school sweetheart, confronts those who once scorned him, and ascends to wealth. However, despite his newfound riches, he remains discontented, sensing an unfulfilled void. What is the title? The Wealthy One is Troubled. Haha, when will we have our share of troubles? The title amused everyone. The film is projected to require an investment of approximately 20 million, engaging a few minor actors, with the bulk of the budget allocated to production costs. Primarily filmed in Hainan. After director Shun Duyu concluded his introduction, Qin Kanan continued, "This is the situation at hand. Lao Shen is someone I know. But this is my first foray into film investment, and I lack experience. The reason for gathering you all in Sanya is to invite you to share in this venture with me, with companions to navigate the pitfalls. I certainly couldn't forget about you all. We can even visit the set together. Now, if Lu Wei joins us, we can split the costs evenly, each contributing 4 million. What do you think? I must be frank. Although I trust Lao Shen's talents, the film industry is unpredictable, and ultimately, it is the market that dictates success or failure. If we incur losses, please do not hold me accountable." Qin Kanan emphasized this point repeatedly. "Not to worry, Kanan. It's merely 4 million, akin to purchasing a vehicle. We all wish to broaden our investment horizons. Indeed, my investment firm primarily engages in angel round financing, and I am eager to explore the entertainment sector. It's a minor risk. If needed, I can always plead poverty to my father for extra pocket money. Should this venture succeed, I'll have quite the tale to tell him. I have no objections. I recently made some gains in the stock market and am keen to dabble further." Lu Wei chimed in. "Very well. Everyone is on board with this funding arrangement, correct? All in agreement." With the plan established, the subsequent steps were entrusted to Shun Duyu. The group then enjoyed a meal at a restaurant, celebrating Shun Duyu's journey. After months of tireless effort for his cinematic aspirations, he finally achieved a breakthrough. However, he overestimated his capacity, believing he could withstand the onslaught of 5 companions. Ultimately, they secured a hotel room for him, leaving him there. Sanya had numerous enticing locales to explore, and the 5 young men from the Magic City were eager to continue their adventures. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Lawsuit After a Day of Revelry. Han Shua had business matters to attend to and returned to the Magic City. The remaining 3 had their own plans and destinations. Deciding to wait for Shun Duyu to finalize the framework of the film before pooling their contributions to Qin Kanan. Today, Lu Wei finally came to a decision. He utilized his private bank's VIP services and called customer service to arrange a car and driver. When asked whether he preferred a business or luxury vehicle, Lu Wei decisively opted for the luxury option. Once again, he was faced with the task of selecting a vehicle, with options ranging from BBA, Land Rover, Maserati, Porsche, to Lexus, among others. The plethora of choices indeed made the decision quite perplexing. Ultimately, Lu Wei opted for an X5, as the comfort of an SUV was more appealing. The luxury of a private bank was delightful. They charged no fees, only deducting points. He was uncertain how many days his points would suffice, but he figured that paying cash would not be a significant issue. With a chauffeur at his disposal, Lu Wei reveled in the experience. Taking a scenic drive along the coastline, covering approximately 800 kilometers around Hainan Island, returning to Sanya 2 days later. During this time, he indulged in the local culinary delights, successfully fulfilling his primary goal of savoring chicken from various renowned locales. After exploring Hainan for a few days, Lu Wei developed a fondness for the region, envisioning spending winters there to escape the cold. It is no wonder so many from the north flocked to this destination. If one were to inquire about the most commonly heard dialect on the streets of Sanya, it would undoubtedly be from that area. Lu Wei's hometown also experiences harsh winters, often leading to icy conditions. The biting cold, especially when rain fell, could chill one to the bone. Thus, he resolved to acquire a property, planning to bring his parents to Hainan to spend the winter together. To his surprise, the property prices in Sanya were exorbitant, with the nearest coastal development costing 55,000 per square meter. This was akin to the soaring prices in Shanghai. Originally, Lu Wei had aspired to purchase a villa, but after some exploration, he realized the reality of his financial situation. The cheapest villa started at 8 million, and that was for a modest 3-bedroom, 2-living-room setup. Committing to such an investment felt imprudent. Buying even the least expensive villa, combined with the funds for film investments, would rapidly deplete his resources. He decided it was merely a winter retreat he sought, so he aimed for a more affordable option. After 2 days of searching, he finally found a suitable 4-bedroom unit near Sanya Bay. Though compact, it would suffice for his family. It was a bit farther from the coastline, requiring a 30-minute walk. Hence the price per square meter was around 30,000. In Sanya, there were no purchase restrictions, but an individual could only buy one property. With a down payment of 70, Lu Wei opted for a full cash payment, acquiring the property for approximately 4.2 million, marking his most significant expenditure since his windfall. Upon completing the transaction with his card, he was greeted with the customary celebratory event, cracking a golden egg for a prize. To the astonishment of the sales representative, Lu Wei won a first prize, a parking space. Perfect. He saved on the cost of a parking spot, and whether or not he bought a car was inconsequential. What mattered was having what others possessed. Lu Wei felt elated. In a few months, he would be able to move in and enjoy his winter in Sanya. However, as the adage goes, joy can quickly turn to sorrow. Just as the excitement of buying a home began to fade, Lu Wei received an unexpected phone call. "Mr. Lu, greetings. This is a law firm contacting you on behalf of a certain company. Due to your recent unexcused absence leading to an automatic resignation, the company has incurred losses and intends to file a lawsuit against you for compensation. A lawyer's letter will be sent to you shortly. What? A certain company? Suing me? This must be a joke. Lu Wei exclaimed. Mr. Lu, this is no jest. We have accepted the commission and have already sent you the lawyer's letter. Please take this matter seriously. With that, the caller hung up. Lu Wei was momentarily rendered speechless. The joy of purchasing a home had been swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of indignation. Damn it. I might as well forfeit my salary if they intend to sue me. The more he pondered the situation, the angrier he became. This is intolerable. While an aunt may endure, an uncle cannot. Resolute, he decided to return to Shanghai the following day, unafraid of their threats. Without hesitation, he booked a flight back to the city, eager to confront the troublesome company. It was no wonder that the overweight man had cut off contact after resigning. He had indeed set a trap. If you have the audacity to challenge me, I shall not concede. Overwhelmed with frustration, Lu Wei returned to his hotel to pack. He purchased a few gifts at the hotel store, including a handbag for Lu Ling, which he sent home. He also selected several items for female friends, guided by the recommendations of a sales associate, and dispatched them to his residence in Shanghai. Since he had finally ventured out, he might as well bring back some thoughtful presents. Upon returning to Shanghai, he arranged to meet Brotherly for tea the next day. He had recently won a Buddhist prayer bead bracelet in a lottery, which he believed would appeal to older individuals. Previously, during a clearance sale, he had promised to treat Brotherly to tea. The following day, Lu Wei arrived early, as he often did when visiting Brotherly, which made him feel somewhat guilty. He ordered a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea, intending to showcase the art of tea-making upon Brother Li's arrival. Where have you been lately? You haven't kept in touch. Brother Li inquired as soon as he sat down. I just returned from Hainan, where I went to unwind. I immediately thought to invite you for tea, Lu Wei replied, recalling that he had seen a photo Brother Li posted, suggesting he had been out enjoying himself. Poor old me. I can't even muster the energy to have fun anymore. Brother Li lamented with a chuckle. You were just reluctant to go out. It's not that you lack the energy. You're being quite unfair, old brother. Lu Wei teased back. The tea master then arrived to perform a tea ceremony, skillfully brewing a pot of tea while executing various graceful movements that were a delight to behold. Once prepared, the master presented 2 cups of tea to them, and Lu Wei savored the rich, mellow flavor of the pre-rain Longjing. Brother, may I ask you something? Do you know any lawyers? Lu Wei inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. What is going on? Why do you need a lawyer? Brotherly asked, his curiosity piqued. It's nothing major. I left my previous company without completing the formalities, and now they want to sue me for damages. I'm quite frustrated by the situation. So I thought I'd seek some legal advice on how to respond. How peculiar. You truly have encountered an unusual predicament. Here I am, still waiting for my unpaid salary, and you're being sued. What a vexing situation. I don't have any lawyers I know well, but I do have a contact in arbitration. Should I inquire on your behalf? Brotherly pondered. But if they're already suing you, is arbitration still relevant? I'm not sure. Let us see what they say. Brotherly then made a phone call, speaking in the local dialect of Shanghai, which Lu Wei struggled to comprehend. After a brief conversation, Brotherly concluded, according to my friend, legally, they can indeed sue you since it constitutes a forced termination, making you the breaching party. It all depends on how much they seek in damages. It truly is a matter of mindset. In my previous company, I merely performed menial tasks. I doubt I could cause them any significant loss, Lu Wei lamented. Well, perhaps you should consult a lawyer. I cannot assist you with that, he continued. Let's set that aside for now. Have you been trading stocks lately? Any recommendations? None. I'm still observing non-tone. It seems to still have potential for growth. One must learn to hold cash when trading stocks. When the opportunity arises, one must act swiftly, rather than feeling compelled to trade daily. Indeed, sometimes I feel guilty about holding cash. If I buy stocks, they might just rise, Lu Wei confessed, feeling a pang of desire to purchase immediately and relish the thrill of a quick gain. The weather's warming up. When you have the time, I'll take you fishing, Li remarked, clearly eager for the outing. Sounds good. Once I sort out matters with that company, I'll accompany you. Don't worry. It seems that company just wants to annoy you. Chapter 60. How to make the overweight fellow suffer. It is indeed quite vexing. I've never encountered such a situation before. The world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps my experiences are simply limited, Lu Wei reflected. Ah, young man. The road of life is long. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to ponder in the future, Li responded. Brother, I've had my fill of tea. Shall we go for a meal? I've been wanting to treat you, yet you only wish to drink tea, filling me with water. Oh, that's because I feared you might not enjoy the food, Li replied. I'm not picky. All right, I shall take you to savor some authentic local cuisine. You gifted me a bracelet, so this treat is on me. Li led Lu Wei through winding alleyways until they arrived at a humble eatery. Lu Wei curiously surveyed his surroundings. The establishment was small, with only 4 or 5 tables, and the menu, affixed to the wall, had already yellowed with age. Despite it not being mealtime yet, all the tables were occupied. Li approached the proprietor and arranged for a table outside, revealing his familiarity with the place. Take a look at that menu on the wall. What would you like to eat? Li gestured toward it, encouraging Lu Wei to make a selection. Don't put me on the spot. You know this place well. Just order something delicious, Lu Wei replied. I know you folks enjoy spicy food, but this establishment specializes in local dishes. However, after so many years, I've grown accustomed to it. Then I'll let you choose a few specialties. Li called the owner and ordered several dishes: fragrant eel, spicy 8 treasure sauce, braised pork, wine-infused greens, and marinated fresh meat. Lu Wei suddenly recalled having seen similar dishes in the cafeteria on the 4th floor of his school. Don't let the shabby appearance fool you. The flavors here are authentic. It has been in business for decades. I used to live nearby and often dined here. It still tastes as it did back then. Before long, the dishes arrived, each a deep brown hue, showcasing the rich, oily sauce characteristic of local cuisine. Lu Wei remembered his first taste of braised pork when he arrived in Shanghai for school, finding it so sweet, he hardly knew how to begin. The flavors of the dishes from this little eatery were robust. Li savored every bite, exclaiming that another cup of yellow wine would make the experience perfect. After finishing a piece of braised pork, Li sighed, "Let me buy you a bottle to enjoy together." "Never mind. When I return home, I shall face reprimand. The one at home is quite strict, forbidding me from smoking and drinking." Lu Wei chuckled softly, lamenting the hardships of life, claiming his elder brother was suffering from bronchitis. After dinner, Li, the elder, wished to take a stroll, yet Lu Wei felt no inclination to move. "You know, 100 steps after a meal can grant one a long life. Why linger at home all day? Your bones will grow weary," he chided. "Oh brother, after a satisfying meal, all I desire is to lie down. I shan't take a walk. I shall return home instead." As night fell, the alleyway began to teem with the essence of life. The symphony of kitchens, the laughter of children, and the unbroken cadence of the evening news created a comforting atmosphere. Lu Wei gazed at the alley and the distant skyscrapers, suddenly yearning for a space of his own, pondering when he might have the privilege to purchase a home here. Establishing residency in this metropolis is notoriously challenging. He wondered if there were any shortcuts. Perhaps he would seek avenues to navigate this, for once wealth is attained. Could residency still prove an obstacle? He sent a message to Yang Wan, inquiring if she had returned to the city. "Oh, I'm back from vacation. Lu, it seems you are living quite comfortably," she replied. "Ha ha ha, do you wish to join me?" He teased. "I would love a vacation. But our manager has assigned me several projects. I've been flying back and forth, only just returning to the city today. The life of a laborer is indeed burdensome." Yang Wan lamented. "Well, amidst your busy schedule, allow me to gift you something to bring you solace. You truly are unaware of the struggles of life. Is it not true that professional investors have already taken flight?" She quipped. "And you're bringing me gifts? What a rarity. Lu, you are quite generous." Yang Wan, unable to contain her displeasure, voiced her frustrations about the demanding nature of her job. Lu Wei, having been away from work for a mere few days, felt detached from that laborious existence. "When you find some free time, I shall treat you to a meal, as a reward from Han Shua." "Reward? Why not simply express your genuine desire to treat me?" She pressed. All right, I concede. It is indeed my wish to treat you. Now that is more agreeable." Lu Wei then dialed Han Shua, inquiring if there were any lawyers available for consultation. The call was answered promptly. "Lu Wei, have you returned to the city? What brings you to me at this hour? Are you inviting me for drinks?" Drink. Haven't you had enough, Insanya?" Lu Wei retorted. "Surely one can never drink enough. But if you're not inviting me for drinks, what do you need? I received a lawyer's letter yesterday, and I wanted to know if you have any lawyers available for consultation." "A lawyer's letter? Have you been sued? Who would dare sue you? Did you abandon someone, and now they seek child support?" Han Shua queried, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Enough. Do you take me for such a person? Please, help me find a lawyer. I am quite distressed," Lu Wei pleaded humorously. "Ah, the gossip is ripe. Come to our company tomorrow. I'll have our legal department assist you." Lu Wei, still bewildered, finally found the place for his consultation. Receiving a lawyer's letter truly felt like a first foray into the unknown. He arranged to meet Han Shua at his company the next day, prompting Han to send him the address. Having known each other for so long through projects, Lu Wei was still unaware of where Han's company was located. Suddenly, it dawned on him that by visiting Han Shua, he might also encounter Yang Wan, and perhaps even invite her to dinner. He sent her a message. "Will you be at the office tomorrow? Hey, what brings you to our company? I'll tell you later." "Ah, Lu Wei, you're really keeping me in suspense." The next day, Lu Wei arrived at Han Shua's company with a gift for Yang Wan. It was quite impressive, located near Lujiazui, a far cry from the dilapidated building where he used to work, which took ages to reach after getting off the subway. He informed the receptionist that he was there to see Han Shua, who had to confirm with the boss's office before allowing him in. Does he not exude a certain executive aura? The receptionist knocked on the door of the boss's office before ushering Lu Wei inside. "Ah, Lu Wei, you finally made it." "What an honor," Han Shua remarked. "Uff, you think you're all that, big boss?" Han Shua instructed the receptionist. "Please call Lawyer Zhang from the legal department." "Sure thing, boss." "You've got quite the boss demeanor, Shua," Lu Wei thought to himself. It was Lu Wei's first time in a boss's office, with a grand desk and chair, and a floor-to-ceiling window offering a glimpse of the Bund. There was also a set of sofas and a coffee table for meetings and relaxation. He mused about establishing his own company one day, complete with a spacious office to bask in the sun and enjoy the view. "Have a seat. I'll brew you some tea. When Lawyer Zhang arrives, you can discuss your matters with him." Shortly after, a knock on the door was followed by the entrance of a well-dressed man wearing framed glasses. "Boss, you called for me?" "Yes, you're here. Take a seat. This is my friend who has encountered some legal issues. Please assist him." "Of course. Lu Wei, this is our company's legal counsel, Lawyer Zhang. You may proceed with your inquiries." "Hello, Lawyer Zhang. Thank you for your assistance," Lu Wei said, extending his hand for a handshake. "No problem at all. What would you like to discuss?" Lu Wei recounted the recent phone call he received from a law firm and the lawyer's letter. Han Shua couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of Lu Wei's situation. Being sued for voluntary resignation was truly unfortunate. Lawyer Zhang picked up on several details to clarify the extent of the case. "Mr. Lu, what was your position at that company, and what was your approximate salary?" "Just an ordinary employee, doing odd jobs, with a monthly salary of 7,000, Lu Wei replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me. I can't hold it in." Both Zhang and Lu Wei turned to Han Shua, who encouraged them to continue. "You two carry on, huh?" Zhang felt relieved. He had initially assumed Lu Wei was a high-level executive, which would complicate matters. As an ordinary employee, it was manageable unless it involved significant projects. After carefully inquiring about Lu Wei's job details, Zhang reassured him that it was a minor issue. He would communicate with the law firm, suggesting that Lu Wei might have been targeted, resulting in the lawyer's letter. Lu Wei immediately suspected the culprit, certainly that fat guy. By the way, Lawyer Zhang, if I report someone for misconduct on a project, would it be effective? Zhang replied, that is hard to say. It depends on the company's personnel policies and the boss's character. If that person has a close relationship with the boss, they might not care about petty issues. Lu Wei was aware of the deadweight's embezzlement of over 100,000 from the project. How could he ensure that this deadweight faced repercussions? Chapter 61. Inviting Uncle Han to dinner. Once this matter has passed, he would first report the deadweight. If that didn't suffice, he would devise alternative strategies. If he dared to let Lu bear the brunt, this time, he would ensure the deadweight would regret it. After Lawyer Zhang took his leave, Han Shuo laughed unabashedly. Lu Wei, do enlighten me about your experiences. How did you end up working menial jobs and even facing a lawsuit? You've provided me with today as amusement. Laugh all you want. Do you think I am a privileged heir like you? I too had to work to support myself in the past. Were you seeking to experience life? How could you be so terribly mistreated? Pressured by a deadweight, I must find a way to deal with him. Hey, this sounds exhilarating. What do you intend to do? Shall we ensnare him in a sack? Han Shuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having never engaged in such antics, he found it thrilling. Hold on, you are a prosperous businessman. This is illegal, don't you realize? Lu Wei swiftly curtailed Han Shuo's thoughts. How do you plan to exact revenge? I can assist you in strategizing. I am also curious about the character of the individual who has bullied you so. Han Shuo found it difficult to bypass this hurdle. When are you free? Last time, Uncle Han assisted me, and I would like to treat you both to dinner. Lu Wei promptly shifted the topic. My uncle? I must check his availability. After all, he merely helped me with a trivial matter. No, we must express our gratitude. Very well, I shall call him shortly. However, I am unavailable tonight as I have prior engagements. Just arrange it at your convenience. The timing is unimportant, primarily depending on when you both are free. After saying this, Lu Wei took his leave, as Han, the prosperous businessman, was preoccupied, and he could not linger in his presence. Wandering through the company, Lu Wei encountered Senior Lu, dressed in a suit, leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee. Ah, Senior Lu, indulging in coffee, I see. The sudden voice startled him, nearly causing him to spill his drink. You, what are you doing here? Merely running into an acquaintance to say hello. We are not well acquainted. I must get back to my tasks. Senior Lu hastily carried his coffee away. Upon exiting the company, Lu Wei sent a message to Yang Wan, inquiring whether she was working overtime that day as he was waiting downstairs. After a while, she replied, I am in a meeting and currently quite busy. I will reach out once I finish. I'll leave work early. You might as well explore the area for now. Alright, who can blame me for being idle? Lu Wei sought a place to linger, wandering around until he concluded that sitting in a coffee shop was far more comfortable. As he traversed the bustling crowd in the mall, he noticed that most were young people. The Starbucks was no different. Some were impeccably dressed in suits. Others were typing away on laptops, while some engrossed themselves in books. This depiction of life had once been a fantasy during his school years. After years of diligent study and competing among thousands for college entrance exams, it was all merely to find himself in this metropolis. Savoring coffee like those suited figures he had seen on television, lost in reverie. The allure of prosperity is what fundamentally draws the youth. As the bustling atmosphere enveloped the place, Ergo, Dezhu, Xiaoli, and Ahua transformed themselves into Jack, Mike, Rose, and Lily, seemingly elevated and gazing far into the distance. By the time Lu Wei had finished his second cup of coffee, Yang Wan had finally completed her workday. Look at you. Launching a surprise attack, leaving work in such haste, he remarked. Alright, my fault. Let me treat you to some home-cooked dishes. Come on, I'll feast on you. No negotiation. During their meal, Lu Wei produced a gift from his pocket, a Cartier box, which he presented to Yang Wan. I selected this at the duty-free shop in Sanya. Open it, and see if you like it. As she unveiled the box, a pair of exquisite earrings emerged, their charming design perfectly aligning with a youthful spirit. Lu Wei, you have a good eye. These are lovely, and I really like them. She exclaimed. Haha, of course. Don't you see who I am? I spent quite a while choosing this in the store. Well then, thank you, Boss Lu. I shall reward you with a piece of meat. With that, she cheerfully picked up her chopsticks and served Lu Wei a piece of beef. Why is this beef so delicious and sweet? Lu Wei pondered, intrigued. After their meal, as they returned to Yang Wan's home, she did not invite Lu Wei upstairs. My roommate is here tonight, so I won't ask you up. Thank you for the gift. Suddenly, she leaned in and pecked his cheek. That was your reward. I'll head up first. With a blush, Yang Wan dashed away. Lu Wei snapped back to reality, feeling regretful. What the heck? She just ran off after kissing me. At least let me kiss her back. What a loss. Han Shuo texted Lu Wei, informing him that he had arranged to meet his uncle tomorrow night. Lu Wei contemplated what to treat them to, pondering the somewhat daunting nature of such a gathering. He decided to directly inquire with Han Shuo. Does your uncle have any preferred restaurants? Please recommend one. I knew you would ask. I've already picked one out. I'll send it to you shortly. Haha, reliable. Treat me to some young models. Come on, the young models you know are probably only in videos. That's quite disrespectful. Lu Wei finalized the restaurant details, sending the time and address to Han Shuo, who replied with an approving gesture. Lu Wei assessed his finances, noting he still had around 8 million in his securities account, but would need to pay 4 million to Kanan soon, leaving him with only 4 million. Money seemed to evaporate quickly. Moreover, his recent visit to Hainan to view villas had left Lu Wei feeling quite disheartened. With such a modest amount, he felt rather impoverished. Thankfully, he had yet to explore properties in the bustling metropolis. Otherwise, he might have been brought to tears, as even 30 million would scarcely suffice for a spacious flat. While the Thompson Riviera was beautiful, it was clearly beyond his means. As for new developments, the inner ring had become quite scarce. However, there were some relatively new residential complexes that might be viable, likely attainable for around 10 million. Yet, he wondered if by the time he could actually make a purchase, he would still find them appealing. Reverting to his stock trading endeavors, Lu Wei spent the evening after returning home chatting with girls while studying the latest stock trends. Jiang Xin had already expressed her discontent, reminding Lu Wei of her invitation to visit the capital, questioning why he had yet to arrive. Lu Wei's reasons for seeking employment were rather flimsy. You simply deceived me. Just a few days ago, you were frolicking in Hainan. It was rather hasty. This justification is not adequate. Lu Wei felt quite embarrassed and could only claim that he would be going soon. Last night, Lu Wei spent the entire evening watching the stock market's leaderboard, ultimately selecting 2 stocks, Chang'an Catering and Chang'an Tourism. When the market opened, Lu Wei observed the trading situation. The bidding slightly rose, but within a minute, it plummeted beneath the surface. However, there weren't many sell orders, and when it stabilized, Lu Wei directly purchased approximately 1 million shares at 0.5, placing an additional order for 500,000 shares at the average price, all of which were executed. At 10 o'clock, the stock suddenly experienced a surge of large orders, soaring high, and Lu Wei immediately placed an order for 1 million at the peak price. Within a minute, the price was locked. One wonders where Lu Wei found the courage to directly engage in roughly 2.5 million shares. One might think he was utterly reckless. In the afternoon, Lu Wei arrived early at the restaurant, but unsure of how to order. He could only wait for Han Shuo and Uncle Han to arrive. Han Shuo drove to the restaurant and sent Lu Wei a message, prompting him to rush out to greet him. Upon seeing Uncle Han, Lu Wei quickly approached to shake hands. Finally, he had the opportunity to treat Uncle Han to a meal. Little Lu, why are you being so polite? Oh no, it's only right, he replied, guiding Uncle Han to the private room. Once the three were seated, Lu Wei called for the waiter to take their orders, handing the menu to Uncle Han. Please go ahead and order. We, the younger generation, are not very familiar with this. Alright then, I want to be polite, Uncle Han responded. No need to be polite. We are all family. As Uncle Han placed the order, he chatted with Han Shuo. Have there been any suitable options from the last roadshow? None yet. We are still in the investigation phase. It's perfectly normal for it to take a month or 2. Why are you so eager to invest? The waters here run deep. I'm simply lacking direction and only have funds, so I'm just following your lead. When will Kanan need the funds? Probably next month. I'll reach out to Shinduyu once everything is sorted. Little Lu, are you interested in jade? After Uncle Han finished ordering, he inquired of Lu Wei. Uncle, I don't really understand jade. I just made some impulsive purchases at an auction last time. I truly know little about the jade market. In prosperous times, collectors thrive. In chaotic times, gold is cherished. Genuine jade, of course, holds substantial value and is highly collectible. However, the jade market is rife with both authenticity and deception. A realm filled with technology and craft that can transform a mere piece of glass or stone into indistinguishable imperial green, exotic purples, and other peculiarities. Uncle, what is the current state of the jade market? Lu Wei humbly asked. This market is interconnected. It is divided into raw material supply, further processing, and finally sales. Jade is categorized into many types, primarily soft jade and hard jade, with hard jade being jadeite and soft jade being varieties like Hitian jade. As for origins, jadeite predominantly comes from Yunnan and Myanmar, while Hitian jade is mainly found in Xinjiang. This industry harbors both exorbitant profits and catastrophic losses. The most significant risks arise with raw materials. If one overpays for raw materials, it can lead to substantial losses. Uncle, have you ever purchased raw materials? Indeed. I traveled there last year with my uncle to Yunnan, where I procured over 1 million in raw materials. Han Shuo interjected. Have you ever purchased raw materials? What was your yield? Unfortunately, I incurred a loss of nearly 1 million. I was merely guessing. But what if luck were on my side? If fortune favored me, I could potentially unveil jade worth tens of millions. Upon hearing the word luck, Lu Wei felt a flicker of anticipation, sensing that his recent fortunes had indeed been rather favorable. Chapter 62. Journey to Yunnan next week. There will be a jade conference in Yunnan. Xiaowei, if you are interested, you can accompany us, Uncle Han suggested. Absolutely. I have no other commitments. Please take me along when you go. Just then, the dishes arrived, and Uncle Han interrupted their conversation, stating, let us dine first. We shall discuss matters after the meal. The cuisine here is exceptional, and it has been a venerable establishment for over 20 years, older than both of you. Do try this crab roe tofu. Made from the authentic crab roe of Yangqing Lake's hairy crabs. It takes dozens of crabs to prepare a single dish. Uncle Han, a true epicure, regaled Lu Wei with tales of each dish, leaving him astounded. It takes dozens of large crabs to create just this bowl of tofu. No wonder it is so pricey. The cost of 20 crabs alone must be around 5 to 600 yuan. At 888 yuan, the price is quite reasonable. This is a famous dish from Suyong, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. They use wild mandarin fish here, crispy on the outside and tender within, with a delightful sweet and sour flavor. Goodness, wild mandarin fish, priced over 100 yuan per pound. It is indeed worth its value of 666. Uncle Han lifted his glass and poured himself a drink before inquiring of the two. Would you care for some wine? This is 20-year-old daughter Red. I shall join you for a toast, Lu Wei replied as he extended his glass, while Han Shuo declined. No, uncle, I'm driving later. Very well. Xiaolu shall accompany me for a couple of drinks. Daughter Red is a type of Huangjiu, with a moderate alcohol content of approximately 15 to 20 degrees, not as potent as the fragrant baijiu from Lu Wei's hometown, which often exceeds 53 degrees. Paired with such exquisite dishes, a few sips are simply delightful. The trio engaged in conversation while dining for 2 hours, during which Uncle Han shared numerous stories about jade, some of which bordered on the fantastical. There were tales of individuals who invested 100,000 yuan in raw materials, reaping hundredfold returns, juxtaposed with those who spent millions only to discover their haul was worth a mere few thousand. This industry is akin to gambling, indeed a high-stakes wager. They agreed to depart together the following Tuesday, and Lu Wei immediately sought to book tickets, but Uncle Han intervened, advising Lu Wei to share his number with Han Shuo for a joint reservation. Lu Wei insisted that this journey was for his learning, thus he should handle the purchase. Ultimately, after much persistence, he managed to secure tickets for all three, opting for business class. There were no direct flights from the bustling metropolis to Ruili. They would need to travel to Dahong first and then drive to their destination. Han Shuo escorted Uncle Han home, while Lu Wei took a taxi back. Having neglected his assignments for several days, he faced the relentless reminders from his teaching assistant. Daily, he was monitored via WeChat to memorize English vocabulary and sentences. Oh, English truly is a challenge. Why is it so difficult to remember? I suppose I shall just manage for now. Lu Wei's heart once again became fixated on the stock market. As soon as the market opened, he was engrossed in monitoring it. Fortunately, yesterday's leaderboard did not feature the stocks from Tang Road, which put his mind at ease. Today's opening price was somewhat lower than anticipated, dipping below 5%. Yet a surge of buy orders flooded in immediately. At 9:31, there were 110,000 hands, prompting Lu Wei to seize the opportunity and purchase 5,000 hands, investing over 2 million yuan. By 9:37, the stock had reached its ceiling price. With a cost basis around 3 yuan, he was grateful for his vigilance. Otherwise, he would have missed the chance entirely. Over the course of 2 days, he had invested 5 million, splitting it into 2 transactions of 5 million each. Lu Wei resolved that no matter what happened tomorrow, he would not increase his holdings. If the stock fell, he would cut his losses. With no trades left to execute, Lu Wei turned to the internet to research jade. He finally grasped some terminology, especially enjoying videos of people haggling over raw materials in the market, returning home to cut out green stones while exclaiming in excitement as their value surged. That 30 million yuan represented Lu Wei's final line of defense, and he vowed not to touch it until the deadline approached. During his trip to Yunnan, he would bring no more than 1 million yuan, specifically to purchase raw materials, avoiding those that had merely been polished or semi-transparent. Jadeite was categorized based on its translucence and texture, glassy, icy, glutinous, and bean varieties, among others, each further classified by color. The highest grade of green was known as imperial green, also referred to as emerald, alongside red and purple jade. The value of red, green, and purple jade was significant. If he were to acquire an emerald, it would be exhilarating, and obtaining a piece of purple jade would be akin to a double victory. Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement as he perused the information. Lawyer Zhang contacted Lu Wei with news regarding a lawsuit from the law firm, which was seeking compensation of approximately 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was enraged. How could they demand 10,000 when my salary was merely 7,000? Lawyer Zhang explained that the basis for the claim stemmed from the company hiring a new employee after Lu Wei's resignation and calculating the compensation based on the standards and workload of that month. The audacity of this claim sickened Lu Wei. How dare they? While I was toiling away for a pittance, they turn around and offer a new hire 10,000. This is utterly disgraceful. They think I am weak, but I will not be bullied. Lawyer Zhang, this is intolerable. Can I entrust you to represent me in this lawsuit? Lu Wei decided to confront the company in this battle. Mr. Lu, I can take your case, but after reviewing the situation, I believe our chances of winning are slim. We may only be able to negotiate a lower compensation amount. That is fine. I cannot let this slide. I will pursue it, even if it takes time. They should not have such an easy time. Very well. If you are prepared for this, I will begin compiling the necessary materials for our defense. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. In this harsh reality, Lu Wei reflected that he should have simply sent an email regarding his resignation, regardless of their approval, just to notify them. The consequences of ignorance of the law had ensnared him, leaving him in quite the predicament. Frustrated, Lu Wei cursed the overweight man repeatedly, vowing that upon his return from Yunnan, he would ensure that the man faced consequences. Just wait, I will make sure you regret this. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lu Wei managed to endure until Tuesday. Fortunately, the stock market had been quite favorable in recent days, with Chang and Dining experiencing consecutive gains. His investments of 5 million had yielded over 100,000 in profits. Otherwise, he would have been quite frustrated. Lu Wei took a taxi to the airport to meet up with Han Shuo and the others. Although his private bank offered pickup services, it required consulting with an advisor for arrangements, making it far more convenient to simply hail a taxi. For Lu Wei, extravagance was still a distant concept, as well as unnecessary. After passing through security, he headed directly to the VIP lounge, where he enjoyed a light breakfast while waiting for Han Shuo and the others. By the time Han Shuo and Uncle Han arrived, it was nearly time to board the plane. Little Lu, we're late. Did you have to wait long? Uncle Han inquired. Not at all, Uncle Han. I just arrived a short while ago and was having breakfast here. Would you like to eat something before boarding? We had a meal at home. Let's head to the plane, Han Shuo replied. Lu Wei, curious, discreetly asked Han Shuo, are we the only 3 going? Of course. Who else would come? Han Shuo responded. With your wealth, shouldn't you bring along some bodyguards or an assistant? What nonsense. Do you think I'm a principal or a second-generation rich kid? There are many wealthier than me. You'll understand once we get there. Once on the plane, Lu Wei indulged in the experience of business class once again, admiring the more attractive flight attendants before happily drifting off to sleep. Uncle Han also rested, while Han Shuo, perhaps feeling hungry, engaged in conversation with a flight attendant in black stockings, requesting food and drinks. Ah, it seems that it's Han Shua who possesses the charm. After a 4-hour flight, they finally arrived at Mongsher Airport, feeling as if they had woken up with stiff necks. As Han Shua and his companions approached the exit, they spotted someone holding a sign to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Han Shua from Magic City. Following their guide felt reassuring, as everything was well arranged. Han Shua introduced the person as a friend of Uncle Han's from the area. The three of them boarded a luxurious business vehicle, which took them directly to Ruili. Chapter 63. The Jadeite Conference Ruili is located in the southwest of Yunnan, bordering Myanmar. This area serves as a significant gem distribution center, primarily known for its jadeite. After approximately 2 hours in the luxurious vehicle, they finally arrived in Ruili. Compared to Magic City, the weather here was considerably warmer, nearing 30 degrees Celsius. Reminiscent of early summer. Stepping out, they were immediately met with a wave of heat. The vehicle dropped them off at a 5-star hotel in the city center, where the driver arranged their accommodations before departing. That evening, Uncle Han and his friend reminisced, leaving the two young men to fend for themselves. Lu Wei, having never visited Yunnan, was quite curious about the Dai people and suggested to Han Shua that they venture out to experience the local culture. They hailed a taxi to take them to the night market for some food, gazing around as they traveled. The Dai girls often styled their hair in buns, adorning themselves in fitted short-sleeved blouses and tube skirts, showcasing their graceful figures. This ethnic charm certainly broadened the horizons of the two young men, particularly Lu Wei. At the night market, they sampled various delicacies before exploring the jewelry night market, which primarily featured rough materials and finished products. Rows of vendors displayed an array of raw materials, while clusters of individuals illuminated the wares with flashlights, scrutinizing the quality of the stones. Amidst the lively atmosphere filled with bargaining, many were travelers from distant lands, their dialects revealing them as seekers of treasures. As Lu Wei observed the bustling scene, he was taken aback by the prices. Some raw materials were initially quoted at 80 or even 100,000, only to be haggled down to a mere 8,000. The flamboyance of such pricing was astonishing, and Lu Wei marveled at the audacity of the negotiations. Shua, shall we venture to the stalls for some playful purchases? He suggested. These are merely small items. The true treasures await us at the Jade Conference tomorrow. I find their treasure hunting quite entertaining, and I feel a twinge of eagerness. Suit yourself. There are items here ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, depending on your discernment and luck. Even if you incur a loss, a few thousand is but a trifling sum for you. Come now, you are Shua, the affluent one. I am not, and I would feel the pinch with such expenditures. Who can truly ascertain your wealth? As they pressed forward, Lu Wei squeezed into a crowd surrounding a particular vendor. The stall showcased a dozen raw materials, varying in size from that of a fist to a head, with prices affixed to each: 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, and 15,000. A vendor speaking in Mandarin scrutinized a piece with a small flashlight. Good sir, could you offer a more reasonable price? I find this piece quite appealing, he remarked. Oh, my friend, you see how I have marked the prices. It reflects my honesty. I assure you, this price is quite fair. The vendor held a piece roughly the size of 2 fists, and despite Lu Wei's curiosity, he was unsure how one could discern the jade's inner hue. Ultimately, they negotiated a piece originally priced at 12,000 down to 8,000, with the vendor eager to make a sale. Lu Wei, inspired, selected 2 pieces of similar size and imitated the vendor's bargaining style, ultimately securing his for 15,000. Here, I gift you one. Choose as you wish. Lu Wei said to Han Shua. Are you so hasty? You choose without hesitation, Han Shua replied, perplexed by Lu Wei's approach. Can you truly communicate with stones? You merely touched them and made your selection. Indeed, intuition is all that is required. Choose the one that captivates the eye, Lu Wei laughed. You have bested me. Han Shua conceded as he took the piece from the left. Tomorrow, I shall unveil your hasty choice. If my uncle were to witness your selection, he would surely admonish you for ages. It is but 10,000. One cannot suffer loss or deception for such an amount. Do not be so meticulous. I have grave doubts about your spending habits. If your father were aware of your expenditures, he might promptly expel you from the house. With Uncle Han present, Han Shua's nightlife had become considerably more subdued, and they retreated to their quarters for rest. The Jade Conference, held annually by government authorities, aimed to celebrate local jade culture and stimulate the growth of the regional jade economy. This is a grand event for the trading of jadeite rough stones, organized by the government, which lends it a high degree of credibility, attracting raw material dealers, jewelers, and jade enthusiasts from across the nation. The public auction employs a bidding process to facilitate the sale of jadeite rough stones, which are categorized as either rough or finished material. Attendees have 3 days to inspect the stones before the auction begins on the 4th day, with the highest bidder securing the item. The process is straightforward. Each rough stone at the auction is assigned a number and a reserve price. Interested bidders simply select their desired rough stone, scan the QR code on its information card, note the identification number, and input their intended bid amount. It is rumored that the previous year's top bid was for a 150-kilogram finished stone, a high-quality jadeite of the Shenyang green variety, which fetched a staggering 1.8 billion yuan. On the day the jadeite conference commenced, a luxury vehicle arrived to fetch them. Upon reaching the venue, they spotted a gentleman resembling Uncle Han, waving to them, his head adorned with a sun hat and a slightly plump figure. Ah, Lao Han, you've arrived. Is this your descendant? The gentleman inquired warmly. This is my nephew, Xiao Shua, whom you've met before. This is his friend, Xiaolu, Uncle Han promptly introduced. The two exchanged friendly greetings. Hello, Uncle Ma. Good. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Let us go inside together. With that, he instructed his assistant to hand them the conference badges. As customary, the conference commenced with speeches from local leaders who extended warm welcomes to attendees, praising their presence for half an hour before declaring the official start of the event. Accompanying Uncle Ma were experts in the field, while Uncle Han delved into the exhibition area to seek out goods. This auction featured over 90 of the rough stones sourced from Myanmar, totaling nearly 20,000 pieces, weighing approximately 2,000 tons. The sheer volume left Lu Wei in awe, wishing it were all his. What a fortune it would be. This year's auction boasted a significantly larger selection of rough stones, 30 more than last year, leading to a bustling atmosphere filled with eager jade merchants. Each piece of raw material attracted attention, with attendees illuminating stones with flashlights, caressing them to gauge their texture, and even pressing their faces against the stones, as if to commune with them. The stones seemed to whisper, "Choose me, for I am a treasure." Uncle Ma and Uncle Han were meticulous in their selection, awaiting the insights of the experts they had brought along. Two younger individuals trailed behind, observing and learning. Lu Wei curiously inquired of Han Shua, "How much did Uncle Han purchase last year?" Han Shua gestured with his fingers, indicating 8 million yuan. What was the highest bid? Approximately 20 million, he replied, leaving Lu Wei astonished at Uncle Han's prowess in securing such profits. Why were you so reckless, not seeking Uncle Han's guidance? You nearly incurred losses, Lu Wei chided. Oh, youthful exuberance. I merely wished to test my own judgment and luck. This year, I shall heed my uncle's advice and earn some spending money. After following the two seasoned veterans for half an hour, the two youths grew restless and decided to explore on their own. Chapter 64. Selecting jadeite. The conference venue was roughly the size of a football field, resembling an exhibition hall, albeit with superior lighting and numerous designated areas. The ground was strewn with raw materials, over 20,000 pieces, densely packed. In this sweltering heat, it is nearly 28 or 29 degrees Celsius here in Yunnan in March. Coupled with the throngs of people, the heat waves, and the cacophony of sounds, it all intertwines to create a scene of grandeur. Shua, how do you wish to approach this? Should we split up or stick together? Never mind. I'll follow your lead. I want to see just how extravagant you can be. Haha, Shua, I bet you will undoubtedly purchase more than I will. In this venue, with over 20,000 items, if one were to examine them meticulously, 3 days might not suffice. Lu Wei primarily focuses on the pricing, disregarding any bids exceeding 500,000 and those weighing less than 2 kilograms. He also ignores semi-transparent materials, instead seeking the most primitive raw materials, ideally large and inexpensive ones. Han Shua was bewildered by Lu Wei's cursory observations, and he asked, Lu Wei, what exactly are you looking for? Why this aimless wandering? Lu Wei replied, I rely on my instincts. If something catches my eye, I place a bid. Why haven't you found a target yet? Han Shua responded, I'm merely observing you for now. Last time at my auction, you acquired such an exquisite stone. I believe you possess some unique expertise. Han Shua recalled past events, firmly convinced that Lu Wei had some hidden prowess. I have long told you, it's merely luck. A blind cat stumbles upon a dead rat. It's all random bidding. Lu Wei shook his head, saying, to be honest, no one believes me. I truly lack skill. The items with high bids are predominantly semi-transparent or transparent materials that have already revealed their colors. Such materials attract major players, the truly formidable ones. After about an hour of browsing, Lu Wei had already scanned through over a dozen pieces of raw material, with starting prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands, all added to his shopping cart for later collective bidding. The bidding rules stipulate a deposit of 10 of the total payment. Han Shua had yet to make a move. With 3 days at his disposal, he felt no urgency, merely curiosity. Why don't you consider those transparent or semi-transparent materials? At least they have some reliability. Lu Wei chuckled. Didn't you see their prices? Starting bids are in the hundreds of thousands to millions. How could I dare to buy? I'm no Principal Wong. Casually setting lofty targets. Ha ha ha, I can't afford it either. Last year I purchased a few semi-transparent pieces for nearly 100,000 and some raw materials as well. Hence, we must strive diligently to find more affordable options. Lu Wei patted Han Shua on the shoulder. Influenced by Lu Wei, Han Shua thought, since he lacked expert insight, it might be better to simply select raw materials. Gambling on a fortune or misfortune. Last year's painstaking selections resulted in losses. He wondered if Uncle would scold him upon discovering this. After 2 hours of strolling, they could walk no more. The heat was unbearable, so they bought 2 bottles of cold Coke to rest. Then, they headed to meet Uncle Han and Uncle Ma for lunch. How did you fare, Xiaolu? Uncle Han inquired. Uncle Han, I was merely partaking in the excitement. I can't discern much, just noted some inexpensive raw materials. Uncle Han reminded them, you young folks have a penchant for gambling. If you encounter something pricey, feel free to consult us 2 old-timers first. While dining, the conversation meandered to the current state of jade. This year's top lot may well be among the few exquisite pieces numbered 110, with a base price already set at over 20 million. Lot number 3 features a high-quality icy green jadeite weighing over 100 kilograms, with a base price of 21 million, expected to reach over 100 million in bidding. Lot number 9, a rare purple jadeite, weighs merely 10 kilograms, but has a base price of 16 million. Lu Wei listened in astonishment. Realizing the immense value of these gems and pondering how high the bidding would escalate, he resolved to view these 10 lots in the afternoon. Even if he could not afford them, he could at least admire them. Uncles, which lots are you planning to examine this afternoon? Lu Wei inquired. Old Ma and I have our eyes on a few lots, but nothing is certain yet. We intend to continue our research this afternoon, came the response. You youngsters need not linger. Feel free to explore on your own. Not at all. We can continue learning alongside you. When we tire of studying, we shall wander on our own. Suit yourselves. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask us. In the sweltering heat, it was easy to feel drowsy after dinner, so everyone rested briefly before heading out to view the lots in the afternoon. A lack of focus could lead to misidentifying stones, which could result in unfortunate consequences. Lu Wei began to grasp the significance of zoning. Zone 13 was known for its high-quality rough stones, with competitive bidding prices typically found there. In the morning, he noticed the crowd and opted not to push through, instead accompanying Han Shua to the opposite Zone 46. In the afternoon, Uncle Han and his companions returned to Zone 13 to inspect the rough stones they had already favored, as the materials from this area had undergone official selection and were more likely to yield exceptional pieces. Numerous wealthy merchants and their teams of appraisers congregated in this area. The later the number, the lesser the probability of discovering quality items, and the prices tended to be lower. Yet, this was precisely what appealed to Lu Wei. Observing alongside Uncle Han and Uncle Ma, he absorbed terms such as water quality, floating flowers, and site conditions. Eager to learn, he took note of the various names: Old Pa, Kaka, Daegu, Muna, Jalamo, Satanka, Lonking, and others, including skin and flesh qualities, which remained shrouded in mystery. After listening for over half an hour, feeling sufficiently enlightened, they prepared to slip away. Uncles, you continue your examination. We shall take a stroll, Han Shua suggested to his uncle. Very well. Remember to consult me if you encounter anything exorbitant, came the reply. The afternoon was spent wandering through several zones with lower numbers. Like Lu Wei, Han Shua selected some lower-priced rough stones, intending to allocate half his budget for these and the other half to seek a finer specimen in the front zones, where he would enlist his uncle's expertise. By the end of the day, they were thoroughly exhausted. The heat and crowds were truly taxing. To genuinely focus on examining and discerning the stones was challenging amidst the throngs of people. That evening, Uncle Ma treated everyone to dinner. As a local resident residing in a villa on the outskirts of the city, he welcomed them into his expansive estate, which boasted sprawling gardens, parking areas, and a swimming pool. It was evident that his wealth was considerable. Ah, esteemed sir, your remarkable humility amidst such stature is truly commendable and worthy of emulation. The evening repast consisted of distinctive delicacies from the Dai ethnicity, some of which startled Han Shua, such as the local fried bamboo worms, nearly inducing a gag reflex. Lu Wei, however, relished the meal, appreciating the unique culinary offerings. After dinner, upon returning to the hotel, exhaustion overwhelmed them. A day of exploration had indeed been taxing. With more to come in the following days, Lu Wei reclined on the bed, reflecting on the formidable challenges of achieving wealth. Chapter 65. The public bidding commences on the subsequent day. The exhibition witnessed a slight decrease in attendance. Many attendees were engrossed in professional evaluations, scrutinizing the stones and assessing their qualities. The selections made yesterday were revisited with a more discerning approach today, as participants aimed to deepen their understanding. Ultimately, it would be a decisive transaction. Whether a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle or an Audi into an Oreo depended on the coming days. The atmosphere today was marked by a welcome tranquility. Bargaining was unnecessary. One could monopolize a stone for an entire day, engaging in conversation with it without interference. Lu Wei and Han Shua inspected the prospective champion stone of the 110 category, which had been previously opened or stripped. It was undeniably captivating. The quality and size were largely ascertainable, with the primary consideration being the acquisition cost and potential profit margins. Historically, such base prices had been known to multiply by 5 to 10 times to secure a successful bid. Red jade, green jade, and purple jade were esteemed, with the appearance of the purple jade being particularly alluring. A piece the size of a soccer ball could represent a fortune. Indeed, these 10 selections might well commence at 10 billion. Over the 3 days, Lu Wei selected approximately 100 pieces of rough material, with Han Shua acquiring over 50. They later examined another piece in the front area, seeking Han Shua's expert opinion, which suggested it contained promising material. Priced at 650,000, it appeared to weigh several dozen pounds. Han Shua hesitated, uncertain about the bidding amount. Lu Wei glanced casually, chuckling, and suggested a double bid of 189,999. Han Shua shot him a disapproving look, quipping, "Why not bid 188,888? Lu Wei replied, "No, I prefer the notion of longevity." Ultimately, Han Shua heeded Lu Wei's counsel and submitted a bid of 189,999 for that piece. Lu Wei completed the bidding for all his selections, ensuring the total did not exceed 1 million, and made an advance payment of 10% as a deposit, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the results the following day. Uninformed about the bidding strategies of Uncle Ma and Uncle Han, they speculated that their choices could easily surpass 10 million. No information had been leaked regarding the champion stones, as the prices to secure such coveted pieces were shrouded in confidentiality. A mere 1 yuan less could result in the loss of a significant treasure. After 3 days of meticulous observation, everyone was now eagerly anticipating the bidding results. Once a bid was successful, the system would promptly notify the winner, who could then proceed to payment and acquisition of the stone, with the option for free stone examination if the purchase price exceeded 100,000. Upon encountering this rule, Lu Wei felt a pang of despair. Alas, his rough stones were worth merely thousands to tens of thousands, with hardly any reaching the 100,000 mark. This meant that he had to pay a considerable fee for the stone appraisal. The following day, during the bidding, the atmosphere was electric. This year's top bid astonishingly reached 3.1 billion, attributed to the piece of purple jade numbered 9. Goodness, how valuable it is. Perhaps due to the rarity of purple jade, its value surged significantly. Such a large piece could be fashioned into numerous exquisite items. Among the items numbered 110, there were 6 that surpassed 100 million, while the remaining 4 had winning bids around 80 million. Lu Wei had a stroke of luck, winning bids on over 70 items, with a total payment of just over 800,000, as the deposit would count towards the purchase price. He could later settle the remaining balance of over 700,000. Han Shuo secured the bid at 18 million and also won over 20 more affordable items. He overheard someone nearby mention that the bid he won had a competing price of 188, causing him to exclaim internally, "Is Lu Wei on a lucky streak?" It seemed fortuitous that he gained an additional 111. Uncle Han did not win many bids, but those he did were quite expensive, totaling over 13 million across 5 items. As for Uncle Ma, Lu Wei refrained from inquiring, but judging by his beaming smile, he likely secured satisfying bids. One by one, they approached the transaction window to settle their payments before proceeding to claim their items. Upon seeing Lu Wei's numerous rough stones, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Wei scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "Well, I just sought some bargains to play around with." "Huh, you ought to have prepared yourself. The inexpensive ones have already been filtered by the authorities before being placed in that section. I suspect you may incur some losses," someone remarked. "Not to worry. I can handle a little loss. Who knows, I might just strike it rich with one of them," Lu Wei replied, still full of hope. "Haha, then we wish you good fortune." Although Lu Wei possessed an abundance of rough stones, he did not meet the criteria for free appraisal. And given the high number of people seeking appraisals today, he would have to temporarily store them and return the next day. Han Shuo only took back the significant item worth 18 million. As for Uncle Han and Uncle Ma, they had their own connections for appraisal and took their stones home directly. Following the group to Uncle Ma's villa, he quickly arranged for an appraiser, designating an area in the yard for the stone evaluation. Han Shuo was eager to begin, deciding to start with his 18 million stone. The appraiser inquired how he wished to proceed, and Uncle Han offered some advice, drawing 2 lines. Cut off the marked section, he instructed. As the water was splashed on, vibrant green emerged on both sides, confirming that the stone had indeed appreciated in value. "Uncle, it's appreciating. Given this appearance, it's at least of ice-grade quality." With excellent green hue, a vibrant green, Han Shuo's excitement grew as he realized that if it weighed around 20 jin, it could fetch millions. Uncle Han's assessment delighted Han Shuo, marking a significant moment for him. Once the appraiser completed the evaluation, and after washing off the stone, it revealed a complete piece of green ice jade, sufficient to create numerous bracelets. Han Shuo gave Lu Wei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're amazing." Then, Uncle Han and Uncle Ma continued to unveil their rough stones. Among the 5 stones that Uncle Han had, one turned out to be of ice jade quality, while the others were of the glutinous and icy glutinous varieties. Overall, it was estimated that they could see a doubling of their investment, which attested to the proficiency of the old man. He had not faltered. Lu Wei would not be able to inspect his stones until tomorrow. So today he simply enjoyed the company. After all, he had invested less than 1 million, so he wasn't particularly anxious. Early the next morning, Lu Wei and Han Shuo were driven to the venue by Uncle Ma's chauffeur. They hurried to pay for the stone evaluation. The fees were reasonable. For stones weighing under 10 jin, the cost was 100. For those between 20 and 50 jin, it was 200, and for stones over 50 jin, it was 500. After settling the payment, they proceeded to their designated rough stone area to await assistance. Lu Wei's stones filled a small cart, totaling over a ton with approximately 70 pieces. To expedite the process, 2 evaluation spots were arranged for him. Initially, they opened several smaller stones, which were mostly unremarkable. Either they exhibited no green or only a hint of green marred by cracks, rendering them unsuitable for crafting. Han Shuo reassured him, "You still have many left. These are too small to yield anything substantial, so there is no need for concern." Lu Wei replied, "It's all right. I didn't have high expectations. I only hope to break even." After 2 hours of evaluation, Lu Wei had opened around 20 stones. The procedure was straightforward, a quick wipe down. And if no green was visible, they would be halved. Among them was one glutinous stone, approximately the size of 2 fists, which could potentially yield 2 or 3 bangles, ensuring a return on his investment. Chapter 66. A stunning emerald at the venue. Lu Wei and Han Shuo still had about 50 to 60 stones left unopened, while the evaluators who had finished nearby joined them. The crowd gathered, treating it as entertainment. One hapless individual was attempting to unveil a pile of unpromising stones, hoping to strike gold. "It's green. It's green." Suddenly, one of the evaluators shouted, as water cascaded down. A rough stone being cut revealed a deep green hue beneath a 1 centimeter thick layer. This stone weighed at least 40 to 50 jin. "Young man, stop cutting and just sell it to me for 500,000. Someone in the crowd called out. "I'll offer 800,000. Came another voice, quickly followed by others eager to bid. "Master, continue cutting. Slice it thinner, just a little at a time," Lu Wei urged the evaluator. "Understood," the evaluator responded, now taking greater care after the green was revealed. He delicately sliced off a thin layer, producing a series of crisp sounds as water was applied, and streams of white jade material flowed from the incision. After a while, as the stone skin fell away and water washed over it, the sight was breathtaking. The emerald was vibrant and lush. "It's enormous, about the size of a football. Young man, I'll give you 5 million, let it be mine," shouted the earlier bidder who had initially offered 500,000. The surrounding crowd erupted. "You're not being fair. Such a large piece of green, with excellent clarity. Must be ice jade, possibly even high ice. You're only offering 5 million, thinking we're naive? Let us not forget, it's not fully cut yet." "My offer carries a certain risk," the bidder countered. Lu Wei paid little heed to the surrounding chatter, consumed instead by the desire to unveil the raw jadeite before him, which resembled a celestial maiden, her delicate form partially revealed, compelling him to strip away the layers and gaze upon her splendor. The previous day's offerings had all belonged to prominent magnates, intended solely for their own enterprises and thus not subject to resale. Moreover, the highest bidders had typically whisked away their treasures, for those of substantial means invariably possessed their own skilled jade cutters. Today's lot was akin to a fledgling sparrow alighting upon a branch, and soon, whispers of a significant discovery fluttered through the marketplace. A remarkable find had emerged, a substantial piece of icy jadeite, at least the size of a football, likely valued in the millions. Do you recall last year's champion from Myanmar? It was a high-quality icy green jadeite weighing over 200 kilograms. Can you guess the final bidding price? How much was it? You would be astonished. The final bid reached a staggering 60 million euros, equivalent to over 500 million in our currency. Goodness, that is exorbitant. A throng gathered eagerly, and as the jade cutter meticulously unveiled the raw material, the enchanting jadeite was revealed to all. Indeed, ice green jadeite of such magnitude. Congratulations, boss. The cutter has finally completed his task, they hailed Lu Wei. Thank you for your hard work, master. Once we finish this batch, I shall reward you with a bonus. The staff from the management office, having caught wind of the excitement, rushed to ascertain the details and promptly returned to their office, illuminating the LED screen in the venue with bold crimson letters. Exciting news. A 20-kilogram piece of icy green jadeite has been unveiled from today's auction lot. Congratulations to the successful bidder. Following this announcement, fireworks erupted, filling the air with a cacophony of celebratory pops and crackles. For them, revealing exquisite jadeite at the public auction served as a potent promotional tool. Look at the treasures we possess, their popularity destined to rise, promising an even more vibrant market in the coming year. In past years, there had been instances where fortune favored the bold, such as when someone acquired a fully uncut lot for a mere 30,000, which ultimately yielded a superior jadeite sold for an astonishing 71 million, leading to 2 days of fireworks, making the entire city of Rueli aware of the astounding find. Before long, onlookers began to fill the venue, with many curious spectators and numerous jewelers who had yet to depart. Staff rushed to maintain order. For many reputable jade and gemstone companies typically refrained from engaging with raw material, preferring instead pieces that were partially cut or clearer in quality. By assessing the raw jade's characteristics, they could estimate the number of pieces they could produce, the potential sales, and their profit margins, rather than risking the purchase of rough material to cut themselves, which could result in considerable losses. The remaining raw material was temporarily set aside, and the staff inquired if Lu Wei wished to take it to the exhibition stage for bidding. With assistance at hand, Lu Wei readily consented. The venue was prepared, and the bidding commenced directly at the exhibition stage. 10 million. The jade merchant, who had previously introduced himself to Lu Wei, initiated the bidding, doubling the price. This is a remarkable piece. Everyone recognizes its value, and bids began to flow in. 12 million. As the bidding soared to 23 million, fewer voices joined in the fray. In the final bidding round, a wealthy businessman called out 31, 88 million, and no one else participated. After the host repeated the call several times with no further bids, the jade dealer inquired with Lu Wei about the price. If the seller found it unsatisfactory, the deal could be revoked. Lu Wei believed that the raw material, priced at just 1,000, was an exceptional bargain and agreed to the transaction. When the jade was cut, Han Shua found it somewhat unbelievable and contemplated whether to call his uncle for assistance in evaluating it. Han's uncle asked him to send a photo, estimating its value to be around 25 to 30 million. The previous day, a similar piece weighing over 100 kilograms had sold for 1.2 billion. As Han Shua stood beside Lu Wei, he drooled with envy. Lu Wei, opening a stone like this is akin to my investing in several companies. The pace of printing money is unmatched. Lu Wei chuckled. Shua, you must believe in luck. It will come your way too. Come on. If one of my raw materials could fetch 5 million, I would wash my hair upside down. Washing your hair upside down. That's hardly a challenge. Lu Wei observed the money arriving in his bank account before handing over the jade to the businessman. The transaction was completed with a handshake and expressions of gratitude. Witnesses marveled at yet another miraculous windfall, regretting their hesitance to invest in raw materials the previous day. While the auction concluded, many raw materials remained uncut, prompting Lu Wei and the jade cutters to continue to the cutting area. Han Shua's 20 or so raw materials were gradually processed, revealing a piece of red jade. Although it did not match the green jade in value, it was still lucrative, with a size large enough to start at 5 million. Hey Shua, remember to wash your hair upside down tonight, joked Lu Wei. Don't be so pedantic. Han Shua felt this trip was worthwhile, having earned nearly 20 million. And now had hopes of purchasing a sports car. He contemplated whether to choose a bull or a horse, feeling quite conflicted. Lu Wei still had 20 or 30 pieces uncut, and after over an hour with little to show, the onlookers had mostly dispersed, bored by the lack of exciting finds. Were they to remain here like fools, watching stones reveal their secrets? Chapter 67. Can you see through? Lu Wei, tell me, are you perhaps named Zhuang Rui? What Zhuang Rui? I'm Lu Wei, have you lost your mind? I don't believe you. Can you really see through? See through what? Did you forget to wear underwear today? What? How did you know? Did you see? Haha, Han Shua, you're disgusting. Keep your distance. At this moment, Han Shua was utterly intrigued by Lu Wei, who appeared to be playing the role of a fool while reaping great rewards. Having uncovered 2 significant treasures without resembling the petty individual who had been fined 10,000, they continued their work in the cutting area until after 4 in the afternoon. While examining a raw material weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms, they had not discovered anything noteworthy, and so they decided on a crosscut. To their surprise, in one half of the raw material, they struck gold. The cutter shouted, "It's rising. Look, it's purple." Purple jade is esteemed alongside red and green, leading them to believe they might have unearthed something extraordinary. Lu Wei recalled the large purple jadeite that had been auctioned a few days ago, with a bidding price of 1.6 billion for 10 kilograms. A singular thought consumed him. He was destined for wealth, with such a substantial piece at stake. He envisioned himself becoming a billionaire. "Master, please proceed with caution. Start from the edge and polish it a bit to assess its size," he instructed. Indeed, this exquisite jade was not to be treated lightly. Commencing from the perimeter, he sliced meticulously, centimeter by centimeter. It wasn't until he had carved down to a size comparable to an adult's fist that the true color revealed itself. A fist-sized violet jadeite, a beautiful shade of violet. It weighed just over a pound, significantly smaller than the previous auction piece, but still of a comparable quality. According to the previous bidding standards, this violet jadeite could fetch a price in the millions. Thus, when Han Shuo spotted yet another violet jadeite, he could only express his astonishment with 2 words, "Oh my." Han Shuo had already become numb to the excitement. The event organizers set off 2 boxes of fireworks to celebrate the unveiling of the violet jadeite, attracting the attention of the jade merchants within half an hour. Upon arriving at the venue, the attendees were bewildered to see the same individual again. To have unveiled 2 exceptional pieces in one day, was he even human? With the previous auction's process fresh in their minds, this time the proceedings were significantly smoother. As the crowd gathered, the host took the stage to commence the bidding. The violet jadeite was exceedingly rare, being only the second piece presented. Its texture and color were impeccable. Although smaller, it was suitable for crafting jade pendants or beads. 3 million. An audacious bid that drew laughter from the crowd. 7 million. 8 million. 8.8 million. The jade merchants, eager for the violet jadeite, engaged in fierce bidding. Ultimately, it was secured at the price of 66 million. A figure that resonated with Lu Wei's aspirations. A harmonious and auspicious number. With the stone unveiling concluded, both Lu Wei and Han Shuo had successfully revealed their materials. Lu Wei generously distributed red envelopes of 5,000 yuan to each of the 4 jade carvers, with an additional 2,000 for those who had uncovered outstanding pieces. He also remembered the host and the event staff, gifting each of them 1,000 yuan in appreciation for the bountiful rewards they had reaped. Han Shuo summoned a driver from Uncle Ma's household to pick them up. Although they had not ventured far from the venue, the presence of so many people warranted caution. After all, wealth can stir envy. Upon arriving at Uncle Ma's home, both Uncle Han and Uncle Ma greeted them warmly. "The god of wealth has arrived. Haha. You young men are here to astonish us old fellows." "Oh, not at all, uncles. Please don't tease me. I merely had some good fortune." "Your luck is a form of strength in itself. At the next auction, be sure to bring us along to share in the marvel," they laughed. "You flatter me, uncles. I will gladly accompany you whenever you wish." During the banquet, Lu Wei inquired with Uncle Ma about reputable jewelry companies in Ruili, as he wished to purchase some jade items for his mother. "You've come to the right person. I have several large jade shops in Ruili that specialize in finished products. Had we been at the venue today, we would have gladly taken the pieces you unveiled." Uncle Ma had yet to speak when Uncle Han assisted him in responding. "I see. Then I shall visit your shop tomorrow, Uncle Ma. I was unaware that both of you also acquire raw materials. Otherwise, I would have brought some back with me." "No worries. There will be other opportunities," Uncle Han interjected. "Tomorrow, I shall have the driver take you to the shop as a token of our first meeting." "Oh no, Uncle, you are in the business as well. I shall take what is customary." "Nonsense. It is merely a first meeting, and I have nothing to offer you." "Do not be modest," Uncle Ma countered. And despite Uncle Han's support, they could not sway him. Previously, at the night market, 2 small pieces of rough jade were purchased, and during dinner, Lu Wei sought Uncle Ma's assistance for a hands-on experience, eager to try his hand at cutting. He had shared a piece with Han Shuo, and thus they embarked on this endeavor together as a form of post-dinner exercise, under the tutelage of the stone processing master at Uncle Ma's. They learned the operation of the machine and the intricacies of working with the stones. Donning gloves, they commenced their task. Both began by polishing, guided by the master's advice, and gradually learned the technique. After more than half an hour of effort, they finally managed to polish out a window. Upon rinsing, both pieces revealed a green hue. While not exceptionally deep, they were at least marketable. Having polished one window, the remainder required meticulous attention. They spent over an hour at the processing site, with Lu Wei uncovering a type of ice jade weighing approximately 2 pounds, while Han Shuo's was of a lesser quality, but still capable of yielding some profit. Compared to the purchase price, they had already turned a profit, valuing their finds at several tens of thousands, albeit somewhat lackluster. They decided to hand over their discoveries to Uncle Han, allowing him to manage them. The following day, Lu Wei intended to procure some local specialties, and they would all return to Shanghai the day after. "Would you care to accompany me to purchase some jewelry?" Lu Wei inquired of Han Shuo. "Not interested. I wouldn't know whom to gift it to. It would be wiser to save my money for a horse." "What horse?" "A rideable horse." Han Shuo replied with a mysterious smile. "What nonsense," Lu Wei thought, as he proceeded to the driver. He selected several bangles, bracelets, and necklaces, spending over 3 million. He understood jade's value but was astonished that a single jade bracelet could cost hundreds of thousands. There were even pieces in the 7-figure range that he dared not even look at. He imagined his mother's reaction if she discovered he had purchased a 1 million bracelet for her. She would likely be horrified and rush to find a box to store it. Determined to pay for his own purchases, he felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of others. On the following day, the 3 of them, under the protection of their driver, headed to Mongsher. As the airplane ascended into the sky, Lu Wei gazed down at the lush mountains and quaint towns below. This place was truly a land of exceptional beauty, even more exhilarating than Macau. His trip to Yunnan had proven immensely rewarding, akin to winning the lottery once again. With 30 million in the bank, his fortune approached 80 million. He envisioned purchasing a spacious flat for 30 million and saving 40 million, enabling him to travel the world and embrace a life of leisure. Perfection. As Lu Wei envisioned this ideal life, he drifted into slumber, entirely oblivious to the beauty of the flight attendant's black stockings. Upon awakening, he realized he had missed the stunning scenery, only to find Han Shuo grinning at him. Lu Wei playfully signaled with his pinky finger. After several trips in business class, he had become somewhat aloof, even forgetting to admire the flight attendant. An appreciation for beauty is a universal human trait. I am not a lecher, merely someone with an eye for elegance. Lu Wei sought justification for himself, and then began to genuinely appreciate Han Shuo. Chapter 68. Revenge is a must. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, Lu Wei declined Han Shuo's offer to drive him home, opting instead to hail a cab. Early spring evenings in the city still held a chill, and feeling lethargic, he indulged in a lavish takeaway that cost over 200 yuan. Gazing at his residence, he suddenly felt an urgency to purchase property in this vibrant city. Should he settle down or establish a company instead? Perhaps he should consult someone knowledgeable soon. He opened his stock trading app and noted that during the past week, Chang'an Dining had yielded a profit of over 50. The stock seemed to be stabilizing now, so selling it the following day would be prudent. He pondered whether Han Shuo had managed to acquire the phone number of that business class flight attendant with the alluring black stockings. He couldn't shake the impression that Han Shuo seemed rather pleased when he looked at him. Perhaps he could also be introduced to a flight attendant. The next day, still groggy, he received a call from Li Wanqing. It had been a while since he had seen the bank consultant clad in black. He wondered how she had been, if she had gained or lost weight. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Her sweet voice chimed through the phone. Good morning. You're already at work while I'm still in bed? Lu Wei replied, still somewhat dazed. After a few uncomfortable nights away, he longed for the comfort of his own space to sleep soundly. Indeed, our bank has early hours. Mr. Lu, we noticed your account has received 2 substantial deposits. Oh, those funds are from some recent business dealings. There are no issues, I trust? None at all. The bank has verified the source of the funds. We would like to inquire about your plans for this capital. Would you consider placing it in a time deposit with us? Not at the moment. I'm planning to purchase a property, so I'll forego the time deposit for now. Rest assured, I will deposit with your bank shortly. By the way, can you assist me in buying a house? Mr. Lu, the property purchase policies in this city are quite stringent. You need a local household registration, or you could buy under a company name. Very well, I'll consider my options. Thank you. As Lu Wei ended the call, he noticed that Li Wanqing had not yet hung up. She sensed a change in him. Previously, she had viewed Lu Wei merely as a lottery winner turned nouveau riche. Yet, within just 2 or 3 months, how had his account swelled so significantly? Such wealth could not simply stem from luck. This man was extraordinary. At merely 26 years of age, possessing nearly 80 million in cash, he was quite the eligible bachelor, if not at the pinnacle, certainly among the upper echelons. Li Wanqing felt compelled to be more enthusiastic towards Lu Wei, avoiding a distant demeanor. After awakening, Lu Wei promptly checked his stocks, liquidating all shares of Chang'an Dining. The stock had been stagnant, and there was no reason to hold on to it any longer. His account now exceeded 8 million yuan, and he also sold his remaining shares of Nantung buses. He then contemplated the process of purchasing a home, researching extensively and concluding that finding someone to facilitate the household registration might be the quickest route. Setting up a company and buying in its name would involve meeting a 5-year requirement, which was overly complex given the stringent purchase restrictions in the city. He is merely an ordinary individual, and the aspiration to purchase a house seems as daunting as climbing to the heavens. When the time comes, I shall inquire with Brother Li and Han Shuo to see if they possess any connections that could expedite the acquisition of a household registration. Suddenly, I recalled that it has been quite some time since I last visited Nan Nan. I wonder how her recovery is progressing. Lu Wei rose from his slumber, had a light meal, and rummaged through his bag to retrieve a jade piece he had purchased in Rueli. He selected a jade Buddha, as it is said that men should wear guanyin and women should wear the Buddha, making it a perfect gift for the young girl. Taking a taxi to their residence in the urban village, Lu Wei navigated the familiar path to their doorstep and knocked on the door. The little girl dashed out to open it, her face lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Handsome uncle, you're here. It's been so long since you last visited me. I've missed you." She reached out, yearning for a hug. Lu Wei crouched down and lifted her into his arms, causing her to burst into joyous laughter. The buzz cut she had following her surgery had begun to sprout some hair. Lu Wei gently touched her head and asked if it still hurt. "Uncle, I'm all better now. It doesn't hurt anymore. I just visited the hospital a few days ago," she replied. Upon hearing Nan Nan's voice, Lu Jelly also emerged. Seeing Lu Wei, her eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she softly said, "Xiao Wei, you're here. Come in and sit." "Yes, I just returned yesterday after a short trip. How is Nan Nan's recovery?" "The stitches have been removed, and the wound has healed. We went for a follow-up examination the day before yesterday, and the doctor said everything is fine. That is wonderful news. Xiao Wei, please have a seat. Have you eaten yet? I will step out to buy some vegetables so you can have lunch here. Isn't that too much trouble? Why not dine out? I'll treat you both." No, the market is very close, and I can cook quickly. There's no need to waste money dining out." Lu Jelly promptly declined. "All right then, I appreciate your kindness." Upon hearing Lu Wei's agreement, Lu Jelly hastily left to purchase groceries, leaving Lu Wei and Nan Nan to play together indoors. Lu Wei presented the jade Buddha, saying, "Nan Nan, uncle has a gift for you." This jade Buddha will bless you with health and safety. You must keep it with you. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely wear it every day, she exclaimed. Let me help you put it on. Lu Jieli soon returned and busied herself in the kitchen. During lunch, Lu Wei inquired about Lu Jieli's employment situation. Did your previous employer pay you? The boss ran off, and now the place is closed. Lu Jieli responded, a hint of sorrow in her voice. I see. Allow me to ask around among my friends to see if I can assist you in finding a job. What kind of work are you seeking? I don't have much education, so I can only do manual labor or housekeeping. I'm open to anything. All right, I will keep an eye out for you. For now, focus on taking care of Nan Nan. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei had some matters to attend to and took his leave. When Lu Jieli came to carry Nan Nan off to sleep, she noticed a jade pendant around the girl's neck. This pendant, with its vibrant green hue, was clearly not an ordinary piece of jade. Lu Jieli absent-mindedly touched it before tucking it into Nan Nan's clothing. Lu Wei headed directly to Han Shua's company and called to check if he was present. What brings you to my company, you rascal? Are you eyeing one of the ladies here? By the way, did you manage to charm that flight attendant the other day? I was just about to ask you. Do not distract me. I am at the office. Please come here yourself. Haha, feeling a bit down, are we? Come on. Share your woes, and let me have a laugh. I must hang up now. I have matters to attend to. Oh, it seems Han Shua has encountered a setback. Lu Wei is quite curious. Has this brash fellow capsized? Upon arriving at Han Shua's office, he reclines leisurely on the sofa. Please summon Lawyer Zhang for me. Goodness. It appears you are here not to see me, but to seek someone else. Well, naturally. After spending a week with you, I am utterly fatigued. I crave something fresh. Lu Wei, you seem off today. What have you seen? I am quite dashing. Hurry and brew me some tea, or I may just lose my lunch. After a while, Lawyer Zhang arrived, prompting Lu Wei to rise swiftly. Lawyer Zhang, please, have a seat. I shall prepare you a cup of tea. Mr. Lu, there is no need for such formality. Let me brief you on the case at hand. The company is unwilling to withdraw their lawsuit, so we must proceed with the litigation. I estimate we can reduce the compensation to below 5,000. After the first trial, there is room for appeal, which can extend the process by 2 to 3 months. You can entrust this matter entirely to me. Your presence in court is not required. Which company is so obstinate? Willing to engage in a protracted battle over a mere 10,000? Han Shua's curiosity was piqued. A small, insignificant company, likely with a board proprietor. If they refuse to withdraw the lawsuit, then it falls to Lawyer Zhang to engage with them. Nowadays, it seems that silence is taken as a sign of weakness. I will draft a power of attorney for you shortly. Please represent me fully, and let me know if you require any documents. Lu Wei discreetly transferred 100,000 to Lawyer Zhang, perhaps as a compensation for the time he would need to dedicate to this case. Lawyer Zhang quickly stood up. Mr. Lu, this is unnecessary. As a friend of the boss, assisting you is my duty. No, this is a way to express my gratitude for the trouble I am causing you. You have worked hard, please accept it. Take this, and keep your focus on the case, Han Shua chimed in. Lawyer Zhang sat down to receive the amount, assuring them he would commit wholeheartedly to minimizing the case's repercussions. You wealthy individuals are truly perplexing. Unwilling to settle for 10,000, yet eager to spend 100,000 to secure a reduction to 5,000. After Lawyer Zhang departed, Lu Wei pondered how to regain his composure. Are you concocting some nefarious scheme? Share it with me. I relish in administering justice and standing up for the oppressed. Han Shua observed Lu Wei deep in contemplation, suspecting he was formulating a plan. I'm still mulling it over. How about you assist me in acquiring that company? I could become the general manager and dismiss them all. Goodness. You really know how to think. Do you imagine acquiring a company is as simple as purchasing cabbage? Are you the emperor of Shanghai? Haha, when one has a grudge, it must be avenged. I shall devise another plan. Lu Wei mused, contemplating a cunning scheme. Very well, share your thoughts with me. I shall accompany you and offer my support. Han Shua, ever loyal, was eager to join him. By the way, Shua, do you have any contacts for residency registration? Residency registration, for you? Aren't you from the Magic City? We are not in the magical metropolis, are we? Why do you wish to settle here? What aspirations could you possibly have? You truly do not comprehend the value of a household registration in this city. Is there any avenue to pursue? Lu Wei feels an urge to confront this urban youth. I genuinely do not know. I am not concerned about such matters. I shall inquire with my uncle upon my return. Very well, I aspire to purchase a home, which is exceedingly arduous. Haha. How did you end up in such dire straits? Han Shua never anticipated that Lu Wei would frequently find himself in unforeseen predicaments. This is quite redundant, isn't it? Who else has been fortunate enough in their birth as you? Is your company hiring for housekeeping? Lu Wei considers finding a job for Lu Jieli and casually inquires. What for? Do you wish to come to our company to clean? Are you secretly harboring feelings for one of our female colleagues? I could assist you with that. Han Shua prized with curiosity. Spare me. I would not stoop to sweeping floors for you. You are imagining things. I recently met someone who has fallen on hard times and wish to help her find employment. In that case, I shall consult with HR shortly. You truly are fixated on trifling matters. Can you not inquire about global economic trends or significant international affairs? Very well, then, when will the commissioner assume office? When will Taiwan be reclaimed? Regarding that, perhaps you should first deal with the charming Biden. Lu Wei gestures dismissively at Han Shua, who feels a twinge of annoyance. By the way, concerning the job, if your side is full, could you assist me in hiring? I shall manage her salary. Who is it that has captured your attention so? Your little sweetheart? Yet, you should not send her to do housekeeping. Come now, do not misconstrue. I recently saved someone. And now I wish to see it through. Oh, I did not perceive you as a good Samaritan, Lu Wei, Han Shua remarks with disdain. My dear fellow, Open your eyes and recognize the goodness in humanity. I am a model socialist youth, and yet you remain blind to it. You are not merely short-sighted, but seem to possess a decidedly unkind perspective. Enough, Han Shuai retorts in frustration. All right, I shall take my leave. I must proceed with my plan for revenge. Lu Wei recalls that such plans should not be postponed, and he must take the first step. Wait, take me with you. As a prominent figure, do you not need to work diligently? How do you support so many employees? This is where you misunderstand. As long as my employees are industrious, I shall soon acquire a Ferrari. You truly embody the capitalist spirit. Lu Wei has always believed that taking a step back and exercising patience would suffice. Yet, he did not anticipate that the limits of those seasoned individuals in society would be far more sordid than he imagined. Once you show weakness at a critical moment, everyone will perceive you as easy prey, leading to further bullying rather than a blessing in disguise. To earn money and repay debts, he has endured oppression from his supervisor, accepted overtime, and endured arbitrary deductions from his year-end bonus. He has tried to convince himself to be at peace, as finding another job is not easy. Repaying debts is paramount, and he can endure a little longer. However, bullying is akin to infidelity. Once it occurs, it will recur, time and again. Such is the frailty of human nature. Believing that renouncing a salary would allow him to bid farewell to the past, it now appears that such a parting is not so simple. It must be done with careful consideration, accompanied by cherished memories. On this day, in a renowned 3-star restaurant in the bustling metropolis, Pang Dajiang stood at the entrance, welcoming guests for his father's 70th birthday celebration, a lavish affair organized to collect gifts. The gathering was held in the grand hall on the first floor, where, traditionally, one might reserve an entire floor or several private rooms. However, upon discovering the exorbitant prices of the private rooms compared to the hall, Pang Dajiang, feeling disheartened, opted for the hall without further hesitation. This portly figure, with a visage reminiscent of geniality and paternal affection, beamed at the arriving guests, his face a jolly canvas of flesh, especially as he noted the thickness of the red envelopes presented to him, causing his chubby cheeks to quiver in delight, a quintessentially corpulent character. As they prepared to commence the feast, he took to the stage to express his gratitude to the friends and family in attendance, feigning a semblance of heartfelt emotion while likely reveling internally at the thought of the monetary gains. The banquet cost 2,000 yuan per table, seating 10, with each guest contributing no less than 1,500 yuan. With 8 tables invited, his profit was poised to exceed 100,000 yuan. He had even insisted on including several employees from his company, who, out of fear, complied. Just as Pang Dajiang was about to descend the stage and declare the commencement of the meal, a woman, adorned in heavy makeup and revealing attire, burst into the restaurant. Upon spotting him, she rushed forward and enveloped him in an embrace. Pang Dajiang, why didn't you invite me to your father's birthday? Do you not recognize me? Am I not the mother of your child? Pang Dajiang stood momentarily bewildered as the woman clung to him, and he stammered, "Who are you? I don't know you." Attempting to push her away, she retorted, "How can you be so heartless? In bed, you claimed that your mother could not bear sons and that you needed an heir. You promised that once I bore your son, you would divorce your wife and marry me. Surely you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you." Pang Dajiang exerted force to extricate himself from her grasp, only to find her hold unyielding. "You've misjudged me. You would dare to leave me for another?" At that moment, a stout woman charged forward, seizing Pang Dajiang by the hair, leading to a chaotic altercation. "Dear, please don't strike her. I truly do not know this woman," he pleaded. "Unfamiliar? She's named you directly. Your sordid affairs are common knowledge, and yet you persist in deceit," the woman shouted, tugging his hair and delivering slaps in a fit of rage. "This matter will not end today." The first woman quickly intervened, declaring, "Do not harm my Dajiang. He is the father of my child. Ah, you vile creature, I shall deal with you as well." The stout woman lunged at her, and the two became entangled. "Dajiang, speak up. The child I carry is yours, a boy. I swear, I do not know you," he cried, desperation lacing his voice as he implored his wife, "Please, listen to my explanation." Just then, another woman, similarly clad in provocative attire but with a coarse voice, burst into the fray. Upon entering, she rushed to confront Pang Dajiang, exclaiming furiously, "Pang Dajiang, you scoundrel! You claimed you would marry me, yet you haven't even mentioned your father's birthday to me. Did you not promise that once I bore you a child, you would divorce your wife? You deceitful wretch! How many women are you keeping on the side?" The large woman was on the verge of hysteria, subsequently embroiled in a four-way brawl. One pulled another's hair, while Pang Dajiang found himself in the middle, receiving blows. No one intervened, and Pang Dajiang's father wore a grim expression, his in-laws even more so. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. "Ah, my child, Pang Dajiang. Why did you strike my belly? So much blood." The woman was bleeding. Was it Pang Dajiang's doing? It seemed so. He was curled up in the fray. It must have been him. Yes, indeed, it was Pang Dajiang. How could he be so ruthless to harm his own flesh and blood? "Call an ambulance, quickly." Both Pang Dajiang and the large woman halted, momentarily stunned. The situation had escalated. Before long, an ambulance arrived, sirens blaring, as two individuals in white coats rushed in, swiftly placing the bleeding woman on a stretcher. They turned to the attractive woman, stating, "You must accompany us to the hospital. A family member is required." Without allowing her a moment to respond, they whisked away the injured woman, with the attractive woman hastily following suit. As the ambulance departed, the onlookers regained their senses and began to murmur quietly. After an hour of winding through remote paths, the ambulance came to a stop. The doors opened, and 5 individuals stepped out, the bleeding woman among them. They greeted the 2 men waiting for them with smiles, Boss, we followed the script as instructed. Everything is complete. Well performed. I have seen the video you sent, replied Lu Wei, handing each of them 100,000 yuan. Once the driver changes the license plates, promptly report back with the results and handle it efficiently. Rest assured, boss, I am well aware of what to do. All right. I shall provide you with another 100,000 yuan. Depart from the city for a while, and do not return until there is no news. Understood, boss. We will leave shortly and guarantee we won't be back for several months. After they departed, Han Shuo chuckled. Lu Wei, you are truly cunning. How did you conceive of such a scheme? I read about it online. Do you believe it? I do. You are exceedingly shrewd, he laughed. Now, let's go dine. Lu Wei felt much lighter in spirit. In a restaurant, Han Shuo and Lu Wei were indulging heartily in their meal, engaging in idle chatter. That fat man is your nemesis. You seem rather pleased. He must be my enemy. I toiled under him, and he nearly worked me to death. How did he exploit you? How could you possibly work for such a person? It's a long story. You, the privileged heir, wouldn't comprehend. TCH. Han Shuo picked up a piece of roasted meat, eating while casting a disdainful look at Lu Wei. By the way, your recent plans have only dealt with that fat man. His company remains unresolved. What do you intend to do next? At the company level, I am not particularly familiar either. Perhaps I could initiate a discussion online to seek inspiration. Lu Wei expressed a desire to solicit opinions from a broad audience, pondering if there might be a way to inflict some loss upon the company. It depends on how much you wish to see this company suffer, he mused. I would like to see it go bankrupt. Is that feasible? Sure. It's time for you to take action, Lu Wei chuckled. Do you think I possess the powers of a certain young master, capable of making a phone call and causing the company to collapse? He laughed heartily. But it's not entirely impossible for you, Han. If you seek to vent your frustrations, there are indeed some methods, he added. What methods? Lu Wei inquired curiously. It's quite straightforward. Many companies tend to exploit loopholes in taxation and contributions. If you wish to make their lives difficult, targeting this area could lead to significant repercussions, leaving them with hefty fines and additional payments. Alternatively, you could investigate their competitors and assist in diverting some of their business to those rivals. Not a bad idea, Han. Your perspective is quite broad. I shall ponder some strategies. The suggestions from Han Shuo sparked some inspiration in Lu Wei, who planned to devise a strategy upon his return. The notion of acquiring a company seemed impractical. The company where he previously worked had over 200 employees and a market value of at least several million. To invest his entire fortune in such an enterprise, only to potentially inherit a failing venture, was unwise. However, he was willing to spend a modest sum to cause some inconvenience to the company, perhaps leading to a few lost contracts or other disruptions. In recent days, he had been collaborating with Han Shuo to deal with that incompetent supervisor, akin to a spy operation. This hefty individual had foolishly posted invitations on social media, and Lu Wei had considered removing him from his contacts before the year end, but he opted to observe whether this person would become irate and announce his resignation, thus keeping him around temporarily. This opportunity presented Lu Wei with a chance to cause significant losses for the overweight supervisor, allowing him to vent his frustrations and subsequently remove the contact. Lu Wei still harbored an interest in attending the meeting with the foundation. In times of hardship, one often dreams of assistance to escape their predicament. During his academic years, he had benefited from national policies that provided him with scholarships, alleviating some burdens on his educational journey. Now, with a commendable income, he felt inclined to assist those genuinely in need and give back to the country and society. Recently, his earnings in Yunnan surpassed 40 million, bolstering his confidence in his financial standing. As he took a taxi to the foundation's office, he passed the site of a previous accident, which had returned to its former state, life continuing as it always had. Only those who experienced such events would remember them profoundly. Upon entering the office of the Shun AI Foundation, the receptionist immediately stood up. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I saw your initiative for educational support in Liangshan at the bookstore, and I came to learn more about it. Please, follow me. I will introduce you to the project personnel. Lu Wei settled into a reception room, awaiting the arrival of a bespectacled young woman who soon entered, bearing a collection of documents. Good day, sir. I am a representative of the Liangshan Educational Assistance Project. Do you have any intention of making a donation? Indeed. I do wish to learn more, he replied. Very well, here are some materials. Allow me to elucidate the details, she said. For nearly half an hour, the staff member elaborated on the project's circumstances and procedures, addressing Lu Wei's inquiries regarding financial oversight and allocation. Upon confirming his understanding, Lu Wei expressed his intent to contribute 500,000 yuan. The team, engaged in widespread fundraising efforts, was pleasantly astonished. Donations of 100,000 yuan were scarce, making Lu Wei's generous offer a significant advancement for their initiative. He promptly transferred the sum to their account, and upon financial verification, they swiftly prepared a donation certificate for him. Their foundation, being a philanthropic organization, maintained a commendable process. As the staff member eagerly grasped Lu Wei's arm, suggesting they capture a photograph with the donation certificate for posterity, Lu Wei quickly declined, asserting that possessing the certificate sufficed. Why the need for a photograph? Do you wish to exploit my image for your publicity? He mused, reflecting on how his unfortunate visage, much like that of Principal Gu, seemed to exude an irresistible charm. Once this matter was concluded, Lu Wei hastened to hail a taxi to the Youth Development Foundation. Earlier at Shun AI's office, while absorbing the staff's presentation, he had noted that the schools mentioned in the documents appeared quite dilapidated, with some even conducting classes in cramped residential spaces. He aspired to donate funds for constructing schools, but Shun AI had no such channels, directing him instead to the Youth Development Foundation, which specialized in Hope Primary Schools. The Hope Primary Schools. Lu Wei recalled that during his childhood, the term was frequently uttered. His village's primary school was also designated as a Hope Primary School, dating back to the 1990s. The nation had initiated the construction of numerous Hope Primary Schools, providing more students with the opportunity to learn in clean, bright, and safe classrooms. A truly noble endeavor. Upon reaching the Youth Development Foundation, Lu Wei articulated his purpose, and a staff member promptly attended to him, outlining the overall situation and confirming his intent to donate and the locations for the schools. Subsequently, they proceeded to finalize the donation agreement for the school constructions. Lu Wei contemplated and decided to fund 3 primary schools, contributing 500,000 yuan to each Hope Primary School. After transferring 1.5 million yuan to the foundation's account, the staff presented him with an array of certificates and receipts, along with a list of potential schools for him to select from. Reviewing the list, Lu Wei ultimately chose 2 schools from Daliangshan and 1 from his home province. The staff inquired if he wished to designate names for the schools, as donors had the privilege of naming them. How about Wei Wei Primary School, Weiga Primary School, Weiren Primary School? Lu Wei entertained a few whimsical names, nearly succumbing to mirth. No, let them keep their original names. Once the schools are completed, perhaps I could be honored as the honorary principal of the Hope Primary School. Wouldn't that be splendid? I could be Principal Lu or Principal Wei. Let us await the completion of the school. The foundation has informed him of the process, and he will be invited to the inauguration ceremony upon its finalization. It is imperative that he attends, for he sincerely hopes that his contributions will manifest into a tangible, functional primary school. After accomplishing these 2 tasks, Lu Wei felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Once I have avenged myself, I shall return to donate to 2 Hope Primary Schools. Chapter 71. Seeking a private investigator in rural areas. Self-constructed homes often lack architectural blueprints or design models. Families in Lu Wei's village typically enlist the help of local builders, who erect square structures based on previous projects, predominantly featuring plain brick and concrete designs devoid of aesthetic appeal. Those with greater financial means may adorn their exteriors with ceramic tiles or a layer of cement. The clearing of the family land is nearly complete, prompting old Lu to call Lu Wei, urging him to finalize the blueprints. The construction of the house has become his foremost concern, a matter of familial pride. Previously, he had solicited financial support from his brothers to erect a modest structure on the ancestral home, but they had all deferred, citing financial constraints and an indifference to the ancestral dwelling. Lu Wei casually searched for rural villa designs on Douyin and was inundated with promotional videos. He contacted a firm located in the bustling metropolis, requesting a phone number to discuss potential collaboration. Although such matters could be conducted online, he felt it might be too simplistic. The designer might merely pull a pre-existing plan from their archives, making it seem as though they were earning money too easily. Upon arriving at the designer's studio, more a modest workspace than a full-fledged company, Lu Wei met the individual he had connected with on Douyin. The designer, of similar age, warmly welcomed Lu Wei. Despite being a recent graduate, the designer's enthusiasm convinced Lu Wei to consider their services. The designer showcased a selection of their previous works, which Lu Wei found satisfactory. After discussing his requirements, they signed a contract, with a design fee of 100 yuan per square meter and a 1-week deadline for submission. The plot encompasses approximately half an acre, and constructing a 3-story house would likely require around 500 square meters, with an initial deposit of 1/3. After their conversation, Lu Wei realized that a budget of 500,000 yuan might be insufficient for the project and resolved to send more funds to old Lu later. Having completed old Lu's directives, Lu Wei turned his attention to his own pressing matters. Following Han Shua's suggestion, he contemplated hiring a private investigator to assist him in gathering information and possibly persuading former colleagues from his company. Although he recognized the potential risks inherent in such a gray area, a misstep could lead to adverse consequences. Feeling conflicted, he planned to inquire with Qin Kanan and others about any connections to individuals who might operate in these murky waters. He almost forgot about a contact, Lawyer Zhang. Individuals in their profession frequently gather information and likely possess useful leads. He promptly dialed Zhang's number, and it was answered almost immediately. Mr. Lu, good day. Are you inquiring about the progress of your case? Not at all, Lawyer Zhang. I intended to consult you about something else. Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, please do so. There's no need for the formalities. Call me Lu Wei. I feel a bit of a distance when addressed so formally. Well, you are my client, and it seems inappropriate to use first names. You are being overly formal, my esteemed Lawyer Zhang. Please, just call me Zhang Yida. Exactly, Brother Yida. Since I am likely younger than you, feel free to call me Xiao Wei. I wish to consult you on a matter. Do you know any private investigators? A private investigator? Xiao Wei, what exactly do you wish to investigate? This profession is somewhat of a gray area in our country and is easily regulated. Oh, it's about that troublesome company. I want to dig up some dirt on them to make things difficult for them. Very well. I will make some inquiries and let you know once I have arranged something. Thank you, Brother Yida. After a while, Zhang Yida messaged Lu Wei, confirming their meeting at the cafe at 7 o'clock, and sent the location. By 6 in the evening, Lu Wei had arrived early, ordered a latte, and leisurely scrolled through his phone. At 6:55, Zhang Yida called to inform him that he was outside the cafe. Lu Wei urged him to come up promptly, complimenting him on his punctuality as a lawyer. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yida entered, accompanied by a man in a black coat, sporting a scruffy beard and a hat, resembling Sherlock Holmes. Brother Yida, please have a seat. Lu Wei beckoned, and after the waiter took their orders and departed, Zhang Yida introduced the man. Chen Jun. This is your employer. He requires your assistance in investigating certain matters. Old Zhang, considering our familiarity, wouldn't it have been more appropriate to meet at my studio instead of wasting money here? Chen Jun jested. Haha, it's different this time. I was entrusted to find you, Zhang Yida explained. Mr. Chun, these are private matters that require your expertise. There's no need for formality. Old Zhang is also an acquaintance of mine. Moreover, we are being compensated for our services. It is only natural. The three then discussed the specifics of the investigation, determining what assistance Chen Jun would need. Lu Wei had no deadline, as long as the investigation yielded results. After finalizing the details, Lu Wei inquired, Detective Chun, what will the fee be? This matter isn't overly complicated. It may simply take some time. Since old Zhang recommended you, it will be 50,000. Zhang Yida nodded at Lu Wei, who responded, in that case, I will offer you 100,000. Please dig as deeply as you can, unearthing anything that might tarnish their reputation. Thank you, boss. I will certainly do my utmost. Since you are friends with Brother Yida, I shall call you Brother Jun as well. Now, let us go have a meal after wrapping this up. After agreeing on the terms, Lu Wei led the two to a hot pot restaurant, believing that no matter the issue, a shared meal could strengthen their bond. After adding Chun Jun's contact information, Lu Wei transferred 10,000 to him and another 10,000 to Zhang Yida. Zhang Yida looked at Lu Wei, somewhat perplexed, his eyes questioning. Dear Brother Yida, I must rely on you for this matter. Your assistance in alleviating my grievances is invaluable. It seems you have effectively secured my continued employment. Haha, but truly, I need your help to settle this score. Very well, once Chen Jun's investigation yields results, I shall follow up. Thank you, dear brothers. Recently, Lu Wei has been inundated with appointments, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. He had intended to invite Brotherly for tea, but Brotherly insisted on going fishing instead. With spring in full bloom, even the fish seemed to be in a playful mood. How could he resist the allure of casting a line? Reflecting on it, he recalls promising to accompany Brotherly on a fishing outing, yet he lacks the necessary equipment. Fishing surely requires a rod, does it not? Thus, he inquires where Brotherly procures his gear and what he should buy. Very well, you merely have a fleeting enthusiasm for fishing. You can use my rods. For I possess several, Brotherly responds. Lu Wei agrees to try it out, and Brotherly sends him an address, instructing him to meet there the following day. My goodness, we must be heading far beyond the city for this fishing trip, Lu Wei thinks to himself. However, given that land in the metropolis is exceedingly precious, it is no surprise that even the outskirts have become coveted real estate. A sizable pond could likely accommodate 2 buildings, and the revenue from selling such property would require a multitude of fishing enthusiasts to break even. After a taxi ride of an hour and a half, Lu Wei arrives. Indeed, in the far reaches of suburbia, where towering skyscrapers are a distant memory, Brotherly is already there, and Lu Wei marvels at how early these older gentlemen rise. Surely, a leisurely morning sleep would be more delightful. You truly arrived empty-handed. Are you not concerned about sun exposure? Not even a hat or sunglasses. Brotherly cannot help but tease upon seeing Lu Wei approach unprepared. Lu Wei, somewhat exasperated, wonders if so much equipment is truly necessary. Never mind. Go rent an umbrella from the proprietor. It will allow you to stay longer. As Lu Wei prepares his gear and settles down, Brotherly has already cast his line. Do you know how to fish, or shall I teach you? Brotherly inquires. I should be able to manage, Lu Wei replies. Then take the rod and bait and experiment on your own. Only through practice will you remember, Brotherly encourages, refraining from assistance except when Lu Wei makes a mistake. In a short while, Brotherly successfully reels in 2 fish, the species unknown to Lu Wei, yet Brotherly beams with joy. What do you think of my skills? He asks, laughter in his voice. I should be able to catch a few dozen pounds today, he boasts. Brotherly, I am contemplating purchasing a property in the metropolis. Do you have any advice? Lu Wei queries while fishing. Have you established residency? Brotherly responds. Not yet, otherwise I would have already made a purchase. I see. In that case, perhaps seek out a wealthy lady from the city, then you will have a place to stay. Brother, must you be so forthright? Isn't this a win-win situation? Brotherly laughs. All right, all jesting aside, I wish to ask if you know of any channels for establishing residency. I have heard of agents in this field, but I do not know anyone personally. Indeed, there exists such a notion. Yet the expenses associated with obtaining a household registration are quite substantial, possibly ranging from 500,000 to 1 million. Is it truly worth it for a mere registration? With the modest savings you have amassed, you could scarcely acquire a household registration, let alone a house. Brotherly gazed at Lu Wei with concern, unable to comprehend or endorse such a course of action. Xiao Wei, I have a suggestion for you. Do lend me your ear, he proposed. Brother, what idea do you have? Lu Wei inquired. Since you currently have no girlfriend, I happen to have a distant niece who is rather pleasing to the eye and a local resident. If you were to develop a relationship with her and obtain a marriage certificate, you could purchase a property under her name. After a few years of marriage, you would be eligible to apply for local household registration. Married? Are you suggesting I go on a blind date? What should I call you then? Uncle by marriage? Under Brotherly's persistent, good-natured arrangements, Lu Wei reluctantly agreed to meet her. However, Brotherly did not possess his niece's WeChat contact. He would have to wait for Lu Wei to make arrangements via phone before they could meet. Before long, Brotherly had communicated with the girl's mother, allowing his niece to select the time and place, and he eagerly awaited her response. Having resolved a significant matter, Brotherly beamed with joy as he engaged in fishing. After a brief while, he began to feel something was amiss. Was Lu Wei fishing or merely reaping the rewards? In mere minutes, he had already caught nearly 10 fish. Lu Wei, how is it that you are catching fish so effortlessly? It hasn't even been half an hour. Haha, Brotherly, it's simply a matter of skill. These fish are quite fond of my bait. I suspect you've become quite adept, able to summon fish at will, accompanied by another catch. Brotherly felt a twinge of frustration. He resolved never to invite Lu Wei fishing again, as it was rather disheartening. Ultimately, Lu Wei had caught an abundance of fish, which he sold to the shopkeeper. After deducting the cost of the day as fishing expenses, he netted a profit sufficient for his transportation. The shopkeeper shook his head, lamenting the loss. Upon returning home that evening, Brother Li sent Lu Wei the time and address for their meeting the next day, to which Lu Wei replied affirmatively. On the following day, prior to heading out, Lu Wei contemplated whether to groom his hair for a more polished appearance. Ultimately, he opted against it, deciding it was merely a casual encounter and that a simple touch-up would suffice. After donning a suitable outfit and applying a hint of cologne, he hailed a taxi to the designated location. Upon entering an upscale restaurant, Lu Wei dialed the number provided by Brother Li, and a young woman waved at him. As he approached, he was taken aback to find two individuals present. Lu Wei, I presume? Please, have a seat, the girl who had called him said warmly. I am Zhao Xiaoshan. My uncle must have mentioned my name. This is my friend Jessica, who has come along to ensure everything goes smoothly. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Has my situation been conveyed to you by Brother Li? Not in detail, just a few basics. I was somewhat coerced by my mother to be here. This left Lu Wei momentarily speechless. Well, let me introduce myself. I hail from Zhuqing. Lu Wei Gang uttered a remark, and Zhao Xiaoshan's friend erupted in excitement, casting an incredulous glance at Zhao Xiaoshan. You are not from the magical city. What on earth is my cousin thinking? Introducing me to someone from elsewhere? Zhao Xiaoshan retorted, her irritation palpable. Well, do I still need to introduce myself? Lu Wei inquired tentatively. Forget it. Let me outline my criteria, and you'll realize you're simply not a match. Just look at yourself, Zhao Xiaoshan interjected bluntly. Firstly, he must be a local, with parents who are also native residents, not just returnees from the countryside. Secondly, he should be over 1.8 meters tall, cannot wear glasses, and must not weigh more than 75 kilograms. I doubt you even reach 1.8 meters. You seem rather short. She scrutinized Lu Wei with disdain. No, my height is just 1.75 meters. Unless I wear high heels, I doubt I could surpass 1.80 meters. Lu Wei awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling quite inadequate. Thirdly, an annual income of over 500,000 yuan after tax. Fourthly, he must own 2 apartments with at least 2 bedrooms within the central district, and one of them must be registered in my name. Fifthly, the betrothal gift must be at least 688,000 yuan, and the pre-wedding photos should be taken in Europe. Additionally, there must be 5 pieces of jewelry. What are the 5 pieces? I've only heard of the 3 golds, Lu Wei interjected, curiosity piqued. They are a gold ring, a gold necklace, gold earrings, a gold bracelet, and gold bars. Wow, gold bars too. I thought the 5 pieces referred to gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. As if I were to open a hardware store for you, Lu Wei mused internally. Alright, enough with the list. I can see I fall short on every count. Wang Songsong is likely more your type, Lu Wei dismissed, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her expectations. Indeed. You should take a good look in the mirror before coming for a matchmaking session. Jessica, Zhao Xiaoshan's friend, murmured from the sidelines. I'm not a wishing turtle in a wishing well, here to listen to your desires. If you find me unsatisfactory, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Lu Wei declared, rising to depart. Wait, if you intend to leave, you must settle the bill first, Zhao Xiaoshan retorted, her scorn evident. What? Pay the bill? You must be joking. Lu Wei responded incredulously. Yes, since you're here for a blind date, shouldn't you foot the bill? Zhao Xiaoshan scoffed. You can't leave until you pay. Are you not a man? Jessica urged, standing up in a flurry. This is absurd. I've been here listening to your wishes without even having a drink. And now you expect me to pay? What audacity? Lu Wei was at a loss, having not even glanced at the menu, let alone order anything. As Jessica attempted to grab Lu Wei, he swiftly made his escape. The server approached, bewildered by the sight of a man and woman in pursuit of one another, mistakenly believing they were trying to evade payment, and positioned himself to intervene. Lu Wei darted behind the server, stating, I just arrived. I haven't ordered anything. She did. So you should speak to her. With that, he dashed out of the restaurant. Jessica, unable to catch him, was instead detained by the server, returning to her seat in dismay, while onlookers enjoyed the spectacle. Xiaoshan, what are we going to do? We ordered so much. This will cost us a month's salary. I called my mother, expressing my confusion about the individuals my cousin introduced to me, suggesting that my cousin should take responsibility. Is that truly feasible? Should we request a partial refund? The steak we just ordered cost nearly 1,000, and I had anticipated a lavish meal. Can we still get a refund? I signaled for the waiter, only to be informed that the dishes were already being prepared, and thus, a refund was not possible. Consequently, both of us had to come up with the difference. As we exited the restaurant, Lu Wei pondered how to explain the situation to his brother. Realizing that being an intermediary was no easy task, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to call Brother Li to inform him of the developments. Upon hearing the news, Brother Li was taken aback, wondering if this was truly the niece he had watched grow up. I apologize, brother. I thought Xiaoshan was well behaved, but I had no idea there would be so many conditions. I didn't even drink water before leaving, and didn't treat your niece to a meal. Is that alright? It's fine. I will speak with my cousin about this. Since you didn't eat, it's only fair. After some consideration, Lu Wei transferred 3,000 to Brother Li. Brother, what is this for? Lu Wei replied, if they cause you any trouble, just use this to handle it. You underestimate me. Brother, do you think I would let you spend unnecessary money? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chapter 73. A resolution for the household registration. Merely 2 days after the blind date incident, Brother Li invited Lu Wei out for tea to extend his apologies. Lu Wei promptly insisted it was unnecessary, but ultimately, Brother Li employed his trump card, revealing that he had other means to help Lu Wei secure a house and obtain residency. Lu Wei immediately agreed, remembering a pair of jade ornaments he had purchased recently. He retrieved a rather thick bracelet, thinking that jade, known for its nurturing properties, would surely please someone of a more mature age. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Lu Wei had barely settled in when Brother Li promptly poured him tea, expressing, "This time, it was my oversight that caused you trouble. It won't happen again." Brother, truly, there's no need to be overly concerned. You were only looking out for my best interests, Lu Wei laughed, adding, "You must be hoping to strengthen our familial ties so that I can call you uncle. You rascal." Lu Wei then produced a jewelry box from his pocket and handed it to Brother Li. "This is a gift from my recent trip to Yunnan, some jewelry I purchased. This jade is quite nice. You should take care of it." Brother Li opened the box to reveal a stunning jade bracelet. Its translucent green hue and excellent quality immediately apparent, prompting him to decline. "I can tell this is a fine piece at a glance. It's far too costly for me to accept." "Brother, are you looking down on me? Accepting a small gift is no burden. It's merely a jade piece. Quite genuine and reasonably priced. Don't deceive me. This jade has to be worth at least 6 figures. It's too precious. Come now, dear brother. Consider it my way of honoring you. Let us not be so calculative. What is affection if not priceless?" Lu Wei insisted until Brother Li finally accepted the gift. "Xiao Wei, tell me truthfully, do you genuinely wish to settle down and purchase a home?" "Absolutely. This is my greatest concern at the moment. As you know, real estate in Shanghai is exorbitantly priced. Even the more affordable options start at 50 to 60,000 per square meter, meaning one needs at least 4 to 5 million to secure a property. Rest assured, I do have the necessary funds to purchase a home, as long as you can assist me in finding a solution." Li, an elder brother, retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, opened it to a certain page, and remarked to Lu Wei, "Over the past few days, I have consulted some old friends regarding your desire to purchase a home. There are several avenues you might consider. First, if you have sufficient years of social security, you could engage in a sham marriage. Second, enrolling in a full-time master's program at a prestigious university in Shanghai would allow you to secure residency upon graduation. Third, securing a position at a company that offers residency quotas and purchasing an internal quota for residency. Fourth, acquiring a shell company, provided that the company has not paid less than 5 million in taxes over the past 5 years. And fifth, seeking assistance from the black market to obtain residency documents." "Sham marriage? Is that reliable? I am still an eligible bachelor. I would be inadvertently labeled as a second-time groom. That won't do. Brother, that simply won't do." Lu Wei found the notion of a sham marriage to be utterly absurd and believed it would be more effective to approach Yang Wan, appealing to her reason and emotions to discuss the pros and cons, which he felt might yield better results. "Then you should pursue your studies," Li suggested. "But studying is too slow. I plan to sit for the postgraduate entrance exam this year. I wish to obtain the qualification to purchase a home by this year." Lu Wei had become quite fixated on securing residency and purchasing a home, feeling that he could not afford to wait any longer. "Very well. I suppose the fifth option seems more feasible. However, do you have the funds to seek assistance for obtaining residency? Brother, have you found a contact for this? How much is required?" "I spoke with someone involved in this field. It will cost approximately 1.5 million, which is quite exorbitant. This residency is hardly worth such a price. You would be better off investing that money in a year of study in Hong Kong, after which you could secure residency and still have some funds left." "Haha, that makes sense. How long would it take to process residency there?" "About 2 to 3 months. Though I cannot be certain." Lu Wei contemplated the idea of studying in Hong Kong, realizing it might conflict with attending a prestigious university for his master's degree. Therefore, if the residency could indeed be secured, he felt that the investment of 1.5 million would not be unreasonable, and he was willing to pay. "Brother, why don't you help me find someone in the black market?" Li was taken aback. 1.5 million. Have you even considered your financial situation? Be honest with me. How much do you actually have? You're willing to spend 1.5 million. Haha, last time I went with you to purchase a bus in Nantong, my assets nearly doubled. I now have over 13 million. My goodness, Li exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man was far wealthier than he had assumed, thinking he was struggling with only a few million, and that purchasing a home would leave him financially strained. "You've been quite secretive. I always thought you had at most 2 or 3 million, just enough for a down payment." "That's about right, considering the property prices in Shanghai. After buying a home, I wouldn't have much left." Since arriving in Shanghai, Lu Wei had harbored dreams of establishing a home there, eventually bringing his parents to enjoy life in the bustling metropolis. Thus, accumulating wealth had always been his aspiration, to purchase a large house, welcome his parents, and relish in a life of happiness. Yet, the housing policies in Shanghai were exceedingly stringent. Having finally discovered a pathway to resolve his situation, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Once he secured a home, he could focus on earning money, reach the pinnacle of his career, and perhaps even marry a beautiful and affluent partner. I entrusted this matter to Brother Li, asking him to assist with some errands. Perhaps he could also take him out for fishing and indulge him with a foot massage as a gesture of gratitude. The design studio called, informing that the submission was ready, and requested Lu Wei to inspect the design renderings. The efficiency was commendable, and Lu Wei eagerly set out. The studio had devised 3 design proposals for him, one infused with the charm of Jiangnan style, another embodying a futuristic aesthetic, and a third that adhered to a conventional villa style, allowing Lu Wei to make a selection. This posed a dilemma, as each option was appealing. Yet his hometown had only one plot of land, making it impossible to build multiple homes. He snapped a rendering and promptly sent it to his parents for their input, deciding to relinquish the burden of choice. Old Lu and his mother were quite efficient, opting for a modern Jiangnan style. With a decision made, Lu Wei merely needed to provide the payment, which was rather convenient. Upon finalizing the selection, the design studio provided him with all relevant materials. After settling the payment, they assured Lu Wei that they would oversee the entire process, and he could consult them for any construction-related inquiries. While Lu Wei perused the materials in the reception area, he suddenly overheard a conversation from the adjacent conference room. "Next month, we might not even be able to afford the rent. I warned you before. We should have established a foothold in urban architectural design first. We ought to stabilize our business before venturing into rural projects. Otherwise, our limited funds won't sustain us through the peak. Once we endure this initial phase, I believe the market for rural villa design is substantial. Once we expand, there will undoubtedly be a plethora of business opportunities. Expand? We are on the verge of bankruptcy. At that point, we'll have to find new jobs elsewhere. Don't be disheartened. I'll brainstorm some solutions. Perhaps I could mortgage my house. Lu Wei discerned that the two conversing were likely the founders of this design company, facing dire financial straits. However, he mused that rural villa design could indeed possess significant market potential. The houses in his hometown were quite unappealing, devoid of any aesthetic charm. If they could scale their operations, imagine the demand across the rural landscape. Excluding Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Tibet, there are approximately 30 provincial markets, alongside numerous prefectural and county-level cities, potentially amounting to over 2,000 markets. If they could produce designs in bulk, securing 100 orders per county, the market could easily reach a valuation in the hundreds of millions, truly a case of knowledge creating wealth. After reflecting on this, Lu Wei increasingly believed in its feasibility. Thus, he promptly exited the reception room and knocked on the door of the conference room next door. Upon hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. "Excuse me, do you need something?" The two men appeared startled, initially mistaking him for a colleague. Seated before them were two men, one with a prominent forehead and the other wearing glasses, both likely in their 30s. "I just overheard your conversation. I am an angel investor, and I possess some capital." "Ah, an angel investor?" They were momentarily taken aback, as if experiencing a refreshing rainfall after a prolonged drought. They had been searching for investment for quite some time, yet no one had shown interest in their endeavors. "Sir, you're an investor? Are you genuinely interested in us?" "I must confess that I am not particularly interested in your endeavors. My inclinations lie elsewhere." "Ah, we share the same sentiment. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter you previously mentioned. It appears you are in dire straits. Perhaps you could enlighten me about your project, as I might consider extending an angel investment." Upon realizing the opportunity, the two individuals promptly rose, excitement propelling them towards the exit. "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I fetch the necessary documents," one of them offered. "Allow me to prepare a cup of tea for you. What would you prefer?" Chapter 74. The first angel investment. The gentleman with a broad forehead is named Hao Dijian, while the bespectacled one is called Yu Garan. Their design firm is aptly named De Gue Architectural Design Company. After spending an entire afternoon in the design studio, Lu Wei attentively absorbed the explanations from these two entrepreneurs. Hao Dijian was visibly elated. Both he and his partner had been contemplating a grim fate of bankruptcy and delivery gigs by the following month, never anticipating that they would encounter a benefactor. For some time, they had been beseeching various individuals for financing, conducting roadshows, only to fall into silence thereafter. Although uncertain of the financial standing of their counterpart, they deemed it prudent to seize this opportunity as if it were yet another presentation. In essence, this project aligns well with Lu Wei's preferences. The rural market represents a relatively untapped territory where competition remains scant. Many design firms congregate in urban areas, vying for large-scale real estate contracts, often securing only sporadic projects. Their focus is on the villa market in rural regions, having conducted extensive surveys that revealed a complete lack of formal architectural design. After an afternoon of presentations, Lu Wei grasped more about the project. While they possessed ample design capabilities, what they lacked was operational and promotional expertise. "What amount of funding are you seeking, and what equity are you willing to offer?" Lu Wei inquired, posing the pivotal question. After a moment of contemplation, the two responded. "Initially, we intended to raise 2 million yuan for a 15 stake. But if you are interested, we would be willing to offer 20 equity." "Very well, I shall make a phone call." Lu Wei, having absorbed the presentation and drawing from his own experiences, felt a keen interest, recognizing the project as manageable. However, he remained uncertain about the company's valuation, as he had only seen the presentation slides, leaving him unaware of any potential hidden issues. He resolved to consult Han Shua. "Shua, are you busy? I am occupied if you require my assistance. However, I am free for leisure pursuits. Come now, I have a project I wish to explore for an angel round. Would you be so kind as to assist me? You're entrusting me with a matter involving several million? Do you underestimate my capabilities?" Han Shua retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "Pray tell, what would you desire in return?" "Invite me to a bar on the Bund for a night of revelry. I hear some intriguing foreigners have recently arrived." Lu Wei promptly interjected. "All right, I shall treat you to 5 drinks, but I expect you to be thorough in your assistance." "Ha ha ha, Lu Wei. Your generosity is commendable. I await your extraction. I will send you the project details shortly. Do remember to review them." "Understood, just do not forget my request." Upon Lu Wei's return, Hao Dijian and Yu Garan awaited anxiously in the room, fearful that Lu Wei might have merely fabricated an excuse to depart. He was, after all, the only individual recently expressing any interest in investing in their venture. "What has gotten into you two, sitting there so restlessly?" The two exchanged awkward smiles, reassuring each other that there was no need to worry about my departure. "If I had no interest, I wouldn't squander an entire afternoon listening to your idle chatter." "Boss, I still do not know your name, nor the location of your esteemed company. We could make a visit tomorrow." "All right, let us not be anxious. My name is Lu Wei, and I currently do not have a company. Let us connect on WeChat first. Please send me the project details and financing plan, and I will have someone review them. I will provide you with a response by tomorrow." Certainly, right away." The two hastily retrieved their phones to add Lu Wei. For he is akin to a god of wealth. We cannot let him slip away. Upon connecting, they promptly sent the information to Lu Wei, who immediately forwarded it to Han Shua. "Here we go. Take a quick look. All right, I shall take my leave for today. I will notify you once I receive news from my contacts. The two accompanied Lu Wei to the exit, waving goodbye as they watched him depart. Do you think this is real? Hao Dijian inquired of Yu Guiran. I am uncertain. It feels serendipitous, almost fateful. Yet I wonder if this person truly has the capacity to invest. Even a dead horse can serve as a living horse doctor. At this point, we are desperately clutching at straws. We shall know the answer tomorrow. It is certainly better than the previous months spent searching for investors with no response. Indeed, having another person consider our project is beneficial. Yu Guiran patted Hao Dijian on the shoulder, and the two returned to the office, having already prepared for the worst. At most, next month they would distribute their salaries and resort to delivering takeout. That evening, Han Shuo called Lu Wei to share his thoughts. Overall, a valuation of 10 million does not seem exorbitant. The market is vast, though implementation poses challenges. If the project gets off the ground, he would be interested in investing in a Series A round. Lu Wei scoffed. Aren't you only investing in angel rounds? Haha. That's only because I saw you stumble in your angel round. I might as well tread upon your path. Wait, are you suggesting I pave the way for you? If I fail, your golden opportunity vanishes too. Han Shuo fell silent. Then I'll invest 2 million for a 20% stake. Is that acceptable? No problem. That's the common strategy. Angel rounds typically yield such valuations. Nonetheless, Lu Wei remained somewhat apprehensive, deciding to consult a professional the next day. As fate would have it, our lawyer Zhang Yida caught his attention. Brother Yida, I need your assistance. Who are you being sued by this time? Zhang Yida inquired, concerned. Am I that unlucky? Lu Wei requested Zhang Yida's company for a project involving angel round investments tomorrow, to help him navigate contracts and equity matters. Upon learning this was a familiar task, Zhang Yida readily agreed, stating he would be available tomorrow afternoon. Once arrangements were made, Lu Wei informed Hao Dijian and Yu Guiran that they would sign the contract at their company the following afternoon. This message left the two restless throughout the night, brimming with excitement. The next day, they arrived at the office sporting panda eyes, unable to suppress their laughter as they gazed at each other's faces. In the afternoon, Lu Wei and Zhang Yida arrived at their office, where Hao Dijian promptly went to prepare tea for them, inviting the two into the largest reception room. Upon seeing Lu Wei, the young designer who had crafted his project wore an anxious expression, fearing he might have erred, and that his superior had come to lodge a complaint. Within the reception area, Hao Dijian and Yu Guiran presented Lu Wei with documents, proposals, and equity contracts concerning the investment. Lu Wei pushed them toward Yida, saying, Gentlemen, I contemplated this matter last night, and I wish to alter the terms of the financing shares. As he sipped his tea, Lu Wei continued, causing the two men to feel a chill. Having already conceded to a 20 share, they now faced a formidable negotiator who intended to bargain further. It was evident they had overheard their earlier conversation about financial constraints and were aiming to secure a more favorable deal. Just as they were about to counter with a price, Lu Wei elaborated, I genuinely believe in this project and wish to invest more. How about I contribute 5 million? Acquiring 34 of the shares? I will not involve myself in operations, but will leave everything in your capable hands. What do you think? This revelation startled them. 5 million was a significant amount. Up until now, they had only expended 2 to 3 million, and with such a sum, they could easily split it and abscond. Mr. Lu, are you certain about investing 5 million? They queried. Yes, indeed, I am certain. It will be formalized in black and white. Then let us step outside to deliberate. Could you kindly wait a moment? Of course, take your time. The two hurried out to a small room in the office to confer. Xiao Wei, offering 5 million for only 34 seems a bit unfavorable. Allow me to negotiate. I could secure you over 40, Zhang Yida, the esteemed lawyer, remarked once they were alone. Brother Yida, what if they refuse? Besides, I prefer to be a hands-off investor and not involve myself in the management. They are currently in need of funds, so they are unlikely to reject a generous offer. They are eager for a chance to continue their venture. Let us grant them a glimmer of hope. Brother Yida, please ensure to stipulate in the contract that I will have priority in future financing rounds. 10 minutes later, they returned. Mr. Lu, after our discussion, we have agreed to your proposal. Excellent. Thus, I, Lu Duiyu, shall invest in this project. Lu Duiyu? ISNT your name Lu Wei? The two were perplexed. After finalizing the contract, Lu Wei promptly transferred 2 million to them to alleviate their immediate financial difficulties. Subsequently, they brought Lu Wei to the office to announce that he was their angel investor, prompting applause from everyone. The young designer, astonished, had not anticipated that he had successfully secured an investor for the company on such a joyous day, marking Lu Wei's first investment. He also became a significant shareholder in the company. Consequently, Lu Wei hosted a celebratory dinner for everyone, treating them to a lavish buffet at a nearby 5-star hotel, where all rejoiced, clapping enthusiastically, wishing they could applaud even more fervently. Chapter 75. Young Master Han's sports car in the evening's restaurant. Lu Wei received special attention, as everyone was aware that their company would continue to thrive, and they all came to toast in gratitude. Fortunately, Lu Wei now held the status of an investor and shareholder, sparing him from the obligation of downing his drink in full. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Hao Dijian and Yu Guiran were equally elated. Tonight was perhaps the most joyful dining experience they had enjoyed in the past year. With the weight of pressure lifted, their spirits soared, and they indulged a bit too heartily. In a moment of emotion, they clasped Lu Wei's hands and wept, repeatedly expressing their gratitude and vowing not to betray his investment. Determined to elevate their careers, lest consequences befall them. These grown men in their 30s were truly moved. During the rare company team-building events Lu Wei had attended, he typically followed the crowd in toasting to the boss and the manager, as he was not one for eloquence and preferred to express himself with a single, hearty drink. He was not particularly fond of the drinking culture. He believed that dining should be about enjoying the food everyone liked, without the need for raucous toasts or obligatory drinking. Zhang Yida appeared to have a commendable tolerance for alcohol, maintaining a composed demeanor as the evening concluded. He even inquired if Lu Wei needed a ride home. It's merely a taxi ride home. There's no need for that. Besides, you're not a lady. Are you interested in a massage for relaxation? Lu Wei jested. I have no such inclinations. Arriving home late might lead me to kneel before durians, Zhang Yida replied, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. What is so appealing about a massage? One could simply purchase a massage chair for daily use. Our paths differ. We shall not conspire. Still nestled in slumber, Han Shua interrupted with a phone call. Wei Gu, are we having fun tonight? I can hardly wait. What the hell, Han Shua? You're insatiable. Calling so early in the morning. What early morning? Look at the time. It's already 11. I've been working for hours. Lu Wei opened his eyes and realized it was indeed 11 o'clock. He had overslept, a consequence of indulging in drink. I'm just an unemployed drifter. How can I compare myself to you? Haha, Wei Gu, accompany me to pick up my car this afternoon. I made nearly 20 million from the stones I sold in Yunnan. In my excitement, I bought a Lamborghini, and I'll let you ride shotgun for the first time. Tonight, we'll cruise in style. Alright, fine, I'll come to your office this afternoon. Lu Wei was taken aback by his friend's purchase of a sports car. When would he indulge in such a luxury himself? Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car. You love the 911. I adore Ferrari. He fancies Lamborghini. Each car captivates the hearts of men. As for Koenigsegg and Bugatti, those remain distant dreams. Yet, Lu Wei's fixation on automobiles was not profound. He yearned more for real estate. Given the same price, he would prefer to acquire a new home. In the afternoon, visiting Han Shua's company also meant he would see Wan Mei again. Having been occupied with trips to Yunnan, he had not proactively sought out Yang Wan, and he anticipated a scolding. Hey, are you at the office today? Lu Wei texted, feeling somewhat guilty. Not here, I've perished, came the swift reply from Yang Wan. Lu Wei, that rascal, kissed me once and then vanished for 10 days, leaving me seething with frustration. As a woman, I have taken the initiative. Yet he seems oblivious to the need for reciprocation. How exasperating. Lu Wei, with a cheeky grin, continued, what is there to be upset about? If I were dead, there'd be no anger left. A few days ago, I traveled to Yunnan on business and have just returned, bringing you a gift. Yet, you remain so enigmatic. Failing to disclose your whereabouts, aside from sending the occasional morning and evening greetings. My apologies, I confess my faults. Today, I am not at the office. I am away on a business trip and won't return until Friday night. Off on another trip, are we? Will you need me to pick you up on Friday night? Never mind, I have colleagues with me. I must attend to my duties. To my surprise, Yang Wan was not at the office. Han Shua, ever the taskmaster, seems to pressure us into labor while indulging in his pursuits, buying sports cars, and chasing after women, leaving us to toil away on business trips. Should he provoke my ire, I might very well deflate his tires. Upon arriving at Han Shua's company in the afternoon, I had scarcely settled when Han Shua whisked Lu Wei away in a flurry of urgency. Why are you so late? I've been waiting impatiently, he exclaimed. Oh, come now. The car is right there. It won't run away. Yang Wan wasn't at the office. Hence Lu Wei lacked the urgency to visit Han Shua. It's not the same. I know my treasure has arrived. Even a minute's delay makes my heart ache with anticipation. With Lu Wei in tow, we hailed a taxi to the Lamborghini Center in Suwei. Stepping into the dazzling lobby, the glass-walled showroom proudly displayed several Lamborghinis. Such cars are mere toys for the affluent. Lu Wei had never set foot in such a place before. He had only paused to admire them from afar on previous occasions. Han, here to collect a vehicle. Han Shua announced upon entering, and he was promptly directed to the car handover area to complete paperwork and acquire temporary plates. The process was quite tedious. Bored, Lu Wei wandered towards the display vehicles. The welcoming hostess immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Sir, do you have a particular model in mind? He pointed towards Han Shua, who was completing his paperwork. That gentleman is interested in our Lamborghini Aventador. The current on-the-road price exceeds 6 million. The saleswoman warmly invited him to experience the car. Is Han Shua really so extravagant? Purchasing a sports car for over 6 million? I can scarcely afford even 600,000. The sports car's low chassis and the striking yellow and black interior made Lu Wei feel as if he were sinking into the seat, devoid of any comfort. The saleswoman opened the passenger door and joined him inside. Allow me to explain the features of this vehicle, she said, elegantly positioning herself. Her long legs clad in black stockings gracefully entering the car. Lu Wei, captivated by her poised demeanor, felt a rush of excitement. These stockings were indeed a weapon of allure. Silently, he wished, please, let me take the lead here. The saleswoman in black stockings mentioned various things. But Lu Wei hardly paid attention. His gaze would occasionally wander to her long, alluring legs, which were truly mesmerizing. The car's interior felt somewhat warm, prompting the salesgirl to slightly adjust her collar and fan herself, unleashing a fragrant breeze that was intoxicating. It is uncertain how long they remained in the car. But Lu Wei eventually alleviated his awkwardness and stepped out. He was not particularly inclined to purchase a vehicle at the moment, preferring to simply browse today. Lu Wei had no immediate plans to acquire a sports car. That's perfectly fine, sir. You can take your time test driving it to experience its allure, the saleswoman suggested. You may add me on WeChat. Just let me know when you come, and I will arrange everything for you. Lu Wei cheerfully took out his phone and added her on WeChat. After more than 2 hours of processing paperwork, vehicle inspections, and acquiring temporary license plates, they finally completed the arrangements for Han Shua. Lu Wei couldn't help but grumble. Why does it take so long to pick up a car? Why drag me along as a laborer to wait in boredom? Are you bored? Because I see someone chatting quite happily with a girl in black stockings, Han Shua replied. Grabbing the car keys, he stepped outside to open the glorious scissor doors of his prized vehicle. Once Lu Wei was settled in, Han Shuo started the engine and pressed the accelerator, the roar of the sports car igniting their passion. The Lamborghini Bull was a classic model, boasting a 12-cylinder engine with a staggering 700 horsepower. Fortunately, they were in the city. Otherwise, Han Shuo might have been tempted to unleash its full power. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Wei felt uncomfortable. The seat was quite rigid, although the sensation of being pushed back was thrilling. As night descended, Han Shuo drove his Lamborghini to the TXX bar, which seemed far from the Bund, leaving Lu Wei puzzled. Luxury cars crowded the streets, and Han Shuo's vehicle was merely above average in this affluent area, indicating yet another gathering of wealthy second-generation heirs. The bar, approximately 3,000 square meters, featured a wall adorned with a display of spades, exuding extravagance. The two requested a private booth from the waiter, and Han Shuo promptly ordered the Divine Dragon set. The DJ on stage immediately received the message. A round of applause for the gentleman at booth 28, who has ordered the Divine Dragon set. Spotlights illuminated their booth, confirming that the bar's tactics were universally similar. The DJ's music and the atmosphere-enhancing team on stage escalated the excitement. This environment was truly intoxicating, enveloping them in a world of opulence and attention. Fortunately, Lu Wei remained composed and stood up to announce, tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Zhao. Lu Wei settled the bill for the Divine Dragon set, and as the waiter prepared to make arrangements, Han Shuo quickly inquired, is there a foreign atmosphere team tonight? Apologies, sir, but the foreign atmosphere team has been reserved for this evening, the waiter replied. Who reserved them? Is there no one available? Han Shuo expressed his disappointment. This nightclub was exceptionally popular, and he hadn't anticipated that arriving so early would still leave him unable to secure a spot, suggesting that individuals of far greater wealth were present tonight. This establishment was owned by the prince of the nightclubs in the magical city, bustling with energy daily, frequented by affluent heirs and occasionally visited by celebrities. All right, let us seek them out next time, do not dwell on it. Is there not a certain charm in domestic options? Are they not aesthetically pleasing? Must one always pursue foreign beauties, risking a slender matchstick against a grand doorway? How could you belittle me, Lu Wei? Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to bring glory to our nation. Ha ha ha, I believe you. You certainly bring glory to the country, Lu Wei chuckled from the couch. Very well, tonight I shall treat you to some merriment. Feel free to order as you wish. Han Shuo could only address the waiter, saying, if there happens to be an international ambience group, do remember to send them my way. For now, please bring me 2. Certainly, sir. The waiter proceeded to make arrangements. A set of 6 bottles of Ace of Spades was ordered, yet with only 4 people, it felt a bit excessive. The ambience in this metropolis was decidedly more refined than during their previous outing in Hainan, both in terms of poise and overall allure, rendering it quite a sight to behold. As the two ordered their drinks, they caught the attention of several women in the bar, who occasionally approached, hoping for a sip. Lu Wei remained indifferent, merely gauging Han Shuo's interest. Should he consent, they could sit together. However, noticing the excessive cosmetic enhancements on some of their faces, Han Shuo maintained his discerning taste. While the 4 were sipping their drinks, a throng of individuals suddenly surged into the bar. 2 figures clad in black flanked a group of 3 men and 1 woman. The atmosphere group surrounding them whispered, young Master Wang has arrived, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, indicating this individual held significant renown in the bar, captivating the hearts of many young ladies. Moments later, the DJ's voice echoed through the venue, and the spotlight illuminated that corner. Friends in the A1 booth have ordered 6 sets of drinks. Let us applaud and cheer for them. Wow. Young Master Wang is indeed impressive, commencing the night with 6 sets of drinks. The number of flamboyant butterflies flocking towards that direction increased, with 5 foreign blondes also making their way there. Han Shuo felt a twinge of jealousy. Shuo, your foreign beauties have been whisked away, all claimed by him, huh? Feeling envious? Lu Wei was about to inquire further about this young Master Wang when a nearby woman exclaimed in surprise, you don't know young Master Wang? This young Master Wang is among the most affluent second-generation heirs in our metropolis, with a purported fortune exceeding 100 billion. Last time at the bar, a stunning beauty tried to mooch drinks, caught his eye, and spent the night with him. The next day, it was said he gifted her 100,000. Wow. I wish I could have that chance. If I could spend a night with him, I would at least receive a 6-figure reward. That would be enough to buy my beloved Chanel bag. Han Shuo and Lu Wei exchanged awkward glances, thinking, dear lady, isn't it rather rude to gaze longingly at what others have while ignoring your own plate? We have our dignity too. Why not go over there? Han Shuo suggested. Although he felt displeased at being outshined, it was rather pointless to linger here. Boss, is this appropriate? It's fine, as long as you enjoy yourselves. We bear no ill will. It's merely a bar lady. There is no need to vie for their attention. Just summon the waiter to bring someone else. Thank you. Boss, we shall proceed, and next time we will ensure to accompany you properly. Once they departed, Han Shuo scoffed. What a bunch of scoundrels. They flock to whoever has wealth. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry. It's an entertainment venue after all. Money reigns supreme. Those who keep you company for a night might barely earn 1,000, but should they catch the eye of young Master Wang, it could be worth 100,000. Would you be willing to part with that? Honestly, giving them a black peach A is already generous enough, yet they still expect money. They look almost like stars. Is young Master Wang really that impressive? Lu Wei inquired, not quite understanding. He must be quite remarkable. His father's fortune ranks among the top 10 in the nation. As the sole heir, he has everything at his disposal, swapping sports cars more frequently than changing girlfriends. Can we compare? I have long yearned for a supercar, and I've only just acquired my first, while his garage is bursting at the seams. Impressive indeed. The world of the affluent is beyond comprehension, Lu Wei mused. Han Shuo called for the waitstaff to bring over 2 more lively companions. 2 grown men drinking alone is hardly an affair. Lacking atmosphere. They needed fresh energy to invigorate the ambience. Nearby, the bar was bustling with foreigners, as it was a prime spot to encounter easygoing ladies. Many hopefuls wished to engage with foreigners in hopes of securing a green card. While waiting for the lively companions to arrive, Lu Wei surveyed the surroundings. It was said that the venue could accommodate 3,000 people dancing together, and he estimated that 1,000 patrons were present. The DJ and the atmosphere crew on stage were fervently energizing the crowd, igniting the spirits of the youth seeking thrills. As Lu Wei continued to scan the room, he noticed young Master Wang emerging from a private booth with a female companion, a man in black following closely behind. Young Master Wang waved him off, likely heading to the restroom. As Wang embraced his companion, passing by a group of foreigners, they whistled at her, casting provocative glances. Such affronts were intolerable for young Master Wang, who retaliated with a barrage of curses. Are you tired of living? The foreigners, comprehending his insults, rose to encircle him. Wang's 2 bodyguards swiftly intervened, but before they could reach him, young Master Wang had seized a nearby bottle and swung it at one of the foreigners' heads. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered. In the ensuing chaos, another man pushed young Master Wang, sending him crashing into Lu Wei's table, spilling their drinks. Wang had never endured such humiliation. His bodyguards rushed to assist him. Don't worry about me, smash these foreigners. How dare they bully me? The foreign group charged forward, plunging the scene into chaos. Lu Wei and Han Shuo, initially mere spectators, found themselves caught in the fray, feeling the sting of fists and kicks. What the hell? Why are they hitting me? Han Shuo exclaimed, grabbing a bottle to retaliate, and Lu Wei followed suit. In no time, security arrived, separating the 2 sides and restoring some semblance of order. The patrons of the bar clearly recognized the young Master Wang and approached him with inquiries. Young Master Wang, what shall we do now? These are all foreigners. The man in black beside him summoned the head of security, instructing him to control the situation at the bar and to ensure that anyone who had captured footage of the incident deleted it. In matters like this, public opinion is crucial. We must extinguish this source swiftly. Meanwhile, the security personnel reported back to their superior, and the scene left the nightclub's young prince in distress, compelling him to seek assistance from his uncle. Lu Wei and Han Shuo sat beside young Master Wang, their clothes marked with scuff marks and their hairstyles disheveled. How did you 2 end up in a scuffle? Wang inquired. Us. How could we possibly fight? A group of foreigners charged in indiscriminately. I couldn't just take it without a response. Haha, my apologies for the disruption tonight. I'll treat you both tomorrow night. No worries. I find those foreigners quite unpleasant as well, truly troublesome. I am Wang Fun. Let us hang out together next time. Wang Fun extended his hand, and Han Shuo and Lu Wei introduced themselves, shaking hands with him. When the police arrived, a group of individuals was taken to the Public Security Bureau, including Lu Wei and Han Shuo. Well, it's just self-defense. What do foreigners matter? Lu Wei remarked. No worries, it will all be handled well. As long as no direct videos from tonight circulate, we're fine, Wang Fun reassured them. Chapter 77. Farewell to the ex at the Public Security Bureau. Han Shuo and Lu Wei provided their statements, confirming that they had acted in self-defense and had not instigated the fight. Consequently, they were not detained and were released after their statements were completed. Upon their exit, young Master Wang awaited them outside. Goodness, this person truly lives a charmed life. Does he not even need to give a statement? By the time the police arrived, the bar had already streamlined the situation, with everyone unanimously identifying the foreigners as the troublemakers. However, dealing with foreigners proved to be a bit complex, as they clamored for consular assistance. Later, the bar owner intervened, employing both stern and conciliatory tactics, offering each foreigner a sum of money to leave quietly, or else asserting that tonight, no one would acknowledge their presence. The foreigners, who had anticipated police protection, soon realized they had run into a formidable wall and could not stand their ground. Having long engaged in unsavory dealings within the bar, they could not withstand scrutiny. Ultimately, with the help of security, they were sent to the hospital for treatment. Having had their evening disrupted, Wang Fun promised to invite them out again in the next few days. I'll treat you both to another outing, he said, displaying his camaraderie by waiting for them to extend the invitation. Sounds good. We won't be overly formal about it. Just give us a shout when you're ready. The 3 exchanged WeChat contacts before bidding farewell. Look at you, flaunting your car to attract attention, only to find yourself in a predicament. Lu Wei joked as they hailed a cab. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? I didn't even get to touch a girl tonight. Let us head home. Where do you live? I'll have the driver take you. I'd rather not go home. Just drop me off at a hotel for the night. Fine, I'll come too. I'm afraid of getting scolded for coming home so late. Why are you so timid? Well, my mother is quite fierce. As expected, Lu Wei was once again awakened from his slumber by a phone call, and upon seeing the contact name, his irritation dissipated. Mr. Zhuang, what brings you to me? Mr. Zhuang seldom sought him out, hence the call was answered with alacrity. It's nothing of great significance. Since you made a donation last time, we prepared some gifts and certificates for the anniversary celebration, and I would like to send you one. Could you provide me with your address? That seems rather cumbersome. Will you be at school on Saturday? I could come by to collect it from you. Indeed. I shall be there for a meeting. When you arrive, just give me a call. Awake and alert, Lu Wei suddenly remembered his plans with Yang Wan, as she would be returning on Friday night. He intended to invite her for a stroll on Saturday, in the season of blossoming flowers. Lu Wei naturally wished to take her to see the blooms. He arranged to meet Yang Wan at their school on Saturday morning, to show her around. Lu Wei recalled that the school had a grove of cherry blossoms, perfect for couples to enjoy the springtime, and Yang Wan readily accepted the invitation. Upon rising, he called Han Shuo, and they casually dined at the hotel restaurant. How did it go with the matter I entrusted to you? What matter? Han Shuo looked up from his meal, still chewing. The one regarding the arrangement for a cleaner. I thought it was something of great importance. Just ask her when you have the chance, and let me know. I'll have the front desk take care of it. All right, I shall compensate you for her company. Why don't you start your own company? That way, you can appoint people as you wish. I'm not quite sure what kind of company to start. I lack projects and direction. Could you offer me some advice? Han Shuo pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling Lu Wei's previous comments. Didn't you mention you were in finance? Are you not a significant retail investor? No, not at all. Merely a minor one. Lu Wei hastily denied. A minor one? You say? Yet you can become a VIP at a private bank. Do I appear foolish to you? Haha, guess what? Come now, if you are involved in stocks. You might consider establishing an investment company. You could engage in financial services or equity investments, similar to my company. Seek out some reliable projects for angel rounds or private equity operations. You could even manage your own funds. Lu Wei found Han Shuo's suggestions somewhat directional and indeed suitable for him. All right, I shall contemplate it and seek your wisdom once I have made up my mind. On Saturday morning, Lu Wei arose early, setting an alarm for 8 o'clock. After shaving, applying cologne, and tidying up, he set out. He took a taxi to the school and sent a message to Mr. Zhuang, who happened to be in his office. What a fortunate coincidence. I shall be heading to a meeting shortly. As he spoke, Mr. Zhuang handed Lu Wei a certificate along with a bag containing the anniversary gifts. You seem quite busy lately, holding meetings even on Saturdays. The college has some new plans, and I have no choice in the matter. I want to keep you today. Let us arrange another day for you to come over for a meal. I am always available, ready to respond to your summons. Aren't you employed yet? Still trading stocks? Not at the moment. I have recently shifted my focus. Young man, remain grounded and don't become too frivolous. Having a stable career is what truly matters. Understood, understood. All right, I must attend to the meeting now. Feel free to explore on your own, Mr. Zhuang said as he ushered Lu Wei out of the office and proceeded to the meeting venue. Lu Wei arrived at the market near the school dormitory early in the morning, having skipped breakfast in search of sustenance. My dear fairy, have you stepped out yet? He texted Yang Wan. I'm almost there. Did you think I would be so tardy? Not at all. I had no intention of rushing you. Lu Wei quickly retorted. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to buy something for you? He offered eagerly. I haven't eaten, but don't bother. Later. Take me to your school South Food Street. I crave some snacks. How do you know about our food street? She inquired. Where do you think your mind has wandered? Every school has its own food street, and ours is no exception, Lu Wei thought awkwardly, feeling a bit out of touch. Indeed. Yang Wan was easily lured by the prospect of delicious food. The food streets near every university were quite similar, showcasing a variety of affordable and delectable local specialties. The two of them first indulged in a bowl of rice noodles, a breakfast delicacy from Lu Wei's hometown, where the south favors rice noodles while the north leans towards wheat noodles. Eat up. Soon I'll take you somewhere, he said. Where to? Are you planning to sell me? Yang Wan asked in surprise. Oh, look at you. So clever. Who would be willing to buy you? Lu Wei countered. You're right. With my intelligence, I'd be better off selling you, he joked, continuing their adventure on the food street. Lu Wei treated Yang Wan to a variety of snacks and drinks, all meant for her enjoyment. They then strolled into the campus, where a cherry blossom grove, built in collaboration with a renowned university, awaited them. Even before entering, the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, revealing a breathtaking sea of pink blooms. Wow, Lu Wei. I had no idea your school had such a beautiful spot. I thought only Tongji had an abundance of cherry blossoms, Yang Wan exclaimed. Her spirits lifted amidst the springtime splendor, twirling through the blossoms like a graceful fairy. Lu Wei, take a picture of me. Make sure it's flattering. Or else Yang Wan commanded playfully. All right, I promise to capture your ethereal beauty, Lu Wei replied, opening his phone to find the right angle and snapping several photos. He presented them to her for review. Not bad. You've managed to capture my beauty quite authentically. I'll keep this picture, she said with a smile. Lu Wei chuckled. You probably don't realize how many candid shots I've taken of you over time. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Oh, Lu Wei, you've come to school too. Turning around, Lu Wei was startled to see Yen Ling, his ex-girlfriend, standing there. What a bizarre situation. I merely wanted to admire the flowers with my fairy, and here I run into you, he thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Yen Ling stood beside her current boyfriend, the very person Lu Wei had once wished to confront. What brings you here? Lu Wei asked, trying to keep his composure. I frequent this school. My boyfriend and I come out every week to explore, she replied nonchalantly. Lu Wei was unsure if he had truly moved on. But seeing this couple still stirred some unresolved feelings within him. Chapter 78. The melodramatic college romance. Yen Ling linked arms with her boyfriend and approached Lu Wei. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Jun. You should know him. I know you indeed. You and your shameless partner, even in ashes, I would recognize. Aren't you that impoverished student from the West in our college, Lu Wei? Have you come to school merely to admire the scenery, or have you abandoned your diligent work study? Zhang Jun mocked. A peal of laughter erupted from Yen Ling, reminiscent of a clucking hen. Lu Wei, who is this? Laughing like a goose, Yang Wan approached, entwining her arm with Lu Wei's. And who might you be? What is your relationship with Lu Wei? Isn't it quite obvious? Yang Wan playfully shook Lu Wei's arm. I am, of course, Lu Wei's girlfriend. Impossible. How could you, with your discerning taste, ever be attracted to someone like Lu Wei? He had to work for months at the work-study office just to afford a birthday gift for me. That is none of your concern. I appreciate Lu Wei's steadfast nature. Your poor judgment will likely lead to regret in the future. Haha, poor judgment? My dear, I suggest you investigate his family background thoroughly, lest you fall into a trap. Lu Wei hails from a notoriously impoverished village in the West. It would be difficult for him to even afford an iPhone for you, let alone a designer bag. Indeed. Lu Wei is well known in our college for living off scholarships and part-time jobs, Zhang Jun chimed in, feeling an inexplicable discomfort upon seeing such a beautiful woman holding Lu Wei's hand. I can buy whatever I desire, unlike some who merely depend on men. Yang Wan retorted boldly. Let us go. There's nothing worth discussing with these two, Lu Wei decided, wishing to extricate himself from their taunts. Lu Wei, now that you have a job, why do you still come to school to snatch opportunities from younger students? Zhang Jun noticed the gift box in Lu Wei's hand, realizing it was for the college anniversary, and assumed Lu Wei was merely running errands due to a professor's influence. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Wei seethed. Isn't it true? Look at you, carrying that gift box from the anniversary. You must be here for a part-time job, receiving a token from the professor. This, Lu Wei lifted the gift box, was a gift from the professor inviting me to the anniversary celebration. I missed it, so the professor asked me to collect it myself. Huh, Lu Wei, you truly know how to boast. The invitations for the anniversary are extended only to distinguished alumni. How could you possibly be included? Even I, Zhang Jun, am not worthy. Yang Wan noticed the donation certificate within the gift box and peeked inside. Wow, Lu Wei, you donated to the school. I also donated. Why didn't I receive a certificate? Zhang Jun inquired. Perhaps your contribution was so insignificant that it pales in comparison to Lu Wei's, she replied. How much could Lu Wei possibly donate? 500? 1,000? I, Zhang Jun, have contributed 2,000, mind you. Zhang Jun stepped forward and snatched the certificate from Yang Wan's hands. Lu Wei, burdened with the gift box, was unable to intervene. 200,000. Impossible. How could Lu Wei possibly donate such an amount? Zhang Jun gazed at the name and the amount inscribed on the certificate, unable to fathom his own eyes. How could this foolish, impoverished student possibly possess such a sum to donate? Yanling leaned in to observe, and upon seeing the figures, the name, and the school's official seal, she was rather taken aback. Lu Wei snatched the certificate back and tucked it into a bag. You look dumbfounded, Yang Wan teased. Come on, let us go somewhere else for some fun. There's nothing worth discussing with these people. All right, you lead the way, and I shall follow. Yang Wan replied obediently. Lu Wei, you deceiver, Yanling shouted, leaving the two feeling somewhat awkward as they stood there. Yang Wan linked her arm with Lu Wei's and walked quite a distance before shyly releasing him. I was merely trying to help you. Don't misconstrue my intentions. Yes, I appreciate the generous fairy's assistance. Shall I treat you to some milk tea? Lu Wei found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the moment Yang Wan had held on to him. Who was that woman, and what about that man? They seem to regard you quite peculiarly. Do you truly wish to know? It's all in the past, best left forgotten. Well, I'm all ears if you're willing to share. As they strolled, Lu Wei recounted the essence of his tale, selectively omitting certain details. Yanling, a female classmate from their freshman year, often engaged in class duties alongside him. She exuded warmth and a sense of purpose. Lu Wei frequently assisted her with various tasks, leading them to dine together at the cafeteria often. Some of Yanling's gestures led Lu Wei to mistakenly believe that she harbored affections for him as well. During their sophomore year, on Yanling's birthday, Lu Wei spent a month's worth of earnings from his work-study job to purchase her a lipstick, simultaneously confessing his feelings. At the time, Yanling neither rejected nor accepted his confession, merely stating she would evaluate Lu Wei further, and she even kissed his cheek. Lu Wei interpreted this as an affirmation. Thus he regarded Yanling as his girlfriend and announced it to his roommates. He often brought her breakfast, meals, and water, among other things. However, Yanling never acknowledged him publicly, referring to him as merely one of her admirers to her roommates. The few times they held hands occurred under the cover of night, on the way back from self-study sessions, while any deeper intimacy seemed far beyond reach. Lu Wei assumed Yanling to be conservative and traditional, feeling content with their hand-holding. In their junior year, Lu Wei saved for 3 months to purchase a fine gift for Yanling's birthday, intending to buy a Lancome gift set. One day, upon returning to the dormitory after work, a roommate informed him that they had seen Yanling dining with the student union president at a nearby hotel. This was relayed by a fellow member of the student union, and it was indeed true. The president, Zhang Jun, was as arrogant as they come. Lu Wei attempted to call her, the first attempt connecting but then ending abruptly. Subsequent attempts reached a voicemail. He rushed to the hotel, but the staff refused to divulge any information, leaving him to wait outside the entrance all night. By the following morning, when he called again, Yanling shouted at him. Lu Wei, are you annoying? Why do you keep calling me? I inquired. Have you been to a hotel with someone? Lu Wei asked. Have you been following me? What a nuisance. Yanling retorted. Why do you deceive me? What have I deceived you about? Lu Wei, we share no relationship whatsoever. I am free to do as I please. You are my girlfriend. How could you treat me this way? Did you go to a hotel with Zhang Jun last night? Lu Wei pressed. Are you dreaming, Lu Wei? When did I ever become your girlfriend? On your birthday last year. You kissed me. You promised. Lu Wei, you foolish sycophant. Does a kiss equate to being my boyfriend? Do you believe that a mere lipstick gift can win my heart? Zhang Jun can gift me a bag worth 10,000. A phone worth 6,000. Can you match that? Do not call me again, or my boyfriend will be angry. She hung up abruptly, blocking Lu Wei's number. Dumbfounded, Lu Wei sought out Yanling after class, but she merely grabbed her roommate and walked away, offering him no opportunity for dialogue. At times, she would even flaunt her affection with Zhang Jun right before Lu Wei's eyes. This melodramatic affair during Lu Wei's university days ultimately left him a mere lovesick fool, sinking him into despondency for an extended period. It was then that he came to a clear realization. Without financial means, one is unworthy of love. Otherwise, one merely becomes a sycophant. This so-called love was nothing but a trial of wealth. Men ponder how to minimize expenses to win over women, while women strategize on how to extract more from men. Indeed, love can be purchased with money. Chapter 79. A joyful day with Yongwan. Lu Wei spent a delightful day at his alma mater with Yongwan, fulfilling a longing in his heart. This was the dream of countless single individuals during their university years, to stroll through campus with a beautiful girl, to frolic together, attend classes, and explore the woods. Today felt reminiscent of those academic days, having captured the heart of the goddess he adored, holding hands as they admired blossoms and watched the sunset together. This was the epitome of a perfect university life. Lu Wei, why do you sometimes seem a bit foolish? Yongwan inquired during their meal. That's impossible. Though my intellect may not rival yours, I possess considerable intelligence. Lu Wei declared earnestly. Although you are an academic star, I am no slacker. I am quite clever as well. Haha, I think you are growing increasingly foolish. Otherwise, how could you have become such a lovesick fool? Hey, do not expose my flaws. That is a sore spot. Lu Wei protested. All right, here is a piece of meat to soothe your tender heart. Yongwan added a piece of beef to his bowl. I have a gift for you. Lu Wei said, reaching into his pocket to retrieve something. What is it? Have you saved 3 months for Lancome? Yongwan teased. Are you out of your mind? Lu Wei replied, unfazed, handing a jewelry box to Yongwan. Open it and see. Upon opening the box, Yongwan beheld a stunning jade bracelet adorned with 6 translucent jade stones, with an 18K gold chain and accented by scattered diamonds. Wow, it's beautiful. A few days ago, during my visit to Yunnan, I handpicked this for you in Rueli, and I was instantly captivated. Oh, your taste is quite commendable. I truly adore it, thank you. At this moment, a few girls passed by and cast a glance at the box in Yongwan's hand. Noticing the lack of a logo, they murmured as they walked away. How can guys be so calculating these days, chasing after girls by purchasing counterfeit items from street vendors, making them appear genuine? Indeed, did you see that bracelet? The beads look like glass, reflecting light. Keep your voices down. What if they overhear us? Lu Wei felt embarrassed, wishing he could just disappear. Don't mind their words. I genuinely like it. Yongwan consoled Lu Wei. How am I to explain this? An explanation is merely a disguise. And a disguise is just a reality. Explaining now feels akin to saying that yellow mud in my pants is not excrement. It is what it is, Lu Wei lamented. I truly bought it in Rueli. It's the real deal. I believe you. There's no need to pay attention to them. Yongwan shot Lu Wei a charmingly disapproving glance. As they arrived downstairs to send Yongwan home, she turned to Lu Wei and said, would you like to come up for a bit? Sure. Lu Wei replied joyfully, following closely behind, disregarding any reasoning. How could he refuse an invitation from such a beauty? It seemed Yongwan's roommate was not home. They entered the house, where the lights were off and no one was present. Please, have a seat while I change. Yongwan went into her room and emerged shortly thereafter in a delightful set of loungewear. Are you cold? Should we turn on the air conditioning? In the bustling metropolis, daytime temperatures hovered around 20 degrees, but at night, they plummeted to 5 degrees. Lu Wei suddenly found himself lost in thought. Should he suggest turning it on or not? If he did, would she perhaps wear less if she got warm? Conversely, if he didn't tea, would the chill draw them closer together? Let us turn it on. It's rather chilly tonight. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Yongwan went to prepare a cup of coffee for Lu Wei. Dear lady. Is offering me coffee at night your way of ensuring I don't sleep at all? Lu Wei said with a wry smile as he accepted the coffee. Yongwan, I'm considering starting a company. What kind do you think I should establish? Start a company? Aren't you into stock trading? Why the sudden interest in entrepreneurship? Launching a business can be quite costly. Have you even settled on a direction, or are you just daydreaming? Yongwan retorted sharply. Well, I hadn't quite figured it out, which is why I'm asking you, Lu Wei replied. If you're just trading stocks, there's no need to start a company. You could simply be an independent trader, just like Zhao Leoj or a Shun. Those exceptional investors could serve as your inspiration. Have you been making a fortune in stock trading lately, dreaming of starting a company? Yongwan reached out to touch Lu Wei's forehead, shaking her head. You're not running a fever. Lu Wei grasped Yongwan's hand tightly, gently squeezing it. She attempted to pull away, but after a few attempts, she relented, her cheeks flushing slightly, possibly due to the warmth of the air conditioning. I'm not feverish, I'm quite serious. I have indeed made some money from trading, which is why I'm contemplating whether to start a company and create something meaningful. Several million is hardly sufficient. Unless one intends to open a store and engage in business, establishing a company carries too great a risk. It is not merely millions, but rather over 10 million. What? Can you truly earn such sums through stock trading? Are you a financial oracle? Don't deceive me. Yongwan blinked her large eyes at Lu Wei. It's true. I can show you my account. Lu Wei freed one hand, unlocked his phone, retrieved his account, and handed it to Yongwan. She scrutinized it closely, noticing that there were over 8 million available funds, piqued by curiosity regarding Lu Wei's methods. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Wei leaned closer to her side, and as she turned to inquire, her lips met his unexpectedly. Oh, I didn't mean to. I did it on purpose. Lu Wei wrapped his arms around Yongwan and kissed her lips. No, not here. Suddenly receiving a royal command, Lu Wei promptly stood, preparing to carry Yongwan to her room. At that moment, they heard footsteps approaching from outside, which jolted Yongwan back to her senses. And she hurriedly pulled away from Lu Wei. My roommate is back. Quickly, retract your hands. Lu Wei felt a wave of frustration. Why must she return at this moment? By the time Yongwan's roommate entered, he was seated upright on the sofa, coffee in hand, while Yongwan rushed to the restroom to compose herself. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? The girl who entered asked in surprise. Oh, I think we've met before, Lu Wei remarked, finding her familiar. Yes, at the last auction. I came down to fetch you. Oh, now I remember. I didn't realize you two were roommates. Indeed, Yongwan and I have lived together for quite some time. Just then, Yongwan emerged from the restroom, looking composed and betraying no signs of recent events. Lu Wei, this is my roommate Xiao Rou, whom you've met before. Xiao Rou, Weren't you supposed to return home? Why are you back? I was almost at the high-speed rail station when my company informed me of an urgent project in Hangzhou for tomorrow, so I'll head home after that. You two carry on. I'll retreat to my room. Xiao Rou, displaying great tact, excused herself. It's no trouble. I was just about to leave as well. I just brought Yangwan back and stopped for a drink. Lu Wei, understanding the situation, decided it was time to take his leave, with both girls present. He had little expectation remaining. Yangwan offered to see him out, but at the door, Lu Wei insisted she return inside, not wishing for her to venture to the community gate in her nightwear. Once Lu Wei departed, Yangwan faced a barrage of questions from her roommate. Xiaowan, what is your relationship with him? You even allowed him into our home. Oh, he is just a fellow alumnus from high school. We hung out today, and he brought me back. Hung out, huh? Sounds like you're quite close. No, he is merely a schoolmate. Still denying it? Look at how flushed your face is. Oh, you're so annoying. The two girls found themselves embroiled in a playful tickling battle. Chapter 80. Preparations for the film crew. Assistant Yang sent another exam notification to Lu Wei, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Another exam? How could this be? Monthly assessments were a regular occurrence, demanding Lu Wei's attention. This is as predictable and troublesome as a woman's monthly cycle. In pursuit of his dream of pursuing graduate studies, Lu Wei resolved to concentrate on his studies. He refrained from indulging in idle conversations with Yang Wan and dedicated himself to diligent review at home. This time, he opted for a blend of half-hearted effort and educated guesses, curious to discern the true determinants of success. Initially, the curriculum consisted primarily of foundational courses, which involved attending lectures and engaging in post-class discussions. The elongated timeline fostered a sense of complacency within him, leading to a belief that there was ample time to spare. Lu Wei invested half a day in this half-hearted endeavor, only to face another evaluation. Upon the release of the results the following day, he discovered a significant decline in his performance, particularly in English, where he scored a mere 40 points. In the process of reviewing his answers, he realized that all his guesses were correct, while his earnest efforts had only yielded 10 points. His performance in the comprehensive assessment was somewhat better. He managed to score 105 points, primarily due to correctly answering general knowledge questions and a few logical reasoning queries. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had made a slight improvement compared to his previous results. As he departed, the teaching assistant provided him with a plethora of materials, urging him to study diligently, especially in English, where he was advised to memorize more vocabulary. Lu Wei nodded fervently in agreement. A call from Brother Li prompted him to address some matters regarding household registration. Upon arriving at the tea house, he found that the two had already gathered. Brother Li introduced Lu Wei to the individual responsible for handling the registration, and they began discussing the necessary documentation and important considerations. The payment could be divided into 3 installments, an initial deposit, followed by a third of the total upon approval, and the final third upon successful registration. The agent explained that the deposit would be required first, and once they secured a quota, Lu Wei would need to proceed with the payment for the next phase, with the final payment due upon completion of the process. Should they fail to secure a quota, the full deposit would be refunded. Lu Wei inquired about potential risks, to which the agent assured him that an agreement could be signed to safeguard his rights, emphasizing that the process would be conducted through legitimate channels. Lu Wei gathered that these so-called legitimate channels entailed listing individuals seeking registration under the name of a certain organization, which typically possessed surplus quota allocations available for sale. Brother Li vouched for the agent's reliability, assuring Lu Wei that he had successfully facilitated numerous registrations. After signing the agreement, Lu Wei complied with the request to pay the deposit up front and added the agent on WeChat for any necessary documentation. Uncertain of the outcome, he contemplated purchasing a diploma from a foreign institution if all else failed, viewing this endeavor as a tentative exploration. He engaged in casual banter with Brother Li about the stock market before bidding farewell and returning home. Without household registration, purchasing a home seemed unattainable, leaving him with a sense of instability, akin to a drifter without a permanent abode. Another day of indolence ensued, as Lu Wei awoke naturally and ordered takeout. Lately, life seemed to have lost its flavor, leaving him with a sense of solitude. Perhaps he should encourage Yang Wan to resign and embark on a journey around the world together? He pondered how the wealthy elite spent their days and resolved to seek advice from Wang Fun at the next opportunity. In his boredom, he turned to stock trading, only to find it even more isolating. However, since opening his account and acquiring the qualifications for new stock subscriptions, Lu Wei has consistently managed to secure allocations, with his account frequently graced by a succession of newly listed stocks. This fortunate circumstance has fueled Lu Wei's motivation to check his account daily and place purchase orders. After the market opened, he perused the list of stocks with the largest gains and selected one that had just breached a significant support level, promptly investing 1 million. This seemingly casual maneuver elicited envy from those observing. A message arrived from Qin Kanan regarding the investment in a film project, indicating that progress had finally been made. They arranged to gather that evening in the bustling metropolis, but only Han Shuo and Lu Wei were in attendance, as the other two had returned to their hometowns to inherit family businesses. Initially, they had planned to allocate 4 million for the film, but Lu Wei had felt financially constrained. Unexpectedly, after being lured to Yunnan by Han Shuo, he felt financially liberated, believing that financing another film was well within his reach. The meeting took place at a bar on the Bund, a genuine locale, though its propriety remained to be evaluated. Lu Wei preferred to arrive a bit early, so he took a taxi and arrived ahead of schedule. Instead of heading straight into the bar, he meandered along the Bund. At 9 in the evening, when the Bund was particularly lively, he marveled at the throngs of people who flocked there nightly. What was it about those 2 towers across the river that drew such crowds? A thunderous roar of an engine interrupted his thoughts, capturing the attention of many. A golden supercar approached from a distance, its sound resonating like a thunderclap. The road in front of the Bond was a thoroughfare for sports cars, with beautiful vehicles and exquisite people serving as the quintessential embellishments of the nightlife. As the supercar pulled up to the bar, Lu Wei recognized it as Han Shua's arrival. Initially hesitant to identify the vehicle, he remembered that in this grand metropolis, such cars were commonplace. Han Shua called. "Where are you?" Lu Wei replied. "I'm watching the performance of young Master Han, paying my respects." "Oh, you saw me? Hurry over." Upon reaching the bar's entrance, Lu Wei observed Han Shua, already surrounded by several young women, who had drawn close to him. Han had traded his vehicle for a more luxurious one. He had become quite the catch. Isn't the purpose of a supercar to attract attention? I can't fathom you. You earn even more than I do. Yet you don't buy one, Lu Wei remarked. Forget it, your family is well off. I haven't even purchased a house yet. I'd rather have property than a flashy car. You don't understand. Young people should mingle more, or at least be pursued. Qin Kanan had long arrived and was reveling within the bar, conversing and clinking glasses with a young woman. "Welcome. Take a seat and see what you'd like to order." "Shua, I heard you recently acquired a supercar? So flashy." Han Shua laughed. "Not long ago. Lu Wei and I went to Yunnan to gamble on stones and made a little profit, so I quickly got a supercar before I spent it all again." "Seriously, you have that talent?" Lu Wei interjected. "It wasn't me. I merely accompanied Lu Wei. He.S. the one who made the significant gains. Is that true? You two went off to get rich without inviting me." Qin Kanan observed the duo, envious that a mere trip to Yunnan had yielded a supercar. "We only attended a jade conference and purchased some raw material, which appreciated. It wasn't as exaggerated as Han Shua claims," Lu Wei clarified. "I too find this intriguing. The thrill of fortune and misfortune in a single stroke captivates me. Next time, do ensure to take me along so I might experience the sensation of sudden wealth firsthand. It is rumored that one can uncover exquisite jade worth millions from an investment of merely tens of thousands. I wonder if such tales hold any truth." Qin Kanan also shares a great interest in this matter. "I have heard he has prior experience, so let us form a group for the next gathering." Han Shua nodded, awaiting news from Uncle Han regarding the timing of their outing. "The purpose of gathering you all today pertains to the film project we are on the verge of commencing. We need to discuss financial matters and seek someone to oversee the process. Please send me your account details, and I shall transfer the funds shortly." "Oversee what?" Qin Kanan elucidated the necessity of supervision, as this marks their inaugural investment, amounting to a modest 20 million. It would be prudent to appoint someone to monitor the funds. Otherwise, they would find themselves in the dark regarding how things transpire on Shunduyu's end. "That seems reasonable. Perhaps we could dispatch a financial officer from the company to keep an eye on things?" "Certainly, and during our free time, we can visit the filming crew." "Kanan, Shua, would it be acceptable for me to linger with the crew?" Lu Wei expressed his curiosity and volunteered eagerly. "Do you have the availability? Although it is a low-budget film, it is likely to span 1 to 2 months. My stock trading allows me flexibility. I can manage my trades while on set." Ultimately, it was unanimously decided that Lu Wei would join the crew as their representative investor. A sense of exhilaration coursed through Lu Wei. This would grant him proximity to the film set and the chance to encounter numerous stunning actresses. Chapter 81. Producer Lu enters with capital. Shunduyu has also navigated the film industry for many years. Following the confirmation of investment in Hainan, he began assembling his crew, swiftly completing the preliminary preparations and establishing his production team. During the casting process, he kept Qin Kanan informed, aside from the lead roles. He was free to arrange the rest of the cast as he saw fit. Fortunately, his 4 investors preferred not to interfere, allowing him to select the talent himself. With plans for someone to monitor the financial expenditures during production, Shin Duoyu assured them that everything would be conducted in a professional manner. As his primary goal was to produce a remarkable film, the 5 investors transferred their shares to the production account, and upon witnessing the funds deposited, Shin Duoyu felt a wave of relief as he proceeded to scout filming locations. Thankfully, the required scenes were relatively straightforward, and the timeline brief, allowing for prompt arrangements. Now, he awaited the investors' arrival for the ceremonial commencement of filming. After confirming Lu Wei's role in overseeing the production, Shin Duoyu reached out to him. The schedule for the opening ceremony had been set, and now they awaited Lu Wei's participation. It was Lu Wei's first experience with such a project, and he felt a surge of excitement. What he had only observed on screen would now unfold before his eyes. After assessing his recent obligations in the bustling metropolis, he noted a lack of pressing engagements, making travel feasible. He informed Yang Wan of his upcoming trip to Hainan for an investment project, which would require his presence for some time. Yang Wan understood well, as her own responsibilities frequently involved extensive travel for research. The emotional connection between them had deepened significantly, and Yang Wan eagerly anticipated the opportunity to share adventures with Lu Wei. Lu Wei expressed that once she found some free time, he could take her to Hainan for a holiday and present her with a surprise. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he inadvertently struck a nerve, prompting Yang Wan to probe further into the matter. Eventually, Lu Wei revealed to Yang Wan that he would be visiting a film crew to observe the movie-making process. Yang Wan immediately declared that once she completed her current projects, she would promptly request annual leave to join him in witnessing the filming, as she was quite intrigued by such novel experiences. Lu Wei assured her that he would eagerly await her arrival. Upon his arrival in Hainan, Shin Duoyu had arranged for his airport pickup. As he exited the airport, he spotted an individual holding a sign that read "Welcome Mr. Lu Wei from the Magic City." The vehicle awaiting him was a domestic business car, evidence of Shin Duoyu's modesty, which left Lu Wei feeling a sense of regret that he could not indulge in the VIP service he had anticipated. Upon reaching his accommodations, Shin Duoyu personally greeted him. Welcome, welcome. From now on, Mr. Liu will be a part of our film crew. Shen Duiyu extended his hand in greeting. Director Shen, you are being overly courteous. We are all comrades in the same trench, so please, just call me Xiao Wei, Lu Wei replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being addressed as Mr. Liu by someone of his seniority. How could that be? You are my benefactor, Shen Duiyu retorted. The conditions here are rather humble. I hope you can bear with it. To save costs, Shen Duiyu had opted for an economical business hotel to accommodate the crew and actors, ensuring that every penny was spent wisely in pursuit of his cinematic dream. In the evening, Shen Duiyu hosted a welcome banquet for Lu Wei at a local restaurant near the hotel, attended by key members of the film crew, including the director, screenwriter, cinematographer, props manager, and production staff. The crew, which Shen Duiyu had assembled, was quite harmonious, and he introduced Lu Wei's role, stating, "This is our film's benefactor, Mr. Lu Wei. From now on, he will serve as our producer, Lu Producer. Please give him a warm welcome." Lu Wei, lacking any airs, inadvertently became the target of a jovial onslaught, as everyone raised their glasses in his honor, and he ultimately lost track of who assisted him back to his room. The next morning, he awoke only when Shen Duiyu came to fetch him for the opening ceremony. Shen Duiyu explained the specific proceedings, which involved the crew and actors participating in a ceremonial incense offering at the filming location. A large offering table would be set up with offerings and incense burners, and the camera would be covered with a red cloth. Then, the crew and lead actors would take turns offering incense and paying their respects before unveiling the camera and announcing the commencement of filming. In the evening, the crew and actors would enjoy a meal together, and work would commence the following day. Lu Wei inquired about the dinner venue for that night, and Shen Duiyu mentioned it would be the same place they had dined the previous evening. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Wei suggested, "Brother Shen, let us change the venue for tonight. Where would you like to go?" Shen Duiyu cautiously asked. "Let us opt for a 5-star hotel. Since it's our first gathering, we should indulge a bit more." Upon hearing this suggestion, Shen Duiyu's expression turned somewhat unnatural. "My dear ancestor, if you have never managed finances, you wouldn't understand the high cost of oil and rice. I am meticulously budgeting every cent for this film, and with so many people dining at a 5-star hotel, tens of thousands will vanish in an instant. Well, worry not. Tonight's meal is on me. Please summon the stage manager and have him make the arrangements." Lu Wei patted his shoulder, offering a measure of comfort to Shen Duiyu. "This is my first investment. I want to treat everyone to something nice to encourage their hard work for our film, don't you think?" "Indeed, you are absolutely right. I too yearn for delightful feasts, especially since I've been so frugal," Shen Duiyu agreed inwardly. "All right, I'll defer to your judgment. I'll call the stage manager to follow your instructions," he said with a gleam of happiness. Having a benefactor nearby is indeed a blessing. No need to dip into one's own pockets when the patron is treating. The crew's driver navigated the business vehicle to the film's launch ceremony. As they disembarked, Lu Wei noticed the film's insignia displayed prominently. A vibrant red backdrop proclaimed, "The wealthy heir's troubles begin." A table laden with offerings had already been prepared, surrounded by approximately 20 to 30 people. "The director has arrived. The director has arrived." The stage manager ushered them forward. Lu Wei was uncertain of the auspicious timing, but he complied with Shen Duiyu's wishes. Approximately half an hour later, the stage manager called out, "The opening ceremony has commenced." As the attendees gathered, Shen Duiyu pulled Lu Wei to the front. Shortly thereafter, the stage manager distributed incense sticks to them, and they collectively raised the incense in prayer. Once everyone had inserted their incense into the burner, Shen Duiyu and Lu Wei stepped onto the stage, each positioned beside a camera cloaked in red fabric. This was one of the few occasions Lu Wei stood on stage, gazing down at the audience, feeling somewhat like a leader. After Shen Duiyu exchanged pleasantries, he, along with Lu Wei, the screenwriter, and the lead actors, unveiled the red cloth. The stage manager set off celebratory fireworks, and they posed for a photograph, marking the conclusion of the opening ceremony. The lead actor was someone Lu Wei vaguely recognized, perhaps having seen him before, yet he couldn't recall clearly. This film's success hinged primarily on the script rather than star power. They could not afford high-profile actors, as leads would often demand tens of millions. Such figures left Shen Duiyu disheartened. During the evening's first banquet, the entire crew gathered. Lu Wei, ever enthusiastic about his inaugural investment, ensured that the arrangements were impeccable. Although he did not go as far as Wang Duiyu to reserve an entire hotel, the evening's feast included delicacies such as king crab, abalone, and blue dragon fish, allowing everyone to indulge freely. Observing the jubilant crew bustling around various dishes, Shen Duiyu silently vowed that this film must succeed. If it does, he would ensure the entire cast and crew celebrated for 3 days and nights. The lead actors approached the director to offer a toast, who then gestured towards Lu Wei, saying, "This is our investor, Mr. Liu." The two actors appeared somewhat astonished, as they had often encountered producers or investors who were predominantly middle-aged. This was their first encounter with someone so youthful. Lu Wei finally beheld the leading actress up close. She appeared to be slightly younger than him, her face still brimming with collagen, her large, captivating eyes sparkling like those of a model, her oval face not the pinnacle of beauty, yet undeniably charming. Her voice was sweet and gentle, making Lu Wei feel somewhat enchanted. The male lead raised a toast to Lu Wei, uttering words of camaraderie, to which Lu Wei reciprocated with encouragement, wishing everyone success. When it was the leading actress's turn, someone playfully suggested that she and Lu Wei share a cup of wine. Upon gazing at Lu Wei's reasonably handsome visage, a wealthy and attractive bachelor, she did not refuse. Instead, she leaned in, intertwining her arm with his in a gesture of sharing the cup. "Mr. Liu, I hope you will look after me in the future," she said. With her so close, a fragrant breeze enveloped Lu Wei, making the night feel intoxicating. Amidst the applause, they drank from the shared cup. Chapter 82. The director urges me to act. Lu Wei began to lead a languorous life on set. Arriving in the morning with a cup of tea at the filming base, trailing behind Shin Duoyu, observing as he directed while Lu Wei busied himself with mobile games. When the finance department needed to verify purchases, he would glance over, merely ensuring that funds were allocated for the production. The weather in Hainan was excessively hot in April. He lay in a shaded spot, fanning himself. With temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, the risk of heatstroke loomed. This filming base hosted few productions, and occasionally a crew would appear, providing some entertainment, albeit comprised of unfamiliar actors, which soon lost its allure. There were beautiful women in his own crew as well. Lu Wei summoned the stage manager, instructing him to prepare refreshing snacks for everyone in the crew daily, such as ice cream, watermelon, and coconut juice, with the expenses reimbursed by him. With a crew of 50 people, he allocated a daily budget of 1,000 yuan, leaving the stage manager gratefully expressing his thanks, with additional fees for any extras required. Having a benefactor certainly alleviated much of the financial pressure on the crew. Lu Wei occasionally followed behind Shin Duoyu, attentively watching how he directed the actors. Shin's discerning eye was commendable. The leading actress truly was quite lovely. Lu Wei never interfered with Shin Duoyu's filming, only assisting with equipment checks and procurement, while during his idle hours, he could monitor the stock market, finding small tasks to occupy his time, alleviating his sense of loneliness. Today, they were filming a scene where a nouveau riche confronted the male lead. The role of the nouveau riche was brief, lasting less than a minute, and could be filled by an extra, yet they had scoured the film base without finding anyone who caught Shin Duoyu's eye. When Lu Wei arrived at the location, they still had not made a selection. Upon seeing Lu Wei, Shin Duoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Let us add some facial hair and give you a glossy look. It could work, he exclaimed, rushing over to Lu Wei. Hey Mr. Lu, are you busy? With which of my eyes did you see me busy? Lu Wei replied, exasperated. Aren't you aware that I am the most unoccupied person on set? Haha. In our crew, you are the stabilizing force, playing a crucial role. Shin Duoyu. I sense your excessive attentiveness may harbor ulterior motives, Lu Wei teased. No, how could I dare? I merely came to extend my greetings and incidentally inquire if you have any free time. I find myself rather unoccupied. What exactly do you wish to pursue? Mr. Lu, are you interested in performing a scene? There is a particular segment where I could use your assistance. I shall perform, but you haven't succumbed to heat stroke, have you? I possess no acting skills. How could I possibly perform? Please do not place the blame on me. If I participate and it turns out poorly, you'll claim it is due to my involvement in the performance, and I shall bear the responsibility. Shin Duoyu raised his hands in surrender, resigning himself to patiently explain to Lu Wei the essence and implications of that particular scene. Lu Wei, hesitant to decide, sought the counsel of the five-man gang, asking whether he ought to assist Shin Duoyu with his performance. The four enthusiastic members in the group promptly expressed their support, eager to join in and lend a hand. Very well, how would you like me to perform? You may dictate the arrangement. Today, I shall follow your lead. Shin Duoyu joyfully sought out the makeup artist to prepare Lu Wei, selecting the appropriate attire for him. Lu Wei had the persona of a newly affluent individual. Having recently come into wealth, his demeanor remained intact. As Shin Duoyu explained the scene, Lu Wei grasped it immediately. The lines were brief, and after a short while, he had memorized them. However, Lu Wei's appearance was somewhat delicate, and he would rely on the makeup artist's skill to enhance his look. Once the makeup was complete and the styling finalized, with a pair of sunglasses perched on Lu Wei's nose and a gold chain the thickness of a pinky adorning his neck as a prop, they were ready to commence. Filming began, and after 3 or 4 takes, Lu Wei finally settled into character. He portrayed an individual who had recently come into wealth attending a class reunion, where he encountered the male lead. The nouveau riche character boasted to his classmates that he had reserved the entire venue for the evening, forbidding anyone from covering the bill, and promising to distribute red envelopes to everyone. Originally, Lu Wei was known for his low-profile nature, lacking such ostentatious traits. It was only after he infused some personal memories into the performance that he truly embraced the character, particularly capturing the essence of that newly affluent exuberance. He was practically playing himself. Even Shin Duoyu commended Lu Wei on his authentic portrayal. How could it not be authentic? This mirrored my mindset from just a few months ago, Lu Wei mused. This unexpected foray into acting only deepened Lu Wei's integration into the crew, transforming him into an object of admiration. Where else could one find a benefactor like him? He provided food and drink daily, could rescue the scene, and was rather easy on the eyes. Frequently, female actresses and background performers approached Lu Wei, deliberately initiating conversations, and he cheerfully engaged with them, never one to shy away from charm and allure. As filming progressed, Lu Wei suddenly recalled his house in Hainan, pondering whether it was still habitable. He had grown weary of hotel living and longed to return to his own abode. While lost in thought about his property, a commotion erupted from the filming set, drawing a crowd. Lu Wei hurried over to investigate and inquired about the situation. It turned out that during the shoot, the female lead had slipped, twisting her ankle, and was now being assisted to a chair to rest, her expression reflecting her discomfort. Stage management, Shin Duoyu called someone. You and the assistant. Have the driver take Miss Chun to the hospital for an examination. Lu Wei approached Shin Duoyu and gently patted him on the shoulder. Old Shin, why don't I go with the driver? I seem to have the least to do here, and you still have many arrangements to manage. Ah, Mr. Lu, is that appropriate? What could be inappropriate? I am also a part of the crew, Lu Wei replied. Then I must thank you, Mr. Lu. Shin Duoyu quickly expressed his gratitude. He needed to keep up with the schedule, and having one less person to manage would help him progress. All right, everyone disperse and get to work. We need to prepare for shooting, Shin Duoyu directed, sending the crew off to continue their preparations. Can you still walk? Lu Wei inquired. slightly bending down to ask Chen-Lu, the lead actress. Chen-Lu attempted to stand, but was met with a sharp pain in her foot, causing her to sit back down, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. I'll see if I can find some ice for you to apply. Just wait for me, Lu Wei said. Fortunately, the ice cream had not yet been distributed today, and he retrieved 2 ice cream bars from the cold storage. Do you need to take off your shoes? Would that be all right? Chen-Lu quickly nodded, then suddenly shook her head. What does that mean? Are you okay with it or not? Lu Wei was somewhat perplexed. I'm fine, Chen-Lu hurriedly replied. Gently, Lu Wei removed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair foot. He then tore open the ice cream wrappers and placed them on the sprained area. The instant coldness elicited a soft moan from Chen-Lu. Thinking she was in pain, Lu Wei reassured her, it's just a sprain. Applying ice will alleviate the pain. This will help, and I'll clean it up afterward. I'm all right. I can endure it, Chen-Lu said softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. After about 10 minutes of icing, Lu Wei cleaned off the melted water from her foot and helped her put her shoes back on, encouraging her to try walking again. Ouch! Chen-Lu grimaced as she exerted pressure, still unable to walk. She looked at Lu Wei. All right, then hop on my back, Lu Wei said, bending down to offer his back, indicating he would carry her. Chen-Lu climbed onto his back. Lu Wei adjusted his grip slightly, feeling her weight, and reminded himself, I am here to assist others. I must not think otherwise. The driver was already waiting outside with the car, which was about 200 to 300 meters away. In the summer heat, Chen-Lu tried to arch her back to avoid pressing against Lu Wei, but occasionally, when he needed to readjust his hold, they would inadvertently come into full contact. Feeling the warmth of her blush against his back, Chen-Lu felt flustered, while Lu Wei was somewhat lost in thought. Aware of the pressure but unable to articulate his feelings. It was indeed a hot day, and after a while of carrying her, sweat beaded on his forehead. Upon reaching the car, Lu Wei wiped his sweaty face, his appearance causing Chen-Lu's heart to flutter. This man was quite impressive indeed. Chapter 83. Caring for Chen-Lu. Upon arriving at the hospital, the driver went to park the vehicle. Lu Wei once again hoisted Chen-Lu onto his back. And this time, she did not hesitate, simply resting against him. Strangely, it felt significantly lighter this time. Lu Wei proceeded to register her, and then carried her to the outpatient department, where a nurse brought over a wheelchair. Lu Wei dutifully pushed Chen-Lu to take her x-ray. The doctor diagnosed her with merely a mild soft tissue bruise, assuring that the ligaments were unharmed. He advised her to apply ice initially, followed by heat after 24 hours, along with some medicinal ointment to promote circulation, assuring that she would be well in a few days. Fortunately, the ligaments were intact. Otherwise, it would have posed considerable complications. This was their film, and an injury to the lead actress could significantly delay their progress. The doctor reassured her that it was nothing serious, suggesting Lu Wei escort her back to the hotel for some rest, and he would inform Shen Duoyu. Upon returning to the hotel, the driver first headed to the film crew. Lu Wei carried Chen-Lu to her room, feeling as if he had never carried a woman like this before in his life. He gently placed her on the bed, preparing to leave. You can rest here. I'll return to my room. Call me if you need anything, he said. Wait, don't go. I don't have your number. How can I call you? Chen-Lu hurriedly exclaimed. I forgot about that. We haven't exchanged contact information yet, Lu Wei replied as he opened WeChat for her to scan. I'm off now. I need to take a shower. I'll check on you later for dinner. Once Lu Wei closed the door, Chen-Lu quickly hopped to the bathroom. She had been holding it in for hours and dared not say anything. The heat in Hainan was unbearable without air conditioning. After a refreshing shower, Lu Wei lay on his bed, suddenly recalling the exhilaration of carrying Chen-Lu, feeling a rush of blood to his head. He quickly dismissed the thought and decided to take another shower. That evening, when the crew returned, they checked on Chen-Lu. Shen Duoyu expressed his gratitude for Lu Wei's willingness to take on responsibilities. Lu Wei confidently assured that he would take care of her for the next few days. The following afternoon, after ordering takeout for Chen-Lu, Lu Wei tidied up and asked her if she was all right alone in the hotel. Chen-Lu, feeling bored watching television, asked if she could accompany him. Lu Wei felt conflicted, thinking she would merely be a burden, needing to carry her everywhere. Noticing his hesitation, Chen-Lu quickly reassured him. I'm feeling much better today. I can use a crutch to walk. Her pitiful demeanor softened Lu Wei's heart. All right, I'll take you. But I'm only going to check on the house. It might be a bit dull. That is fine. Just let me get out, she replied eagerly. Supporting Chen-Lu, they stepped outside. Watching her bounce along, Lu Wei couldn't help but bend down. Come on, if you keep jumping like that, we won't make it by nightfall. Chen-Lu shyly climbed onto his back. They hailed a taxi to the property, carrying Chen-Lu to the property management office to collect the keys. Lu Wei felt as though he was being watched like a spectacle. He should have arranged for a wheelchair instead. The apartment Lu Wei purchased was on the 16th floor, exquisitely renovated with a central air conditioning and fresh air system, promising a quality living experience. He had been informed that it was ready for immediate occupancy. He had yet to visit the property in Yuqing. This was his first new home acquired. Had he opted for a second-hand unit, he likely could have moved in by now. The room was eerily vacant. I had heard that it needed to air out for a while before it could be inhabited. For the sake of my well-being, I knew I shouldn't be overly eager. Standing on the balcony, the community was situated 2 to 3 kilometers from the coastline, and with buildings obstructing the view, the sea was no longer visible. However, I could catch the scent of the briny sea breeze through the open window. Is this your newly acquired abode? Chen-Lu inquired, gazing out over the balcony. I purchased it 2 months ago, but have yet to move in. I plan to stay here during the winter, came the response. My dream has always been to own a house by the sea, where I can bask in the sun on the beach during winter. Yet, looking at the current property prices, it feels like a distant fantasy. I wonder how many films and television shows I must produce to afford it, Chen-Lu sighed. You must have faith in yourself. Perhaps our current project will catapult us to fame. and you'll become a star, earning abundantly, Lu Wei encouraged. If only it were that simple. I have been in this industry for several years, yet I remain an unknown actress, Chen Lu lamented. Actresses thrive on their youth, and in a few years, opportunities may dwindle. Then let us ensure this project is a success, propelling you to stardom, allowing you to purchase whatever your heart desires, Lu Wei replied. You certainly possess a way with words. If fortune smiles upon me, I shall be sure to express my gratitude, Chen Lu chuckled. Haha, with me around, success is guaranteed. We'll achieve box office sales exceeding 1 billion, and I shall gift you a home, Lu Wei jested. You truly are a dreamer. It's not that easy to surpass 1 billion in box office sales. Just breaking even would be a commendable feat. The room felt somewhat desolate. Furnished with only a few basic items. The bedroom at least had a bed frame, but surely, the two of us couldn't converse while perched on it. Is there anything here? Are you thirsty? I think I'll go check out some furniture and perhaps grab a drink, Chen Lu suggested. Sounds good. I'll follow your lead, came Lu Wei's reply. At the entrance of the community, there was a pharmacy. After pondering where to explore, Lu Wei led Chen Lu inside. Do you have any wheelchairs? He asked. Yes, which type do you need? Just give me a random one. As long as it's functional, he replied. Without giving Chen Lu a chance to object, Lu Wei purchased a wheelchair and insisted she sit in it. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Chen Lu thought to herself, he no longer wishes to carry me. We're going to look at furniture soon, surely. You don't expect me to carry you through the entire furniture store? Embarrassed, Chen Lu lowered her gaze, questioning her own thoughts. She had not anticipated that someone like Lu Wei, a benefactor, would personally select furniture. He tried various pieces, encouraging Chen Lu to do the same. As she reclined on a grand bed in the furniture store, she wondered if he was hinting at something. Why would he want her to test the bed? Was he implying something more? If Lu Wei knew what was racing through her mind, he would likely be overwhelmed. Dear lady, I merely seek your opinion on comfort. I assure you, I had no ulterior motives, he insisted. After browsing the furniture store, Lu Wei finalized nearly 200,000 yuan worth of furnishings, instructing the vendors to deliver everything available in stock to his new apartment the following day. That evening, Lu Wei treated Chen Lu to dinner, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Lu Wei listened intently as she recounted numerous tales from the entertainment industry. Despite not being from the same circle, Chen Lu felt liberated to share everything with him. Even revealing a past incident where a director had threatened her with demands for intimacy in exchange for a leading role, expressing her belief that men were often untrustworthy, merely fixated on physicality. The realm of entertainment is indeed a peculiar one. Surviving within its confines proves to be quite challenging. Chen Lu incessantly clamored for alcohol, insisting that Lu Wei accompany her in drinking, all the while sharing her candid critiques, oblivious to the quantity consumed. Eventually, she succumbed to inebriation, clutching her cup on the table and falling into slumber. Lu Wei, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to secure a room at the hotel for her respite. Upon reaching the front desk, he was informed that one identification could only warrant a single room. Thus, he opted for a standard room. The receptionist regarded him with a hint of curiosity, pondering why he would choose a larger suite. Fortunately, Chen Lu did not react like Zhang Jiran, who would immediately regurgitate after drinking. Lu Wei gently placed her on the bed and removed her shoes, while she continued to murmur her critiques. Such audacity. Was she not concerned about being taken advantage of? After all, Lu Wei was a normal man. Chapter 84. I wish to be your woman. Lu Wei informed Shin Duyu that he was dining out with Chen Lu. Shin Duyu did not inquire further, simply responding with an acknowledgement. Such matters are not easily dissected, leaving one to ponder the specifics. Throughout the night, Lu Wei found little rest. Chen Lu either spoke suddenly or requested water. His slumber was light, often interrupted as he tended to her. He could only close his eyes and seek solace until the early hours of the morning when he finally drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned a woman, the two entwined, engaged in an intimate exchange. Lu Wei abruptly awoke, feeling warmth at his back, a body embracing him. Chen Lu, unbeknownst to him, had awakened as well. Relieved to find her attire intact, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Was she truly so unappealing to him? Turning over, she noticed the water on the nightstand and the shoes scattered on the floor, with Lu Wei quietly resting on the other bed, seemingly undisturbed by her presence. Recalling the day they toasted, Chen Lu remembered his handsome visage and the manner in which he had carried her up and down the stairs, drenched in sweat. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. She longed for someone to cherish her, and her resolve solidified. Stealthily, she vacated her own bed and slipped into Lu Wei's, wrapping her arms around him. Are you awake? Lu Wei softly inquired as he turned his head. Chen Lu pressed her finger against his lips, her gaze fixed on him. Hold me, she urged, grasping his hand and drawing it around her waist, prompting Lu Wei to shift closer. Chen Lu boldly pressed her lips against his, bestowing upon him a fervent kiss. She then whispered in his ear, Desire me, I wish to be your woman. Such words were irresistible, especially in that moment. Igniting Lu Wei's passion, he embraced Chen Lu and kissed her ardently, and soon their bodies were entwined. Lu Wei's lips found their way to her alluring curves, while Chen Lu clung to him, yearning for their union. Here, thousands of words are omitted. After a considerable time, the two weary souls lay entwined in an embrace. Having surrendered to slumber, Lu Wei held her close, and they exchanged sweet words before succumbing to sleep once more. Awakening refreshed, he mused. I am uncertain what you have done to entice me. Do you perceive me as a frivolous man? Ah, that was not my intention. I merely found it astonishing. You must believe me. I have not been subjected to any unscrupulous arrangements. You are my second man. Really? Really? Lu Wei tightened his embrace around her. I cannot explain it, but when I awoke to find you lying there, I felt profoundly touched. At that moment, I wished to be your woman. Chen Lu cooed playfully in his arms. Lu Wei gently caressed the softness in his hands and asked with a smile, "Do you still wish for that now?" "I do." She replied. "Then let us proceed." "Ah, you are quite mischievous." With the covers pulled over them, another round of intimate exploration commenced. At noon, Lu Wei ventured downstairs to purchase a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao near the hotel. Upon his return, he sprayed it on Chen Lu and gently massaged her. "Does it still hurt today?" he inquired. "Not as much," she answered. "Will you accompany me to the new house? I have arranged for deliveries this afternoon. I wish to see it." "I shall go wherever you go," he replied, eager to remain together after achieving such a significant breakthrough. The new house was filled with furniture, looking much more appealing and cozy. With Chen Lu by his side, offering suggestions while Lu Wei handled the labor, they worked harmoniously together. "Let us accomplish this much today. I shall leave the rest for my parents when they come. This house is primarily for them to enjoy during the winter. In due time, we shall buy another set. You can go there to see the sea," Lu Wei remarked as he observed Chen Lu seated on the balcony. "I'll wait. I wish to be your woman. But not merely for you to buy me a house," Chen Lu hurriedly expressed. "Why have you stopped calling me Wei Go?" "Oh, calling you Wei Go feels rather odd." "Wei Go is quite distinguished," he teased. "How annoying. Do not overthink it. Regardless of our circumstances, we must have a place to stay. Although I am not wealthy, purchasing a house is still within my means. Once you become a great star, you may buy whatever you desire. Perhaps you could even support me," she laughed, envisioning the delightful image of being Lu Wei's kept woman. "Ah, the thought of supporting you is a splendid idea. I must strive to achieve that," he chuckled, captivated by her laughter. "What if they say I coerced you when we return to the set? What should we do?" "Did you?" she teased. "Indeed, I did, quite deeply," Lu Wei replied as he escorted Chen Lu back to the hotel. It was essential to return before rumors began to circulate, particularly with filming still ahead. Chen Lu's foot had improved, allowing her to walk slowly now. She planned to check on Shun Duiyu's arrangements. Lu Wei knocked on Shun Duiyu's door, which was answered after a moment. Shen appeared slightly disheveled, as if just awakening. "I was a bit sleepy. Have you returned? What brings you here?" "I simply came to inquire about your plans as the director," Lu Wei responded. "You seem rather fatigued, old Shen. I cannot be compared to you young folks. Tomorrow, let's see if the leading actress can move. If so, we can have her resume filming," he stated. "It should be feasible. She can walk now," Lu Wei assured him. "All right, I'll make the arrangements for tomorrow morning." Observing Shen's weary demeanor, Lu Wei departed, allowing him to rest. He wondered what Shen had been up to these past few days. As soon as he returned to his room, Chen Lu sent a message. "I do not wish to sleep alone tonight. What should I do? Are you not concerned that others will say I have coerced you? I am not worried. I am your woman, and I only submit to you. Haha, I sought you out in the dead of night to discuss the script. Regardless, I desire your company this evening." Chen Lu pouted playfully. Lu Wei, unable to resist such temptation, felt his desires awaken. Perhaps it would be too brazen to go now. He decided to come later. "I shall await you." The breakthrough in their relationship allowed Lu Wei to indulge in a carefree and blissful existence. After filming for half a month, Shen Duiyu finally announced a day's break for everyone to rest before moving to another location for shooting. The crew unanimously agreed, relishing the prospect of a day off. As the principal financier, Lu Wei treated the crew to a lavish dinner by the sea that evening. Noticing Chen Lu seated beside Lu Wei, the others feigned ignorance. It was evident that Chen Lu harbored feelings for their benefactor, yet in such circles, it was unnecessary to expose the truth. Filming had settled into a steady rhythm, with a timeline for production established, requiring only Lu Wei's occasional presence thereafter. In pursuit of their cinematic ambitions, Lu Wei conferred with Han Shua about possibly approaching Wang Fun, whose family held significant influence in national cinema. As he himself owned a theater chain, gaining Wang Fun's assistance could provide considerable support upon the film's release. Han Shua suggested Lu Wei return to Shanghai, and the two would pay Wang Fun a visit. Chapter 85. Waiting for Wang Fun on the eve of their departure. Lu Wei took Chen Lu to explore a duty-free shopping center, insisting on purchasing her gifts. He dragged her into several luxury boutiques to admire bags and jewelry. "Little Wei, your behavior resembles that of a sugar daddy," she teased. "Can I afford to support you? Perhaps a plump and fair companion? How rude. You are the one who is chubby. Really, you needn't buy these things. I genuinely like you, which is why I am willing to be with you. I believe you will treat me well. Then I must shower you with gifts, especially since you are willing to be with me." After purchasing over 300,000 in bags, jewelry, and clothing, he was only deterred when Chen Lu finally pulled him away. Passing by a store featuring a stunning dress, Chen Lu whispered to Lu Wei, "Do you wish to see me in this?" She pointed at the garment, and Lu Wei, following her gaze, was taken aback by its allure. Unable to resist such temptation, he immediately accompanied Chen Lu inside to select outfits. The joy of shopping revealed itself to be truly delightful. That evening, neither returned to the cruise hotel. After inquiring about Chen Lu's dining preferences, they enjoyed a romantic candlelit dinner together. They checked into a nearby 5-star hotel, reveling in the wildness of their final night before parting. Perhaps aware that it would be a long time until they met again, Chen Lu took the initiative, determined to fully indulge Lu Wei. In her words, "I cannot send you off to the airport tomorrow, so tonight, I shall gift myself to you." With beauty in his embrace, how could he let this moment slip away? When Lu Wei awoke in the morning, Chen Lu had already departed for the set, leaving him a message on WeChat. "I won't see you off. I'm afraid I will cry if I watch you leave." In the evening, Lu Wei landed and immediately took a taxi to meet Han Shua, seeking advice on how best to approach Wang Fun. After much deliberation, the two decided to stake out at a bar. Given their limited acquaintance with Wang Fun, having only met him once, it was uncertain whether he would even remember them after such a long time. Nevertheless, they hoped to enhance their impression of him during a casual encounter. The duo spent 3 consecutive nights at the bar, yet they failed to catch a glimpse of Wang Deshao, whose vibrant nightlife and multitude of choices made their endeavor seem futile. Inquiring with the bar staff revealed that Wang's visits were irregular and unpredictable. After 3 evenings of waiting, Han Shua had unwittingly charmed several women, enjoying the rare company on his escapades to the bar. Why not check within your affluent circle to see if Wang Deshao has any recent engagements, or if he is out of town? Waiting idly like this seems pointless, Lu Wei suggested, acknowledging his lack of connections in Shanghai and relying on Han Shua's network. Wang Fan's social media had not been updated either, and a glance at Weibo showed no signs of activity. However, Wang Deshao frequently made headlines, so they decided to check short videos for any potential revelations. They discovered a plethora of information about him, including recent reports of his appearance in Rongqing, leisurely strolling along Chuanxi Road with someone. Well, it seems our time here has been wasted, Han Shua remarked, sharing the video with Lu Wei. Wow, this rich kid knows how to enjoy himself. He is already off wooing women over there. Han Shua's expression suggested he felt as though he had not made the most of his time either. I'll leave my contact details with the bartender. Let us wait for Wang Deshao to summon us. This idle waiting is not a viable strategy. As they prepared to leave, Lu Wei urged, let us not waste these last few drinks. Just then, Detective Qin sent a message requesting a meeting, indicating he might have uncovered some information. Lu Wei quickly summoned Zhang Yida, and the 3 retreated to a private room to strategize. Chen Jun presented the gathered information and details of potential informants to Zhang Yida, who observed as the two engaged in conversation. Zhang Yida felt somewhat resigned. Realizing that he had drawn the short straw for this laborious task, he organized the information into several categories. Firstly, the company's failure to pay employees provident funds and social security, which could be leveraged to encourage departing employees to report to the relevant authorities, leading to arbitration and possibly court proceedings if necessary. Secondly, there were indications of falsified accounts in several projects, which, if relayed to the client, could instigate legal disputes. Lastly, there were straightforward cases of tax evasion that could simply be reported anonymously to the tax bureau. How prepared is Chun's team of informants? Have they been persuaded to report? Lu Wei inquired. They've managed to convince 3 individuals, but they require compensation for their time and effort in dealing with the company. Zhang Yida replied. That's manageable, as long as their demands are reasonable. Moreover, I would like you to assist in conveying messages to his adversaries and the client company. All right, no problem. You can leave it to me with complete confidence. Chen Jun patted his chest. As for the anonymous tip to the tax bureau, does Brother Yida require my assistance in finding someone to handle it? It sounds rather straightforward. If necessary, I can manage it myself. At that point, it will merely be a case of former employees reporting the company for tax evasion, and the tax authorities will investigate, leading to various consequences. No worries. I'll take care of it. I might as well annoy their lawyer while I'm at it, Zhang Yida jested. By the way, the lawsuit is nearing a court date. Will you be attending as an observer? Also, regarding the second payment to that company, it is indeed time to remit it. Zhang Yida reminded. Lu Wei almost forgot about his investment in that company. I'll transfer it immediately, almost let it slip my mind. A few days later, around 9 in the evening, the bartender messaged Lu Wei, informing him that young Master Wang would be arriving tonight. Lu Wei acknowledged this and promptly transferred 500 yuan as a token of appreciation. Finally, he had caught the attention of such a significant figure. He immediately called Han Shua, urging him to head out, as Wang Fun was going to the bar tonight. Lu Wei quickly hailed a cab. Although the sports car was impressive, it couldn't pick up speed in the city. Upon his arrival, Han Shua had yet to show up. After 10 minutes, the roar of the powerful engine echoed, and Han Shua emerged from the car, tousling his hair with a touch of flair. Am I not handsome driving this beast? The attention I draw is guaranteed, he boasted. It's the car that's impressive, not you. If someone else were driving it, they'd still turn heads, Lu Wei retorted. You're just envious, unabashedly so. Han Shua shot back. Let us go. We need to find Wang Fun, otherwise he might leave. That is impossible. In places like this, he won't leave until the wee hours, Han Shua asserted confidently. The two entered the bar's booth, and there Wang Fun was, in his usual spot, already surrounded by several young models. As they approached, a man in black stood up, blocking their way. Step aside. This is my friend. Wang Fun called out upon seeing them. What a surprise. Why are you two here? Come sit. Wang Fun motioned for the 2 young women beside him to make space, allowing Han Shua and Lu Wei to take their seats. I meant to treat you both to a drink last time. I didn't expect it to take so long to meet again. Tonight is fate. Tonight, I'll treat you. Just a few days ago, I saw you were still in Rongqing, and now you're back so soon. How did you know? Lu Wei inquired. The internet is filled with news about you. Young Master Wang, you're exposed everywhere, Han Shua laughed. Haha, the netizens pay too much attention to me. What can I do? I can't hide anywhere. Wang Fun chuckled. Come, let us have a drink. Should I call over a couple more girls for you? Wang Fun patted Lu Wei on the shoulder, and Lu Wei was somewhat surprised by how genuine this young master appeared, lacking any pretentiousness. Call one over. He is quite the hungry one, Lu Wei jested, pointing at Han Shua. Oh, Lu Wei, do you not fancy this sort of thing? You must be open-minded when you come to a bar, Han Shua teased. Wait, you actually remembered my name, Lu Wei remarked, astonished. Ha, what is this? Do you think I'm some foolish son of a landlord? Ah Wei, it's your choice. Wang Fun quipped. Ah Wei, this phrase has deeply resonated with many. It is no longer just about Wei Ge for those bearing the name Wei, but rather about the demise of Ah Wei. Ah Wei has indeed passed away. Come, let us introduce ourselves. This is Lin Xin, this is Lu Wei, and that is Han Shua. Let us raise our glasses and celebrate our gathering this evening. Wang Fun lifted his glass and stood up, the 4 men's glasses clinking together in a toast. Meeting such a prominent figure for the first time made Lu Wei somewhat anxious. Upon his arrival, he feared that Wang Fan might have forgotten about them, leading to an awkward introduction that could be quite embarrassing. The success of their business dealings was secondary. Maintaining dignity was paramount. Although Wang Fan appeared approachable and easy to converse with, Lu Wei felt the need for caution. Interacting with such a distinguished individual, one could easily say something amiss that might displease him, potentially summoning his security, and Lu Wei certainly could not withstand that. It would truly be akin to becoming another Wei. Despite Wang Fan's frequent high-profile appearances online, whether engaging in verbal sparring or being captured by paparazzi, he was relatively accommodating, at least in terms of outward respect, which he demonstrated abundantly. The four engaged in conversation and drinking until the midnight hour, at which point Wang Fan suggested they retreat to his private club for a respite before continuing the evening. Very well, I shall accompany you, noble sir. To enjoy a night out, Wang Fan utilized a luxury vehicle, ample to accommodate his security and companions. Han Shuo handed the car keys to one of the bodyguards, instructing him to drive along. Indeed, it is impossible to maintain a low profile when one ventures out. Who would dare to photograph you if not for your entourage? Lu Wei observed that 3 bodyguards accompanied them that night. My father insisted I take them, advising me to exercise caution when out and about. So I had no choice but to comply. Goodness, bringing 3 or 4 bodyguards along. How can one remain inconspicuous? Lu Wei swallowed hard, wishing his father would express the same concern for him. The vehicle journeyed towards the western suburbs of the bustling metropolis, and as they conversed, the topic of gaming arose, Wang Fan's passion, or perhaps his second passion, the first being the youthful internet celebrities. Upon arrival at Wang Fan's club, they were greeted by staff. Good evening, boss. It's nothing serious. I've brought friends to unwind in my usual room. The establishment was a 6-story building, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its true size. Yet, upon entering, the spacious interior became apparent. The lobby on the first floor was staffed by 2 attendants, featuring a lounge area for relaxation and a tea-serving section. They ascended to the 6th floor and entered a private room. All right, I may be a country bumpkin, but this place must be at least 200 or 300 square meters, Lu Wei reflected, realizing his limited experience, as he had never occupied such a grand space. Inside the private room, there was a bar, a KTV area, and a mahjong table, with several seating arrangements scattered about for relaxation. Please summon someone to mix some drinks and prepare a few appetizers, Wang Fan instructed. Certainly, boss, replied the staff member as they exited to fulfill the request, indicating that such arrangements were commonplace at this hour. Come. The discussion about games has me eager. Let us play a ranked match first, Wang Fan exclaimed excitedly. Pulling out his mobile phone. With sleep a distant consideration, they were ready to play. As long as Wang Fan was enjoying himself, all was well. The 4 men, along with Wang Fan's companion, formed a perfect 5-member team for the game. Wang Fan, playing as the marksman, selected the short-legged character, while his partner, Yao, took on the role of support. Lin Xian faced off against Xia Ho in the landing phase. Han Shuo ventured into the jungle, leaving Lu Wei to occupy the mid lane. Just 2 minutes into the match, Xia Ho succumbed and gifted the first blood. Steady now, steady. Focus on farming, Wang Fan advised Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's performance proved to be somewhat lackluster, ultimately hindering their progress. Lin Xian cursed, claiming that the opposing team was cheating and absolving himself of blame. The group indulged in casual drinks while playing, continuing until after 5 o'clock. I've arranged rooms for you too. Someone will escort you shortly. You'll rest here today, Wang Fan mentioned. I'm utterly exhausted. Let's rest and tackle things after a good sleep, he added, leading his companion back to their room. After a while, staff from the club arrived to guide the 3 of them to their respective rooms. Once the door was closed, Lu Wei collapsed onto the bed, his mind blank, only yearning for sleep after a night of drinking and gaming. When he awoke, it was already noon. He exited his room and headed to the private lounge, only to find it empty, prompting him to take the elevator down to the lobby. Good day, sir. Would you like to dine? The attendant inquired warmly. Has our boss woken up yet? What about my companions? Lu Wei asked. Our boss hasn't come down yet, nor have your companions, the attendant replied. In that case, please prepare something to eat for me, he decided, opting to satiate his hunger without waiting for them. Stepping outside the club, he was struck by the sight before him. Wow, incredible, he muttered in awe. True to form, the elite youth had not chosen to remain discreet. In front of the club was a spacious parking area, meticulously arranged with several supercars. Is that a Bugatti? Although I can't afford one, I'm familiar with its distinct rounded front, Lu Wei noted. He also spotted a McLaren, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, and Pagani, an astonishing array that surpassed anything he had seen at car exhibitions. The collective value of these vehicles surely exceeded a couple of 100 million yuan. Lu Wei gasped, realizing the magnitude of wealth possessed by this legendary second-generation rich kid. Just then, Han Shuo appeared behind him. Why are you up so early? I was about to call you, he remarked. Look at this lineup of cars. Isn't it time to retire your Gallardo? Han Shuo exclaimed, equally taken aback by the impressive display of supercars. This is what a life of indulgence truly looks like. The 2 country boys felt as though they had stumbled into the opulent estate of a wealthy landlord, surrounded by golden splendor. You 2 are awake? I thought I would be the earliest, Wang Fan chimed in as he descended the stairs. Upon noticing Lin Xian and Lu Wei admiring the supercars, he approached them. Wang Fan, you actually managed to wake up? Impressive, Lu Wei teased. Wang Fan instantly grasped the jest, laughing heartily. Oh, just a typical day, ranked 3rd in the world. Curious, Han Shuo inquired. How much did all of these cars cost? You seem quite generous with your purchases. Well, my father allocates me a hefty allowance each year. If I don't spend it on cars, I wouldn't know what else to buy. Besides, I have a passion for supercars. I consider it a collection. Buying one at random each year. casually buying one. Lu Wei echoed in disbelief. Brother, how many cars does yours equate to? Could you possibly gift me one? I don't even need your supercar. A Mercedes or a BMW would suffice. Lu Wei felt a tinge of frustration. His worth barely matched the price of a few of their vehicles. Indeed, a saying online rang true. When it comes to making friends, I, Wang Fun, never consider their wealth. Regardless of the circumstances, they can never surpass my financial standing. Even the wealthy can't flaunt their riches like that. Can you even drive it? Lu Wei quipped. I hardly drive. I only hit the track occasionally. By the way, Han Shuo, when shall we race on the track? My car was purchased to impress women. I've never raced on a track, Han Shuo clarified. What a waste. Owning a supercar without experiencing the thrill of the track means you miss out on the joy it brings. Impressing women doesn't require a supercar. Wang Fun has never needed a sports car for that. His face suffices. Lu Wei finally grasped how the elite live their lives. Always either indulging in leisure or en route to their next escapade. Chapter 87. Young Master Wang's farm. The trio returned indoors to await dinner. In the private room, the waitstaff had already served, yet Lin Xian had yet to arrive. Should we summon Lin Xian to join us? Lu Wei inquired. No need. Lin Ergo can sleep soundly. Who knows when he'll wake up this afternoon? Lin Ergo? They chuckled. Yes, he ranks second in the family and was born in the year of the dog, hence the nickname. I never expected Lin Xian to have such a quirky moniker. Do you have any plans today? If not, I can take you out for some local delicacies tonight. No plans at all. I couldn't ask for more than to enjoy your hospitality, Han Shuo replied eagerly. All right, let us have some fun at the clubhouse this afternoon and venture out tonight. The trio chatted casually while dining. Don't your families require a report when you two go out like this? Brother, you truly overestimate us. We aren't like you, who must travel with bodyguards. I'm just an unemployed drifter, Lu Wei remarked. I often go 10 days or more without returning home, claiming I'm on a business trip, Han Shuo added. You actually handle company affairs. My father insisted I work at the group. I lasted a few days before escaping. I simply couldn't endure it. Why rush me to take over? Can't I enjoy life first? Wang Fun chimed in. I merely run my own investment firm. I've not been involved in the family business. You're an entrepreneur? My father urged me to start a business, but I was reluctant. I'm unsure what to pursue. Lu Wei, what industry are you in? With your extensive family background, why even consider entrepreneurship? I've recently invested in filmmaking, primarily. I dabble in stock trading. Filmmaking, how intriguing. You get to meet young ladies, Wang Fun said with a smug expression. Brother, are you filming a movie or scouting for models? It's all the same. Both pursuits are not mutually exclusive. However, I haven't invested yet. Lin Ergo's family is in entertainment, owning a few entertainment companies, so I've been influenced by my exposure to their business. I never expected that Lin Xian's family was involved in the entertainment industry. Indeed, the second-generation elites are often hidden talents. It seems that many of them come from families entrenched in various industries. I wonder what industry Han Shuo's family is engaged in. Wang Fun's family's business is quite evident. His father has garnered much attention, and their ventures span several sectors, including real estate, entertainment, and finance. Wang, when my film is finished, I hope you can give it a good screening at your cinema, Lu Wei said, somewhat brazenly. Oh, that's a trivial matter. As long as you steer clear of shooting adult films. Otherwise, we simply cannot screen it, Wang Fun joked, instantly bridging the gap between them. If it weren't for a suitable opportunity, Lu Wei would not have dared to make such a request. Once it's completed, I'll let you see it first. I could also show it to Lin Ergu, as he is part of the entertainment circle and would have more authority to comment. It's not finished yet. I'll reach out to you once it's ready. The entertainment industry is quite a mixed bag. It's not easy to navigate, so be cautious. Then I shall await your final cut. If it turns out well, I can introduce you to the head of our cinema. How much have you invested? What genre is it? About 20 million, gathered with a few others, and it's an urban film. Lu Wei scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Does this genre even have appeal? Wang Fun questioned, unsure of its potential. This film bears a resemblance to you. Is it perhaps a tale of a rich second-generation's romantic escapades? Haha, the title is The Richest Man's Troubles, which is somewhat akin to your status as a top-tier heir. My troubles are manifold. I wish to accomplish something, yet my father has already achieved it all. Now, he treats me as a prodigal son. Even if I were to squander 100 million a year, he claims it would suffice to last me until my grandchildren's time. I feel as if I am becoming aimless. Wang Fun lamented with a bitter smile. Wang Fun's self-absorption was rather ostentatious, especially considering how many people would never reach his starting point, yet he lamented his perceived failures. Wang, I believe you are merely posturing, Lu Wei retorted, somewhat frustrated. How am I posturing? Do you not realize how many people envy you? Online, you are often referred to as the nation's husband. Many would never attain your level of success in several lifetimes, yet you express distress. It's rather excessive. Haha, you are only seeing the surface. As a second-generation wealthy individual, I too have my share of troubles. Don't you both experience such dilemmas? I do not. I am from a first-generation wealthy family, while Han Shuo is a second generation. He may experience such issues. You are quite proud, being a first generation. In the evening, the five of them departed in 3 cars, followed by a bodyguard vehicle. Wang Fun, accompanied by his female companion, drove his Bugatti, while Lin Xian took the wheel of a McLaren. Lu Wei opted for Han Shuo's Lamborghini. Initially, Wang Fun had suggested that Lu Wei choose a car to drive, but Lu Wei politely declined. Lu Wei was aware of his limitations. Having not driven in a long time, he feared damaging one of Wang Fun's prized possessions. As the saying goes, cars and women are not to be lent. They headed towards the outskirts, eventually arriving at a farmhouse where they came to a halt. Wang, is this farmhouse also yours? Haha, indeed, I was just messing around. When the weather is warm, I come out to enjoy the cool air, fish a little, and savor some fruits. Come, let me show you my farm. It's almost dark. What can you see? There's nothing but emptiness. This farm is modeled after those in Europe, and everything grown here is organic, including some varieties you may have never encountered before. Tonight, I shall treat you to a splendid feast. As Wang Fan walked and introduced his place, Lu Wei found himself momentarily stunned. He had imagined that Wang Fan frequented 5-star hotels or top-notch bars and restaurants, sipping water from bottles that were beyond his reach. To his surprise, this was a farm he had built himself. Could it be that the pinnacle of success lies in agriculture? What's wrong? Surprised? Wang Fan chuckled. Yes. I never expected you, young Master Wang, to engage in such ventures. You've gone beyond my understanding. It seems you've created a farm to escape the mundane. Wang Fan patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. Tonight, we'll feast on a lamb I've raised. You'll get to taste the fruits of my agricultural labor. You're so busy. Do you truly have time to raise livestock? Lu Wei queried. Haha, it's the same. I strategize, and others execute. It's as good as if I raised them myself. Han Shuo realized that Wang Fan was not the person he had previously perceived. It was quite surreal. As they entered the house, dinner was already being prepared by the farm staff. The interior was indeed unlike any rural setting Lu Wei had ever seen. This European-style decor was a first for him. He contemplated sharing a post on social media to boast about it, but quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it unethical. It felt akin to a social media influencer checking in, which was rather pretentious. One must admit, owning a farm to enhance one's palate, cultivating flowers, raising cattle, and digging a pond for fishing, such a lifestyle is a dream for many. Lu Wei gained a deeper understanding of the lives of the super-rich, feeling a twinge of envy. With his financial means, he could only return to his hometown, claim a few hills, plant fruit trees, and raise some free-range chickens and pigs, becoming a local lord of the mountains. The men reveled through the night, enjoying various entertainment facilities at the farm, KTV, a cinema, mahjong, billiards, and an esports room, ensuring a night filled with fun. When they awoke the next day, Lu Wei realized his previous narrow perspective. The fish pond was merely standard fare. To his surprise, there were horses for riding, indicating that the farm was quite expansive, spanning hundreds of acres. Chapter 88. Lu Jelly's inner thoughts. The two spent another day at Wang Fan's place before driving back to the city in the afternoon. After discussing plans to meet again, they bid each other farewell. Han Shuo dropped Lu Wei off at the entrance of his apartment complex, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Lu Wei, you live here? Yes, I've been residing here for a while. Wow, you're truly modest. I'm impressed. This is quite remarkable, Han Shuo exclaimed, expressing his admiration. It seemed this young man wasn't lacking in wealth. Despite not having a permanent residence, he could afford to rent a high-end apartment. How is your residency situation coming along? Do you need my assistance? Living here seems incongruous with your status. This place is larger than you. Haha, why be so picky? I've got someone helping me with the residency. It's looking promising and should be settled soon. Would you like to come over to my place for a visit? Never mind, I shall return home now. My mother has not seen me for 2 days and is urging me to report back. Han Shuo revved the engine of his motorcycle and sped away, leaving a trail of excitement in his wake. Initially, I believed that living anywhere would suffice, that I could adapt to any environment. However, after indulging for a few days in Wang Fan's luxurious lifestyle, Lu Wei felt himself slipping back into complacency. He yearned for an upgrade, while the journey mattered little. The residence must possess a certain elegance. Upon arriving home, Lu Wei opened Yang Wan's WeChat. She was likely still preoccupied with work, often responding to morning messages only by nightfall. What time do you finish work today? Finish work? I'm in Jiangxing. Oh, you're on another business trip? Is Han Shuo mistreating you? I'll come and avenge you. Avenge? I'm the one who requested this project to gain more experience. Where are you? Wow. So you want to hug my head? Here you go. I just returned to Shanghai and wanted to invite you to dinner, but you're not here. Aren't you shooting in Hainan? How did you return? Do you miss me? Haha, you caught me. I secretly returned to see you, but you were absent. It's heartbreaking. So pitiful. Here is a sweet kiss for you. I'll come find you once I finish my tasks. I'm heading to a meeting now. You truly are a tireless worker. Take care of yourself. It seems I must establish the company soon and have Yang Wan manage it. Otherwise, she will constantly be dispatched by Han Shuo on business trips. That capitalist is truly wicked, exploiting my dear every day. Yet, despite my words, the next day, I sent another to be exploited by Han Shuo. Lu Wei brought some toys to Lu Jelly's home and received a warm welcome. The little girl, Nan Nan, reached out for him to hold her. It appeared that the spirits of both were much improved, one radiating optimism, the other with a rosy complexion, restored to her former glory. How have you been living lately? Not too bad. Nan Nan has fully recovered after such long care. I'm planning to find a job and then enroll her in kindergarten. I've just returned from a business trip and have something to discuss with you. I've arranged a job for you in a company as a cleaner, just wiping tables and sweeping floors, with a salary of around 5,000 to 6,000. No overtime. Would you be willing to take it? Is it far? Lu Jelly was primarily concerned about the distance, as it needed to be manageable for dropping her daughter off at school. Lu Wei had previously calculated the distance. It was less than 10 kilometers. Approximately half an hour by electric bike. Not far. You can reach it in half an hour by bike. That works. Is it urgent to start there? Can I first secure a kindergarten for Nan Nan before going? Lu Wei nodded, suggesting they venture out together to explore options. They visited several private kindergartens, only to discover that the requirements were quite stringent, necessitating a residence permit. Few workers possessed such permits, and obtaining one in Shanghai was notoriously tedious. Let us first find a temporary place for her, then you can start working. Once the residence permit is sorted, we can enroll her for the second half of the year. Lu Jelly had no better ideas and acquiesced to Lu Wei's arrangements. On the way back, Lu Wei received a call from Zhang Yida. Lawyer Zhang informed Lu Wei that the case involving the company had concluded, resulting in a monetary compensation. Zhang cleverly negotiated it down to 3,500, equivalent to Lu Wei's salary for the previous half month. Should Lu wish to reclaim his wages from those days when he was still employed, he could file a complaint with the labor department. Lu Wei felt disheartened, berating himself for his previous ignorance of the law, having been outmaneuvered by the company. Fortunately, he had sought assistance from Detective Chun, and now it was likely the company was facing its own troubles. Previously, he had transferred 100,000 to Chinjun to bribe a few individuals for whistleblowing. With their involvement, it should suffice. He instructed Ida to keep an eye on the situation, hoping the former company would soon find itself ensnared. The labor arbitration could be initiated online, and he would address it thoroughly upon returning home. 10 days equated to wages. And he intended to leave the company with not a single cent previously. The company's HR had threatened him over the phone, suggesting he could withdraw his complaint by simply paying them, or else they would ensure he would struggle to find work throughout the city, alerting any potential employers about his alleged incompetence. The HR circle was indeed small, and they believed their influence was considerable. This infuriated Lu Wei, to the point where he nearly challenged them to a physical confrontation. After all, they were mere employees, overstepping their bounds, thinking they had become the masters of their own fate. Upon returning to Lu Jieli's home, she insisted he stay for dinner, with takeout as his only alternative. He gladly accepted the offer. Jieli's home-cooked meals were delightful, certainly better than Lu Wei's own culinary skills, which primarily consisted of instant noodles. After dinner, Lu Wei and Nuan relaxed in the living room watching television, and it wasn't long before Nuan fell asleep, likely worn out from the day's activities. When Jieli returned from washing the dishes, she swiftly picked up Nuan and carried her back to the bedroom. In the process of replacing her, Jieli accidentally brushed against Lu Jieli's chest, causing her to blush and quickly lower her head, leaving Lu Wei unaware of the moment's significance. Afterward, Jieli prepared a cup of tea for Lu Wei, and they sat on the sofa engaging in light conversation, primarily concerning the child's schooling and work-related issues. Lu Wei reassured her multiple times that his job was quite manageable, ensuring she would have ample time to care for Nuan's needs. As evening approached, Lu Wei rose to take his leave. However, just as he turned, Jieli unexpectedly embraced him from behind, startling him. "Li Jia, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Xiao Wei, please listen. I am truly grateful for everything you've done for me and Nuan during this time. Without your presence, I fear neither of us would have managed to get by. There were moments when I contemplated leaving with Nuan, wanting to spare her from further suffering. I know I am but a simple woman from the countryside, lacking education and means to assist you in any significant way. I cannot even repay you financially at this moment, but I can offer you my body in gratitude, should you desire it. I'm always ready to give you that." Feeling her face burn with heat, Jieli's words left Lu Wei stunned and speechless. He quickly extricated himself from her embrace, stepping back. "Li Jia, please don't speak such nonsense. I should be going now." Rushing towards the door, he burst out in a state of panic. Chapter 89, Lu Wei's home buying plan. On his way home, he stopped by a convenience store to purchase a bottle of water. While paying, he noticed that the store's counter displayed scratch-off lottery tickets. Indulging in a moment of extravagance, Lu Wei bought 2 tickets for 200 yuan, seeking a way to dispel the recent fright. Progress had been made regarding his household registration. The documentation was under review. The unscrupulous agent sent him a message requesting a second payment. Lu Wei meticulously checked the review details and verified his name and identification number on the official website, which filled him with joy as he promptly transferred the second payment. Once his household registration was settled, he could swiftly advance his house buying plans. Lying in bed, Lu Wei counted his assets. His fixed deposit of 30 million remained intact. Yes, he checked it every few days. After all, one could never be too cautious. If the money disappeared, the bank would merely shrug and say it was the client's responsibility for not monitoring their account regularly. The reputation of banks had become quite dismal. They had even exploited the pension funds of the elderly. When issues arose, they would distance themselves, claiming it was due to the actions of temporary staff, absolving themselves of any accountability. News of such incidents emerged from both large and small locales. Indeed, the audacity of some individuals was astounding. If feasible, he mused, it might be wiser to establish a small vault and invest in a collection of gold, truly a veritable treasury, potentially appreciating in value. He still had over 40 million in his current account, with minimal recent expenditures, having only invested in film production and a single angel round. For men, luxury items typically include cars and watches, but he felt little need for such extravagances, opting to be frugal instead. Lu Wei then explored available new developments, ideally seeking a property with a view of the river. To his dismay, he discovered that the banks of the Huangpu River had long been fully developed, with new projects now concentrated beyond the outer ring. Despite being labeled as suburban, prices hovered around 40,000 yuan per square meter, quite astonishing. If he wished to acquire a riverside property, it appeared he would need to search for second-hand options. Properties with a view of the Bund started at 200,000 yuan per square meter, with 40 million barely affording a modest apartment of around 200 square meters. The units in the Thompson development began at 300,000 yuan per square meter, with average prices starting at 60 million per unit. Quite the inconvenience. The only viable options left were Binjiang Garden and Seaview No. 1. Upon further inspection, he realized that Seaview No. 1 was also a neighbor of Thompson, beginning at 300,000 yuan per square meter. Overall, it was evident that he was still short on funds. He envied those fortunate enough to benefit from redevelopment. A few properties handed over could ensure a life of luxury and ease. If only he had a piece of land, he could simply await demolition. What a delightful prospect that would be. In Shanghai, land prices were as precious as gold, with suburban land starting at around 20,000 0.000 yuan per square meter, often auctioned in units of hundreds of millions. He was getting ahead of himself, contemplating land purchases when he could barely afford a home. In Songjiang, villas were available for 30 to 40 million each, but he felt they lacked convenience. Young people who enjoyed a vibrant atmosphere tended to avoid Songjiang, finding it too quiet. Perhaps that was a matter for another day. For now, he needed to focus on accumulating wealth, striving for a future where his investments would double. Earning money was the most gratifying and fulfilling endeavor. Thus far, he had made only 2 investments, still uncertain of their success. It appears that I must continue in the realm of finance. Tomorrow, I shall invest 10 million to test my fortune, should luck still be on my side. I shall amplify my efforts. By the way, I purchased 2 scratch-off tickets this evening, which will serve as a means to assess whether fortune still favors me. Lu Wei promptly rose from his bed, retrieved the scratch-off tickets he had brought home, and settled on the floor to scratch them one by one, approximately 50 to 60 in total. Half an hour later, he meticulously verified each ticket for winnings. How delightful. Fortune has not abandoned me. Lu Wei glanced at the figures displayed on his calculator. Having spent 1,200 on scratch-offs, he found his winnings to exceed 120,000. Silently, he offered a prayer of gratitude to the god of wealth for his favor, expressing thanks on behalf of his entire family. Without delay, he turned on his computer to select stocks. Tomorrow, he planned to initiate a modest investment of 20 million, doubling the initial 10 million, as a gesture of gratitude for the god of wealth's benevolence. Trading stocks is akin to navigating trends. He focused on stocks featured on the Dragon and Tiger list, knowing that only those with substantial trading volumes would withstand the impact of his 20 million investment. After pondering throughout the night and incorporating his lucky numbers, Lu Wei resolved to engage in the hottest stock of the day, AVIC Medical. The Dragon and Tiger list indicated that today, the main force had net bought over 100 million, with a total trading volume of around 1 billion and a price exceeding 7. Thus, he could acquire a considerable number of shares. Today marked the second limit up, with sentiment ranking first. Where there are 3, there must be 5, and where there are 5, there is bound to be a surge. With determination, Lu Wei placed a night order, setting his bids at the expected limit up price, intending to acquire 10 million shares in excess of 10,000 lots. There was no rush. He placed orders in increments of 1,000. As the market opened the next day, during the bidding, the stock immediately reached its limit up. Lu Wei checked his account, realizing he had not yet executed any trades. Regrettably, despite his early position, he was left out. He continued to queue, deciding not to purchase if his orders did not execute by morning. From 25 to 30 minutes after the bidding concluded, Lu Wei, undeterred, continued to place orders at the limit up price, aiming to commit another 10 million. By the time he finished placing his orders, it was nearly 30 minutes past the hour. In the first minute of trading, the total transaction volume neared 100 million, indicating there were sell orders in play. At 31 minutes, Lu Wei's account showed full successful purchases, acquiring approximately 240,000 shares. The limit up was likely propelled by his 2 million shares, once again sealing the price. The account showed a slight loss due to transaction fees. Trading stocks is indeed exhilarating. Even the act of placing buy orders left his fingers aching. With his purchases complete, all that remained was to see whether the god of wealth would continue to be benevolent. Although various stock indices carry significance, their application is not so seamless. Even with a comprehensive understanding of technical indicators, one cannot predict whether the market will rise or fall the next day, as capital often lurks, ready to strike. In the morning, it may elevate the stock to its limit up, only to be met with a fierce sell-off after 2:30 in the afternoon, resulting in a stark reversal that leaves one in despair. You might think that mastering these technical indicators prepares you for the real stock market. Yet you soon discover that you are no match for the rampant capital within. Brother, I have gone all in on AVIC Medical, Lu Wei messaged his friend, Li. Moments later, Li replied, why so aggressive? There were substantial sell orders right at the market open. Today may break the limit. Lu Wei chuckled, I'm unperturbed. If it breaks, I will seal it. Such bravado. Do you think you are the main force? Stocks like this require collective strength to seal. Without over 100 million, it cannot be sustained. Lu Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he had been overly confident. Initially, he intended to introduce Lu Jieli to Han Shua's company today. But after the unsettling incident last night, Lu Wei hesitated, opting to postpone the visit for a couple of days to alleviate the awkwardness. The assistant from the examination preparation institution called, seeking to arrange a mock interview, requesting that he propose a convenient time for the interview scheduling. The first round of preliminary interviews was set to commence in mid-May, necessitating prompt preparation. It was quite vexing. He had assumed that with sufficient funds, securing a spot would be feasible. However, he was taken aback by the stringent regulations of domestic universities, which left no opportunity to purchase admission. Perhaps reflecting his own inadequacies as well, as no one was paving the way for him, Lu Wei could only acquiesce, promising to attend the next day. Chapter 90. No more MBA. The documentation required for the preliminary MBA interview was overwhelmingly extensive. The assistant sent Lu Wei a link to fill in his personal information. It included a personal profile, work experience, and even a political essay, culminating in the necessity of 2 letters of recommendation. The complexity of applying for an MBA was unexpectedly burdensome. The assistant instructed everyone to seek their own recommenders, providing only a few examples of recommendation letters. Lu Wei would have no choice but to approach Han Shua for assistance. As a business owner, he surely qualified as an esteemed alumnus. When it came to detailing his work experience, Lu Wei found himself at a loss. Having spent the past few years as an ordinary employee, a mere cog in the machine, would merely listing that position lead to immediate disqualification? He pondered whether being a shareholder would qualify him as an executive. After presenting his work experience to the assistant, he was met with disbelief. Come on, at least claim a title like department manager, the assistant urged. As Lu Wei's current status seemed inadequate for verification, Lu Wei explained that he was presently unemployed. What was he to do about that? Surely you must be engaged in something? The assistant pressed. How about a professional stock trader or an angel investor? An angel investor? Lu Wei mused. That's somewhat ambitious. But do I even have a company? He admitted he simply invested in ventures he believed in, without establishing a formal business. The assistant suggested, why not contact the companies you've invested in and secure a title like vice president or assistant manager? Is it really that complicated? Lu Wei felt frustrated. Did he truly need to claim an executive position? I am an angel investor. Isn't that impressive enough? With 4 interviews ahead, he decided to list himself as an angel investor for now, emphasizing that his primary achievement lay in his investments, but he would reconsider later. Lu Wei was reluctant to seek a nominal position from Hao Dejian and others. Today, the stock market soared, and Lu Wei's unrealized gains surged by 2 million, leading him to realize how effortlessly money could be generated when sufficient capital was at hand. He brought home 2 printed templates of recommendation letters, intending to consult Han Shuo for assistance the following day. That evening, he messaged Lu Jieli with a location pin, instructing her to arrive at Han Shuo's company by 10 o'clock the next morning. Lu Jieli had been feeling quite anxious in recent days, fearing that her impulsive actions from the previous night had led to Lu Wei's disdain. She worried he might never visit her home again, leaving her torn between regret and uncertainty, not daring to reach out proactively. The message from Lu Wei brought her a modicum of joy, to the extent that even Wan noticed her seemingly smiling face. Mom, why are you suddenly so happy? What? No, you must be mistaken, Lu Jieli hastily retorted. After rising, Lu Wei first checked the stock market, where today's performance had soared, yielding a floating profit of over 4 million. With a heavy investment in a particular stock, he anticipated returns of 20%, likely surpassing many retail investors. It was only around 9:50 when Lu Wei took a taxi to arrive leisurely at Han Shuo's company building. Lu Jieli had changed into a different outfit, appearing somewhat younger. She anxiously awaited at the entrance on the first floor. Upon seeing Lu Wei exit the car, she hurried over. Xiao Wei, you're here. Did you arrive too early? Today is just an introduction. There's no need to be nervous. Aren't you supposed to start working today? It's all right. That's my friend's company. It's fine to start a bit later. No, you're introducing me to a job. If I don't perform well, I'll be embarrassed for you. Lu Jieli stubbornly insisted on working diligently, leaving Lu Wei at a loss. Having visited too many times, the receptionist had overlooked him and failed to inform the boss of his arrival. When Lu Wei reached Han Shuo's office, he still knocked on the door, just in case the young boss was engaged in something inappropriate with his secretary. Come in, came Han Shuo's voice. Ah, are you idle? Lu Wei opened the door to find Han Shuo focused on his monitor. Idle, my foot. Who has time to be idle? I'm busy. Ha, busy watching DVDs? Get lost. Lu Jieli closed the door behind her, and Lu Wei introduced her to Han Shuo. This is my relative, Lu Jieli. Last time, I asked you to help her find a job. Li Jia, this is my friend Han Shuo. Lu Jieli slightly bowed. Hello, Mr. Han. Han Shuo quickly rose. Sister, please don't be so formal. Lu Wei and I are friends. You can call me Mr. Han at the company, but outside, just Han Shuo will do. Thank you, Mr. Han, for this opportunity. I think I'll continue to address you as Mr. Han. Lu Wei patted Han Shuo on the shoulder, signaling him to be more casual, lest excessive formality be counterproductive. I'll call administration to arrange something for you, Han Shuo said, pressing the intercom to summon the administrative staff. Shortly, someone knocked and entered. This is Lu Jieli. Please assign her to your department to assist. You can guide her on what she can learn. Understood, Mr. Han. The administrative staff replied obediently as they led her away. Why do I feel like you're placing a spy in my company to keep an eye on me? Get lost. Why would I need to watch you? You're not a woman. Unlike you, I don't discriminate between genders. Come on, I only like beautiful women. Lu Wei retrieved 2 letters of recommendation from his folder and handed them to Han Shuo. There's another matter I need your assistance with. What is this? Your will? Han Shuo quipped, accepting the papers with curiosity. Oh ho, Lu Wei, are you aiming for academic advancement? You want to be my schoolmate? I'm just feeling a bit idle and looking for some purpose, perhaps to study a bit. Could you help me with a letter of recommendation? Honestly, applying for your school's MBA is quite a hassle, Lu Wei complained. This MBA program primarily aims to expand interpersonal networks or prepare individuals for advancement to management positions, thus necessitating a more rigorous evaluation process. I would recommend that you consider pursuing an EMBA instead, as it comprises primarily of company executives and decision-makers, which would undoubtedly prove more beneficial. Is it truly superior to an MBA? Indeed, it possesses a greater prestige. However, the tuition is approximately double that of an MBA, around 1 million, a sum you surely do not mind investing, as long as it grants you access to valuable connections and that coveted diploma. Please investigate further, or perhaps call the admissions office for specific information. I can assist you in gathering any necessary materials. All right, I'll treat you tonight at TXX. Just let it be known that you're in the know. I'll be waiting for you later. Ciao, your tastes are quite peculiar. Lu Wei's perspective was once again shifted. After leaving Han Shuo's company, he sought assistance from the teaching assistant to inquire whether their institution had any relevant EMBA materials. The assistant, Yang, was somewhat bewildered. The MBA had yet to commence. And yet here he was, looking into EMBA options. Could he be a rich second-generation individual merely playing around? Nevertheless, the EMBA is indeed more prestigious than the MBA. Yet both require passing the National Master's Examination, indicating a degree of correlation. Yang, ever diligent, sent Lu Wei the requested materials. Upon reviewing them, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled. The entire documentation was in Chinese, and the program even offered opportunities for overseas study, with tuition at only 810,000. The pre-qualification process appeared simpler than that for an MBA, primarily involving a self-introduction covering educational background, work experience, entrepreneurial journey, and achievements, followed by questions from the examiners based on this information. It seems that this process largely assesses the richness of one's assets. However, a written test is also required for pre-qualification, which adds to the workload. The content of the written test included basic mathematics and logical reasoning, multiple choice, English reading comprehension, multiple choice, and management case analysis and discourse essay. Multiple choice, my favorite. I am invincible at multiple choice questions. The program requires attendance for only 4 days each month, allowing for graduation and certification in 2 years. Perfect. With such a manageable class schedule, securing the funds to accomplish this should not pose a significant challenge. In Chapter 91, having discussed his desire to change directions with the securities company VIP and informed the assistant to keep an eye on EMBA registration information, the assistant posed a question that left him somewhat perplexed. An EMBA requires 10 years of work experience and over 6 years of management experience, yet he is only 26. Where would he obtain 10 years of work experience? Lu Wei appeared utterly bewildered, pondering the enormity of this inquiry. Mr. Shua, the EMBA requires 10 years of work experience, which I do not possess. How shall I manage this? It's a trivial matter. Tonight at TXX, the dragon suit will serve you well. Ciao. I knew you would exploit me. If not now, then when? That evening, Lu Wei first visited the bar, securing a booth and ordering the dragon suit. Seated alone, engrossed in his phone, a multitude of attractive women approached, assuming he was in need of companionship and hoping to share a drink. Handsome, are you alone? May I buy you a drink? Lu Wei smiled awkwardly, repeatedly insisting he was waiting for someone. Han Shua, you charming rascal, I should have let you come first. You thrive on being approached. After an hour's wait, Han Shua finally made his grand entrance. I had a meeting that ran late, he chuckled. Unlike you, such gatherings wouldn't hold you back. Come on, let me summon a few lively spirits. Hold on, let's take care of my matters first. And then you can revel to your heart's content. Han Shua leaned closer to Lu Wei's ear and whispered, it's quite simple really. All you need to do is sponsor a little something for the school. Is that feasible? How much are we talking about? No worries, I've checked with my professor. They can be accommodating based on asset evaluations. A sponsorship of 1 to 2 million should suffice. Is it truly that straightforward? Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing such avenues existed. There's nothing that money can't solve. Trust me, I'll facilitate it for you. Let us drink. Quickly, summon a few ladies for me. Lu Wei readily called over the waiter, requesting for lively companions for Han Shua. After all, they could afford it. The two indulged in revelry until the early hours, returning home at 2 in the morning. Han Shua nearly succumbed to the allure of the night. So while he was still coherent, Lu Wei arranged for a designated driver. Supporting the swaying Han Shua, they awaited the driver outside the bar. Hesitant to call directly from the entrance, a platform offered a semblance of security. When the driver arrived, Han Shua produced the keys and unlocked the car with a beep. The driver appeared flustered, exclaiming, Sir, I'm not sure I can drive this vehicle. I've never handled one like this before. If anything were to happen, I'd be in deep trouble. No worries, this car is fully insured. As long as you drive normally, you won't be held accountable, Han Shua assured him. Really? Indeed, just drive carefully, Han Shua confirmed. The driver accepted the keys and opened the door, while Han Shua climbed into the passenger seat to instruct him on starting the car and shifting gears. It was all automatic, so it was straightforward. The driver, a young man in his 20s, felt a thrill at the thought of driving a supercar, especially one worth 7 million. Stay calm and drive steadily. I'll catch a cab and follow behind, Lu Wei advised, then waved down a taxi, taking the passenger seat. Keep up with the sports car. Boss, don't joke. I'm just a taxi, not a Ferrari. I can't keep up. The driver protested. I'll have the car in front slow down, just follow along. Lu Wei reassured him. The roar of the supercar echoed as it sped off, and the taxi hastily pursued. Once on the elevated highway, the taxi driver lamented. You said to go slow, and now I can't even see the rear. After dropping Han Shua at home, Lu Wei returned to his own place. At 9:15 a.m., the alarm rang, and Lu Wei opened his eyes, glancing at his stock trading app, noting a promising surge. He tossed his phone aside and drifted back to sleep. Just as he began to doze off again, the phone rang. Wasn't the alarm supposed to be off? Groggily, Lu Wei picked up the phone and swiped to answer. Hello, who is this? May I speak with Mr. Lu Wei? This is your dedicated advisor from Kata Securities. A sweet female voice chimed in. Dedicated advisor? I wasn't aware of such a thing, Lu Wei said, feeling fully awakened by her voice. Upon opening an account, you are typically assigned a dedicated account manager. The purpose of this call is to extend an invitation for you to become a VIP member of our esteemed securities firm, as it has recently come to our attention that your securities assets have reached the threshold for VIP status. Upon awakening, Lu Wei found himself bemused by the attention from the securities company, inviting him to visit their office. Surely, this must be a legitimate establishment making a proper call? In the bustling metropolis, the safety must be adequate enough to prevent any untoward incidents. In the afternoon, Lu Wei hailed a taxi to the office, where a large, prominent sign indicated its respectable nature. He immediately contacted his account manager from the morning, and shortly thereafter, a tall, elegantly attired young woman in a fitted uniform and high heels emerged from the entrance, waving at Lu Wei, who was still on the phone. Lu Wei's eyes widened at the sight of her. Indeed, she was a vision of beauty. It was no surprise that after graduation, many attractive women gravitated towards finance. Whether in banking or securities, Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, with subtle makeup and an enchanting smile, she introduced herself. Good day, Mr. Liu. I am your account manager. Masiki. Please, follow me. Ah, very well. Lu Wei mused to himself, contemplating her exemplary beauty. Accompanying Masiki to a VIP reception room, Lu Wei settled onto the sofa. Would you like something to drink, Mr. Liu? I can prepare something for you. A can of soda would suffice. He replied with a chuckle, prompting Masiki to laugh, amused by his casual request. After a brief interlude, Masiki returned, carrying an assortment of refreshments. Internally, she was elated. She had not anticipated that merely a year post-graduation, she would encounter such fortune. A few months prior, she had been assigned a casual client who had inadvertently risen to the status of a major investor. Upon discovering that his assets met the firm's VIP criteria just days earlier, she was filled with excitement. If she could maintain this client, her performance metrics would be secure, alleviating the need to pursue additional clients. The other account managers in the office cast envious glances, whispering among themselves as they observed Masiki's enthusiastic engagement with Lu Wei. Masiki diligently introduced Lu Wei to the array of VIP services available, complimentary access to the VIP trading channel, which ensured priority execution, financing and securities lending services with comparatively lower interest rates, and reduced commissions, adjusted from 0.25 to 0.15. They also offered valuable market research reports and level 2 market data, alongside invitations to exclusive events such as elite gatherings and fairs. Presenting Lu Wei with a supermarket gift card, Masiki said, Mr. Liu, thank you for coming today. This is a small gesture from our office, and I hope you will accept it. The card bore an amount of 2,000, and Lu Wei graciously accepted it. Laughing, one must take advantage of a free gift. Little did he expect to find himself among the privileged, enjoying various benefits. He wondered if his trading activities had garnered enough attention to land him on the leaderboard, speculating on a potential alias for himself, perhaps be God or D-God, or even Little Dragon of the Magic City. With these thoughts, Lu Wei felt a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 92, Justice will be served. Just not yet amidst the sweet farewell of Masiki, Lu Wei found himself nearly lost in reverie. He opened his phone and accepted Masiki's friend request. Her profile picture, a formal portrait, was as captivating as her true self. Masiki promptly sent a message, Mr. Liu, I shall be your dedicated customer service manager from now on. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your needs. Could you check if I made it onto the leaderboard? Should I adopt a pseudonym? Ah, Mr. Liu. Indeed, our department has made the list on the previous trading day, likely due to your actions. Why do you wish to choose a pseudonym? Well, those affluent investors each have their own monikers, like a god, new one, and family provider. I need a name to keep pace with them. You jest, Mr. Liu. It truly does not matter. As long as you are pleased, that is what counts. In a somewhat dilapidated building in the bustling metropolis, a balding middle-aged man was venting his frustrations at his subordinates in the boss's office. Sun Zihan was infuriated. A series of misfortunes had recently befallen the company, causing his bald head to nearly sprout white hair from stress. First, several departing employees reported that the company had failed to pay sufficient social security and pension contributions, resulting in a hefty fine of 100,000. Then, the tax bureau unexpectedly arrived for an audit, nearly overwhelming him with anxiety. The accounts had yet to be clarified, but he was acutely aware of his own affairs, which could not withstand scrutiny. In recent days, he had been desperately seeking connections to plead with the tax bureau officials for leniency, treating them to dinners for several evenings, yet no resolution had emerged. The penalties alone, should they exceed the limit, could lead to imprisonment for those responsible. His worry had prevented him from even visiting his mistress. Today, a longtime partner company called to confront him about underhanded tactics in a project, demanding compensation and canceling future collaborations, an affront to the deity of wealth. Sun Zihan was left pondering whether he had fallen into a streak of bad luck or perhaps offended someone, as troubles seemed to cascade upon him. He hastily convened a meeting with his trusted confidants to devise a strategy, but they exchanged glances in silence. Speak up, what shall we do? Sun Zihan exclaimed, slamming his palms against the desk. You usually have so many clever ideas. Why is it that today, none of you have a word to say? What use are you to me? Boss, have you perhaps offended someone? One voice timidly ventured. How could I dare offend any significant figure? I tread carefully, Sun Zihan asserted, reflecting on his actions with certainty. Boss, this is dire. At that moment, the secretary burst into the room. What now? Calm down, Sun Zihan replied, slightly annoyed by the secretary's urgency. If it weren't for your diligent service, you might have been dismissed today. Boss, the marketing department just informed me that a major project worth over 100 million, which we were poised to sign, has been snatched away by a competitor. Sun Zihan sank into his chair, overwhelmed. Goodness, this is driving me to the brink. What on earth is happening? Speak, what shall we do? His confidants exchanged knowing glances, reading each other's thoughts. The company might be on the verge of collapse, and it seemed their boss had indeed offended someone. Perhaps it was time to contemplate their escape plan. Sun Zihan's company, the very one that Lu Wei's former employer had taken legal action against, has left him in a state of uncertainty. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he finds joy in the recent updates from Detective Chun, indicating that various undertakings are proceeding smoothly. First, a departing employee reported discrepancies related to Social Security and housing funds, resulting in the company facing recoveries and fines from the Social Security Agency. Then, a collaboration fell through, with a competitor snatching away their partner. Furthermore, the previous client is now seeking accountability and preparing to sue Sun Zihan. How delightful it is to see you. The lofty boss, attempting to sue me over a mere 10,000 yuan. Finally, you've been dragged into the mire. I refuse to believe that your losses could ever eclipse what I've invested. A few $100,000 means little to me. But your company's loss of those contracts will surely take its toll. In a fit of exhilaration, Lu Wei promptly invited Chen Jun and Zhang Yida to dine together, wishing to treat them for their efforts. They chose the restaurant where they had previously hosted Uncle Han. Upon Zhang Yida's arrival, he shared yet another piece of news. The tax bureau has accepted the report and is now auditing the accounts. Lu Wei, thrilled by this development, called for a bottle of Romani Conti, a wine not only exquisite but also exorbitantly priced, costing more than a table itself, with the cheapest bottle exceeding 30,000 yuan. Chen Jun was astonished. They had encountered a true tycoon, indulging in lavish food and drink. The trio celebrated heartily, their spirits lifted by the merriment of the evening. After their meal, Lu Wei inquired whether they desired any additional entertainment. Chen Jun immediately understood and enthusiastically agreed, while Zhang Yida hesitated, being under the thumb of his wife. He dared not stay out late and had to forego the suggestion. The common folk are genuinely happy today. Upon returning home, Lu Wei flirted briefly with Yang Wan before succumbing to sleep. Regrettably, Yang Wan had not returned lately, and he yearned for a meeting unless he flew to see her. When, indeed, can one ever escape work? It seems a waste to squander such splendid youth and labor. Lu Wei suddenly felt a shift within himself. Even his thoughts seemed altered, adopting this indifferent attitude toward work. While he lacks financial woes and sees no need for struggle, others do not share his financial cushion, working day by day merely to secure their meals. This is a departure from the noble working class. In Shanghai, there was little left to manage, prompting Lu Wei to prepare for a flight back to Hainan to resume his role as a producer. The progress on Shun Duiyu's film was swift. Originally a low-budget project, it was now nearing the halfway mark and required a change of location. The finance department needed to review the equipment purchases for the new site and sent Lu Wei a procurement list for his approval. It dawned on him that he had been away from the crew for some time, and he hoped to contribute to the film's success, aiding in its growth and strength. Before departing, Lu Wei intended to visit the Dai Gui company he had invested in, as it had cost him several million. He took along the scratch-off lottery tickets and shopping cards he had won days earlier, handing them to Lu Jieli, encouraging her to claim her winnings. Upon inspecting the tickets, Lu Jieli asked how much he had won. A few tens of thousands, I suppose. I haven't counted. You can tally it up yourself. He added, I will be away for a while, so if you encounter any discontent at work, do not hesitate to inform me. Lu Jieli waved her hands, assuring him, No. Everyone here is wonderful, and General Han is far better than my previous workplaces by 100-fold. Very well, then take care of yourself, Lu Wei concluded. Lu Wei departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving Lu Jieli speechless, her thoughts caught in her throat as she gazed at his retreating figure. In truth, she yearned to inquire when he would return. The Gui company had expanded its operations, acquiring an additional office space next door. The receptionist, unfamiliar with Lu Wei, impeded his progress, inquiring about his purpose. Lu Wei responded that he was seeking Hao Dijian, just as the receptionist began to interrogate him. The designer who had previously handled his project returned with a client and promptly approached him. Boss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Wei, momentarily at a loss for the designer's name, recalled having added him on WeChat. Are you not the designer for my last project? What was your name again? Yes. Boss Lu, I am Zhou Xiaoma. I am still overseeing the progress of your property, he replied. Lu Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment for having entrusted the management of his family home to Lu Ling and his parents, oblivious to its current status. After a brief exchange, Lu Wei made his way into the offices of Hao Dijian and Yu Guiran. Upon his entrance, both greeted him with the same phrase, Boss Lu, what brings you here? Evidently, his presence sparked confusion, and Lu Wei felt a pang of hurt. How has the company been lately? I've come to see if there is anything I can assist with. The duo updated him on the recent developments in business operations, revealing that they had opened a new provincial branch and hired additional designers. Overall, the company was thriving and flourishing. Chapter 93. To my surprise, I am worth $1 billion. Lu Wei subsequently flew to Hainan, his ambitions soaring as he immersed himself in filmmaking and stock trading, a perfect blend of passions. Upon arriving at Sanya Airport, he was met by a driver who unexpectedly had company. Chen Lu had also come, rushing to embrace him. The driver swiftly turned away, exclaiming, I see nothing, I hear nothing. Boss, I am blind. After Chen Lu bestowed a kiss upon him, they proceeded to the car. To welcome him, Lu Wei encouraged Shun Duiyu to grant the entire crew a day off for a lavish feast, with him footing the bill. During the meal, Shun Duiyu briefed him on the filming progress and future plans. Old Shen, just manage the arrangements. Let us expedite the filming process, and I promise you a grand gift. What kind of gift? It's a special surprise I've arranged during my trip back to Magic City. Those fellows are quite pampered. While I toiled diligently for the film, once it's released, you can treat them to a night of excess. As for Qin Kanan and his associates, they had not bothered to check in, perhaps trusting Shin Duiyu or deeming their several million investment inconsequential. Oh, Boss Lu, don't keep me in suspense, or I shall lose sleep tonight. Forget it, you'll find out soon enough. Knowing now will only keep you awake longer. Lu Wei raised his glass, thwarting Shin Duiyu's further inquiries. Let us drink. Here's to you swiftly becoming a director with $1 billion in box office sales. This sentiment deeply moved Shin Duiyu. $1 billion at the box office. That is my dream. How did you know, Mr. Lu? You truly understand me. With their appetite satisfied, the crew dispersed, with 2 individuals absent. The rest were acutely aware, yet chose to feign ignorance. One tends to soften when receiving favors, and the 2 had discreetly departed by vehicle, heading to a 5-star hotel to discuss the script. While the revelries of the night might escape our notice, it is certain that someone would serenade Lu Wei this evening. Accompanying the crew to the new filming location, Lu Wei embarked on a leisurely existence. the stock of Zhongyan Corporation surged dramatically, achieving a consecutive 3-day limit up. A clear indication that major shareholders were reluctant to sell, collectively endeavoring to establish it as a leading giant. Lu Wei's securities assets swelled to nearly 40 million, bringing his total assets to over 90 million, which, when rounded, approaches a staggering 100 million. In recent days, Lu Wei's mother had been sending him daily snapshots of the construction at home, featuring either the foundation or the workers laboring. The foundation and load-bearing columns had been erected, and preparations for the first layer of walls were underway. After a lengthy discourse, she quietly remarked to Lu Wei, "Son, I fear the 500,000 you provided your father may not suffice for the house. Should additional funds be required, might I draw from the savings you asked me to hold?" Lu Wei, initially puzzled by her cryptic tone, had intended to visit during the May Day holiday to assess the situation and offer further assistance. "Mother, rest assured, utilize the funds as needed. I've recently earned some profit. You can proceed with the construction without worry. I am now a millionaire." "A millionaire? 10 million? How much is that?" Li Xiaoying, a simple rural woman, struggled to comprehend even the notion of a million, let alone 10. It was roughly equivalent to purchasing 20 houses in the county. This simplified explanation sparked understanding in her. "Son, you've struck it rich. Quickly save it." Lu Wei, feeling a wave of anxiety, was at a loss for words and excused himself under the pretense of other matters, promptly transferring 1 million to Li Xiaoying's account. In the days since Lu Wei's arrival, the catering and benefits for the crew and extras had seen a remarkable improvement. Occasionally, he attempted to assist the crew in moving items, only to be swiftly intercepted, with everyone eager to avoid exhausting him, well aware of his significance to their livelihoods. On the 12th day, the stock failed to reach its limit up during the auction and instead faced considerable sell orders. Leveraging his VIP access, Lu Wei seized the opportunity to sell at the limit down price. That day, the turnover rate for Zhonghong Medical reached 30, with a transaction value nearing 4 billion, closing down by 4 points. After liquidating his holdings, combined with previous residuals, Lu Wei's securities account amassed over 60 million. Having completed his stock transactions, he mentally calculated his assets: 30 million in fixed deposits, over 20 million in demand deposits, and more than 60 million in his securities account, totaling approximately 1 billion. A smile involuntarily crept across Lu Wei's face, suppressing his voice as he struggled to contain his exhilaration. He promptly summoned Shen Duoyu, inquiring about the afternoon shooting schedule and its urgency. Shen Duoyu, bewildered, noted that this was the first time Lu Wei had asked about shooting during production. With some trepidation, he replied, "We only need to reshoot a few shots. It's not much." "Old Shen, how about we take the afternoon off? I'll treat everyone to a spa and seafood," Lu Wei exclaimed joyfully. "Is that really all right?" "Well, how could it be otherwise? We must balance work and leisure." Shen Duoyu, rather than succumbing to the allure of a spa holiday, promptly seized a loudspeaker to announce a break for everyone to indulge in spa treatments and seafood feasts. "Long live the director." Some voices began to chant, and Shen Duoyu quickly pointed towards Lu Wei, urging him to treat everyone. "Mr. Lu, may you be celebrated." Lu Wei, swirling a glass of red wine, gazed out at the vast sea. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, he reflected on the transformative journey of just a few months. From anxiously awaiting his salary each month to now being a wealthy individual with a 9-figure savings. These past months had been more exhilarating than his entire life. What divine being has taken care of me? Am I perhaps ensnared in an extraordinarily long dream? If it is a dream, may I never awaken. God of wealth. I too am now a billionaire. I have amassed 100 million. Perhaps I shall offer you some incense soon. Lu Wei silently prayed. He inquired if there was a group for the crew and requested to be added. Shen Duoyu promptly complied, confirming that everyone was indeed included. He prepared to type a welcome message for Mr. Lu, but before he could send it, the group chat was inundated with red envelopes. Lu Wei had sent out 50 envelopes, each containing 1,000 for everyone to claim. Dining and drinking ceased as everyone pulled out their phones, frantically tapping the screens. A chorus of delighted shrieks ensued, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric peak. Although the share per person amounted to only a few hundred, the thrill of seizing the envelopes was immensely contagious, prompting everyone to revel in their fortunes, boasting of the largest and lamenting the smallest. With slightly trembling fingers, Lu Wei smiled at the joyous crowd, feeling deeply gratified. It was far more delightful to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Today, I have surpassed 1 billion. Let us all partake in this joy together. Cheers to the billionaires. Chapter 94. I only prefer the large ones. The following day, Lu Wei awoke, enveloped by a supple form. His hand brushed against warm, springy skin, confirming the reality of his companion beside him. Overjoyed, he planted a tender kiss on Chun Lu. What a splendid day it is. The intermediary handling his household registration sent him a message confirming that his application had been approved, surprisingly smooth, with no hitches whatsoever. The intermediary remarked that this was the most seamless process they had ever experienced. The announcement is now public, and he will soon need to transfer his files and complete the registration for his new household book and identity card. After inquiring about the necessary documents, he felt relieved that he had arranged for his files and residency to remain at the school for a while longer. He would only need to make a trip back to the campus. It was a day of double blessings. How could he not celebrate with a bang? Lu Wei nestled into bed, playfully teasing the lovely companion beside him. At the filming location, Lu Wei and Shen Duoyu sipped tea, with Shen Duoyu mentioning that they would likely need another month to wrap up the shoot. Lu Wei planned a brief return to Shanghai to attend to his household registration matters and conversed with Shen Duoyu about it. He transferred 100,000 to Shen Duoyu, advising him not to skimp on the crew's meals. Shen Duoyu, merely a struggling director, was left utterly taken aback. The scruffy man wanted to give Lu Wei a bear hug, startling Lu Wei into a hasty retreat. Despite securing an investment of 20 million, his focus remained solely on filmmaking. The modest sum provided by Lu Wei was instead directed towards enhancing his meals. Lu, you are so generous to me. I shall certainly engage in more filming and find some beautiful faces to delight your eyes. As for whom you fancy, that is for you to pursue. Initially, he had anticipated that having a benefactor would complicate his cinematic journey, mentally preparing himself for potential actor replacements and directorial interventions. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the industry. During his days of observation and learning, he often witnessed benefactors cozying up to their mistresses to alter the script, particularly among the wealthy elite. It was easy to find internet celebrities whispering sweet nothings in their ears. Old Shun, I'm heading back to the magical city, Lu Wei announced. You manage the progress from here. As long as the film is completed, there will be significant rewards. He patted Shin Duiyu on the shoulder, offering a word of comfort. Shin Duiyu was passionate about filmmaking, often lost in contemplation over scripts, striving for perfection in every detail. Fortunately, the actors he had recruited were hardworking. Had he cast a pretty boy who could only memorize lines, it would have been disastrous. Rest assured, young Master Lu, this is my debut film, and I will dedicate myself to its success. Young Master? That sounds rather odd, Lu Wei muttered, having only caught the phrase young master. Upon returning to the magical city, Lu Wei commenced his house hunting endeavor. Following the public announcement of his household registration and the subsequent procedures, he anticipated securing it within a month. As soon as he obtained his registration, he would promptly seek to purchase a property, leaving him with little time for house hunting. Such matters were best handled by professionals. Lu Wei took a taxi to the vicinity of Binjiang Garden, alighting to stroll around and explore the surrounding neighborhoods, absorbing the local rhythm of life. After a brief walk, he found it a bit challenging to continue on foot, so he rented a shared bicycle. He leisurely cycled around the targeted neighborhoods, taking about an hour to complete the circuit. Lu Wei stopped in front of a green home real estate office, locked his bike, and entered. The store housed only 3 or 4 individuals, one of whom was a customer, while 2 others were assisting in locating properties for that client. The remaining 2 were preoccupied, one engrossed in his phone and the other perusing documents. Upon noticing Lu Wei's entrance, the one on his phone briefly glanced up but continued to scroll, casually instructing the younger colleague, Xiaozhang, why don't you attend to him? The bespectacled young man immediately stood up, approached Lu Wei, and nervously greeted him. Good day, sir. Please, have a seat. Are you here to consign or to view properties? I would like to see the houses in the vicinity, Lu Wei replied. The young agent poured a glass of water for Lu Wei and continued, Sir, what is your budget? Do you have specific requirements? I can search for properties that meet your criteria. My budget is around 30 to 40 million, and I require a larger space, specifically within the neighborhoods around Binjiang Garden. Upon hearing Lu Wei's statements, the agent still on his phone found it quite amusing, nearly suppressing a laugh. As Lu Wei entered, he observed a young man arriving on a shared bicycle, clad in sportswear that scarcely exceeded 2,000 yuan. One might wonder how such an individual could afford the exorbitant housing prices in the vicinity. It was likely that he was merely thick-skinned, eager to experience the property viewings. The bespectacled young man diligently noted Lu Wei's requirements and turned to the computer to search for listings. He had intended to consult the individual engrossed in his phone on how to locate better properties, but alas, the latter did not lift his gaze. Brother Wang, do we have any listings that meet this client's needs? What should I provide to be more accommodating? Xiaozhang humbly inquired. Just find a few options to satisfy him. It's a waste of time to show properties to someone who can't afford them. Brother Wang replied without looking up from his device. Lu Wei remained seated, scrolling through his phone, and after 10 minutes, Xiaozhang returned with several printed sheets. Sir, thank you for your patience. I've located some listings. Here are a few well-designed units, with total prices ranging from 20 to 50 million. Please take a look. Lu Wei examined the documents, which contained details about the unit sizes, floor plans, unit prices, total costs, and simple photographs of the properties. After a cursory glance, he discarded those under 150 square meters. Sir, are you not interested in these? Xiaozhang inquired awkwardly. No, they're too small. I prefer larger spaces. Lu Wei responded. As soon as his words left his lips, several individuals turned their attention toward him. Such pretense, muttered the agent who had been engrossed in his phone. The housing prices in the metropolis had reached astronomical heights, with the nearby neighborhoods being particularly notorious, offering no units priced below 100,000 per square meter. Consequently, their agency rarely conducted business, but a successful deal could sustain them for 3 years. Old Wang had been with the agency for several years, having encountered numerous clients. The customers who walked in either spoke fluent local dialects or arrived in luxury vehicles, requesting parking assistance. Today, however, he had observed this individual closely. He was certain he was merely seeking a thrill. Lu Wei retained a few larger properties and then asked Xiaozhang, can we go view the houses now? Sir, let me check if the keys are available, and I'll ensure we can show you all the options, Xiaozhang replied. A new employee who had recently transitioned from rental properties to the secondary market. He needed to accompany the client and sought assistance from a more experienced colleague. After notifying the manager about retrieving the keys, he approached the still-absorbed agent. Brother Wang, could you accompany me to show this client the properties? Xiaozhang, to be honest, taking him to view houses is a waste of time. Brother Wang, the client is here, we must show him the properties. I'll treat you to milk tea afterward. All right, I'll accompany you, but I'll also teach you to read people. Discernment is crucial. At Xiaozhang's earnest request, Brother Wang finally put away his phone, stood up, and prepared to join them. The 3 of them entered the neighborhood to inspect the listings, as exclusive listings typically came with the keys directly provided. After spending nearly an hour viewing 3 properties, Lu Wei occasionally inquired about certain details, while Xiao Zhang recited memorized information about the neighborhoods and layouts. 2 of the properties were situated within the community, devoid of river views. The one offering a glimpse of the river was somewhat pricier, at over 40 million. Lu Wei lingered on the balcony, gazing at the bund and the river scenery, which instilled within him a profound sense of accomplishment. Imagining himself seated on this balcony under the night sky, savoring a glass of wine amidst the illuminated bund, he mused that success might be defined in such simple pleasures. After inspecting the 3 properties, as they exited the community, Lu Wei addressed the young agent, stating, "I need to deliberate further on the house and explore additional options. Should you come across any appealing listings, please feel free to call me. That will be all for today. I appreciate your assistance." "Certainly, sir. I will promptly recommend any promising properties that arise. Please take care," the agent replied. Once Lu Wei had walked away, the seasoned agent Wang remarked to Xiao Zhang, "Let me impart a lesson in reading people. The client you accompanied today is highly unlikely to reach out again." "Why is that?" Xiao Zhang queried. "It is evident he cannot afford such a purchase. Just observe his attire and the means by which he arrived. He came on a shared bicycle. And now he departs on foot. How could someone like him afford a multi-million-dollar property? The down payment alone would be a challenge for him." Wang Gu. "One cannot judge solely by appearances. Some individuals are simply modest. My dear boy, you have much to learn. Just wait and see. But do not forget about my milk tea." Chapter 95. The household registration obtained in a northern farmland area on the outskirts of Hangzhou, loquat trees flourished. Lu Wei found himself beneath a tree, indulging in the fruit, while a charming little girl with sparkling eyes continually offered him loquats. "Uncle, please eat slowly. There are plenty more. They all belong to my family," she urged. "All right, once I am full, we shall gather some to take back later," Lu Wei replied. This was his cousin's home, and every year during loquat season, he was invited to relish the fruit. Since commencing his studies in Shanghai, he had returned each holiday. The little girl, now 6, clung to him daily, seeking companionship. With his cousin and brother-in-law at work, he was left with this playful companion, who incessantly called him uncle. Hangzhou is renowned for its picturesque landscapes, even the suburbs brimming with the charm of the Jiangnan water towns. During his 2-day visit, he was treated to an abundance of delectable dishes: chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp. On this particular day, when his cousin returned from work, she appeared somewhat distracted, responding to her daughter's calls with mere acknowledgement, and barely touching her food during dinner. After the meal, Lu Wei stepped into the courtyard and observed her engaged in conversation with his brother-in-law, speaking in the local dialect, which Lu Wei could not comprehend. Occasionally, he noticed his cousin discreetly wiping away tears. "What troubles you, cousin? I could sense your mood was not quite right earlier," Lu Wei inquired, eager to offer any assistance he could. "The factory where your cousin works is on the verge of closing down, and this month they have not even been able to disperse salaries. She is quite worried about it," came the response. "My cousin and her husband possess modest educational backgrounds. Having only graduated from high school, they have sought employment at a factory near their home, allowing them to earn a living while remaining close to their family. This area is situated in the outskirts of Hangzhou, characterized by a proliferation of factories and workshops, with a diverse array of enterprises. Although textile-related businesses are particularly prevalent due to the region's traditional sericulture. Unfortunately, my cousin's factory is facing closure. It specializes in the production of masks during the colder months. Business flourished, but as the weather warms, sales have dwindled, leading the owner to contemplate a shift in industry due to declining profitability. My cousin is distressed, and her husband, Lu Wei, has discussed the situation with her. Masks are predominantly utilized in the healthcare sector, but they are also more commonly employed in northern regions afflicted by sandstorms, particularly during winter when they serve as a barrier against the wind. The seasonality of demand is stark. As the temperature rises, mask usage declines, resulting in a significant drop in sales. Consequently, the owner, seeing no glimmer of hope as the off-season approaches, has decided to shut down the mask factory and pivot to another line of work. Is there anything particularly unique about this mask factory? It bears no distinct features compared to typical manufacturers, except for its ability to produce N95 masks and having secured a medical device production license, enabling it to create some items for healthcare use, although it has struggled to establish a market for them. Lu Wei, unfamiliar with the industry, refrained from probing further and merely offered words of encouragement to my cousin, reminding her of her youth and the relative ease of finding employment. After recuperating in the countryside for a couple of days, Lu Wei prepared to return to Shanghai to handle his household registration. Before departing, he called my cousin aside. "Sister, there's no need for you to worry. If you can't find a job soon, take some time to rest. I'll send you some money to help you get by." He then transferred 150,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Upon seeing the amount, my cousin was taken aback. It represented her 3 years of salary. "Xiao Wei, why have you sent me so much money? You've only just started working. How can you afford this? I must return it to you," she exclaimed. "Sister, there's no need for concern. Over the past 2 years, I've engaged in financial investments and have accumulated a fair amount of assets. Consider this money as a gesture for my niece's education. If you find yourself without work, take some time at home to guide her in learning the piano or similar pursuits," Lu Wei reassured her. However, she hesitated. "That's simply one do. I am acutely aware of our family's circumstances. That amount is insufficient for purchasing a home in Shanghai. We must save it." Having moved here after marrying, she regarded Lu Wei as her only close relative nearby, a source of comfort in her life. The thought of accepting money from him was difficult for her. Lu Wei then approached her husband, explaining his lucrative financial endeavors and his capability to purchase a home in Shanghai. After a lengthy discussion, they eventually agreed to accept the funds. stipulating that it would be considered a loan to be repaid once the family's property was redeveloped. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. We shall revisit this once your property is redeveloped." Upon returning to Shanghai, Lu Wei was contacted by a real estate agent who arranged to meet him and guide him through the process of handling his household registration. Their service would provide comprehensive support, advising him at each step and even accompanying him if needed. The announcement has been completed. One merely needs to visit the local police station to obtain the migration permit, proceed to the school to handle the household registration transfer, and then return to the police station for the household registration documentation, ultimately acquiring a new household registration booklet. The two individuals arranged to meet at the entrance of the police station, where the agent warmly extended a handshake, exclaiming, "Mr. Liu, you are indeed the fastest and most efficient person I have encountered in my career." With a chuckle, Liu expressed his gratitude, feeling fortunate to receive such praise. The agent elucidated the process to Lu Wei, who then queued at the police station's household registration department with his identification and necessary documents. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, he successfully obtained the migration permit. Lu Wei's household registration information was still associated with the school, so the agent promptly drove him there. Hoping to finalize the transaction smoothly that day, the school had its own household registration office. During his enrollment, his household registration had been transferred there, and he had even obtained a local identification card. With no one in line, the school's registration office processed Lu Wei's transfer certificate in under 5 minutes, to which Lu Wei expressed his heartfelt thanks. Each step brought him closer to success, and the rapid progress filled him with a sense of optimism. In the afternoon, upon returning to the police station and inputting his household registration details, Lu Wei's registration was placed in the public household, allowing him to transfer it once he acquired a property. The public household does not provide a household registration booklet, but Lu Wei received a household registration card. He rubbed the freshly printed card in his hands, reflecting on the arduous journey it took to obtain it. No longer would anyone hinder his aspirations to purchase a home. In front of the agent, he promptly transferred the final payment for his registration, bringing a wide smile to the agent's face. Successful individuals tend to be decisive. He had previously feared that such smooth proceedings would lead to haggling later on, mentally preparing for negotiations. With his household registration secured, Lu Wei immediately called his friend brotherly, saying, "Let us go for tea. It's on me. Aren't you worried? You spent a fortune on this. You treat it like a treasure." Brotherly mused, lifting his teacup. "If it weren't for the purchase restrictions, I could buy a house directly without fussing over this nonsense. A house is merely a shelter. It's unnecessary to place so much significance on it. The space one truly needs is limited, and one day, you'll find yourself alone in an expansive house, enveloped in solitude." "Brother, today is a day of celebration for me. Why must you dwell on such distant emptiness?" Lu Wei retorted, feeling somewhat speechless at his friend's gloomy remarks. "Haha, my apologies. I'll treat you to dinner later. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 96. The heartbroken sycophant upon returning home. Amidst the myriad of lights, he felt a newfound sense of belonging. He contemplated sharing a moment on social media, but found there was little to convey. His circle was small, and overindulgence would seem pretentious. What does one truly pursue in life, and what significance does it hold? Within his youthful frame, he felt a hint of uncertainty about the future. Should he be chasing wealth? His current assets were sufficient for his entire family to live comfortably. Lu Wei harbored no aspirations of becoming the wealthiest individual. He perceived the relentless cycle of meetings, constant travel, and the burdens of corporate responsibilities as excessively arduous. Devoid of any joy, was it truly worthwhile to merely drift through life, waiting for the inevitable? Such a notion seemed rather dreary. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, he recalled Brother Li's words from that afternoon, which had somewhat dampened his enthusiasm. The spaciousness of his home felt isolating and lonely for a solitary occupant. Perhaps he should strive a bit harder, envisioning a future where he could purchase a villa and invite everyone to share in his company. As his thoughts meandered while lying in bed, the phone rang. It was Luo Hui. It struck him as peculiar. He rarely called at such a late hour. After answering, there was a brief silence before a sorrowful voice emerged. "Way good, do you have some time?" "Of course, what's up? Can you accompany me for a drink?" "Sure. What's going on? Heartbroken or jobless?" Lu Wei pondered, realizing these were likely the only two possibilities. "Let us go for a drink. That's all that matters for now. I'll take you to a nightclub to ensure you have a great time." "All right, send me the address. I'll see you shortly." Lu Wei forwarded the address of TXX to Luo Hui, changed his attire, and stepped out. Arriving first, he waited at the bar's entrance for a while. The nightlife here pulsated with energy, with clusters of men and women gathered outside. What were they waiting for? Perhaps to pick up someone, or simply to revel in the allure of the nightclub environment. Unlike Han Shuo, who was often surrounded by beautiful women upon arrival at such venues, Lu Wei found himself momentarily lost in thought while observing the attractive crowd. Just then, Luo Hui arrived. "Wei Go, where are you?" "I'm by the entrance." "Come over," Lu Wei replied as Luo Hui curiously surveyed the surroundings before jogging over. "What's out this place? It's so lively at night. A nightclub, a venue for evening revelry. Tonight, I promise you an unforgettable experience. Let us head inside." With an arm draped around Luo Hui's shoulders, they ventured into the bar. Luo Hui was immediately struck by the vibrant atmosphere, the pulsating DJ beats, melodious tunes, and the sight of handsome men and beautiful women dancing. "Wow, it's so lively. Is it fun?" "Haha, just wait until you experience it yourself." Lu Wei led Luo Hui to a booth and promptly summoned a waiter. "First, bring me a bottle of Shenlong Tiao." The waiter immediately communicated the order through a walkie-talkie and requested payment. Luo Hui attempted to seize the opportunity to pay, but Lu Wei held him back. "Haha, not today. This is my territory. I'm treating you tonight. Come on." Wei Gu, I'm the one who invited you out for drinks. Let me pay. Sir, the total is 888. Will you be paying by card or QR code? The waiter awaited payment, unsure who would step forward. Luo Hui was momentarily stunned. How much? He felt he hadn't quite grasped the amount. Lu Wei had already settled the bill with a quick scan. And the lights dimmed on stage as the DJ announced the arrival of Shenlong Tiao, with spotlights illuminating their table. Regaining his composure, Luo Hui exclaimed, Wei Gu, did he just say 88000? His expression was one of despair, further exacerbating his worries. Don't fret, tonight I'm treating you. Drink freely. Raising his glass, he poured a drink of ace of spades for Luo Hui, cautioning him not to waste it, as it cost 8,000. Luo Hui took it with care, savoring a sip, unable to discern the flavor, yet finding it quite enjoyable. What brings on this desire for alcohol tonight? This is quite unlike you, he remarked. Luo Hui then gulped down the entire glass in one go, falling into silence for a moment. Brother Wei, do you think today's women are overly pragmatic? When choosing a partner, they seem to prioritize material conditions over how a man treats them. This profound topic left Lu Wei at a loss. After all, during his own financially struggling days, he hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone engaged in matters of the heart. What is wrong with you? Have you experienced a breakup? When did you even start dating? Luo Hui lamented. I feel like a mere admirer, watching as she gets close to someone else. Lu Wei refilled Luo Hui's glass, encouraging him to continue. Earlier this year, a beautiful woman joined our company. I was smitten when I assisted her with her onboarding. I discreetly saved her phone number and added her on WeChat, and we seemed to connect well. She responded quickly. I thought she felt the same way, so each morning, I arrived a little earlier to buy her coffee from Starbucks and placed it at her desk. She never declined and would send me a kiss emoji upon arriving at the office. Brother Wei, I genuinely believed my springtime had come. I thought we were on the verge of something special. Sometimes, when I worked late, I would wait for her and invite her to dinner nearby. However, when I offered to take her home, she always declined, saying it was too late and that she wouldn't rest well if I accompanied her. I found it quite touching, thinking she was considerate. Lu Wei silently took a sip of his drink. It was evident that Luo Hui had developed feelings. I often thought of asking her out on weekends, to watch a movie or go on an outing, but she consistently turned me down. I assumed she must be busy on weekends. However, I never anticipated what happened last weekend, Brother Wei. I went to the office to pick up something and happened to see her department working overtime that day. I was ordering her favorite drink at the coffee shop on the first floor when I turned around and saw her getting out of the passenger seat of a car, leaning back to kiss the driver. Brother Wei, I felt as if the world spun around me. I never imagined I had been such a devoted admirer for so long. Lu Wei patted Luo Hui on the shoulder. I asked her on WeChat, and she said that was her boyfriend. And what about me? What was I? Luo Hui exclaimed. A mix of agitation and disbelief. She had the audacity to say it was all one-sided on my part and advised me to take a good look in the mirror, questioning what I had, any cars or a house. What right did I have to pursue her? Her boyfriend could at least drive her to work, while all I could do was buy her coffee. Lu Wei was left speechless. This woman had enjoyed the benefits of admiration, only to dismiss him when confronted. Luo Hui continued, his voice trembling with emotion. Is it really true that women are this pragmatic? That having a house and a car is the priority? I treated her so well, always thinking of her, and yet she called me an admirer. Indeed, you are quite the devoted admirer, Lu Wei muttered under his breath. You have suffered, haven't you? In the future, keep your eyes wide open. As for women, those who have traversed the trials of society are well aware of their own needs. Do not merely be enamored by their beauty, one must also consider their inner qualities. What is inner beauty, and how does one perceive it? You may ask. Well, the answer lies in revealing oneself completely. What? Luo Hui appeared utterly perplexed. Lu Wei raised his glass and clinked it with his, taking a sip before flashing a devilish smile. All right, they are merely women. There are plenty of beautiful ones around. Today, let me broaden your horizons. Are there many attractive individuals in this bar? Luo Hui surveyed the surroundings earnestly and nodded. Indeed, there are. Allow me to summon a few to join you for a drink. What do you say? Wei Good, don't jest. Can you really attract them? Ha, just watch me. Lu Wei approached the waiter, requesting the arrangement of 4 charming companions. Upon returning to their booth, Lu Wei spoke mysteriously. They will arrive shortly, but remember, this is not a casual gathering. We cannot be as indiscreet as last time. Of course, if you manage to take one out, I shall cover the bill. Before long, 4 enchanting companions made their way to their booth. Luo Hui, astonished, inquired, Wei Gu, they truly came at your behest? Absolutely, Lu Wei replied. Gesturing for the 4 to sit, he pointed to Luo Hui and said, my friend here has experienced heartbreak today. Please lend him your wisdom. If you console him well, I shall reward you. The 4 eagerly surrounded Luo Hui, who found himself overwhelmed by their attention and interaction. The bar's ambience was vibrant, and the companions were indeed of remarkable beauty. For someone like Luo Hui, who had rarely encountered even one attractive woman, being showered with affection from 4 at once made his heart feel lighter. After all, they were all beauties. Could he perhaps hold their hands? Oh my goodness, Wei Gu. I think I am feeling a bit of happiness now. Chapter 97. Bikini Hot Pot. Luo Hui was utterly intoxicated. After all, it was merely a light champagne. Lu Wei found it perplexing. Ultimately, he had to take Luo Hui back to his residence, thankful that there was still a spare room available. The next day, Luo Hui remained asleep. Lu Wei occupied himself with stock market activities, selling off his holdings. He continued to monitor the market daily, despite perhaps not comprehending much. He simply enjoyed the spectacle of it all, observing which stocks surged and which hit their limits. Ma Siki had introduced Lu Wei to their futures trading business, prompting him to ponder whether he should give it a try. However, purchasing property remained his foremost priority. He believed it prudent to maintain his cash reserves for the time being. Today, he intended to inquire with a young man about any new listings. As noon approached, Luo Hui finally awoke. Oh no, I didn't take leave and have missed half a day? I'm doomed. Lu Wei heard him exclaim and walked over to check on him. What happened? Did you drink too much? Wei Go, is this your place? What else would it be? Should I have left you by the roadside for some woman to claim? In that case, you would probably be in northern Myanmar by now. Luo Hui was curious as to why Lu Wei was not at work. Had he taken leave for his sake? I resigned long ago. I am now a professional stock trader. Wow, Wei Go, are you really that impressive? A professional stock trader? You must be making quite a fortune. Guide me, for I seek to earn money, to purchase a car and a home, and to attract charming ladies. Haha, I no longer reminisce about my colleagues at the company. No, the path of flattery leads to ultimate emptiness. The pursuit of wealth remains paramount. Luo Hui appears to have an epiphany. Hurry and freshen up, for I shall take you to a delightful place to dine, one I recently saw in the news that is sure to bring you joy. It seems that exposing Luo Hui to more beautiful women will help prevent him from becoming overly sycophantic. Lu Wei recalled a hot pot restaurant he had seen in the news, featuring bikini-clad beauties. The name says it all. Indeed, there are bikini beauties and hot pot, as vividly depicted in the news footage. By the time they ventured out, a long queue had already formed. Brother Wei, what makes this place so special that it attracts such a crowd? You shall see. There will be unique offerings shortly. Lu Wei conveniently shared the news article on his WeChat, prompting Luo Hui to exclaim in astonishment. There are so many people here. I wonder how long we will have to wait. Should we consider another place? No way, Brother Wei. Even if I starve, I will wait for this hot pot. Nothing else will satisfy me. Ha. Sun Zihan felt as though he had been vexed by mere sips of water recently, burdened by the troubles of his company in the bustling metropolis. Thus, he decided to take a trip to Macau to lift his spirits, only to find himself nearly $1 million in debt. What a stroke of misfortune. Why has this year been so unkind? Sun Zihan glanced at his secretary's curvaceous form and playfully slapped her. The sound echoed. Boss, what are you doing? That hurt. Without hesitation, he embraced her, feeling an overwhelming urge to relieve his frustrations. Within 5 minutes, he slumped into his office chair, dismissing her with a wave. The secretary, donning her attire and tidying up, exited. Moments later, she rushed back in, flustered. Boss, we have been fined. What fine? Is there still a penalty for sleeping? Sun Zihan retorted angrily. No, boss. The tax bureau has notified us to promptly settle the fine. This is the first notice. What? After all the money spent, wasn't this supposed to be resolved? What a deceitful scoundrel. Sun Zihan, infuriated, sank back into his chair, pondering who he had offended. Lu Wei and Luo Hui waited in line for over an hour before finally entering the establishment. The first sight that greeted them was several bikini-clad beauties vocally welcoming them. Upon entering, Luo Hui felt as though he had been awakened to a new world, his senses heightened by the vibrant atmosphere. The waitstaff consisted of bikini beauties, with even some foreign attendants serving dishes of colorful ingredients, red, white, black, and yellow, a veritable rainbow of culinary delights. Goodness, is life this rich? Suddenly, he felt that his existence as a mere office worker was rather mundane. Brother Wei, look at that. It's so impressive. Stop being a fool. We are here to eat. When the hot pot arrived, the dishes were presented by the bikini beauties, yet there were no attendants to prepare the food for them. Luo Hui whispered to Lu Wei, Brother Wei, why is there no one to help us cook? Summoning a waiter to inquire about the situation. He raised his hand and beckoned one over. Good evening, sir. The service for the hot dishes is separate and incurs an additional charge, 100 per person for half an hour. Add 2 more, he replied nonchalantly. It's merely a matter of extra payment. Luo Hui indulged in the meal with great pleasure, overwhelmed by the culinary delights. He felt his time spent with Wei Gu was truly rewarding, expressing his satisfaction openly. After nearly 2 hours of dining, Luo Hui reluctantly set down his chopsticks and remarked, Wei Gu, this is truly delightful. I'm stuffed. Young man, life is long, and there are many beautiful women yet to meet. Do not hang yourself from a crooked tree. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Yes, I'm already fine. This woman holds no attachment for me. Wei Gu, remember to bring me along for future escapades. It's been exhilarating. All right, I will keep that in mind. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, they bid farewell, as Luo Hui needed to prepare for work the following day. On his way home, Lu Wei received a call from lawyer Zhang. Xiao Wei, your former company has been fined by the tax bureau, and the penalty is quite severe. They need to settle the taxes promptly. That boss will surely be furious. Ha. Such splendid news. Let us celebrate with a drink. No, my wife has asked me to come home for dinner tonight. You enjoy yourself. After hanging up, Lu Wei felt a surge of exhilaration. This was his first chance to retaliate openly. He wondered if that boss would face bankruptcy and whether the person who had threatened him would soon be out of a job. Such a splendid opportunity deserved some mockery. He scrolled through his call log and dialed the HR representative. Hello, who is this? Never mind who I am. I just want to ask if you're still feeling smug. Is your company on the verge of collapse? Are you still planning to blacklist anyone? Or will you even find work again? The HR representative was infuriated by his words and prepared to retort. Who are you? How do you know about the company's affairs? Was it you? You foolish person, you deserve to go down with the company. I hope you don't even get your salary. After saying this, Lu Wei hung up the phone, leaving the HR representative fuming and ready to curse. But she found herself speaking to silence. Frustrated, she slammed her hand onto the table, injuring herself in the process. What a relief. I have never felt such satisfaction in my life. Venting anger feels as exhilarating as ecstasy. Lu Wei began to hum a tune, greeting everyone with a smile. Sun Zihan, on the other hand, was troubled. He noticed that several longtime employees were quietly preparing to resign, seemingly having secured new positions. It appeared his company might not survive until next month, as the fines from the tax bureau needed to be settled, or he would face imprisonment as a manager. Once, he had over 10 million in cash, but now he had lost it all gambling in Macau, and the bank refused to lend him any more. He found himself searching for loans everywhere. Those who had once toasted to brotherhood over drinks now seemed to have vanished, either on business trips or abroad. And those who remained merely lamented their own financial woes. How could so many troubles converge at once? Misfortune seldom comes singly. He sensed an unseen hand manipulating events from behind, yet he lacked any clues to follow. Chapter 98. There are always mischievous people who want to harm me. Lu Wei made a call to manager Zhang, inquiring if there were any suitable new properties available recently. He was open to options further afield, as long as they were located along Binjiang Avenue, ideally with a view of the river. Manager Zhang hesitated, stammering that there were no new listings, prompting Lu Wei to end the call. Finding an appropriate property is akin to matchmaking. It requires a certain serendipity. Just like finding a partner, it necessitates time and patience. Therefore, one must not rush the house hunting process. When destiny aligns, the right opportunity will present itself, leading to a satisfying living experience. If one perceives any shortcomings at the time of purchase, those issues will only magnify over time. If there are no suitable options, it is wise to wait. Haste often leads to complications. The rapid development of the metropolis has resulted in soaring property prices, dissuading many potential buyers. In the past, older residents of the city preferred a modest bed in Puxi over an extravagant apartment in Pudong. Now, the real estate prices around Lujiazui and Binjiang Avenue have become exorbitant. Over 20 years ago, this area was merely rural land. The property Lu Wei had his eye on, priced over 40 million, might be negotiable. It offered a river view and was spacious, over 200 square meters, albeit still somewhat pricey. Perhaps the previous encounter with the agency's agent had influenced him. As manager Zhang seemed unprepared for Lu Wei's inquiry about new listings, his face flushing with embarrassment at having overlooked a potential client's needs. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, he assumed there were simply no new properties available. Otherwise, he would have sought assistance elsewhere. Sun Zihan felt on the brink of bankruptcy, unable to find anyone to lend him money. Next month's office rent was already proving difficult to gather, and his house had long been mortgaged. He might also face claims from previous projects. It was maddening. Perhaps he should just flee. However, escaping also requires funds. Would he have to wash dishes abroad? He had been swindled previously and had yet to settle the score with the perpetrator who had promised to resolve issues with the tax bureau, only to abscond with $1 million in bribes. While Sun Zihan pondered his dire situation in the office, the HR manager knocked and entered. This individual was his relative, the younger brother of his aunt's husband. "You haven't fled yet," Sun Zihan remarked. "What are you doing? Remember, in the company, you must address me as boss." "Boss, I've come across a situation that may be related to our recent troubles." "What situation? Speak quickly." "Yesterday, someone called the HR department, mocking us about going bankrupt. This person seems to be a former employee who recently litigated against us." "What lawsuit? Does such a minor employee even have the means to hire a lawyer?" "This employee is from out of town and abandoned their position without notice. I instructed HR to engage a familiar lawyer to sue him for some compensation for lost workdays. He is merely a small-time employee. What kind of waves can he create? A mere greenhorn from another region. What capabilities could he possibly possess?" Sun Zihan contemplated carefully. "I can't be certain. I merely thought to provide you with a lead. Who knows what we might uncover?" The younger relative spoke anxiously, fearing further reprimand. "Very well. You may conduct your own investigation, especially since you have little to occupy your time lately. Finding some work for yourself would be beneficial." Sun Zihan dismissed him. "Why does everyone seem intent on opposing me? I have yet to locate the individual who deceived me for a bribe, and now another insolent fellow mocks me. It is infuriating. No, this anger is too great. I shall summon my secretary to help alleviate it." Lu Wei perused the tax bureau's official website for news of penalties, and indeed, discovered a recent announcement featuring the name of his former company and the fine imposed. Ha ha ha, compared to the amount they were penalized, Lu Wei felt that the several $100,000 he had expended was a worthwhile investment. "How dare you sue me and withhold my year-end bonus? After working diligently for so long, though I may not have made significant contributions, I certainly endured hardships, yet you still nitpick over trivialities. Were it not for my financial means to retaliate, I would have long been swindled out of a sum by you." Lu Wei felt a sense of vindication and proposed a dinner with Chun Jun and Zhang Yida, arranging to meet at their usual spot the following afternoon. Chun Jun, recalling the delectable food and fine wine from their last gathering, readily agreed, while Zhang Yida responded later, assuring he would attend. Chun Jun regarded Lu Wei as a remarkably generous employer, providing ample remuneration and displaying a commendable character, often treating him to meals. Cultivating a deeper relationship with Lu Wei could potentially benefit him in the future. The next day, the three convened at their previous restaurant, jovially ordering dishes without noticing a figure nearby observing them intently. Lu Wei raised his glass in gratitude to his two friends for their unwavering support, enabling him to vent his frustrations. The two quickly insisted it was nothing extraordinary. Lu Wei's background was somewhat ambiguous. At times, one might perceive him as merely a struggling rural individual, an ordinary person. However, his lavish expenditure portrayed him as affluent, particularly given his frequent visits to Hanshua, where he often spent considerable time in the boss's office. Zhang Yida had yet to ascertain Lu Wei's true standing, but the fact that he garnered the boss's attention suggested he was certainly not lacking in capability. Moreover, he had recently augmented his side business, which now yielded a modest income, an ideal addition to his personal savings, prompting Zhang Yida to view it as a promising venture. The three dined for over 2 hours before parting ways, each opting for a taxi, aware that it was a dinner gathering. thus neither had driven. Lu Wei, slightly inebriated, leaned back and closed his eyes upon entering the vehicle, unaware that another car was trailing their taxi from approximately 100 meters behind. Meanwhile, Sun Zihan languished in his office, struggling for survival, with the countdown to bankruptcy looming ever closer. After making a series of desperate calls for loans, he was filled with frustration. Fortunately, his secretary, still his mistress, had not yet left, which he intended to exploit further. Now, the company had dwindled to fewer than 10 employees, with no business to pursue. Many had resigned upon sensing the impending doom. Suddenly, his brother-in-law rushed into Sun Zihan's office, startled and breathless, exclaiming, "Uncle, I have found a lead." Sun Zihan nearly collapsed in disbelief, interrupted while attending to urgent matters. "Do you not know how to knock?" The secretary, blushing, exited, while the brother-in-law stole a glance, thinking to himself how alluring she was. "Speak quickly, what is it?" "The last time, you asked me to investigate that junior employee. Over the past few days, I have been tracking the lawyer he hired. Yesterday, I observed them attending a gathering, during which they discussed the matter while dining at a restaurant. The young man expressed his gratitude towards the lawyer and another individual for their invaluable assistance, which allowed him to vent his frustrations. I believe this is quite telling." "Really? Does that junior employee possess such capabilities?" "He does not. But the lawyer and the other individual might indeed have such influence. By the way, why are you pursuing a lawsuit against him? If he resigns, just let him go without paying his wages." Sun Zihan was puzzled. "Uncle, wasn't it you who previously issued a directive stating that if an employee resigns and creates trouble, we must investigate thoroughly and identify their mistakes to hold them accountable? Furthermore, we must ensure that they struggle to find employment in the future, as they would speak ill of our company wherever they go," explained the nephew. "Did I say that?" Sun Zihan could not recall. Chapter 99. Finding a place to live is also a challenging task. Please verify whether this incident was indeed orchestrated by that young man. If it turns out to be true, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. "Very well, uncle." The HR manager hurriedly exited. Recently, he had been making blunders, particularly when his uncle was in high spirits. If this continued, he would certainly face repercussions. He pondered how to verify the information. He located Lu Wei's phone number and called him immediately. Lu Wei, engrossed in a video game, abruptly hung up. The calls continued, incessantly ringing. Suddenly, the phone buzzed again, obstructing his view, and Lu Wei was overwhelmed by a barrage of messages. Frustrated, Lu Wei pressed the answer button and shouted into the phone, "Who are you? Why do you keep calling? Are you out of your mind?" The HR manager was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected outburst. "Are you Lu Wei? Did you report our company?" "What company? What report?" Lu Wei feigned ignorance. "Stop pretending. I know it's you. I am the HR manager of your company." "Huh. Are you all going bankrupt?" "Guess." Lu Wei hung up and blocked the number. Since the project fell through, Sun Zihan faced fines from the tax bureau, had contributed $1 million to Macau, and was now dealing with lawsuits from previous partners, likely leading to further financial losses. Currently, he struggled to secure business in the industry. His reputation tarnished. This was the place he had toiled for half his life, and he was reluctant to part with it. Just then, the HR manager returned to inform him that everything was rooted in retaliation from the junior employee they had previously dismissed. Sun Zihan narrowed his eyes. Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. "Regardless, I shall take action against you first. The tiger has not shown its might, and now they treat me like a mere kitten." Sun Zihan retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and scrolled for a long time until he found a number he had not dialed in years. He made the call. "Chiu-san, are you in the Magic City?" A voice responded affirmatively. "Let us meet at the usual place tonight." In the evening, Sun Zihan took his documents and drove to a small restaurant in the suburbs. Inside, a man dressed in black was sipping a drink with a plate of appetizers. Upon seeing Sun Zihan enter, he immediately stood up. "Boss Sun, you've arrived. Chiu-san, do let me know when you return. I thought you had ventured to Southeast Asia." Boss Sun is a significant figure, while I am but a mere wanderer in this realm. The man in black, known as Chiu-san, lifted another glass, preparing to pour wine. "I shall abstain from drinking." As I arrived by car, Sun Zihui hastily intervened to prevent him from pouring. "I have a matter that requires your assistance. A local troublemaker has crossed my path, and I need you to take care of it." "Boss Sun, the situation is quite severe now. Such tasks are challenging to undertake. Rest assured, he is merely a local nuisance. There is no need for excessive measures. Just bag him and break one of his arms." The man in black took a sip of wine and contemplated. "The price is set at 100,000. Lao-san, why have you raised your fees? You are being rather harsh with me." Sun Zihui felt a surge of anger. It had never cost this much before. "Boss Sun, times have changed. There are cameras everywhere now, and the scrutiny is intense. Once the job is done, I will need to lay low for a while, which incurs significant costs." "Very well. I will give you 50,000 up front, and the remaining 50,000 upon completion." "Agreed. I trust Boss Sun. After all, we have collaborated on numerous occasions." Sun Zihui tossed the materials to him, then turned to retrieve 50,000 in cash from his car. "This is the deposit. Thank you, Boss Sun." Lu Yang messaged Lu Wei, expressing her desire to visit the metropolis during the May Day holiday, hoping to also explore the local schools to clarify her target for graduate studies. Lu Wei suddenly considered whether to enroll Lu Yang in a test preparation agency to enhance her study effectiveness. Given the fierce competition for admission to several universities in the metropolis, each year, millions register for the exams, yet only a fraction is accepted, leaving many in a futile pursuit. Lu Yang hesitated, uncertain whether to enroll. She felt her revision was adequate. Perhaps she would decide after visiting the schools. There is still ample time, and she could always register for a final sprint or an enhancement class later. "Brother, I have a roommate joining me. We plan a 5-day tour of East China. Come along. It's not as if I can't afford to treat you all. Lu Wei transferred 10,000 to her, telling her to purchase her own ticket and to inform him upon arrival. Lu Yang expressed her heartfelt gratitude for Lu Wei's financial generosity. Lu Wei then immersed himself in the search for housing. The Green Home Agency had not provided him with any new listings. He decided to explore several other agencies. Considering the larger ones in the metropolis, such as Aijia, Dashiyang, and Zhongyuan, which were relatively reputable, only a few had their own official websites, and the online listings were scarce. Platforms like 85 Tongcheng were rife with fraudulent listings. He had encountered such pitfalls during previous rental experiences, leaving him utterly disheartened. Lu Wei browsed through various listings online, calculating the approximate unit prices. It would be fortunate to encounter a seller in urgent need of cash. Not only would they likely be flexible, but with cash in hand, he could negotiate significantly. Lu Wei visited several different agencies in the area, requesting them to find suitable listings. Each day, he would visit one agency to view their available properties, but they were either too small, located on lower floors, or priced exorbitantly. Green Home has opened a new branch, and just across the road, there exists another one. It seems their property listings are interconnected. Lu Wei feels he has already perused all the options presented to him. He has provided his contact information to the agents, requesting them to inform him should any suitable properties arise. After several days of searching, Lu Wei senses a dissatisfaction with the quality of available options, pondering whether it might be more prudent to invest in the stock market for greater financial gain. With an increased budget, he could afford to select properties of superior quality, those over 50 million with ample space, and perhaps even consider properties exceeding 70 million, such as those in the prestigious Tangchin district. One day, while still ensconced in slumber at home, Lu Wei received a phone call. On the other end, a young woman spoke with palpable excitement. Mr. Lu, hello. This is Xiao Jiang from Zhongyuan Real Estate. We have just received an exclusive listing, and I have just returned from taking photographs. I believe you will find it quite appealing. I will send you the images right away. The living room offers a view of the Huangpu River, and the decor is exquisite. All right, please send them to me via WeChat. I will take a look. Lu Wei responded. Shortly after hanging up, the agent sent him the images, showcasing a beautifully renovated 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout. The agent had even captured a photograph from the balcony, where the river view included a boat gliding across the water, emphasizing the property's height. The owner's decor exhibited a refined taste, reflecting a modern aesthetic. What is the size? And what is the asking price? Lu Wei inquired. Approximately 240 square meters, with the owner listing it at 40 million. However, the owner is in urgent need of funds and is willing to negotiate a discount for a quick sale if full payment is possible. All right, I will come by to view the property shortly. If it suits my preferences, we can discuss the details of the purchase. Excellent. I will await your arrival, Mr. Lu. Xiao Jiang replied, her heart racing with anticipation as she hung up, quickly gulping down water after her recent property visit. Working in the luxury real estate sector, she knew that closing a deal could yield a commission of 1, meaning if Mr. Lu proceeded with the purchase, she could earn at least 300,000 in commission. Sitting in the office, she began to fantasize about the potential success of the day. Generally, the transaction period for second-hand properties could extend over 1 to 2 months, and luxury properties tended to have even longer turnover rates. Having had no sales last month, her only income was her base salary. May the deities bless me. I hope this afternoon's client will appreciate the property. Chapter 100. The purchase of Lu Wei's first home in the Magic City upon arriving at the office. Xiao Jiang was visibly restless, harboring a strong premonition that today's client would result in a sale, yet she was anxious about the possibility of other agents swooping in. She ordered 2 cups of coffee in anticipation of Lu Wei's arrival. As soon as he walked through the door, she warmly exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally arrived. What is the matter?" Lu Wei asked, puzzled. "Is there a problem with the listing?" No. I was just anxious waiting for you." Fearing that the property might be snatched away, Xiao Jiang quickly clarified, noticing the confusion on Lu Wei's face. "Is there a key? Shall we proceed to view it now?" "Yes, indeed. The owner has left the key for us," she assured him. The property they were about to visit was in Haijing Garden, and with an agent guiding them, they easily entered the community and took the elevator to the 21st floor. Lu Wei was pleased to discover that it was situated high up, as he preferred elevated views. As Jiang Yiru opened the door and invited Lu Wei inside, they traversed a charming foyer and entered a spacious living room. The balcony was bathed in bright sunlight, offering a direct view of the river, where boats glided gracefully across the water, and the elegant buildings of the Bund stood in the distance. The balcony, approximately 40 to 50 square meters in size, was ample enough to accommodate a dining table. Captivated by the allure of the living room and balcony, Lu Wei took a moment to gaze at the bedroom, which had already been renovated, yet the mattress on the bed appeared untouched, still wrapped in its packaging. Jiang Yiru eagerly continued her introduction, explaining that the landlord had scarcely occupied the apartment since purchasing it, as he resided primarily in Hangzhou, where he was a business owner. The furniture looked remarkably new. After exploring the space, Lu Wei settled on the balcony, savoring the view of the river. The unobstructed sightline allowed for an unobscured view of the Bund, which was precisely the ambience he desired, though he felt something was lacking. Yes, the night view. He turned to Jiang Yiru and said, Ms. Jiang, I would like to make a request." At this, Jiang Yiru's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she thought. He wouldn't be making some unusual demand in order to agree, would he? What should I do? Should I just storm out? "Mr. Lu, what is your request?" she inquired. "I would like to come back this evening to see the night view." Jiang Yiru felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Evening? Goodness. A solitary man and woman at night. What if he took advantage of the situation? How should I refuse him? No, I must bring a colleague along. At worst, I can treat them to dinner. I cannot allow this man to take advantage of me. Jiang Yiru smiled and replied, certainly, Mr. Liu. Will you stay here until evening? Or return later? I will return later, he responded. This place isn't mine yet, and staying here indefinitely would be rather dull. I'll take a stroll and come back later. They agreed to meet again at 6 o'clock. Lu Wei did not accompany her back to the office. Instead, he intended to walk along Binjiang Avenue to Luijiazui to experience the charm of the area. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Yiru's colleagues eagerly inquired about the client. She hesitated, saying, he hasn't made a decision yet. He wants to take another look. The others expressed their disappointment, believing that Jiang Yiru would have successfully closed the deal. As she was their star agent, he wants to see the night view tonight. What should I do? She asked. The room erupted in chatter. He definitely has ulterior motives. He is interested in you. How brazen. Just slap him across the face. Are wealthy individuals this presumptuous, making their intentions so obvious? Listening to her colleagues' speculations, Jiang Yiru's expression darkened. What was she to do? At that moment, someone suggested that when the two went to view the property in the evening, two colleagues should discreetly follow them, waiting outside. If Lu Wei attempted anything untoward, all Jiang Yiru would need to do was call out, and they would rush in to assist her, finding this plan reasonable. Jiang Yiru agreed to treat everyone to milk tea the next day and decided to have her two male colleagues quietly accompany her in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Wei arrived as promised, meeting at the entrance of the residential complex, where the lights were beginning to twinkle. Across the river, a row of lights illuminated the skyline like a long dragon. Jiang Yiru, feeling somewhat awkward, waited at the entrance for Lu Wei, and her expression shifted slightly upon his arrival. Mr. Liu, you're here, she greeted. Indeed, let us proceed and resolve this swiftly. So as not to inconvenience you after work, he replied. Not at all, it's my duty, she reassured him. As they entered the complex, the night air was filled with the silhouettes of people, yet the lush greenery offered a serene escape from the bustling surroundings. Upon reaching the apartment, Jiang Yiru opened the door and switched on the lights. Lu Wei stepped towards the balcony, gazing outside. Yes, this is the feeling I sought, he remarked, admiring the night view of the Bund. The distant Westin with its lotus dome and the nearby boats gliding across the river contrasted beautifully with the historic charm of the area. Unlike the financial splendor viewed from the Bund, Lu Wei nodded, turning to Jiang Yiru. This apartment is quite satisfactory, I am pleased. Please arrange for the owner to discuss the price tomorrow. Jiang Yiru was momentarily overcome with joy and nearly exclaimed, but quickly covered her mouth. Mr. Liu, is this truly the case? Yes, and do assist me in negotiating. If the terms are agreeable, I shall pay in cash. Absolutely, Mr. Liu. I shall do my utmost to help you. Jiang Yiru promptly sent a message to her colleagues to leave early and then turned to Lu Wei. Mr. Liu, would you like to see how the other rooms appear at night? Lu Wei nodded in agreement, appreciating the suggestion. Jiang Yiru exhaled with relief. Yet her two colleagues were less than pleased, wondering if Jiang Yiru was genuinely willing to compromise professional boundaries by sending them away. The following morning, Jiang Yiru called Lu Wei to arrange their meeting. The owner was eager to meet today, as he was currently residing in a hotel specifically for the sale of the property, hoping to finalize the deal promptly. They agreed to meet at the apartment, exchanging a handshake upon arrival. The owner was a refined, middle-aged man who began, I didn't expect such a young man to achieve homeownership in Shanghai at your age. It's quite impressive. Not at all. It is all thanks to my family's support, Lu Wei modestly replied. After some polite conversation, they delved into the matter at hand. The owner first presented his identification and property deed, which Lu Wei meticulously verified, recognizing the importance of this step. Jiang Yiru confirmed their prior verification of the deed, ensuring there were no mortgages attached. The owner had listed the apartment at 40 million yuan, but was willing to reduce the price by 1 million yuan to 39 million yuan for negotiations. And if paid in full, he would consider further concessions. Lu Wei, taking into account the recent market conditions and the selling prices within the complex, countered with an offer of 36 million yuan, cutting 4 million yuan off the asking price, which put the owner in a difficult position. Caught in a dilemma, the owner pondered the offer. Accepting would feel like a loss, yet rejecting it could lead to the risk of losing a sale, especially as he was in urgent need of funds, and each passing day accrued more interest. With a final resolve, the price was negotiated down to 37 million, which was already 10,000 less than the market rate. Lu Wei, having surveyed the nearby property values, recognized that this price was indeed the lowest in recent times. He hesitated, contemplating whether to hold firm. Observing his indecision, the homeowner proposed once more, my business in Hangzhou requires urgent capital. I can lower the price to 66 million. However, let's bypass the regulatory account for this transaction. You can pay a deposit first, and once the property certificate is in hand, you can transfer the remaining amount to me. After considering the offer, Lu Wei agreed to the price and inquired with Jiang Yiru about the feasibility of this arrangement. As long as the property certificate was secured, there would be no issue, leading to a handshake and a successful agreement. The three of them proceeded to the office to sign the contract, which detailed the payment method, the deposit ratio, and the commission responsibilities, accompanied by photocopies of their identification and respective signatures with fingerprints to validate the contract. Lu Wei promptly transferred the deposit to the agreed account of the homeowner, who reciprocated with a receipt, duly signed and stamped. They agreed to complete the transfer of ownership the following day, marking the successful completion of the initial steps in purchasing the property. Chapter 101. Is he a thief? Xiao-san had been surveilling the target neighborhood for several days based on the information provided by Sun Zian. He meticulously scrutinized every individual entering and exiting the vicinity. As the task of tailing was far from easy, the neighborhood was bustling with life, filled with restaurants and convenience stores, leaving little room for lingering. Xiaosin contemplated calling Sun Zihan to verify the accuracy of the information, feeling as though he had missed the target. When Lu Wei arrived at the neighborhood and noticed it was mealtime, he decided to settle for a quick bite at a restaurant near the entrance. Just as he placed his order and sat down, he noticed a man in black clothing near the entrance, fixated on him. Is my appearance truly that captivating? Lu Wei mused, puzzled but dismissive, and began to scroll through his phone while waiting for his meal. As he casually glanced up, he caught the man's gaze, prompting the stranger to quickly avert his eyes. Lu Wei found this behavior odd and discreetly took a photograph with his camera before returning to his meal. Upon finishing, he left the restaurant, noticing that the man remained seated, feigning interest in his drink. Xiao-san, now invigorated, had almost decided to abandon his pursuit. Yet the target had finally revealed himself, and so close at hand. Regrettably, it was daytime, making it impossible to act. He resolved to follow Lu Wei to ascertain his residence, hoping to find a way to approach him later that evening. On his way home, Lu Wei glanced back and saw no one following him, though he felt a lingering unease from being watched during his meal. By the time Xiaosin gained entry through the security gate, Lu Wei had vanished from sight. Xiaosin could only confirm that the target resided in this neighborhood. Having spent days observing without grasping the nuances of Lu Wei's daily routine, his eyes nearly crossing from the strain of watching the entrance. The following day, Lu Wei took a taxi to the property transaction center to meet the others for the transfer of ownership. He booked a rideshare, which automatically directed him to another entrance of the neighborhood. Early in the morning, Xiao-san, who had been vigilantly waiting, found himself still waiting by noon without a glimpse of his target. The prospect of earning this sum seemed exceedingly arduous, prompting him to contemplate alternative strategies. Zhang Eru was accompanied by a colleague dedicated to facilitating client transactions, while the homeowner remained solely in his own capacity. Upon their meeting, they promptly commenced their business. The primary objective today was to verify Lu Wei's eligibility to purchase a property, followed by online signing and tax assessment. Fortunately, someone was handling the operations, alleviating much of their burden. Even the queuing had been efficiently arranged by Zhang Eru and her team. As the two engaged in light conversation, they discussed various matters of career and cultural nuances. During their exchange, it was revealed that the homeowner had acquired several properties in the bustling metropolis during the early 2000s, a time when prices were modest and purchasing was a straightforward endeavor, devoid of restrictions. Back then, one could procure properties near the Bund or along Binjiang Avenue in Lujiazui for a mere 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Business people from Hangzhou, particularly those from Ningxing, possessed remarkable foresight as the real estate speculation wave swept through cities. Many affluent individuals sought to invest in multiple properties in first-tier cities as a form of asset preservation, with Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou being the focal points. Lu Wei mused on how fortunate it would have been if his father had purchased property in a first-tier city back in the 1990s. Yet he couldn't help but remember that